paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think to send us some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, but curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Really, 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 really. You confuse skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immortal decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat nuance like a sin. The confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadowboxing paper tigers in your head, then declare the whole debate dead. Every conversation's a battle in the war, turning into the same old score. Trust me bro, I've been there too. No bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism and scrutiny. I used to be an atheist. That line's getting old and thin. You weren't looking for the truth back then, and now you just can't comprehend. Yeah, you call it testimony, but it sounds like revisionist history. You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Around and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder 'cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to green room backstage? Then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system. Now it's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Async. I'm Arpy. Hope you all had a great day.
Hello, everybody.
Hey there, Gretchen. Now let's bring Nectu up. Hey, Nectu, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Good to see everybody. Hope everybody had a good day.
Yeah, it was Monday, so it's rough for a lot of people, but we all got through it. We're all here now, ready to have a good stream.
Yeah. Here.
Well,
Yeah, I've never sinned in my entire life, so I don't know what that's all about. Opal.
Oh. Should we say hey to our friends in chat?
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like tonight we have Kelsier getting the gold medal, #1. Way to go. And then Opal with a close second. Good to see the two of you. Then we have our good friend JR. Then we have Flip, Terrible Name, Jada, and Professor Hizzle.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, I think I know what Gretchen's doing. Hey, Jamnik, what's good, my dude?
I like calling Professor Hizzle Fizz.
Hey, Jamnik. What's going on, man?
Rocking on.
I love it.
The lengths I go to not actually use emojis is nuts.
Well, they can't from StreamYards.
Hmm?
You can't from StreamYards, can you?
I don't ever anway, so
Oh,
I
I never
hate them.
noticed that.
So no, I've never used them.
Oh, yeah,
So.
I do. In fact, sometimes I will speak to certain people in only emojis, that I text.
Mm-hmm.
They have to put the story together out of the emojis I choose.
Like hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not great at that at all.
Not everybody appreciates that I do that to them. Some people don't like it. But I do it anyways.
Yeah.
I don't care if they like
it. I know three or four people that just use the steaming teacup emoji. Like every time they take a drink of their coffee. And I've asked like so many times, like, why do you guys do that? Like, that's all they'll comment. It's just a fucking coffee cup, or a teacup, whatever.
Do we need to know that you're taking a drink?
And like 3 of them have told me, it's just every time I take a drink of coffee, I'm like, fucking why?
Right.
You know?
So if I put like ice cream in the chat, like you would think that I'm having ice cream. Like I was having ice cream. I had to.
Is there a choking emoji? So if someone's eating and they're choking and they need help, you can just.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Someone sends them the Heimlich maneuver emoji.
It's weird.
Well, here's what I've got.
Oh, you want to watch that call from John yesterday? The one of the chosen, the crash out one. That was a good call.
Oh yeah, sure.
This guy gets really argumentative. And
Did we ever get to that call last night?
He starts off being like,
I don't think we did.
Acting all sweet and like he's such a nice, pleasant person. But by the end of the call, John has exposed them to being the masks basically comes all the way off, and the dude just totally crashes out. It was a good call though. One of the chosen is the.
Well, do you have the timestamp?
It was like 6 hours. Let me look at that picture. No. It was -6 hours. Sorry, but that was from the moment that he was streaming.
This would be like
It's towards the beginning. Go back. Should be before Bill. It's before Bill. Before Bernard. Right there. That's the guy. I like that John keeps the caller's name on the screen too. It's so convenient.
Yeah.
I love all the John's interactive stuff for the audience to play with. Like you can do rate the caller, you can do the believer bingo, and then he also does in the top right corner he has all his supporters, those inner circle people, and I like the inner circle kill switch. He's really innovative. Keeps his audience engaged.
I've seen a lot of people do stuff like that. It looks like he's just automated it,
Yeah.
Like Trust But Verify used to do the same thing.
I haven't watched that in a long time. I should watch.
Well, that's because of nobody's watched Trust in a while.
What happened? So I haven't.
Basically, he got Me Too'd.
Oh.
Oof. Hey, Bacon. Good to see you in chat.
Somebody found some old something about abuse allegations or something, and he just disappeared. Puff of smoke. Gone. That's actually how...
a month ago was his last video.
That got one of our mods into, searching other streamers to see what's in their past. That's how the Joel, My Affair with a Mermaid video got found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I don't have anything. Even if people were to go digging through my past, there's nothing like that.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, Eric.
Good to see you.
Oh. Maybe we should turn off John Cohen, because Bacon and Eric are here.
Well, Bacon said he might pop in later if he gets free time.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, we can go over that Theremin Trees video when they're both available.
Yeah, that's fine. I like Theremin Trees a lot.
Yeah, his psychology videos are really good, really in depth, really gives you a lot of insight to the dark triad
I
personality
started watching that
disorders.
guy before he got his degrees in psychology.
Oh, really? Wow. So you've been
Yeah.
watching him a while. I think I found him like around the beginning of the pandemic. Similar with Innuendo Studios, who does like the alt right playbook videos. I kind of feel like they both have similar narrative techniques.
I'm checking something because I don't know how. There's no way to find out like how long you've been subscribed to any. Like it doesn't keep that information, does it?
I think you
Eric, how
can
much time
see.
you got tonight?
Because his oldest video is 17 years ago, and I would almost say that that's right around the time I started watching him because I remember the video. I don't probably wasn't like in
Okay.
the first batch of subscribers, but within
Eric
a year
only
or
has
two.
4 hours.
Okay, so yeah, if we do the Theremin
Yeah.
Trees reaction in
So-
like an hour, should be good.
Yeah. We can just do John Cohen until Eric comes up and do that.
Sounds good.
Look at us with a plan.
Organization.
Go AC.
Mm-hmm.
The most structured live cast on the planet.
I usually fly by the seat of my pants, so I crave structure sometimes.
Yeah, we usually do too. It's just like, fuck it. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, right. I get complacent real easily too.
We got a couple more friends popping into chat. We've got Equinox and Get. Good to see you two.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Remember to
It's
share,
nice.
like the video,
Oh yeah, share, like, subscribe, do all that stuff that helps us out.
tap on the screen, even if it doesn't do anything on YouTube.
Well, actually, it does. Like the little emoji react does actually push it into the algorithm.
And
Yeah,
if
it
you hit
pushes
copy link,
It pushes it harder than liking the video.
nice.
Yeah. So
We'll
food
do all
for
that
thought.
stuff.
I'm going. Do one of you want to share in the Discords?
Do what?
Share tonight's link in the Discord.
Oh, share the link.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys do it.
Gretchen, you got that, or do you want me to handle that quick?
I'm already doing it, yeah.
Cool.
So, and yeah, the heart in the YouTube stream, it basically every click or every one you send counts as a chat engagement, except it's not rate limited like the chat is. So I've been told. So yes, it does help.
All right. I just liked both streams. So yeah. I think we're ready to jump into this John Cohen clip. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right, let's do it.
That we have up in here, as we say. One of the chosen, welcome in. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Of
You
course.
seem like a really nice guy. And that bingo card stuff was actually making me
We
laugh
won't
and
be
smile.
saying that
I
in minutes.
screenshotted it just so I can go back.
He what?
He will be changing his tune within minutes. He comes in glazing John. Oh, you seem like such a nice guy. And then the mask will come off.
Yeah, the pre-glazing never helps.
Right. What's up, Get Stanfield?
Back and look at all the ones you have up there. Pretty
Great.
funny though that you made a little game of that.
It's good fun. It's good fun. It just shows you that we do tend to hear the same arguments over and over, and it's pretty formulaic. Much of apologetics I find pretty formulaic, and occasionally we change it up. So at the moment it's a 5x5 board. It was 4x4 for a while, then it was 4x5. Now it's 5x5. It keeps growing, but it's all good fun.
Yeah,
So welcome in. We are. Oh, he's teacupped. There we are, back again. Welcome in. We're happy to have you. What's your view on our claim? My claim is that God is both evil and silly. Happy to deal with either one of those.
sure. You seemed I was listening to you for a little bit, and again, I mean this all sincerely. Like you seem like a pretty nice guy. Sound like somebody really open to have honest conversation. And then just that bingo card, I'm like, and hear you laughing throughout. I'm like, he definitely seems like a nice guy for sure. Hopefully we can really have a good conversation.
Let's try.
Something I heard you say.
That's always my preference. Is to the
Right,
best
I heard you say
conversations
that.
are no muting, no talking over each other, listening respectfully to each other, and responding appropriately to each other. It gets a bit testy sometimes if there's a real disconnect.
Totally.
But our preference is always to have respectful discussions, and those are the ones that we like having. So I appreciate you stating that that's your aim too.
Yeah, you said you're not really one to debate. You like just having like a dialogue, like a conversation, like you should in the real world. We shouldn't debate something until we reach something we truly strongly disagree on after we've reached that point in a conversation where I understand you, you understand me.
I'm happy to debate in a conversation. I just don't like the formal debate
I'm with you on that
framework
too.
of people speaking and then not having prepared comments. And I
Right.
just find it's not a very natural
Who
way.
does that
for
help?
me.
I'm with you on that. It's not natural for
All
me either. It's like, who
Good.
does that really help? And if
Good.
we're really trying to help people, we should just be having conversations, respectful conversations.
I agree. So let's get to it then. So how do you feel about my prompt here?
That it says God is evil and silly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, obviously I disagree with that.
Okay.
And I'll tell you the reason being is because, in the Christian belief, man, we're held to a pretty high standard. So you could say you don't believe in God, and I'll say I do believe in God. But when we judge our standards and even the accountability that we hold ourselves to, it'll always, and I mean this in a humble way, and it's not because it's my standard, but it's because it's God's standard, that our standard will always be better than those who don't believe. Because, we believe in forgiveness, we believe in love, trying our best to turn the other cheek, to pray for our enemies,
I hear
those we
this.
love and those we don't love. So
hear
if
this.
God isn't real, because I don't think you think God isn't real, right? You think there is a God, you just don't think it's the God of the Bible, right?
No, I don't think any gods exist at all. But I think the God of the Bible is a particularly horrific story and does not deserve to be loved or worshipped or even respected, possibly feared. If such
That
a
is a
God were
little
to exist,
confusing
I
now
would
that I
fear
think
that
about
God.
it. You pause it. The claim is God, or the prompt says God is evil and silly, and so I could understand some theist who's totally unfamiliar with John, maybe thinking that he means God exists and is evil and silly.
Yeah, a more clear title would be something like "The God of the Bible is evil and silly."
Or Abrahamic gods are evil and silly.
Yeah, true. Oh, we got more friends popping into chat. Looks like we have Calicia. Good to see you. Clockwork
Mr. Green.
Rex and Mr. Green. Good to see
Hey
you,
guys,
folks.
welcome aboard.
Yep. Hope you all had a good Monday and are ready just to hang out with friends and have a good time.
God, but there's nothing that would make me love that God, because yes, Jesus taught some nice lessons about forgiveness, but you can't just take those things. If you think Jesus is God, then you have to reconcile all the lovely things he said that one might find on the side of an inspirational mug with the horrific things he did earlier in his tenure, when he was commanding men to kill children with swords, for example, and when he was allowing people to take young virgin girls as the spoils of war and rape children, and specific commandments to steal women to be given to other people, and making women property. And even when Jesus came along in the New Testament, we're still told that women have to submit to men. And I'm reminded of the horrific test that he dreamed up in the book of Numbers, where if a man just feels himself feeling a little bit jealous, he can put his wife through an absolutely horrific ritual of humiliation and abuse because he feeling a bit insecure and jealous. And that's Jesus too, if you think Jesus is God, right? So yes, Jesus came along later and said, love your enemies and forgive people and be nice. That doesn't mean, that's kind of, to me, I see that as being the equivalent of the abusive husband who beats his wife black and blue in the morning and buys her flowers in the evening. And she goes, oh, they're lovely. They're lovely. Chrysanthemum's my favorite. Like, okay, but you were kicking 7 shades of shit out of her this morning, spitting in her face and telling her she's worthless. You're not a model husband because you bought her flowers. This is how I look at God
I bought you flowers in every color that I left on your face.
Right? No shit.
Oh, jeez.
There's a red and purple, a black one.
Blue one.
Why is it always the religious people defending that kind of behavior? I'll never hear atheists defending abuse and slavery, and not that they can't, but they just typically don't.
I'm sure there are some atheists out there that will, but like it's not as prevalent as in like
Yeah.
the theist circles. Hey, random mods, good to see you in chat.
Yeah, John, anything taken out of context can sound pretty insane for anything in life. So just like the Bible, when you take things out of context, when we're reading about God's judgment and his wrath against evil, sometimes when you're just reading the punishment that they're receiving, it sounds pretty shocking. And I want to tell you this too. I didn't always believe in God. I didn't even think Jesus was real, man. I used to mock Jesus. I used to think God wasn't there was no God. So I just wanted to let you know that ahead of time, that I'm only 7 years and even thinking God really exists, and even 6 years into knowing who Jesus is. So I just wanted to tell you that so you can take out of your mind that I'm just like everybody else, maybe born into this, indoctrinated into this, that I'm just some kind of robot, so you can see me through a different lens.
I'm not like the other Christians.
Right? He's exactly like the other Christians.
Okay,
but I do want to know, since, did you always not believe in God? Because for somebody who cherry picks Bible verses, a book of God, what brought you to the Bible to cherry pick about God?
Worth
You didn't
it.
believe in God. I'm just wondering.
I'll answer
before we move on to, because what you threw.
Yeah, he's already mad. You can tell because he's accusing John of cherry picking. It's like we're just reading what's in the Bible. Like if it's in there, it's not our fault that it's terrible. Like you're just coping.
Yeah, they John and Sean plant the flag immediately. They stop the show just to bring him back, because he'll keep trying to do that too. He wants to just carry right on with his assertions.
Threw in there is like out of context, didn't provide the context, didn't and cherry pick, and then hey, so John, let me ask you a question. So
that can't remain unchallenged.
This doesn't get addressed, and it's kind of sneaky, but like so John, out of context.
Hey Eric, how you doing tonight?
Hey, doing well.
What's up,
Good
Eric?
to hear.
Yeah, how's everyone else doing? How's everyone else doing tonight?
Well,
doing all right. The missus went out to with some friends for sushi, and so I had RP Junior for a little longer today. But
okay.
Nice.
Still doing fine. Was able to get a nap in while she was gone.
Nice. I too was taking care of one of my children, my brand new steam machine. So
nice. So many people got excited that like Half-Life 3 was secretly confirmed when they were showing off like the Steam machine at some expo. There was like a decal that looked like the Lambda symbol that was like covered over by another decal.
Oh, but interesting. I'll look that. I'm all for Half-Life 3 conspiracy theories.
Come out?
I don't think so. I think it's just copium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't that happen though? It seems obvious. Like so many people would want it. They're just letting it like build up until it's like at a fever pitch, and then really make a game.
Like I'm afraid that it might end up like a Duke Nukem Forever, where like like there's just been so much hype for so long that like it can never actually live up to the hype.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Valve.
Isn't there a GTA version that's like has that same problem?
Yeah, GTA 6 is coming out this November, and it's been many years since the last one.
10 years since the last one.
Yeah. It's
so weird. Like the biggest franchises, they used to be like, they used to come out with their content like they'd be like constant, like every couple of years. But, like the biggest stuff goes forever without. It's like it rides the coattails of it, milks everything out of the previous.
Yeah, Skyrim.
Yeah, but look at the technological advancements just in the last few years, though. I mean, I imagine that would, light fires under the game devs to like scrap what they've already done and say, let's do it like this,
Yeah, these studios that have these kind of mega IPs, they definitely are in this cycle of, okay, we're gonna have like a decade between releases. And really, really work carefully on their products. And it's
they actually don't, though. They don't actually put the product together until like they might.
It depends on the studio.
Yeah,
it depends on the
that's right.
studio.
Usually
I
they throw
know
it together in the last year or two.
I know for a fact, like Bethesda just like Microsoft basically took Fallout from Bethesda and gave it back to Obsidian and said, "Here, Obsidian, make a game," which is phenomenal news because Obsidian made Fallout New Vegas.
Bethesda would never take their
New
game
Vegas
engine.
is my favorite Fallout.
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
handing the Fallout franchise back to Obsidian is basically an admission of like, yeah, we keep fucking this up. Can you do it
Yeah.
for us, please?
But Bethesda is definitely an example of working slow and fucking up. I look at Valve and I say, yeah, they work slow, but man, when they release
Mhm.
something, it's a home run.
Yeah,
Bethesda would never update their game engine though. That was their problem. They
Yeah,
just
yeah.
clunk
By
ads
the way,
onto
it's good to see you, John.
Yeah, good to see
Morning
you,
all.
John.
Hey, John.
Hi, John. Hi, Ray.
Can I just take a quick moment on the title?
Hi,
of the
Dylan.
video that you're watching in the background.
Yeah.
God is evil and so silly.
And
You know,
silly.
it's like it's so silly. Yeah.
We commented on that just a minute ago.
Yeah, it's
legit.
giving
I
Joel and
missed it.
Mezzo vibes when they're like, "God, it's the big meanie."
My
Your God is a silly goose.
You are
It's definitely
so
meant to be
mean.
condescending.
I said every time I pick a new stream title, I want to use like my favorite stream title from Mezzo
Yeah.
ever,
It
Which is-
gives me-
which is God don't period prove wrong period. It's just like I want to do it every fucking time. I wish you would use that one more.
it gives me Monty Python vibes. You know, like it's so silly.
Yeah. And this caller is he gets so bent out of shape about it too.
Oh
Like,
really?
so it's definitely John definitely nailed it with this title because it triggers it worked. It triggers
Yeah.
this guy. Do you
But
guys wanna
anyway,
jump back?
yeah, I heard the guy say right before I joined that John is cherry picking
Yeah.
these incidents from the Bible, and I can just imagine like an abuser in court, a defendant going, "Yeah, sure, if you talk about this, this, and this, you're just cherry picking. I mean, sure, I beat my wife 3 times, but hey, I bought her dinner 10."
Yeah, I was
Exactly.
about to say exactly the same thing. Like, yeah, but the only thing that she's talking about here, Your Honor, is when I slapped the fuck out of her. You know,
Mhm.
Right.
Why are we
This call-
talking
this
about
call
the
gets-
negatives?
this-
Your Honor, you need to know the context around which I beat my wife.
Yeah,
Once
right.
you know the context, you'll obviously take my side.
Everyone will
She
agree.
cooked the chicken too long, Your Honor.
yeah, but Your Honor, she just made me so fucking angry.
Right?
Oh my God.
This caller goes pretty off. He gets pretty irate. He's
Yeah.
gonna crash out pretty hard.
And you did say like you called it what was it, pre-glazing, which I really appreciate because you can definitely
Yeah.
you can definitely detect it right when the guy starts talking. He's fast and forceful and just like he calls
Yeah.
himself humble, which is hilarious. And just like
now I'm confused. It sounds
Yeah.
like a preamble to a porn video.
He's definitely
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
set everything up.
But-
He's trying to control the narrative of the call, and
Yeah.
there's like always a scramble for it. And the
Yeah.
people who are chill, like they just don't care about the narrative of the call.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not trying to control it. It just goes where it goes.
Mhm.
But the people that are trying to get out and ahead of everything, and what's up, Jamnik? People
I
are just
love
trying to
the
get out
new
ahead.
profile pic, Jamnik. That fucking
Yeah,
rocks.
I like it.
Hey, Jan.
Thank you.
Love it, Jams. Love
I thought
it.
it was more appropriate.
It's
sure.
you, definitely.
For sure.
It is you.
I mean, having Matt Dillahunty signed guitar was pretty cool, but you know, that doesn't look like me.
Damn.
Have you got? Oh no! Sorry, I was.
Okay,
confused.
anytime someone mentions your name, I see those three
Yeah, right.
emojis in my head. I'm like,
Well,
Yeah.
I thought I've only just put I've not got my contact lenses in. I've only just put my glasses on, so I'm a bit fuzzy with my vision. And I thought, I legitimately, until I got close to the screen, I thought that was one in the pink, one in the stink.
That's super.
With a smiley face sandwiched between them.
The
I was like,
shocker.
what the fuck's
You know, I'm personally more fond of the minivan. You know, 2 in the front and 5 in the rear.
Wow.
A fisting
Right,
joke.
Right,
You're welcome.
we're learning a lot about each other on this panel tonight.
Oh yeah. I always try to raise the bar here at Async on quality.
Yeah,
The Jehovah's Witness, that's still in me, like buried down deep inside, is like really blushing right now at this conversation.
hi, Robin.
I made Eric blush.
Mhm.
You feeling better, Robin?
You can't make Eric blush. I've tried.
I always want to get a little further ways into this call, and I just want you guys to see a little bit of the crash out that unfolds. It's not a very long call either. It's only like 10 minutes, I think.
All right.
Cool.
All right, let's
do
jump
it.
back in.
That did seem like it was code for stop fucking around and being disgusting, guys. That's what. Sorry, I just delayed it even further.
So in the spirit of our friendly, respectful dialogue, that's a slightly dark move that you made there, and it was noted by both of us. So I don't.
What did I do? What did I do? I mean that sincerely. What did I do?
I explained it.
What you did was you suggested that I
cherry picked. Isn't that cherry picking?
You suggested that I take things out of context and that I cherry pick things. I don't take things out of context. Now I've done quite a lot of work on context, and here's how context works. Right, there are instances in the Bible where if you take a particular line and you present it with
later on, Jada,
and then you find out the context, it totally changes the meaning of the line. An example would be in the book of Luke, when Jesus says, "If anyone says not that I'm the king, bring them here and slay them before me." Right now, some people could present that as if Jesus is specifically commanding people to do that, and of course, you will know that he wasn't. He's telling a parable about a king. Some people would say that it's metaphorical, it's allegorical for his own claims to kinghood, but he wasn't actually telling people to do that. So it would be out of context if I presented that line and made it look as if Jesus is telling people to do that. That would be an instance in which you could say, you're taking that out of context, and we read more broadly, we find out he's telling a story and it's a parable, and that context changes the meaning. So here's the rule, right? If when you look at something in context, it totally changes the meaning of the thing you're talking about, then the context becomes relevant. If when you look at the context of something, it makes absolutely no difference at all to the meaning of what you're talking about, then the context becomes irrelevant. So when I'm talking about things like God commanding, giving let's use the exact example I gave earlier, because the context makes no difference. When I used the example earlier of a man feeling jealous so he can put his wife through an absolutely horrific ritual of humiliation and abuse, if you read the entire book of Numbers, nothing is changed about what you can infer from the verses giving these prescriptions. Nothing. You can read the whole book of Numbers, you can read the entire Old Testament, and you can read the entire Bible, and you can read any other books you feel like reading also. Nothing changes about the meaning of these verses in this case, right? So what that means,
John, have you ever done something, John?
Hang on, don't distract. So what this means, I'm coming to
this is a lock, dude.
I'm coming to the end. I'm making my point.
Right.
It's actually not.
I'm making it.
You guys mentioned not talking over.
This is actually not a lot. This is actually not a lot. John is very succinctly like laying out like kind of the flaw of appealing to context.
Yep.
This is actually not a lot at all. Like John's using many words, but he's being very direct, and that's it's pretty bonkers.
Yeah, it gets
the notion of it's also intuitive, right? What he's laying out here is basically it is very intuitive. Like we all understand the distinction between something that has like can be misunderstood based on context but right. There are things that there are some statements that people make that can be misunderstood with respect to context, and there are some things that can't. Or are very difficult to. Like if somebody misunderstands, you know that they're misunderstanding on purpose, or they're fucking idiots because they've managed to misunderstand, and like the point that was being made or the message that was being
ignorance
relayed was quite concise. Like "Thou shalt not kill" can't really be misunderstood. Like you can apply it in different ways, but the meaning that is meant, like.
Yeah,
is pretty.
I would like to see more streamers, like, instead of just like avoiding the cherry picking, accusation, say, okay, what, you want to take the whole Bible in context as one?
Right.
All right, let's fucking go. If the whole thing is about control through fear, now let's talk about that in context. Yeah, but let's fucking go.
I've had arguments.
I know that's a much larger conversation. It would take forever, but sure. I mean, and then eventually both sides would end up cherry picking verses because you would have to.
But
you
everyone
know?
can tell. All of us picked up on it right away that this caller is using it as a rhetorical device. He's using it as a strategy.
Yeah,
They all do. Every time they say
yeah.
context, it's like that's why I think it's fucking stroke of genius that Joel just wrote a little 30-second song to fucking rip on people for it. You know, it's like he doesn't even have to go into it; he just plays the song.
Because what from the Christian's perspective, even though they don't quite realize this, what they're really saying is, when you're taking it out of context, what they're really saying is, you're not taking it out of the context of the Bible, you're taking it out of the context of my theology, because the theology is what's addressing all these atrocities.
Exactly,
Dylan. Like Jehovah's Witnesses say that, oh, well, Jehovah allows these things to occur because there was a challenge to his sovereignty back in the Garden of Eden, and he has to address this by allowing mankind to rule itself and to demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that they cannot rule themselves, that he is the best option. And that is their theology. Even though the Bible doesn't say that, that's the theology. So allowing slavery, or allowing rape, or allowing the misogyny in the Bible is all a part of the response to Satan's challenge. So within the theology, they have a reason, but you can't accept their theology because you aren't a member of their theology, you aren't a member of their religion.
Right.
So they have to. But the thing is, though, like when Christians say context, they don't realize that's actually what they're talking about, and not actually the context of the Bible.
That's an excellent point.
Well,
yeah.
When somebody says to me, like when I'm having an argument with like a Christian or a theist of any kind, and they say, "Hey, you're taking it out of context," the immediate thing that pops into my head is what they're saying to me is, "Hey, don't use that obnoxious thing in the Bible in a way that isn't philosophically or psychologically beneficial to me." I'm like, I don't give a fuck. That's how I interpret it.
Yeah. It's like you aren't considering my apologetic for this. Like, you don't understand this troublesome scripture because you don't understand my apologetic. And it's like, we understand the apologetic, we just don't accept it as a reason. Like it's a bad reason. Yeah.
All right, let's dive in.
This is my live stream, and I'm going to make my point.
Just holding you accountable to your own words, my friend.
And then you will get the chance to respond to what I'm saying. I'm showing you how your appeal to context is irrelevant, because the examples I gave are all examples where the context makes no difference to the meaning. Therefore, whether they're
John,
in context...
sorry for calling you a cherry picker. If we can just wrap this up. Sorry for calling you a cherry picker.
Okay, so...
And for saying you took things out of context.
So apology accepted, and withdrawal accepted. Thank you. So we can move on. So I can answer...
I realize I might be biased, but I like this John guy.
I thought you were him.
Fucking... Welcome to...
I think this John is a little further to the left of you, though.
Yeah.
It definitely. I am
just a little.
Yeah, just a little bit to the left.
Do you hear it, John? Do you hear how much you sound like him?
I kind of do. I get where you're going now that I've heard him speak for a bit. I do get where you're going. Yeah.
And when your name was John, when I first met you, like I had to go in the side chat and be like, "I am so lost."
Is this? When I speak and people go, "Are you John?" Is this who people are asking me if I'm that person? Is that who they think?
That's what I was asking you, and you said,
right.
You said something back to me like, "Who doesn't know John Cohen?" And I was like, "You?
Are you joking? Are you kidding?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I couldn't figure it out, and I didn't want to be rude to you, so I had to go ask Gretchen, and she's like, "No, it's not. It's not the same." I was like, "Okay, thank you."
Right. Fair enough. I like certainly. I do get. We do have the same sort of like Middle English twang. I'll grant you that. Yeah,
He's from Surrey.
Even the tones in your voices sound quite comparable.
Yeah. Does that make any? Do you know where he's at? He's like south of London.
Yeah, no, I know exactly where Surrey is.
Okay. No, that's where he's from.
So, well, it's
about whether
it doesn't matter. It's a non-issue. It's not worth pausing the video over. I do apologize. Go on.
I was a believer or not, but they actually have nothing to do with the issue at hand.
I'm trying to get to know you a little bit, John.
I know, but there are other times of that. People aren't here for a...
Well, John, it's yes, you were, or no, you weren't. I'm just curious, because for somebody who...
I've never believed for one day in my life. It's always been obvious to me that this is patent bullshit. Sean used to be a believer, but isn't anymore. Now, let's get back to
What do you go to the Old Testament for, then? Like, what were you looking for when you were finding these verses that offended you? What were you doing in the Bible?
I was reading the Bible because I'm interested in the Bible. I'm fascinated by it. It's my full-time career, speaking about it and writing about it, because I'm fascinated about the fact that this book cripples so many people's minds. and turns people into intellectual vegetables.
How does it turn them into intellectual vegetables?
Because it makes them think that divine command theory is a valid way of approaching ethics, and it makes them think that it's acceptable.
What's divine command theory?
That I'll tell you in a moment. And it makes them think that it's acceptable for people to be punished based on what they believe, which is one of the most morally idiotic concepts anyone's ever thought up. And yet there are billions of people in the world who stand by it. So because that fascinated me so much, I wrote a book about belief, proving that belief is involuntary, and that the idea of punishing belief is therefore morally incoherent. And in order to back that up, and in order to back up the claims I make, it would be incumbent on me to have more than a passing acquaintance with the book I'm critiquing, don't you think?
Well, John, we could understand that the things that you think are foolish could be due to you just not understanding, correct? That's a fair statement.
They could,
right?
or it could be because they're actually
he's so desperate to poison that well. He's probing for anything he can latch on to basically disqualify John from having an opinion on this.
It gets much worse.
I'm still getting to terms with the concept of an intellectual vegetable, but
I've heard and used the word the term intellectual agility, and intellectual vegetable is the opposite. That's actually a really great. I'm gonna probably take that. Yeah, that's great.
He's gonna get super upset with John, and he's gonna do the thing where he tries to go to the other co-host and be like,
let's watch him do it.
Okay.
But telling us about it. Let's just watch him. Let's watch it happen.
Yeah, let's go.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
I don't want to.
And then at the end, the Titanic sinks.
No,
oh, I'm sorry.
But yeah, I only got to the part where Jack was the king of the world.
Fucking jams. What the hell?
Jack will always be the king of my world. I just want him to paint me like one of his French girls.
Well, I just want to say it always annoys me when a Christian will like try to discount the Old Testament, because without the Old Testament, like you can't even like try to claim that like you have a Messiah. I'm not conceding that Jesus fits any of the messianic criteria, but like without the Old Testament, there is no prophecy of a Messiah. Period.
It's exactly that's my issue with it. People go like, "Oh, the Old Testament doesn't count anymore." Well, if the Old Testament doesn't count, exactly what prophecy was Jesus fulfilling? You fucking simpleton! and also,
but they'll still want to come back to Genesis and pretend like that's how the world started.
Yeah, we'd all be calling him the son of Dionysus today.
So who's the cherry picker now?
Right.
Oh God, it's painful.
How the turntables.
It actually hurts.
Great, Michael Scott.
Let's see this guy crash.
Let's dive back in.
Okay, yeah, fair. I'll give you that. Or it could be that. But I think when we flesh out these things, we find that they're not BS, because everything God does is for a reason. Even like when you were saying you think it's complete BS that not believing is what condemns you, right?
Everything everybody does is for a reason. That doesn't make God special. You fucking idiots.
But if my memory serves, the Bible in no place says that everything God does is for a reason. That's him inserting his theology into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They flip back and forth.
Yeah.
Your disbelief, you think that's BS, that you're condemned. But John, if there's only one way, that means there's only one way. It's either you take it or you don't.
It's morally incoherent because belief is involuntary.
What's morally incoherent? It's involuntary.
He's trying to explain it to you.
Yeah.
Well, how did I go from not belief?
Also, there should never only be one way for God if he's truly omnipotent.
Yeah, right.
It's just a crazy thing to even assert.
Yep.
To belief, if it's
it's also like it seems like the argument that John is making here. It is the case that the beliefs, in a very real sense, beliefs are things that happen to you, and then you re-express them. Like you don't choose a belief. A belief is a product of it's a product of things that almost none of which you have any kind of actual control over. They in a very real sense, your beliefs happen to you.
Yeah.
Not you're not the in that sense you're not like the governor of your own fate. To be poetic about it.
Let's watch a longer chunk though so we don't just stop after every sentence that John says. It just gets a little distracting for me to follow everything.
Yeah, just
keep
pause,
on giving us spoilers.
Pause me whenever you feel like it.
You're fine.
Well, John, you don't even know me. How do you know I was persuaded?
Everybody who believes anything believes it because something persuaded them it's true. That's universally true for every human being that's ever lived.
Does evidence persuade?
Sometimes it's evidence, sometimes it's an argument, sometimes it's mere contemplation, sometimes it's something that someone says, sometimes it's a dream they have, sometimes it's an experience. There are many different ways that we can become persuaded of things, but in all cases, in every case of every human being that's ever lived and every human being that will ever live, believing something happens as a result of your brain becoming persuaded that it's true or likely true. This is universally true.
Yep.
And this is why and this is why punishing non-belief is morally stupid. Because for someone like me, if you say to me, I'm going to get set on fire by Jesus if I don't believe he died for my sins, and I don't believe that a God exists, and I don't believe sin exists, and I don't believe that any of this stuff is true, and I look at the Bible and it's obviously a work of myth, full of
So you don't think Jesus existed? You don't think Jesus existed?
I think he probably did. He probably wasn't called Jesus. He probably wasn't called Jesus because they didn't have that letter.
But somebody who existed that people claimed did miracles, you do believe existed, huh?
I believe that these accounts are based on either one person or a number of different people around that time who probably existed. As that's how a lot of myth making works, right? So there was probably someone
myth making though. But what's the mythicism in Jesus though?
Yeah,
let's myth making. That doesn't mean he's a mythicist. John is not claiming Jesus did not exist as a historical.
And it's
I said, what's the mythicism?
Let's not worry about that for right now. I'm making the broader point.
Because you just said that the Bible was like basically made up, but then you said Jesus actually existed.
Yeah.
How is it myth if Jesus existed?
Because the stories are that he did fucking magic, and we're adults here. We don't believe in magic.
Well,
it's really
this is exactly the problem. Like when you're arguing, when you say I don't think Jesus existed, like you're not saying that you don't think there was a historical figure. You're just not believing
I say
miracles that were attached.
I say that. I've adopted the mythicist position.
Oh, really?
Because, I'm not convinced that there is extra biblical accounting for an actual historical Jesus.
How do you account for the Bethlehem then? Like if Jesus never existed, what reason did they have to make? He could have just been born in Nazareth then. Why did they have to invent the part of a story that he has to be born in Bethlehem? If a person doesn't exist, then he can just be born wherever.
Well, because the entire story is made up.
Well, I was
a mythicist, and when I asked Justin, he the same question, like how do I what convinces you? Because I'm sure Justin was aware of the mythicist arguments. That's what he told me. He was like he couldn't get past the Bethlehem part.
So I'm not a mythicist, but I'll put on a mythicist hat here for a second. It's not logically impossible that the character of Jesus, or the person that we typically think Jesus was based on, completely didn't exist. Stories still developed about it, and legends still developed. And then when Mark was penned in 70 to 90 CE, those stories were put down onto paper, but they didn't have all the information, so they kind of filled in some of the blanks with Bethlehem or Bethel and things like that. It's not logically impossible that Jesus did not. I'm sorry, let me phrase this correctly. It is not logically impossible that Jesus, the person, did not exist, and the books could be the way they are. So it's compatible, I think.
Yeah, I know that. I still lean towards mythicism, but it's just I do think that there is a case for historicity still, but that's thanks to Justin.
But it's like
I'm 100% a mythicist, and I'm like 75% the way there to deciding that Paul is complete fiction too.
Paul's a harder sell.
But with
I know that's why it's taken a lot longer. But that shit by Nina Livesey just fucked me up. The whole
I'm still on the fence in a couple of ways. But go ahead.
With respect to Jesus, I'm not one. Firstly, I'm not a believer in the first place, and I don't. It doesn't really change my any content of my character or my life. With respect to did Jesus actually exist? I think Jesus might potentially have been an amalgamation of two or three different potential characters, but it doesn't matter.
Heads of mystery cults.
Yeah, Yeah, but it doesn't fucking matter. I definitely don't believe that there was this Jews and or Jewish people who were wandering around the Middle East 2,000 years ago, performing magic spells that then died for 3 days and came back from the fucking dead.
The part,
I don't believe that, which is the bit that matters. You know,
how many people in history have that same exact story? You're saying all the times that this occurred in history that we have record of before Jesus ever came along, people rising and dying for 3 days and coming back, and then all the other elements that match, that was all bullshit. None of that really happened. But then this time with Jesus, this time it really happened.
This one is definitely true, right?
Right. This guy did die. It was born from a virgin. Did die.
I think he was invented out of whole cloth because that's the character they needed to sell their fucking shit, and that's all there is to it. You know, like King Arthur. Like King Arthur was never fucking real, but you know what? He serves a purpose.
Yeah.
You know? Let's invent that character.
Well, King Arthur with respect to putting the sword out of the stone didn't exist, but there was a king called Arthur who did actually exist and did fight the Vikings. He was a Welsh king. So it depends. Yeah, it depends. But it's in the same way as people.
King Arthur character didn't exist.
Yeah, the character didn't exist, but there was a historical figure, and then they bolted a load of myth onto him. It's in the same way as people like fuck up stories so comprehensively. What was the name of the sword that was pulled from the stone? People.
Excalibur.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, really?
No, the sword that was pulled from the stone didn't actually have a name. Excalibur was the sword that was given to King Arthur by the Lady of the Lake, and it broke. It was after the sword that he pulled from the stone was broken at the Battle of Avalon. So, but this is what I mean. This is how people fuck up stories, like history.
Yep.
Or myth. You even fuck up myth. You know, we can't get that right either.
I think the most
pattern,
accurate,
the astrological pattern in the story too, like how it goes from with Moses. Comes down from the mountain and is upset that they're worshiping a golden calf, right? And he gets upset and he says, "You're worshiping the wrong idol." And he gives them the ram's horn, right?
And Puggles is here. Pugsy. What's up, Pugsy?
It goes from the ox, Taurus the bull, to the ram 2,500 years later, to 2,000 years after Moses, to Jesus, the fish, and it's following the procession of the equinox, and it's doing it in 2,500 year chunks. So the next one would have been Aquarius, but that wouldn't occur till 2150 in our time. So Jesus, I think it was just they invented it to be that he was just they knew that something. When Moses came down off the Mount Sinai and says, hey, everybody, you got to stop worshiping the Taurus the bull. It's because the sky had changed. The sky was no longer on Taurus the bull. The sky had shifted to the next part of the equinox. The procedural. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. So you're talking about with respect to star signs, the fact that we've got a slight axis tilt. We've got a slight wobble.
Right. So Moses is saying we got to stop worshiping Taurus because the sky's changed. We got to do the ram thing now.
Taurus is the best.
Yeah, and then when Jesus comes along, he's basically saying the same thing. We got to get rid of the rams now, guys. We're onto the fish now, and that's why Jesus represents the fish. It's because the astrological signs in the sky are changing.
Well, Sagittarius is the best, but I'm biased. So
fish was a bad idea. They should have gone from ram to bull to ox to killdozer.
Well, it goes in the order of the equinox, like the
killdozer.
Thank you for getting the reference. Culture has changed. We now need to have a constellation based off of the killdozer, where the guy made a bulldozer into a tank and destroyed most of the town.
It was like a foot of concrete that surrounded the entire bulldozer.
Do you know what that
crazy?
That guy.
One of my favorite videos.
They tried to stop him for fucking hours, and the only reason that his vehicle broke down And the last thing
It
they
was
had,
that was the most American thing for
Oh,
any
yeah.
American to have ever Americaned. It's like insane.
yeah,
And he only targeted the people who fucked him over. It's like,
Who
oh,
fucked him
here's
over,
the
yeah.
courthouse, here's the judge, here's the commissioner. Yeah.
do you know what amazed me about that whole story? It was like apparently the governor of the town like put a call into the National Guard and requested an A10 come and deal with it. And they're like,
Yeah,
we're
they
not
were
going
gonna
to
blow up the
fucking A10. Fucking like the Midwestern American town, you fucking lunatic. It's a tractor with some concrete on top. No, we're not doing that.
That would have been an awesome headline, though. An A10 strafes Main Street of a small town.
Okay, now that would have been the most American thing for any American to have ever American.
USA, USA.
Can you imagine, like, like you know, just a 30mm rounds just ripping up the asphalt on Main Street.
I mean, in the mayor's defense, that would have solved the problem.
It absolutely would have worked. That's the fucking point. I mean,
If you go to I actually totally forgot about Killdozer until you just mentioned it. The guy's name was Marvin Hemeyer. If you go to his Wikipedia page, he's just got the most shit-eating grin in his photo. It's great.
It's also like don't break a competent person. If you break a competent person,
yeah,
he will visit his wrath upon you.
Yeah.
Do not do that. You know, and that's exactly what happened. Like,
that's a very happy looking man in that picture. On Wiki.
Was it? Did he only did property damage, right? Like he didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, no, he didn't kill anybody.
Okay, yeah.
Well, other than himself.
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
himself, yeah.
Well, yeah, because like you know, he the whole point was that he designed that he knew what he was doing. Like this was basically a long-winded, protracted, property-destroying suicide. You know. And supposedly the guys that were trying to get into the vehicle, like once it was like immobilized, they were busy like wiring up like breaching charges and stuff to try and get into the vehicle, and they just heard the sound of a single
Can we do something about the Holocaust denier that we have in chat, please?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Is this an actual Holocaust denier, or is this like a
looks like
Holocaust
Max Smith is debating with terrible name.
Said not one person was ever found to have died by gas.
Are you fucking kidding?
Yeah.
So not even 6 million seems like a really large number type of person. Just it didn't happen at all.
Yeah, all the cans of Zyklon B.
Yeah, they were
that's incidental.
Yeah, they're just, you know, when you have you ever if you've ever actually been
that we
there,
have RB, you want to put that in the Discord, or you want me to just do it real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Document it for me.
When I saw these industrial sized rooms, I just thought they were baking lots and lots and lots of cookies. That's exactly what they were doing.
Oh yeah, those ovens.
Yeah,
totally.
Max Smith, go find like the biggest pineapple ever and fuck yourself with it.
Yes, thank you.
Wow,
just disgusting.
Yeah, but then was trying to talk about how the Shroud of Turin was real.
The rag. That like, you know, what was it? Some bishops like have communications of it being, you know, a work of art at the time.
Talk about
it's been radiometrically dated to the 1300s.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, like a 3D extrusion makes absolutely no sense.
Well, you have to understand that when Jesus resurrected in it, there was a burst of radiation. That's what throws off our dating methods.
Talk about being screwed up on how to like review evidence.
Yeah, for the record, though, that's a real thing that a Christian actually said about it. So I'm not making that up.
I'm talking about Mr. in the chat there trying to say the Holocaust wasn't real, but the Shroud of Turin is.
Yeah, probably a troll.
But they must be. They can't like, you know, the notion that this really, really, really obscure like difficult to identify piece of fabric is somehow real. But you know, the deaths of multiple family members within living memory isn't.
Yeah.
But they also make that these are also the same people who, like, you know, were you make this they unironically go, yeah, but were you there? You know, like millions of people dead in living memory / Shroud of Turin, and you believe the Shroud of Turin, but you then also unironically make the "but were you there" argument with respect to other things. It's nonsense.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
crap.
They also said, I read that earlier too. They also said that the graffiti on Pompeii said that Jesus was real. Something I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me clear up one thing real quick. Terrible name. Terrible name pointed out he wasn't arguing with Max. He's unworthy of the argument. I just wanted to confirm what question he was trying to get at. So my apologies for presuming you are arguing with him. Terrible name.
No.
Which is still a great name.
We prejudged you because you have Clippy as your avatar, and yeah.
How cute you are, Eric. I like your picture.
Thank you.
Are we doing baby pics in our profile now?
Oh no,
Might as well, right?
Let's not get the channel banned or attract an unwanted audience.
Okay.
So real quick, this is the most damning piece of evidence. So like, if this cloth was truly draped over a face when like this image was printed into it, it should look more like this.
Yeah.
When you extrude, you know, a 2D image from a 3D model, it's going to have warping that like makes it look, you know, uncharacteristic.
Yeah.
And this looks just like a drawing of a fucking face.
Well, because it's more sectional. It's like clearly if people think that this is the shroud that was draped over a person that is somehow picked up like characteristics of the face, when you lay the cloth flat, this is exactly it's a geometric problem that you have with axial tomography with CT scans that you have to correct for, and it's all done in computer software. But you're exactly right. You know, this notion of taking like a 3-dimensional thing that you've draped, you've either taken a section of, or you've draped like you've taken an external image of. When you lay it flat, it's not the same thing. It doesn't look the fucking same. You get data. But you have to reinterpret the data so that it looks like a face or whatever the thing is for humans to interpret.
So obviously,
Mezzo does it in real time with a piece of foil.
Yeah, obviously the person who made the cloth did not also do 3D modeling video games.
Well,
we're definitely not a Blender wizard. That's the single biggest piece of evidence that you know, screams to me the shroud is, you know, a fake, a forgery.
Yeah,
but you're forgetting something. Magic.
Oh god damn it!
Yeah.
I guess I believe now.
That burst of radiation. That burst of radiation must have also distorted the imprint of the cloth. In a way that makes it more obvious to us because God wants us to know about this. It all makes sense.
Oh, clearly,
someone tried to you know, use the apologetic that like the cloth began to float above his dead body before like the burst of light happened, and that's why it's not warped. I'm like, okay, now we're just fucking like making it up as we go along.
But also, can we just like the amount of energy that would be required for like any kind of ionizing radiation, to put that image on the cloth would have also set the thing on fucking fire. It's insane.
Magic.
It's nuts.
I mean, I say we should all be grateful that Jesus was covering his junk when he died and was buried, because the cloth would be far less effective if it was like, you know, really anatomically correct.
Yeah. and unless the Shroud of Turin is made of asbestos, I'm calling bullshit on this one.
I think we can consider the shroud thoroughly debunked by the panel. Should we dive back into John?
I just wanted to
hang on. I didn't give consent to that.
What's up, Jam?
I was just going to say Jesus apparently was loved by many of the women because I can't do a joke. It's a visual joke. Picture me holding my arms out like I'm hanging on a cross. Jesus was hung like this. There you go. Big dick joke.
There you go.
All right. Anyway, back to the
Pictured you on a cross with shades, giving horns out the side.
Exactly. I'm hung, baby.
Right. Good joke. Anyway, everybody dive in. I think I can accommodate all of you.
We got plenty of lube.
Lube? Just
the stories about him.
Just some fucking cheapskate.
Preposterous.
Well, John, we could agree that if God existed, these things being done would be things that only God could do, right?
That's
These are what
fantastic.
miracles are.
If my grandmother had a chimney, she'd have been a fireplace, but I don't care about that. I'm interested in what's happening. But look,
we're bouncing around a lot. So
we are.
No talking over it. It's just me and John talking.
I'm going to get it back on track. So John explained to you that belief isn't a choice, that you're either persuaded of a thing or you're not. Your beliefs can change. That still doesn't mean beliefs are a choice. Do you agree that beliefs are not a choice? And if so, how does it morally make sense to punish people for non-belief?
Do I have a belief?
It's like whack-a-mole. It's like whack-a-mole.
I got you. John, are you married?
I know we're pausing back and forth, but super quick. I do think it is the case, and there is a distinction to be made between the beliefs happen to you, but how you rationalize the beliefs are a conscious choice. Like how you retrospectively try to explain them away or try to rationalize them. So if somebody starts rationalizing, what you believe is a product of your time and place. Like like what your parents taught you or the society in which you live, like right and wrong, etc. But how you rationalize them is the bit that kind of reveals your character. If you try to explain away really reprehensible behavior retrospectively after the reprehensible behavior,
quick, is this how you rationalize a really quick point?
Yes, it is. Don't accuse me of being verbose without evidence, Gretchen.
That was Gretchen. That was brutal, Gretchen.
I know that was. And I thought Gretchen was, I thought Gretchen was a nice person. Oh no, wait.
I don't know who told you that shit.
Free, John.
That's got nothing to do with any of this. This isn't the Ray Comfort.
I'll prove to you. No, I'll prove to you the belief is choice. Because I'm asking you, John, are you married?
You won't. You won't.
Let's find out then, John. Are you married?
Yes.
You are. Okay. Did you choose your wife or no?
Choosing a wife isn't a belief.
Okay. Did you? I got you. So, did you believe that the woman you chose was the right choice?
I was persuaded that it was an appropriate course of action for me by the evidence. I didn't choose.
And then you believed it, right?
I didn't choose to believe it. I was persuaded of it, and therefore my actions followed my involuntary state of belief that arose as a result of gathering evidence about this person and feeling that we would make a good team. But if she had been different, if she had behaved differently or had different attributes, then it would not have been possible for me to become persuaded of that. But the fact that she is the person she is, I had no choice but to be persuaded of it, and therefore I acted according to what I had involuntarily come to believe. Now, let's get back to the issue.
So you did choose your wife, though, right? Though is what you're saying, though, John. You did choose
that's irrelevant. I'm not saying that.
John, you can't even tell me whether or not you chose your wife.
You literally answered the question.
Trained in coming across a certain way,
brother.
No, I'm not your brother. I'm not your brother, and the mask is slipping. So just control yourself.
John.
Control yourself. Control yourself a little bit, okay?
John, you're not being nice, man. I'm being really nice to you.
You're coming across as a little bit supercilious right now. Look it up. Now,
what am I doing?
For Tyrannosaurus,
I love it.
He didn't even pause though. He was like, he knew the guy wasn't going to understand the word, and just when he used the word, and then immediately went, just fucking look it up. I know you're a moron. You're going to understand it.
I
and
love
just
that.
Carried on.
John's a man after my own heart, man. That's great.
That was delightful.
I do.
Hang on a second. For Tyrannosaur Man in the YouTube chat saying that I'm stuck in 2009 era new atheist garbage arguments, request up. Come and speak to us.
Hold on, John.
And
John, I'm here
see.
right now, buddy.
I know you are.
John,
I'm not your buddy.
We're not getting rid of you yet. Is marrying someone an action or a belief?
Nice, I appreciate that. So, John, did you
Is
choose
marrying someone an action or a belief?
It's both.
No, it's not. The act of marrying someone is an action. The feelings that may have influenced you to want to marry the person, that's an emotion. The intellectual assessments you make, like I believe my wife will be faithful, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, those are beliefs. But the act of marriage, you said choose your wife. By choosing your wife, that's the act of marrying the wife. That's an action. We never said you can't choose your actions. We're talking about beliefs about facts. Like I believe this is true.
Well, when you talk about marriage, it's an action and a belief. When you talk about real marriage,
you're on the right
when
track.
When you go to McDonald's and eat a Big Mac, that is both an action and a belief.
I have to be honest. This one's a bit not quite as clear. So, for example, like the reason that an institution like marriage has any kind of cultural significance whatsoever is because a large number of people believe in said institution. So there is a bit of a gray area with like this. Is going to the church, saying the words, an action, but is the thing that gives the institution any kind of cultural significance whatsoever based on belief? Absolutely. Yeah, it kind of has to be, right? It's there's no requirement for it to. It's like when you eat a chicken nugget. You know, there's a chicken nugget on the table. When you go to this, when you go and you get married, there's no marriage on the table, right? It is a belief in an institution, and there's no distinction
not
between
necessarily
the
when
belief.
there are tax codes that allow for some tax breaks that alleviate your financial stress.
I'll grant you there are implications that are attached to the belief, but it's still the belief that's at play, right?
Oh, they're completely pragmatic reasons in order to engage in the institution, so you don't really have to just believe in it just for the fact of believing in the institution.
I mean, nobody denies that they aren't related, but the fact that this guy wants to conflate the water or conflate the waters.
I'm firmly on John's side, but with this particular thing, like with respect to belief and the distinction between belief and a thing, like this one is a bit of grey area as far as I'm concerned. But that doesn't mean that he's not a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But yeah.
That's the way to go. You're on the right track with testing a hypothesis. So let's do it right now.
I'm just wondering why John could even say he chose his wife to marry.
So enough with the meta. So can you choose?
I'm just telling the truth. It's sad.
Can you because it's irrelevant because
it's not. I was proving a point here, and you guys ran.
Okay. So can you choose to believe the building you're in right now is going to fall in the next minute?
I mean, I'll answer your question, but I just want to know if John chose his wife or not.
Okay, you're being a fool right now. Yes, I chose to marry my wife based on, as I said to you before, quite clearly, only you failed to grasp this, that I made an assessment of my wife's character based on facts that persuaded me that we would be a good match. I had no choice, but I had no choice but to be persuaded of that based on the evidence of getting to know her. In the same way that when someone behaves in a way that makes you convinced that they're not trustworthy, you're not able to believe they are. You are inevitably convinced that they're not trustworthy, and believing that they're trustworthy is impossible. So as I got to know my wife and I got to know what her character was like, we started to build an evidence record of our interactions, right? I see
cool, John, so you chose her based off your belief. Nice. We can move on.
Be quiet. I watched how she behaved, and I built up an evidence record of her behavior. And as a result of that, I had no choice but to become convinced that she had certain character traits that would make us a good fit. Now, having been convinced of that, I could have chosen at that point not to marry her, and I chose a particular course of action. Now people who are against free will would say you didn't choose that either, and they're actually right. But even if they're right, I had the impression of making a choice of action, but I didn't have the impression of making a choice of action as to my assessment about her, which is where the belief lives. Now, your inability to separate my belief about my wife's attributes. Be quiet. Your inability to distinguish between my making an assessment of my wife's attributes and my decision to act on those attributes is a you problem. It isn't a me problem, because I understand this material quite well. You've
I
never
don't think
heard
you
it
do, John.
before.
Is
You've never
it
heard
is
it
it is
before.
it
I've
is it
written
is it is it just me, or is the guy that John is talking to has clearly understood at this point that he's intellectually outstripped, and that's why he's asking these like provocative questions, like, "Do you believe your wife is faithful?" You know, he's trying to, you know, he's trying to set like he's trying to trigger the guy. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whereas
he was
John-
doing it. He was doing it earlier, so stands to reason he's doing it now.
And John has reason to believe that his wife is faithful through the demonstrations in their entire relationship. Yeah.
Well, the like
inform
is
your belief.
isn't it prudent like to you don't pick the person that you're going to spend the vast majority of your life with without like interrogating their positions. And when I say interrogating, I don't mean like in a negative way. It's like you have a conversation
for us unlettered Americans. Interrogate is not necessarily a negative thing.
But you know, you have a conversation with the person. You sit them down. You have a conversation like, what do you believe about this? What do you believe about that? Like, how would you like if you're going to raise children with the person? It might be a good idea to maybe have a conversation about how you would raise children. You do all of that, and then you decide if you're going to spend the rest of your life with them. You don't. Oh, I don't know. Let your fucking parents do it for you. For example.
Yeah, the caller's completely bad faith at this point.
Yeah.
He had this agenda coming in. Like I don't buy that he was just that he had been watching for 10 minutes and then just randomly, like, he knew John was an atheist. He knew that he knew the angles he was gonna take.
Yeah.
So I don't buy that. He's doing the weaponized ignorance thing. Sorry, Robin, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I didn't even bother to find out the last names of the two I married. So, yeah.
Also, I've seen people weaponize ignorance before, but I've never seen people like forge ignorance into a fucking cruise missile.
Yeah, like he was totally aiming to piss John off with the faithful wife thing, and John does a great job of addressing it. But
I don't think you've been around enough Americans yet, then, John. If you think you've never seen ignorance weaponized into a cruise missile.
Well, you have not been to the deep south of England or the extreme north.
Go to the deep south of America.
Look, Gretchen, Robin, we Midlanders look down on fucking everybody. And if you don't think it includes it includes the north and south of England, it definitely includes.
Good.
All of it.
like there's like weaponized nukes in America of ignorance.
Yes. Like there's actually an ARC encounter.
It's called the RNC.
There you go.
There's actually a big boat in my state that like for it.
Robin, I definitely appreciate your position, because the thing that I always find absolutely hilarious is that somebody built a scale model of the Ark that leaks when it fucking rains. It's insane, right?
Yeah, water damage first time.
Yeah,
it's actually an excellent demonstration of why it's impossible in the first place. They just didn't realize it.
There's also triceratopses with little like saddles on them that the kids can ride.
It's a perfect example of the lunacy of the position, because it firstly, it's not even actually a boat. It's only half of a boat, because the other side is a building that was designed by architects and engineers and stuff, and it just the attempt to marry together these two things that were never supposed to be put together in the first place, and the small number of animals that they have in this building is more than they can manage. Can you imagine a family of like 7 or 11 people trying to shovel 11 tons of shit a day out of
8.
one small hole? Was it 8?
8.
Right.
8 people. 8 people. We know how many people are supposed to be on it. 8 people.
It's absolutely insane. Like, it doesn't even begin to make sense.
All right, let's go.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Nah, I bet it was
Which is coming
7
out
people.
all-
I doubt Noah had to do shit.
Right? Have you ever seen non-stamp collectors video of Noah's Ark? That shit is hilarious.
I just have an image now in my head of
What's up, Kurt?
Noah just commanding everyone to do work, and he's like, he himself is shitting, and he's like, hey, you scoop my shit.
Good
You're
point.
doing it
all
wrong.
over the world in a couple of months. It's going to be in every university library in every English-speaking country in the
Good
world.
luck.
You know nothing about this, and you're revealing yourself to be very, very ignorant, and not the sweet, kind guy that you had us all believe as you came in. Because
Sweet
your
of you.
your
Same with you.
your
Likewise, brother.
your argumentative style has shown you to be rather insincere. Now, I like having good-natured conversations, but you've
Me
steered
too,
this
brother.
one. You've steered this one off track. I'm not your brother. I'm not your brother.
That's rude.
I'm not
So
your brother.
one of to the question I asked you, can you right now choose to believe that the structure you're in, whether you're in a house or building, is going to fall down and collapse in on you in 1 minute? Can you choose that, yes or no?
What? Say that one more time.
Okay. Can you choose to be persuaded, choose to be convinced that the building structure you're in right now is going to collapse on you in 1 minute? Okay,
Yeah.
go
Hey,
ahead.
Kurt.
Go ahead and do it. Let us know when you believe.
Could I choose to believe that?
Yeah, believe it
Yeah,
now.
Yeah,
Show
believe
us.
it now. If you can't, hold on. If you can't, if you know deep down you're unable to do that, please let us know by making an excuse not to take the challenge. So go ahead and do it
Right.
now.
Right. You guys sound silly. No one made an argument for that. The point was that based off of
Are you gonna
evidence,
take
you
the
then
challenge?
believe and choose.
Hold on.
You
hold
then
on.
believe
Test
and
the
choose. What a
hypothesis.
weak argument. What's your argument?
All right.
Who is this guy? Is this your wife?
Oh, there's the homophobia.
Oh, he took the glasses off,
Yeah.
everybody. He's getting serious. Uh-oh.
All right, so you revealed yourself. Thank you for showing your face. So the mask, you're right, John. The mask came off. You came in like brother this and brother that, and I'm just here to have a good conversation.
It's
And
going to
then
make
now
it's
it's
going to
like
make a great clip though. It's going to
So
make a
you
great clip.
guys are husbands. Oh my goodness.
Everybody, this is Christian morals right here on full display. Thank you for
No, I'm just
representing
asking.
Christianity.
I didn't know.
Thank you for representing Christianity.
What did I do?
What did I do?
No one's buying your shtick. So basically, all you said
I just
is that you're incapable.
I just want to point out that the English guy, when he smiled there, was displaying his perfectly aligned, pristine white teeth. So can we put this trope to bed like immediately?
Oh, John. I've always noticed that John has a great dental hygiene.
But that was it. That was like
it's me, the American, that doesn't have good dental hygiene. I have like 6 teeth in my mouth.
That can't
Not
be true.
literally.
Like
No, it's not.
You're but this guy, the guy he's talking to is a fucking
Drugs are a bitch. What can we say?
Yeah, he's an ass. It's a complete ass hat. This whole fake friendliness, and like he knew he was coming in to do this from the start.
But you notice how like John, like every time he calls him brother, he's like, "I'm not your brother. Like, don't pretend you're my friend." Like, there's an honesty at play from one side of this conversation, and there's kind of this fake sincerity that's coming in from the other side, and it's weaponized fake sincerity, and like, everybody knows it. Like, it's cringy when he says
the
brother.
mask comes all the way off at the end, though. I think.
Oh, does
if I
it?
remember.
Oh,
yeah. It gets pretty bad. I don't
It's not already pretty bad. Holy fuck.
Oh yeah, I mean this is what I was thinking of. So this part.
Capable of
Yeah,
understanding.
I want to talk to you, John. I don't know who Sean is. I want to talk to you.
Be quiet. What you've done is just demonstrated that you're incapable of understanding doxastic involuntarism. We understand that. Most people are incapable of it, but some people demonstrate a bit more willingness to learn and understand it. You haven't.
he understands it.
You haven't done that. So on the basis of the fact that
I think
you've
he's
now
being dishonest.
Sean just said I understand it. That's what he asked for.
Yeah. So on the basis that you've now demonstrated that you're either an imbecile or that you're just in here in bad faith, I'm going to drop you because you're boring. Off he goes. Okay, people, get your ratings in for that person. It's going to make a great clip because I'm going to contrast his lovey-dovey kumbaya as he came in with when the mask slipped. I love it when the mask slips. It was like
that happened last week too.
David,
last week,
our first caller, David, the South African guy. He did the same thing. I think it's part of their training. It's like come in with this very sort of sticky,
disarming.
I was a little bit like he's overplaying this a little bit, but I thought I'll go along with it and see and test and probe a little bit. And there you go. He wasn't very good at it because when the mask slipped, boy, it came off, right? And he revealed himself to be a child.
I thought he said something.
But anyway, there we are. That was one of
Maybe
the
that was all I
chosen.
was thinking of.
One of the chosen people. We get wonderful guests.
Okay,
here, don't
that's
we?
good.
Okay.
That's essentially the end of it.
Nice.
When an English person says, "Okay, be quiet now," That's the American equivalent of that's
up.
like an American shut the fuck up. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great day. That's shut the fuck up right there. Yeah.
It was a pretty wild call, though.
I'm
I
glad
hope he
you
called
finally.
Linda.
I'm glad you finally agreed that you remind us of John. John.
All right.
But I did look. I've never like I'm not like whilst I spend quite some time with you fine people, and that's not ironic. Like, yeah, I do think you are mostly fine people, mostly.
I know how you feel.
But I don't. I'm not perpetually on the internet. I do like spend most of my day doing other stuff. So I didn't actually know who this person was, but now I've heard it, and like obviously with respect to English accents, I get where you guys are coming from. I do understand because we kind of have the same cadence as well. It's not just about the accent; it's how we form sentences and stuff, which I do. And now I understand it. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, John's a smart guy too. His wife's like a neuroscientist, I think, and I don't know what his background is, but
he's a musician.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
He's a musician, a music producer, I think.
I know he wrote a book. He's got a book coming out, right?
Yeah, he has. His book is called Unconvinced.
Yeah.
Is this a palate cleanser?
Yeah, this was suggested by Jam to pay homage to Sam Neill, who was an outspoken atheist and a humanist.
I saw this yesterday. This is a great clip. Yeah.
So this is Jurassic Park, but with cats.
Yeah.
Absolutely still. His vision is based on movement.
Please tell me when the idiot kid shines the flashlight out the window, the cat tries to swat it.
Oh no, it's lagging! There we go.
I like it.
You hear it purring.
That's hilarious.
Nice.
I like it.
The cat food edition was brilliant.
Yeah.
And then there's just the last little bit of him lying on this big furry kitty.
If cats like you and if cats are friends with you, you're all good. If they don't like you, they will tear a chunk off you. And there's no misinterpretation with cats. Like you definitely know whether they like you or not. I do get the impression that a T-Rex would probably be quite similar in that regard.
Well, my cat knows I was watching a cat video because it just got up in my face. And it was like, why aren't you paying attention to me?
But do you know, when my now wife, who like we were dating at the time, the first time I ever spent the night at her house, her cat Tinkerbell, which obviously long dead now because it's over a decade ago, came and sat on my lap, and she was like, "This fucking bitch hates everybody. What did you do?" And I was like, "I'm just me." And the cat just came and sat on my lap. It's like,
Yep.
and my wife went, "But that cat's a fucking psychopath. Like, what did you do?" I went, "I don't know." Like, shit.
Yeah, I got the same problem with our cat. Our cat's 15, and she's like kind of going senile. But when she decides she wants to be on my lap, nothing will stop her. I will kick her off my lap and off my desk 20, 30 times, and she'll still come back.
Yeah.
I think the more allergic you are to cats increases the likelihood that they're going to want to be around you.
It's true.
I can confirm that. I am deathly allergic, and cats love me.
Yeah. They sense weakness, and they're like, yeah, we got to go in there and take advantage of this.
That's scary. Yeah.
Cats love me too. I have cats that follow me around the neighborhood.
Well, I have 4 cats, and all I am is like a person who hands out treats and changes litter boxes.
Yeah, that's all it takes to really get a cat to love you. Is just feed it consistently.
It's an old Terry Pratchett joke, and the joke is that cats only put up with humans until somebody invents a can opener that can be operated without thumbs.
Yeah.
They don't like to shovel their own shit either, so they want somebody to clean that out too. But I got tickled. John Stewart today. He asked, "How the hell did Lindsey Graham die before Mitch McConnell?"
Before Mitch McConnell, yeah.
No, Mitch McConnell
He
did
was
die
over a
before
decade.
Hey,
Mitch
gotta
too.
hand it to
It's
him.
crazy.
He went that whole thing without doing the Lindsey Graham impression.
I know it's
So he kept it respectful.
I know it's a different political environment, but Anne Widdecombe, who is
it's awful.
Can you
There's no proof that he's alive, Opal.
But super quick, and in the UK, Anne Widdecombe was
brutally murdered.
Beaten
he's
to death.
not. Mitch McConnell isn't technically dead. If he's on life support, he's still technically alive.
Yeah, I saw that. That's really sad. I mean, like that was they arrested somebody, but then they turned them loose.
If he really did die, he would be going to the coroner's office. He would be going to the state coroner first, right?
We're talking about Anne Widdecombe, like.
Well, no, we're talking about two things. No, that's fine. We're talking about two things at the same time. There's a bit of crosstalk. It's fine.
Gotcha.
Don't worry about it. I was just like, because you guys are talking about obviously he's a Republican that's recently passed away.
Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, thank you. And because you started talking about Lindsey Graham, I went, well, and then I said, obviously, I understand that you guys don't know who Anne Widdecombe would be because she's a conservative in the UK, has no political salience in the US. But she was like in Anne Widdecombe, she was 78, 79.
Well, she debated, like she's debated.
She's debated Christopher Hitchens, exactly. Yeah.
She debated Christopher Hitchens in the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Is the Catholic Church?
Yeah.
Because he didn't debate very many.
Oh, that was great.
That remember the woman, that older woman. It was the woman that was. She was brutally murdered,
beaten to death in her own home a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Oh damn!
But they don't think it was politically motivated. They said, right?
No,
that's Madeline Murray O'Hare.
That's
the lady who was like.
They had the FBI out in full force at Lindsey Graham's house today. They were tearing the whole place apart. Just out of an abundance of caution, even though he fucking died from a freaking heart attack or an aneurysm or something.
Well, he probably had, he might have had
aortic dissection was the word that came from the hospital. So
he might have had bowels there.
Also, just on like claiming that Anne Widdecombe's death was not politically motivated is fucking insane. Like,
really?
She lived in a rural area of the country. She was a well-known advocate of things that, generally speaking, piss people off. And she's been politically active for the vast majority of her life. Like, are we really expected to believe that some like fucking lunatic drove nearly 300 miles with a baseball bat in the boot of his car, beat her to death with it, turned around and drove 300 miles back, and there was no motivation, and nothing that he could possibly have done was motivated by politics? It's insane. Of course,
they arrested somebody.
Yeah, they're gonna hide Mitch McConnell's carcass.
I mean, I saw where they
September 8th.
I saw where they arrested somebody for like her, but they turned them loose.
Yeah. So that they arrested one person who was like in could potentially have committed the crime, who was in proximity, and like in the UK, you don't necessarily, like, to arrest a person, you don't necessarily have to demonstrate cause. You just have to have a suspicion. And they arrested him, did their investigations, determined that he wasn't involved, and have released him. But they've arrested a second person who lives more than 270 miles away. Like,
I didn't know that.
Have you ever? Yeah. Okay. John, do you know who Madeline Murray O'Hare was?
No.
Madeline Murray O'Hare. Do you remember that name?
Well, yeah, I can remember the name, yeah, but I don't know who it was.
She was the lady that founded American Atheists. She was
right, the AMA.
Yeah, she was beaten. She was murdered. Like her and her son was murdered. Like in a very she had her legs cut off. Like really, she was dismembered. She was tortured for like days before she was eventually murdered.
Yeah, there's an episode of Forensic Files on her and her murder, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, when you were talking about what happened to this lady, this senator, or this UK lady. Go ahead.
Well, no, my question was just going to be a general question with respect to I can't. I would need a very specific set of circumstances to hate somebody that much. I don't have that kind of hate in me, and I'm genuinely like fascinated by people that do, like that are so activated in that regard. Like it seems
cruel.
Well, no, I was actually going to say inhuman. Like it is obviously a very human emotion, but it seems inhuman to have to be motivated, like because there's no necessity to it, right? It's not it's not like you're hunting for food to put something on the table. It's not like there's no requirement to it.
Not even for justice. It's for like
it's just
perverted.
hate. Exactly, yeah. And I've never been motivated by that. I just don't get it. It doesn't compute for me.
I think it probably triggers something in their brain that they're getting off on, and
maybe because you're not a sociopath.
Yeah, right. That's a good thing. You can't understand.
I definitely hate some people enough to actually like fantasize about it, but not enough to actually get off my ass and do something about it. You know,
the only reason Gretchen
I've never actually met anyone like motivated me to actually make me fucking take a step to figure it the fuck out. You know,
let me just hang some coal notes on what Gretchen just said. It's the only reason that you're still alive. Anybody who Gretchen disagrees with is because she's too fucking lazy.
That's what Christian sound like you're saying, though. Like,
I'd kill you if it wasn't so much work.
That's what Christians sound like they're saying, though, when they're like, you know, if you're lucky, because if a God didn't exist, I'd be killing your ass.
Yeah,
that's the only reason. Those
are. I mean, I think half of the people. I'm just guessing the number, but I think half the people that say that are saying that out of desperation to justify the existence of their religion. But I think the other half are people who are like, yeah, I really would, because if I didn't have consequences, I wouldn't fear them, and if I didn't fear the consequences, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Yeah. Like those people scare me.
I might believe David Wood when he says that.
Who's David Wood?
You know who David Wood is?
He's
I suck with names.
He's a Christian apologist, self-admitted sociopath, and he
killed his dad or something, right?
He attempted to murder his dad with a hammer, and he went to jail for it, and then he found Jesus.
Yeah, I believe him when he says that he needs Jesus.
I'm looking him up.
Yeah. He really goes hard after he really goes hard after Muslims and Islam.
He's very anti-Muslim. He cracks me up. Really, he's kind of in a way he's funny, but he's a horrible person. But like when he wants to piss off the Muslims, he eats Quran pages. Like he'll tear a page of the Quran out and eat it on screen. It cracks me up.
It's okay now. It's okay because he's now a fine Christian. It's okay now.
If only we could get away with that in the UK. We had an autistic kid who accidentally dropped a Quran and kicked it down the corridor of his school, and he ended up with a fatwa against him. And his mum took him and the police and went to the local mosque and made a public apology. My immediate reaction was just, "Fuck you! Don't do that. It was a mistake. It was an accident. Don't fucking apologize.
Don't capitulate to him.
Yeah, exactly. Just fuck you. You know,
even if it wasn't an accident, fuck you.
Well, yeah, exactly. You should have the right. Like, it's not my book. I don't give a shit. Like, wipe your ass with it. I don't care. You're the ones that believe
it's
in
an
it.
inanimate object. Get over it. If your faith is that fragile that you need to put children to death for an accident.
But also the political reality in which we live is like, you know, the officers of Charlie Hebdo. you know. So like, unfortunately, if this non-politically insignificant group of people decide that you're the evil bastard, there's not really a fat lot we can do about it.
We'll see how long you get by with burning Bibles over here.
I use Bible pages as papers for when I need to roll a joint.
But if you publicly burn them, see how long you get by with it before you start getting
I've done that for
death threats
years.
and no telling.
I have a
what
Bible
else.
there's some Bible laying around my house somewhere. Eventually,
But do you start with the Jesus end or do you start with the Genesis end? Like which is your preference?
I just open so many in a random spot.
There's this hilarious movie called How High, starring Method Man and Redman.
Oh, I remember that movie.
Where they like smoke some J's, like using like this like ancient historic book, and like the ghost of like the person that it's an autobiography of like ends up like haunting them and like helping them get through college.
I could use that.
I've seen the movie, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
To answer the question about what part of the Bible to smoke first, I always look for the burnt offerings.
Nice.
Yes.
You know, be really impressive. Book of Daniel, story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. How God basically made them fireproof. So if you can like take that page and then try to light it and it doesn't light, that might be some good evidence of the story there.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
proof of God.
When I was in high school, we used to get these really big, like we'd go down to the head shops in Iowa City, and we'd get these really big, like think like the size of like a cigar, so like a blunt size, but these really big American flag papers. They were the shittiest papers ever. They never burned evenly. I mean, you were constantly licking the side and having to light parts of it, and I mean, it would fall apart, but it was just that we wanted to be seen burning, smoking an American flag. But
freedom of speech,
right?
Yeah.
The shittiest papers. Wasted so much weed. You could put like a quarter ounce in one in
wow.
At Christmas,
God bless America.
At Christmas, my mom told me, at like over Christmas dinner, she said that people should go to jail for burning the flag.
Why?
Yeah, like it's the first time I've ever seen my dad like elbow her because I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "This somehow for some reason the Supreme Court disagrees with you." My dad was like,
"Elbow goes against the law."
I think it's more offensive to wear the flag as like a cape than it is to burn the flag.
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
Like there are rules for flags, and Republicans and Patriots break every single one of those rules.
You're not supposed to wear it as a pin.
More
You're not supposed to wear it as clothing.
What, Gretchen?
So I don't think it's worse, but it's definitely the same thing. You know, you're supposed to burn the flag anyway if it's touched the ground. So
right,
if you get caught for burning a flag, just say, "But it touched the ground."
Well, I mean, like Trump.
I'm just doing my thing.
Trump signing using a magic marker to sign his name on flags is the most disrespectful thing.
Oh, like Jesus!
Like, yeah, he autographed flags. Like he stood there
dry humping them on stage. That was pretty bad too.
That was disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, it was. That's super fucking disturbing.
Do you know one of the things that bugs me? It's obviously it's a unique thing to the United Kingdom, but it's when people call it the Union Jack. I'm like, it's the Union flag. It's only the Union Jack when it's on a Navy vessel. When it's the Union flag on like a building or something. It's not a Union Jack, and I don't understand. It's just a little thing that annoys me, and I don't really know. It's not burning it, obviously, but it just bugs me, that little detail. I don't know why.
And the particular flag that's on the SS Mehoff, that's the Union Jack Mehoff.
I'm glad there was a punchline to that. Otherwise, we were about to go to war again.
Yeah.
not Not that we could fucking do anything about it.
What do you call it like on Australia's flags when it has the stars and then the jack?
We don't care about them. Like because we pretend that the Commonwealth matter, but they don't really.
What, the
Jack
prison
down
country?
I'm surprised you guys don't call it the stars and bars, because that would be fucking hilarious.
Right?
No, obviously, I'm joking.
That's what we call our Confederate flag. The stars and bars.
The stars and bars. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. The Confederate flag. Mm-hmm.
I call it the. I think the best Confederate flag was the last one, which was the white one.
Of course, you prefer the white one, Robin.
One more time, Robin. Yeah, just super quick. One more time, Robin.
That they surrendered.
The best Confederate flag was the last one they had, which was the white one.
Just one more time. Can you enunciate a little bit better, just so I can clip that? That'd be.
Yeah.
The white ones are the best.
Yeah, the white one. You know that's what NASCAR.
Show us your Union Jack, John.
NASCAR banned all Confederate flags except for the last one, which was the white one.
If you can emphasize the H in white, that'd be amazing.
White one.
White.
Yeah. Yeah. That was when, but that was I always like when NASCAR banned all the Confederate flags except for the last one, which is the white flag. Yeah.
Whoever was about to say "cool whip,"
Cool whip.
Did you see the fucking IndyCar shit at the White House today?
What?
Did you see the IndyCar shit at the White House today?
No.
They had they had like 3 or 4 drivers talking to Trump. They were announcing the DC, the Freedom 250 Indy race or something, and they even had a couple of like Indy cars come up and do a pit stop right in front of the fucking White House driveway. On the White House driveway, right in front of the portico. South portico.
Is IndyCar the one where they just drive around in concentric circles all day?
No,
it's NASCAR, but IndyCar is sort of like Formula One, but they're a little different cars.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fine. I've like motorsports. It's the Isle of Man TT and rally is the two sports which to me are like when if you get it wrong, you're not going off into a gravel trap. You're going either through a shop window or your car is being wrapped around a fucking tree. Those are sports.
Yeah, that's the Indy cars too.
Kurt says Indy cars turn right, also turn right. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like the only thing is rubbing. Like I tell Simos all the time, rubbing is racing. I'm sorry, Simos, rubbing is racing.
Yeah, well, the joke with Formula One is that if you're a Formula One spectator, like you pick a point on the track and then you watch the cars go round, and like they go round about 80 times, and if they change order when they go past, that's when you cheer. You know, it's as a sport. I appreciate the engineering, I appreciate the skill of the drivers. But as a spectator sport, it's not really that entertaining. Whereas rally, on the other hand, they're fucking epic, you know?
Yeah.
By comparison.
Well, I want to invite Bacon and Bush, if you're still in chat, to jump up here. I feel like we should go ahead and get started with this reaction.
Or Dylan,
to Theremin Trees.
if you're so inclined.
Is Dylan XJW2?
Yeah,
he said he was.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Dylan. Any XJWs in chat, like feel free to get up here because this is going to be about the JW Church.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can drop some context too about this video while we wait too.
I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna jump down so y'all can let all the JWs get up here, and I'm about like wore out myself anyway on what little bit I've been on here. So
All right, well,
You
we
need to go
appreciate
sleep.
you, Robin.
Mod was asking about you this morning, Robin.
yeah, like her show's way too early for me to get during the day. But
Yeah.
Well, stay safe, Robin. Much love.
all right, love y'all.
Yeah, Robin.
See
Hi,
ya.
Robin. Feel better.
So, Eric, you used to be a Joho, right?
Yes, I used to be a J-Dub. So
I'm just a hoe.
a J-Ho, J-Hober.
Yeah,
We know, Jan. We know.
Jehovah's Witness, yeah.
Yeah, Jehovah's Witness.
My bad.
So Jehovah's Witnesses, a small-time Christian cult, about 150 years old. They have about 8 million members currently. So
Every
within-
single one of them knocks my door like about once every 20 minutes.
Yeah, about every 8 a.m. every Saturday. Like when you're trying to just sleep. So anyway, so back in the 2000s or 2010s rather, it was came to the Australian government's attention that there were a disproportionate amount of sexual abuse victims coming out of the Jehovah's Witness religion, among other organizations. So the Australian government put together this thing called the Royal Commission, the Australian Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sex abuse. It's a long way of saying that it was a government commissioned group of people that had far-reaching powers within this narrow band of investigation, and they investigated 20, 30 plus organizations, 30 plus, I believe. Jehovah's Witnesses were case number 29, and this overarching investigation took 5 years. And
There are that many Seventh-day Adventists, really?
there are a lot, yeah. But
quite a
more
few.
than Mormons? No fucking way.
Yeah, I think so. Mormonism is very limited to the U.S. It's not around.
Jehovah's Witnesses have gone international. I'm afraid, Gretchen.
They are.
Mormons.
Well, no, I just I never thought that there were more Adventists than Mormons.
I'm sorry. Did you think that you had out religiously orthodoxed us? I mean, I know America claims to be the best at everything. Like they have this their habit of where they'll claim that something is like a World Series, but it only happens in the US. Unfortunately,
Well, I mean, most of America is either fucking Baptist or
But witnesses aren't actually Seventh-day Adventists, but they are adjacent. Like there's some direct relations between them.
And when I'm making light of I know it sounded like this video is very important, and the problem that exists within this religious tradition is fucking catastrophic. I wasn't making light of that. I was just different things. Yeah, sorry.
But anyway, Australia was investigating all these organizations. Jehovah's Witnesses were case number 29. And the thing about the witnesses is that they take some very literal interpretations of like Old Testament, mainly when it comes to accusations against fellow brothers and such. One of those rules they follow is the 2-witness rule, which is basically if an offense occurs, like some type of transgression or a crime, there has to be 2 witnesses that will testify to this event occurring for the elders to take it seriously. And the problem with that is that in most cases of child sex abuse, there are not 2 witnesses. It is just the perpetrator and the victim. So the victim can come forward to the elders, and they will say,
practically, is it not the case that you get 2 witnesses, but they're opposing witnesses? So they're both
two witnesses in agreement to what's going on. And so, so anyway, so an abuser, there's been many, many, many occasions where an abuser goes forward to the elders and says, this person abused me, and they'll start their, quote unquote investigation. And if they confront the other person, they will obviously, most cases not get a confession. And at that point, the elders are like, yeah, our hands are tied. We can't do anything about this. Oh, by the way, don't call the police, because that'll drag Jehovah's name through the mud. We don't want that. Let God handle this in its own time. It's like atrocious. Okay. So anyway, that's the atmosphere in which this all happened.
Oh wait, no, I got you now. Okay.
Pete tried dropping and coming back up.
It's the I think the turn of phrase is "Don't bring our community into disrepute."
But the common response when it comes down to that, which an elder can say, "Yeah, I believe you, but I can't do anything about it. Let Jehovah handle it in His own time." And it's anyway. So that's kind of the atmosphere in which child sex abuse really proliferates, because pedophiles and abusers can look at this and go, "Oh, I can abuse, I can exploit this system," and many have. Yeah. So that's what
Hey,
this week is
Eric.
going into. It's going into the Australia Railroad Commission and all that.
Why do you think? Why
With
do you
respect
think?
to reporting, it's a license to act without repercussion. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did.
No
Sorry,
worries.
I forgot what
yeah.
I was going to say.
Gretchen, is Pete ex JW?
I want to say he's ex Mo, but I think that was Deacidal and not Pete.
Oh, I remember.
So
Eric.
I don't know.
Why do you think these organizations do this? I mean, do you think it's just because they don't want the bad PR, or
I think that's the main motivation. Yes, because if you talk to any like elder or higher up in the organization, the witness organization, they're going to say that Jehovah's name, keeping it clean, Jehovah's sovereignty is of utmost importance.
how does it tarnish? I would think this would tarnish Jehovah's name more by not getting these type of people out of your midst.
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. They took the short-term benefit of hiding these things, and now they're reaping the long-term consequences of all these cover-ups coming to light. And it's absolutely like.
Well, why don't they change their behavior now? Why do they still practice it this way?
That's a deeper question. Sunk cost fallacy is a big one. The second one too is that Jehovah's Witnesses are very us versus the world mentality. They basically say that we follow Jehovah. We only do what he says. We don't capitulate to these governments. We don't capitulate to social pressure because Jehovah's guiding us. And they don't want to have the appearance of changing their policies in response to stuff like this coming out. They want to only change policies because it was Jehovah revealing it to them. So it's a
also, and whilst it's not the case with all religions in all places at all times, it is also the case that generally speaking, women, daughters especially, are viewed as chattel. So the lived experience, the experience that they have is secondary.
It's very patriarchal.
And it's hierarchical, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like my opinion of Jehovah, if I can't have anything revealed to me, even if I'm a member, and say and influence the rest of the cult, but the top, if they have a whim and want to influence the rest on down, they can, right? Is it more like a situation like that? Like the average member has no power, has no influence.
Basically, yes. Basically, yes. You don't. The rank and file, they have virtually no power over the elders or anybody above them. Even they've been told, even if we're ultimately wrong and we change our mind on something, you should still follow us because you're following Jehovah's direction. Like, even if you are factually correct about something, you still need to fall in line, because if you are being rebellious or falling out of line, you are not having a cooperative spirit that Jehovah wants you to have.
Wow.
Yeah. It's pretty bonkers. It is straight up a cult. Like, they have very cult-like attributes.
Sure.
And this is one of them, which is basically like, we handle things internally. Do not bring the police into this. And they've slightly changed since the 2010s when all this came out. But if people were to go to the police, then there were consequences of that internally, like, disfellowshipping or soft shunning, things like that. And so, but you're absolutely right that even just from like a business perspective, just a cynical business perspective, the smart thing to do is, yes, we address this now. We get these people out of the organization. We clean up our act. We take that short-term publicity PR hit, but then you have long-term, long-term benefits of, hey, we did the right thing. Even from a cynical business perspective, that's a smart thing to do. But they aren't motivated by that. They're motivated by, we must maintain our reputation at all costs, and it's backfired on them like colossally, because we know about this now.
Yeah, they've definitely been. It's the same in the UK. They've been far too myopic.
Yeah,
and that's cost them like. Not that it's cost them much in the UK, because even the Christians, like the Protestants, look at the Jehovah's and they go like, these guys are fucking lunatics, and they always do that.
But what's especially shocking about the Australia cases is that witnesses don't have a huge presence in Australia. I think it's somewhere between like 60 and 70,000 witnesses in Australia today. But over the past 50 years, there has been over 1,600 victims and 1,000 abusers. So you can look at the numbers there of like, okay, we have this group of 60,000, And over the past half century, we have 1,600 victims and 1,000 abusers. And literally not one of them was reported to the police when the abuses occurred.
Also, the abused, the people who are the victims, chronically underreport. So we can reasonably assume that is a much
right.
Yeah.
It's just like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. And these numbers, the witnesses were subpoenaed and they had to hand over like database information because the witnesses internally were keeping track of all this. And so all these numbers come from their own data that the court basically acquired. And yeah, it was pretty bad. I was following this pretty closely, when this was all going down about 10 years ago.
Sure. Are we waiting for someone to show up before we go into this? I'm just curious.
No, we're just getting a nice little pre-context.
Yeah.
No,
I think
definitely
Bacon.
appreciate it.
I think Bacon said that he won't make it tonight. He's working, but I'll pull it for both of us and with that.
Yeah, and this is a 2-part series, so like we can do the first video tonight, and then that'd be
preferable. Yeah. And I'll try to stay succinct with my commentary on it.
No, you're fine. I appreciate
you don't have to. I appreciate like the extra insight with you actually being involved with the organization.
Yeah,
that's super interesting.
It's all been relevant. Like you're not overly verbose like I am, so it's very relevant.
It's similar to how I grew up too. I grew up a non-denominational Christian, so I didn't grow up like in a major Christian religion. I grew up in a very niche. We spoke in tongues. I didn't speak in tongues, but they spoke in tongues and fall over in the spirit, and it was very cult-like. The church is no longer in existence, but yeah, I mean, it had a huge impact on me, obviously. But this all hits really close to home. But I don't really know anything about Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, other than what I've picked up here and there. So you're teaching me a lot, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, feel free to ask me anything. I'll fill in the gaps as best I can. I've been out for 15 years, so I think a few things have changed, but I think at the core, it's pretty much the same religion.
Nice. It kind of changed that much, right? The whole point is it's static.
Stay the
same.
Yeah, pretty much.
Night, Kurt.
Night, Kurt.
Night, Doc.
Night, Kurt.
Cypherbox. We will take a
Pete,
vacation.
are you working now?
When the rest of the theists are all gone. How about that?
Just quickly, Eric, can you imagine if you've been out of the church for 15 years and then somebody said, "Oh yeah, they've introduced spaceships and aliens," and like, and you'd be like,
that would be funny. That would be funny. So some of actually the more shocking changes in the past like 3 years. One is women can now wear slacks.
Oh. So
that was a huge change. Men can now have beards. So that's a new. I'm being serious. Like I'm not joking about these things. This is new light in the past few years. Men can now have beards.
For them.
Yeah, men can now have beards. And now, when somebody's disfellowshipped, you are no longer strictly forbidden from even saying a greeting to them. You can now say a greeting to them, but not much else.
Geez Louise.
I know, earth-shattering stuff going on there.
All right. Sign me up.
What's wild to me is that like I've heard from other like family members that have some ministerial servants where some of the family members that I'd known from them or whatever, they've explained it where it's like basically the guidance that they get from the governing body is supposed to be like, hey, if they're like blood family, just don't talk about like religious stuff, but still be a part of like their life. But across the board at every Kingdom Hall I've ever been at, it's always been like, yeah, they're basically dead.
Yeah,
like
basically.
they don't exist.
yeah. And they have they have, I don't know if it was like an officially released video, but it might have been a leaked video, kind of like a prototype that they didn't actually like put out to the rank and file. But there was like a dramatization of a disfellowshipped child in dire straits calling her mother for help. And the mother like looks at the phone and sees it's her disfellowshipped daughter, and she hits basically deny on the call. And that was propped up as like this mother is following God's word, she's following God's direction, she's doing the right thing, even though like it's pretty inhuman to think about a mother.
A prime example of what to follow.
Yeah, exactly. But they did soften that a little bit. Now you can say greeting to family members. but yeah, you can't like talk about spiritual things. You can't get into like debates about the religion or anything like that, because the main goal is that they want to insulate the believers from any dissenters, and so that's kind of what the whole disfellowshipping thing is purpose for.
Thought policing.
Have you guys discussed? Sorry, I was on the phone call with my wife. Have you guys discussed the reprehensible video, which was kind of like an apologetic for the criticism of same-sex relationships with Joe Hosier, and it was like an animated one?
I don't know if I've seen it or not. Was it? It was an animated one. So was it a?
Yeah.
Was it one of those Caleb and Sophia? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I may have seen it. I may have forgotten about it. But yeah, I'm sure they got a few things like that.
The reason why I know Alex O'Connor is persona non grata here. I dare not mention his name, but he did a critique of it. But that's when I first came into contact.
He's not hated. I just feel like he's kind of milquetoast and like, you know, not really the best atheistic voice now. He used to go a lot harder in the paint, but like it seems like he's kind of like courting the right. And
he
like
gives me a lot of both sides type of guy.
He's one of those filthy agnostics, right? Shit.
In the middle ground.
Like I don't even care if he's agnostic. I just care that he feels more like, yeah, both sides kind of have good points, right? Like that's what's bothering me.
Damn, but I'm here. You know, Jesus. He's more left than I am. I'm tolerated.
Yeah, politics don't really have anything to do with theology.
True.
I think you're more solid in your epistemology.
That sentence might be correct, but I think if you flip them.
Hang on a minute. Let me try that again. Ask me the same question again, because I might actually say false, and it could probably elicit the same response.
What was the question?
Religion doesn't have anything to do with politics, is what you said, and I said true. But if I said false, I think it would elicit the same reaction.
Right.
I don't think I said religion. I think I said theology.
No,
Yeah,
true.
I think
you did
that's
actually say
right.
theology. Yeah, that's very true. But the reason that I mentioned, I know
When you're talking about politics, there's very little difference.
But with the bit that I was talking about was a video that, because Alex O'Connor was brought up as a Catholic, and his brother is gay, and there's a video of him critiquing a Joho video, which is kind of like explaining why they disagree with same-sex relationships. It's an animated. It's a cartoon targeted at kids, explaining why like mums and dads it's a car crash.
You know what? I think I am now remembering this. Yeah, I'm now remembering this. This was
Sophia's mom talking to Sophia.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
absolutely it's disgusting for a couple of reasons. Firstly, parents are invested in their children. It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter how the parents are compromised. Like that, or not compromised. Sorry, it doesn't matter how the parents are built. You know, parents are invested in their children. That's a primary directive of parents. That's why you're a parent in the first place. And it was just grim. I am absolutely an advocate. Like, for example, I think that governments that don't think that same-sex couples should be allowed to adopt are actually doing a disservice to their population, because there are so many kids that are in social care, that are in foster care, that are desperate for good, solid, loving homes. And I don't give a shit. Like, do you love the kid? Yes or no? And if the answer is yes, okay, great. Like, do your basic checks, but move forwards. After that, fucking forget it. It's better than the social care, even if you have some kind of technical disagreement. Like, I don't care.
Studies show that the sex of both parents has no effect on the outcome of like the child's success. It's whether or not it's a single or dual parent household.
I think
So,
it's
like,
also partially based on
having
engagement too, wasn't it? From that study,
yeah,
like how engaged the parents were with it.
yep. And so like children that have two parents, regardless of same sex or heterosexual relationships, have far better outcomes than single parent households.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, and you would expect that, right? Because it's dual incomes, like big, like the resources, etc. Like, I mean, obviously, I do. Like, I'm not one of those persons that, like, cards on the table. I do think there is a difference between men and women biologically. I'm not a person who thinks that there is no biological distinction between male
Hey,
and
before you
female.
get too far into that, do you actually mean man and woman, or did you like
So
sentimentally mean male and female?
So when I say I tend to use man and woman and male and female interchangeably. So I do apologize.
Yeah.
When
You were
I'm
just
when
talking
I'm
about a specific one,
yeah
like a
yeah.
specific topic, so I just wanted to hone in on it is all.
Uh,
But yeah, go ahead.
We've had
So
the distinction topic
yeah.
With John, and like he's not a
Yeah.
bigot.
Yeah,
What? No, that's fine. I just didn't know where
Yeah,
you were going
with
with it, so I was like, oh, maybe it's just a masculine thing where it's like, yeah, 9 times out of 10, you're right. Okay.
so yeah, like for clarification, I think that the human species is dimorphic, and
Yeah.
our gender, I think, is bimodal. So I like
Yeah.
it, like no, there's nobody who doesn't understand like an effeminate male, or
Yep.
like we understand what we're talking about when we say that. So it is
Yeah.
intuitive.
Like the binary is really like 2 dimmer switches. It's not really
kind of,
binary.
yeah, exactly. It's a sliding
Yeah.
scale.
Yeah.
But with respect to sex, I do think
Well, then
it
that's
is
not really bimodal.
Well, it's like colloquially bimodal.
Well, no, it is. That's what bimodal means.
What Gretchen's
Modalities.
saying is that it's
It's a
not actually
spectrum.
2 because there's a
Yeah,
spectrum.
exactly.
So
Yeah,
it
so
can't
it's
be
a
bi.
The spectrum, that's
It's a
not
spectrum with the
bimodal.
Yeah.
with the
No, no,
distribution
yeah,
like
spectrum.
being highly on either end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
One of the ways
It's bimodal with an asterisk.
There's
getting people to see it as
It's
a
bimodal
spectrum.
if you ignore something.
Well, no,
Yeah,
you
let's-
can
let's-
add a footnote to it.
let's
where it's like,
just remove the confusion here. When I say bimodal, like the bimodal, there's a high density at either end of said spectrum, but it is ultimately a spectrum. So let's just stick with spectrum.
Yeah,
It's probably the
yeah.
easiest way.
Yeah.
I can grant that.
With respect to gender.
I get what you're trying to say.
But sex,
Said that in
it
a
does
really
seem is
but I knew exactly.
I put the
is
bi in bimodal.
Nice.
regardless of how we're using this language, RB, I like obviously you and I had a discussion a couple of weeks ago, and
It was like last week. It was
Was
like
it last
last
week?
weekend. Yeah,
but
it was fairly
despite
recent.
but despite the fact that you and I potentially disagree on certain nuances of the discussion, I don't think that you think that I hate you because of your position. There's no,
Yeah, no,
we,
no.
we can have a reasonable disagreement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't
Fucking wrong.
and also but even more importantly, as a parent, if either of my children came to me and said, "Hey Dad, I'm gay," or "Hey Dad, I think I'd like to be raised this way instead of this way," I wouldn't argue with them. I'm not going to fight them over that. Like,
Okay, Cypherbox, here's a bit of fun.
so,
You know, you sound just like Ty Wolf, right? You want to see what happens to Ty Wolf on my channel? Keep your shit up.
He
Right?
probably doesn't even get Taiwanese. food.
Fafo.
Ty Wolf blocked me because I fucking absolutely clowned them after they called Forrest and Erica and absolutely lost, in evolution discussion. And then Ty Wolf went into Thinker's chat like right after that show and was like, "Oh yeah, I schooled Forrest and Erica," and like I brought timestamps to the video when he got absolutely stomped.
how do you
That was too much.
how do you lose a discussion on evolution?
I mean, yeah, that's presupposing that there's like even a stance to like to be able to take against like something that's been like proven true time and time again.
I don't know, ask Golden Arm. He does it like fucking once a week.
Oh no. Golden Arm doesn't lose discussions. Golden Arm, like he turns up. Like technically he's there, but he doesn't actually turn up, right? I've never seen Golden Arm like make an intellectual argument for anything ever.
Schrodinger's Golden Arm.
Oh man. He's probably listening right now and he's about to pop onto the panel.
Good.
I fucking hope so. Be epic.
Quick, start the JW video. He won't bother.
I'm gonna criticize Jill in a second as well. Let's see what the fuck happens there.
Jill was in the chat
Or
like,
let's
last
do the
night, like
J-Dub
talking about how he owned John Cohen or something. And I was like, dude, we're not John Cohen. Like, you know, like talk about what's happening in the stream. I don't give a shit like what you think you did in some other stream.
Did you ever check his channel to see if he posted that clip?
No, but like, do you agree with me that we should submit that if he does?
I don't think there's really anything we can do about it.
Okay. Yeah,
it's not copywritten material after all, you know.
I mean, it technically is because we're the originators of the content. Like that discussion has no reactions, so like, you know, we're not like using any other like copywritten material.
There wouldn't
All
be a
work
use
is
for
copywritten.
fair use case for him to use it.
Yeah, it depends on like, you know, how much of the discussion he lets play versus like, you know, how much he reacts to it. Like usually the rule of thumb is like, you know, don't let like more than 30 seconds play, and if you let more than 30 seconds play, then you run the risk. Like it's more up to like, you know, the content owner at that point. And most of the videos that we react to, like, we're friendly with the content owners, so they have no reason to like levy any sort of claim against us.
Yeah, I think I have the settings checked where everything I do is fair use.
Yeah, it also doesn't depend on like with respect to content. Like, it's there are some things that are automated, and there are some things that aren't. There are some things that are chosen or directed by options that are given.
Yeah, like Gretchen said, she has her channel set to fair use, and so like the content ID algorithm that YouTube uses probably like doesn't really focus on our channel as much as like other channels that don't have that option selected.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, I think we're good to go ahead and dive into this video.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Last thing I want to put down is that the 3D animated actors in this video are actually highly representative of the actual real life people he's talking about. So like when you see a guy at a podium and 3D modeled in a certain way, that is very representative of that actual person.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, this guy's really awesome.
Oh, hey, nobody. And yes, I grant that.
I'll only endorse it if UG says that's correct.
I think even UG would agree with that one.
Endorse the Snowboys comment.
I will be the tiebreaker, but it depends on how much money you guys send me on PayPal. So get bidding, and I'll choose a side.
Just an unrelated topic. Do you accept dick pics, Eric?
I
mean, it's small, but it's perfectly formed. So.
I got plenty of pictures of Dick Van Dyke.
Just use forced perspective.
Nice. Talk to who's it, Peter Jackson? He's really good at that.
Yeah.
How do I make my dong look huge?
Date women with really small hands.
All right. Well, let's begin.
All right.
In November 2012, Australian ex-Prime Minister Julia Gillard proposed a royal commission to investigate institutional responses to child sexual abuse. It covered a range of institutions, including schools, churches, and sports clubs, in a total of 57 public hearings, recording the testimonies of nearly 7,000 abused individuals,
I thought
around
it was like 30,
64% of
50.
whom were male, and 10% of whom said it was the first time they'd told anyone about their abuse. There would be testimonies from people like Hugh, who was abused around age 10 by a scout leader, who, after gaining his parents' trust, had him over for parties where boys were plied with marijuana and alcohol and molested. And like Margaret, who was...
Jesus Christ, 10-year-olds plied with marijuana? That's wild. Like, I can't imagine getting like a 10-year-old to smoke anything. Like, smoking is like harsh. It's not like something that goes down like as easily as like a liquid like alcohol. Like granted, like liquor burns, but like once it's like hitting your throat and burning, like it's already entering your system.
The first time I ever tried a cigarette when I was like 7 years old, I had went to the woods with some older kids and my next door neighbor, and I took one puff, and it like nearly sent me, to the floor. Like, it was just too much. I definitely didn't want to have a second. It made me super dizzy. Like it was awful.
Yeah, you
So I can't
probably
imagine
swallowed
trying to
it, and like most of it ended up in your stomach instead of your lungs.
Yeah.
Because like smoking is not an intuitive process.
I don't remember what happened. I don't remember coughing or anything like that. I just remember feeling really sick almost instantly, and I remember my vision getting blurry. And I remember wanting to go home immediately.
Also, it's super weird that they don't even allow fucking smoking, but yet.
Oh, the example, you mean the witnesses, or?
Yeah, like
This
witnesses
example-
don't, right?
these
Mormons,
examples,
but
these
that shit's
examples
used
here,
all the time for shit like that, you know?
yeah, these examples here in the video, these are not yet witness examples. One was a scout, and the other one was a different scenario, because the Australian Royal Commission reviewed 57, I think it said, different institutions for how they respond to child sex
Right.
abuse. So these two examples here,
But it
the
does
smoking-
happen even in the JW. It definitely happens in the Mormon church.
Oh yeah,
you know?
absolutely, yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Per capita.
Yeah.
Was 11 when she was abused at a Salvation Army children's home by a church captain who not only molested children but orchestrated their abuse of each other. To conduct the commission's investigation, a panel of 6 commissioners was appointed, headed by Justice Peter McClellan, a former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of New South Wales and Assistant Commissioner for the Independent Commission Against Corruption. In May 2015, the Commission began to investigate Case 29 of their public hearings, which concerned responses to child sexual abuse within the Jehovah's Witness organization. Assisting counsel for the Commission was the formidable Angus Stewart QC. In a video called Concealing Abuse, I looked at how the Jehovah's Witness organization responded to real-life allegations of child sexual abuse against its members, and how its policies tend to protect the abuser. For instance, even if they fully believe the allegations made against a member, the congregation's judicial and spiritual leaders, known as elders, won't take any action unless there are at least 2 witnesses to the abuse, which is unlikely in view of the private nature of sexual abuse, or the abuser confesses voluntarily, which is again unlikely. Even when these exacting demands are met, justice is far from guaranteed. While the organization
this is the
possesses the
flowchart
judicial
Trump
apparatus
uses
to
for the
eject
Epstein
molesters
files?
from congregations, it repeats.
And even if somehow
It might be him at the end. Like, Trump might just have replaced himself with Jehovah.
Oof, that's scary. And with that flowchart, even if you somehow reach to the very right side, and there is either 2 witnesses or there is a confession, the police are still not called. Any consequences are
Right.
strictly internal to the congregation in the form of either disfellowshipping, a reprimand, or a reproof, whether that might be public or private. There's police are not involved in this at all. It can be established
Even
internally
have
that
to-
yes, this person molested children, and the police will not be called.
Yeah, for sexual abuse stuff, yeah. It would have to be like a domestic violence type of situation for them to actually like call authorities. But for kids and shit, yeah, it's very much so internal.
Yeah.
Fails to use it. In a form of excommunication known as disfellowshipping, individuals judged to be unrepentant sinners are completely shunned by all members, including family. But individuals found guilty of molestation can avoid this fate just by apologizing. If they express repentance to their congregation's elders, they can simply be reproved. All this entails is an announcement being made to their congregation that they've been reprimanded for an unspecified transgression.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Reproofs can
left
also
in
be
the
private.
congregation.
You can also be privately reproved, which is just the elders basically like shake their finger at you and slap you on the wrist, but then it's not made public. It depends on the offense. Also, before we proceed any further, Pete, have we ever talked before?
You and I talked briefly with Kurt at some point.
Okay,
it might have been on Taco's channel.
Yeah, it probably was. Oh, yeah, good to see you again. Yeah.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah.
I just want to add before we start again, repentance never addresses the harm done to the victim. It's always about like, the abuser, like, oh, I'm sorry and I'm going to do better. But it doesn't ask like what the victim feels about them, like how they're going to like, pay any sort of justice back to the victim. Like
you are absolutely correct there, but it even gets more twisted than that, because the apology, the repentance, is directed towards Jehovah via the elders, and then you repent to Jehovah and Jehovah forgives you. The forgiveness of the abuse victim is not really considered. In fact, it goes a step even further than that. If the elders are convinced that, okay, this perpetrator is repentant and this perpetrator genuinely asked Jehovah for forgiveness, then the abuse victim should also forgive. If the abuse victim doesn't forgive, now they're on the hot seat because they are showing non-Christian like attributes,
values,
not forgiving their fellow brother. So it gets really twisted, because if the abuse victim doesn't play along, even if it's a charade, doesn't play along, then they can be in trouble.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Risking further molestation and the constant re-traumatization of the individuals they've abused, who often feel forced out of their own congregation. These kinds of misguided policies serve to protect abusers and punish the abused. Through its in-depth investigation of individual cases, the Australian Royal Commission would expose a daunting maze of unthinkable additional hurdles faced by sexually abused children raised in the Jehovah's Witness
Hang on a
organization.
second. Isa, that's a Jill alt. Go ahead and permaban him and put it in the Discord. All right, go ahead.
The Commission focused on the experiences of 2 individuals abused by members of the organization. For anonymity, the individuals were codenamed BCB and BCG. BCB was the first to take the witness stand. She testified to the following account. She was born in 1967. When she was 10, her mother became a Jehovah's Witness and started taking her and her brother to meetings. BCB drifted apart from her father, who didn't attend. At age 12, she met Bronwyn and Bill Neal and became friends with a daughter of theirs. She would attend meetings at their house and sleep over. Mr. Neal discouraged both girls from making non-witness friends at school based on the idea that bad association spoils useful habits, a sentiment derived from the biblical passage 1 Corinthians 15, verse 33.
Fun fact, that was the very first scripture I was ever taught to memorize as a witness. 1 Corinthians 15:33.
Yo, Corinthians, come represent.
Yeah.
That's pretty much beaten into you once you start school.
Yeah.
If you're born into it when you start school. Yeah.
Exactly. Because you hit the nail on the head there, Pete. 1 Corinthians 15:33. Do not be misled. Bad associations spoil useful habits. My oldest brother taught that to me when I was on the verge of entering school. Basically, because once you go into school, you start making friends. You want to like go to friends' houses and go to extracurricular activities and be a normal human. But it was drilled into me that no, associations, friendships with non-witnesses spoils useful habits. It pulls you away from Jehovah and makes you do bad things. And I was taught that from one of my earliest memories is memorizing that scripture.
It's like they take the slippery slope fallacy seriously, and as if it's not a fallacy.
Yeah.
Because like the whole point of it is like, well, what if they end up just taking you away from meetings and then they don't want you to learn anymore and this, that, and the other. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, they're not though. So can we cross that bridge when we get there? Or so it's just, yeah.
Yeah. It's that cult mentality of us versus the world. If they're not a member of the organization, they are Satan's tool to get you out of the organization.
Jokes Mr. Neal started making in front of her would signal the onset of an escalating pattern of abuse. At age 14, when she stayed over with the Neal family, he started inserting his tongue in her mouth when he kissed her goodnight. She would endure these inappropriate kisses for the next 4 years. She felt
gross.
ashamed and scared and worried about upsetting Mrs. Neal. But Mr. Neal was an elder, and she submitted to his authority. When she was 17, he intruded on her while she was showering, somehow managing to unlock a locked door. He left when she screamed, "Get out!" but later gave her a vicious belting for making too much noise in her bedroom. At age 18, she was subjected to more overtly sexual behavior. He called her a nymphomaniac and a prostitute. One time, Mrs. Neal caught him tongue-kissing BCB and stopped him, but nothing further was said or done, and his forcefulness escalated, culminating in an incident in which he trapped BCB in the bathroom and violated her, manually and orally. The next day, he entered her room and suggested she'd enjoy full intercourse. She asked him to leave, then packed and returned to her parents' farm. The next year, when he heard through his daughter that BCB had been seeing a couple of boys, Neal invoked his role as an elder to summon her to talk about boys. She felt she had no choice. He took the opportunity to inspect her physically and abuse her verbally. 2 years later, in 1989, having married, she confided in her husband and also in a friend about Neal's abuse. The friend then disclosed this information to someone else. A week or so later, a young elder called Max Hawley approached her to arrange a visit. During the visit, he revealed he'd come to talk about Neal. BCB gave some details, but was too ashamed to recount the bathroom incident. Hawley invited Neal to BCB's house to speak with her and her husband. Despite her discomfort
This is
at opening
right
up her
here.
own
Right here, this is where it gets really twisted, because I don't know if they've changed this or not, but up to this point, part of the judicial procedure amongst the Jehovah's Witnesses, when one accuses the other, they are both brought into the same room with the elders to discuss it, to discuss the accusation. And this is extremely traumatizing, further traumatizing to the victim, because not only are they there having to interact with the person that violated them, they're having to do it in front of other men. And these other men tend to be aligned with the abuser because they're all elders or they're all men in the same congregation, and they're all, kind of in cahoots and like defend themselves. It's kind of like this, added the misogyny of the organization as well. It is a young woman accusing one of the higher up males in the congregation of this activity. But the fact that they get them together in the same room and they get them interacting with each other, an abuser and their victim, it's further traumatizing. It's further damage done to the victim.
This is still largely true up until at least a few years ago, since I stopped going to meetings. But it's mostly congregation to congregation. That's been like the direction from the governing body. It's like, hey, this is still recommended, but up to the elders how they want to do it.
Yeah.
home to her abuser, she did as she was told, on the assumption that Hawley knew the correct procedure. She didn't recall having the purpose of the meeting explained to her, and she felt too inhibited to recount the full details in front of Neal, or challenge him when he suggested his behavior was meant as a joke. Afterwards, BCB approached Hawley and gave him more details. This led to a second meeting, with the additional attendance of one Doug Jackson, a circuit...
Wait, that's so crazy to me. Like, I tongue punched your fart box as a joke.
Yeah.
Like, are we serious? And people bought that? Like, there's no way the other elders actually bought that. They're just like supporting their boy during that meeting.
It's hard to convince a man when it depends. It's hard to convince a man of something when his lack of knowledge on it depends on his salary, or is dependent on his salary. It's basically it's like forceful disassociation from it. Like, oh, you have a reason for it. Yeah, okay, I'll just believe that because I much prefer that reality.
Yeah. And from the elder's point of view, the objective here is not to identify this person as an abuse victim and protector. Excuse me. The objective here ultimately is to contain this situation and not let it go public, because that will tarnish Jehovah's name. And the really sad part of this is that we have the benefit of hindsight, and we know the history behind this, and we have full context of what's going on here. But from BCB's perspective, at this point in time, she is in the hands of people that she trusts, because these are the elders in the congregation. They're guided by God. They're guided by Jehovah. This is the proper procedure by which to handle this. So she is in a situation where she is fully trusting of this. But what little does she know that she's, going to get into even more pain and suffering because of how borked, how fucked up this whole dynamic is.
Yeah, and it is hard to convince somebody the truth of something when they're financially motivated to not understand it.
Yeah, and
to be fair,
elders,
I say that mostly at the very top, because like elders, they don't get paid for their service, as far as I know.
Yeah,
but at the very, very top, go ahead.
No, yeah, you're absolutely correct there. Yeah, elders don't get paid. The higher you get, like you become like a circuit overseer, a district overseer. The organization will start basically paying for your needs, like for your housing and your food and such, or rather they compel the congregations to support you. So the higher you get, the more incentive you have. But even if you aren't paid as an elder, you are still have a position of status in the congregation. People basically listen to you, and they still have a lot to lose by not playing ball with the system.
You're a local legislator, basically.
Essentially, yeah. And the funny thing is, like these men, most of these men, completely unqualified. They are uneducated. They most of them have only graduated high school or only have a GED, because that's another thing they recently changed too, is their stance on college. But up to a few years ago, or maybe a year ago, college was basically like, no, you don't do that. You don't go into higher education because it pulls you away from Jehovah. So most of these elders are just ignorant and uneducated, and they've been given this authority, and they think that they have God's direction. So they have this ignorance as well as this arrogance of like, we are in a position of authority. We're guided by God. We are qualified to handle this even better than the police are. Like, that's what they have in their minds. And it's a dangerous mix of all this. Hey, Dylan.
Hey, Dylan.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
you.
you.
Oh, awesome.
You joined.
Thanks for allowing me up here.
We have a little
the more
XJW,
yeah.
XJW powwow here. This is great.
Right.
All right, I'm getting a little claustrophobic. I'm gonna jump out. Y'all have a good evening.
All right, Jam. Thanks for coming up.
Later, Jam.
Jams.
Have fun. This has been a good time.
Have a good time, man.
Oh yeah, always.
So, Dylan, you want to give any 2 cents before we continue on?
I am nowhere near as knowledgeable as Eric is on a lot of these things, because I was a lot more, I don't know, probably insular in my own congregation when I was growing up in it. We just didn't talk about a lot of these things because, it wasn't a good light.
Yeah.
But no, there's a lot of these things, that popped up in my own life.
RP, I'm going to drop and come right back up.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no
worries. And yeah, Dylan, I was a bit insulated too from all this. I made it to ministerial servant, regular pioneer, for at least a year before I dropped out. And a lot of the stuff I did not learn about until after I left. After I left, I grabbed I got a copy of the elders manual, the internal elders manual that only elders are supposed to have. And you read through that, and it's very all this stuff procedure in there it was explicitly laid out. It was like, oh man, this is so gross. Yeah.
I don't know.
Can we have a what's procedure?
So this whole process that BCB was describing to the commission, this is an official internal process for investigating accusations. And so as elders start to investigate an accusation, they bring the accused and the accuser together, talk about it, and if they detect wrongdoing from either of them, they will then move towards something called the judicial committee, which is a very formalized.
Just to clarify, with respect to the psychological well-being of the accuser, you would never put them in the same room as their. Like,
oh no, yeah,
the
no,
victimized, right?
no professional would ever do that. No sane person would ever do that. But this is
witnesses, however.
Yeah, witnesses are like, this is God's direction. We should do this, even though it's blatantly damaging to the victim. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
but no, this was
everyone should be together with God, so we can all have a conversation.
Just hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
Yeah,
know,
basically.
it'll help.
Yeah. But this is all laid out in the Elder's Manual. Like, this was all official procedure, what they're following here.
Make sure you start Kumbaya with a prayer first.
Yeah.
Wow.
Overseer, someone who supervises multiple congregations. His presence and the purpose of the meeting weren't explained. It was just presented as a committee meeting. Neil attempted to blame BCB for wearing revealing clothes, but Jackson said the church didn't accept that excuse. Again, Neil's presence inhibited her, as did being in a room full of men. She said if a female she trusted from the congregation had been there too, it might have been easier. At the end of the meeting, Neil was told to apologize, which he did. BCB was given no explanation of the meeting's outcome or of what would happen. Jackson gave her an article about child sexual abuse published in one of the organization's magazines called The Watchtower. Not long after this, Mrs. Neil phoned BCB and told her Bill didn't abuse you. BCB reported this to Hawley, who said he'd sort it out. Later that day, he phoned.
Just to clarify quickly, so the BCB, who I assume is the young lady in this interaction, is being told that if she hadn't have dressed so provocatively, then it wouldn't have happened in the first place. And the remittance, the solution to this problem was that the person who did violate her consent in such an egregious manner just had to say
sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah. It is fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like, and I realize it sounds when I laugh. I'm not laughing. I'm not minimizing the experience of the characters in this story. It's just the reason that I'm laughing is because it sounds so fucking insane to me. It doesn't even begin to make sense.
I laugh at this stuff too because it's a coping mechanism. It's like so atrocious that like your brain just can't like fully handle it.
Like you're either going to laugh or cry. Literally, that's the response that you have.
I'm not laughing at the victim. I'm laughing at just how absurd this situation is and how we as a society can allow this to happen.
Yeah, it's completely backwards, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And said, the Neils have asked that you not tell any more people about Bill, out of respect for the family. Scared, disorientated, and unsupported, she did as she was told. It was only years later that she saw the perversity of being asked to respect the man who abused her when nobody had offered her the respect or support she deserved.
I think we can all relate to this. Like how many conversations have we had where we came out of the conversation trying to be like amicable and cooperative, and then later on you think back and go, whoa, why did I go along with that? Like I was clearly wrong there, or I should have handled that differently. That's one thing that people will look at and say, well, why didn't you fight this harder back when it happened if it was so bad? And it's like, no, it's a very human thing to do to get distance from something, get get better retrospective on it, and then get angry. And it's totally acceptable.
Freedom of religion gets you.
Yeah.
But Eric, like the thing here is when there's two things at play. Like we do frequently look at our peers and benchmark ourselves. We check ourselves and go, is my response reasonable here?
Yeah.
And if all of our peers are like, oh no, like, calm down, chill out, and just say sorry, move on, etc., like, and then when you get a bit of distance on the personal experience, you're like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, did I actually let that happen to me? Like, fuck you. And that's when you get angry. This is exactly why the reporting with respect to sexual assaults, especially on women, happen years after the fact.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Come on, don't make this harder.
So it is
Please?
absolutely a
Jill,
dynamic.
we're in the middle of a specific reaction. Okay, so come back later in like about an hour if like you actually want to do this. But right now we're actually engaged in something else.
Yeah, and also Eric, I was guilty of this too. Like I was always like when I was a kid, when I was a fucking idiot, ignorant kid. Like it's like well, when somebody attacks you, why don't you like immediately go to the police with respect to sexual assault on women? I was like, it doesn't fucking work like that. You need it like this particular type of violation doesn't, and now I'm a father of a daughter. Like I have to take that into account.
It's a bit of damage control and paralysis
Yeah.
afterwards.
And yeah, it's tragic that that's the way the world works, but unfortunately that is the way the world fucking works.
And I think had I made it all the way to being an elder and had to deal with stuff like this, I'm not sure how I would have responded to that, but accusing a person of not acting enough when the abuse happened, or not acting enough when like this review process happened, and then like criticizing that person later on for coming forward, it's just another really like kind of subtle form of victim blaming. It's like, okay, like I don't understand like the psychological process of, okay, when one person accuses another, gravitating towards, okay, well, what did the accuser do to prompt this, or what did the accuser not do to prevent this? And it's a weird psychological effect that we see many times over. And I think I don't know, we probably all have engaged in some form of this, one way or the other, to different extremes, and it's that kind of human imperfection, that human deficiency when it comes to like processing and looking at this, that cults like the Jehovah's Witnesses thrive on, that they're built around.
I'm gonna have to pull you up super quick. Human imperfection as opposed to human perfection.
Well, I mean, you know. Yeah. There you go. That's the JW in me talking.
I know what you mean.
You got me. But no, and this is the dynamic. These are the things about humanity that cults like the Jehovah's Witnesses exploit and take advantage of to create situations like this. And it's highly effective. It's crazy effective. Like the Jehovah's Witnesses would be a lot more populous if they would simply drop a few of their things, like holidays and association and college. Like if they drop those three things,
and
they would probably
that's another huge one now.
Yeah, they would have to just adjust just a few of their beliefs, and they would probably explode in number. But they don't. And that's thankfully a good thing, because it keeps them down to tiny cult status.
And it's a mad distinction. Like the Jehovah's Witnesses, whilst they're considered, generally speaking, be religious nuts in the UK, I assume it's the same in the United States as well.
Yeah.
One of the biggest distinctions that they have is respect to same-sex relationships. In that, a conservative principle is the institution of marriage, despite the fact that you can't spend the vast majority of your time railing against hedonism and then also not advocate for same-sex marriage, because it's at least monogamous, right? It seems counterintuitive to rail against it, just because it's same sex. It at least means that you're monogamous. It at least means that you hit your particular cart to this particular person. And that's exactly what conservatives in the UK are actually pro same-sex marriage for the most part, because it means that they're not running around.
You don't think they've been influenced by MAGA at all?
Well, obviously there's a MAGA influence in the UK, but I'm more talking about the institution of marriage, i.e.
Right. I know, and I've heard you say that before about conservatives, and I think I'm sure you're right, but I just wondered how much of the influence from MAGA has affected them.
I'll be right back.
Maybe. I mean, I've not really seen it. I've not really seen it in the wild. Like, again, I don't. What is like? Can you give me a like an actual distinction between MAGA and conservative? Like, what's the distinction like between the two?
MAGA is specifically because of Trump, and they
Yeah,
will align with Trump. Conservatism is because of I was in a good position that I liked, and I want it to be like that so I can keep that position.
But
white Christian nationalism plus Trump.
But again, this is why I think I'm struggling to compute, because firstly, despite the fact that we have a state religion, the vast majority of the United Kingdom is secular, not Christian. And the other thing as well is, like, with respect to personality cults, we're in direct living memory where there was a very realistic prospect that we were going to be invaded by a personality cult. So I don't think we're susceptible to them. Yes, we are susceptible to personality cults, but in the same way as any population is. But I think there are altogether too many of us who are like.
Do conservatives in the UK feel like they're on the same team with conservatives in the United States?
Well, I'm a conservative in the UK, and I don't consider myself.
It's generally a big.
If you're a conservative in the UK, I think our open windows on the other side of the fucking house.
There's a big difference between conservatives in the UK and here. It's not even close to the same thing.
Yeah,
conservatives here are, I mean, fuck, they're a dying breed.
Conservatives here best aligned with the fucking KKK.
Yeah, which definitely. So this is exactly where I was about to go, which I think was what Gretchen was vocalizing. So, like, I call myself a conservative, and whilst the syllables that fall out of my mouth seem similar, that doesn't mean that the ideology, that the political tradition is the same thing.
Right. Like European conservative doesn't mean what we mean when we say conservative.
Yeah.
In fact, most of the conservatives are actually fairly fucking liberal.
Yeah, the
terms haven't changed.
At worst, they could be described as centrists, you know, and that's kind of where I fall. I consider myself to be conservative with respect to traditional English values, but
and the liberals in the UK are actually pretty fucking conservative.
Kind of, yeah.
The leftists over here wouldn't accept the fucking liberals from Europe. Like, you guys are so not left enough.
Yeah, if you activate the purity spiral with respect to like liberalism or like leftism in the United States, then the United Kingdom gets ripped off as a chunk immediately.
Yeah.
They're not the same tradition. They're the same tradition. But then
your liberals and your conservatives are actually right dead in the center between our liberals and conservatives.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, you have a different system of government and all that, so it makes sense.
True.
But
I think just as an example, like we, I consider myself to be conservative, and I'm fairly central conservative. Like, I think most of my views like fairly represent the vast majority of conservatives in the United Kingdom, that are agnostic or atheistic. But we chemically castrated Alan Turing, and I consider that to be a personal point of shame. Like, the guy, the guy who invented modern computing saved millions of lives in the fight against fascism during the Second World War, and all this guy wanted to do was to live his life amongst consenting adults.
Yep.
And what was the British government's response? They chemically castrated him.
Not on our watch. That was their response.
It goes to show how easily you can be turned on once your usefulness is over.
Yeah, true.
So,
but it was that's where like that. That's
but yeah, I don't. As far as like liberal and conservative go, I don't accept any of that uniparty bullshit talk from anyone who's American. But in the Canadian system, in the European system, I kind of get where it comes from.
But it kind of
You know what I
goes in
mean?
both. It kind of goes in both directions. Like, you know, this
What are you talking about?
what with respect to both directions, what I mean is when you get somebody on the extreme left who says that you should celebrate your abortion, like an abortion, like whilst I advocate for the right of women to have abortions,
Is
I
that
don't.
like an actual thing?
Yeah, we also have freedom of speech, so you can't fucking say anything about what anyone says anyway.
Yeah, but obviously that's not what I'm talking about. So but what I'm getting at is the extremes in both directions. I'd rail against both of them. Like
I'm not. We aren't talking about extremes though. I'm talking about like in general as groups.
Well, no, like with the English kind of centrism with respect to the distinction on the political position.
Yeah, we don't really have centrism here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We are polarized like a motherfucker.
I think he's trying to explain what's going on in the UK.
Yeah, try to emphasize that, like, centrism actually, you know, it's this extreme position in either direction, this advocating for this one particular value and to the exclusion of everything else. Generally speaking, I think most Brits are like, okay, that's a bit obnoxious. I don't like that.
But you guys are also less likely to be colored by any sort of theology or religion, right?
Yeah, true.
Or less likely than we are. Put it that way.
Yeah,
also
definitely.
has a better baseline education.
True.
Yeah. True.
Well, I don't, you know, I don't generally speaking reach for any of my American friends when I want to know where a country is on the map or how I spell shit. That's just me.
No, that's the right call. Definitely the right call. We got to wear that, you know.
I have a real specialty knowledge, but it's usually only like near the McDonald's that I visit.
Yeah, just moderation in all things, I think, is how Brits are wired, you know. And that includes ideologies.
Explains the beans and toast.
Oh yeah, with a bit of grated cheese on top. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what we've come to understand as conservative in the U.S. is now basically most of them are considered rhinos.
Don't say
you know,
Nazi.
Republicans in name only.
I feel like
well, we call them Whigs in the UK.
What's the actor's name that plays in Breaking Bad? It's not Jesse Pinkman, but it's the guy who was the exterminator. But he also played in a movie where there was a civil war in the U.S. and
Jesse Plemons.
Yeah, Jesse Plemons.
Yeah, that's
I feel like a
Kirsten
lot.
Dunst's
Yeah, I feel like a
Yeah.
lot of like the conservative type thing on like the U.S. on like the extreme side is kind of like the well, what kind of American are you? Like,
Yeah. I really liked that movie. It was.
oh, it was so good. It kept me engaged.
It really was.
But like asking what kind of an American are you is such an odd like question. Like
we have.
It doesn't.
Well, it
it's
was a
called
dystopian
Radian.
movie, but
we have a Floridian. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean the shocking thing is that it's so antithetical to what America was started as. So yeah, that's kind of like the juxtaposition there, but also the shock of what happens after that, after he gets the answer. Yeah, it's.
I think it's antithetical because they ran out of horror people. Like they came to the end of the line. Like you can only convince like a white man he's better than the best black man for so long. Like they ran out of
not
that.
really antithetical because if you look at everybody, even Christians fucking within Christianity they fucking judge each other. You know
Yeah.
how many watch these streams?
Well,
how many of them do
except
the
for
no true
Jehovah's
Christian
Witnesses.
fallacy like every fucking time?
Isn't this the concept of a purity spiral? you end up eating your own tail. Like you circle in.
It's like
everybody draws lines in the sand. Everybody factions up, and then it's war.
But
that's why I don't think we're going to be here in 100,000 years, because we will have fucking killed ourselves by then.
I mean,
I don't think we're capable of it. I really don't.
I definitely think the only reason I definitely think we will be here in 100,000 years, but the only reason that we will be here in 100,000 years is because I think that the human nature, the thing that we do, which is this insistence that we want to rip chunks off one another, this aggressive nature that we have, I think is actually going to mitigate our mastery of technology. Like we kind of have sort of peaked. With respect to education and our understanding of physics, and if we continued to understand things like weapons of mass destruction and just like this technology was more prolific than it is right now, then it increases the probability that some fucking lunatic with some insane ideology is going to get hold of one or more of these weapons, and they're going to lob them at somebody else in the same way as a caveman held a rock at somebody else, and it's all going to go fucking downhill from there.
That actually might be a viable answer to Fermi's paradox and the Great Filter. Is that just technology will progress to a point where like anybody has access to a world-ending technology, and you need just one insane person to use it. Yeah,
exactly.
And it's the same thing behind owning a firearm. It increases the likelihood that you're going to die from that firearm.
Yeah, but with respect to the technological position, like it does mean that humanity, because you're not going to wipe out all of humanity with that one rock/nuclear weapon, but what you are going to do is drive us back into this kind of agrarian society where we have like possession of technology that none of us know how to replicate or maintain, and it's just downhill from there. We're now just like going backwards but slower. No,
you're not gonna wipe out humanity with one nuclear weapon. It's the retribution that's gonna wipe out all of humanity.
But obviously, the rock going down the hill but slower was the reciprocity, the response from all of the other people with nuclear weapons. I thought that was the image that was. Maybe I should have been more specific.
I don't think that's gonna happen next time. The next time someone actually drops a nuke, I think the response to it is going to be fucking world ending.
Well, I think one of two things is going to happen. Either one lunatic, like some religious nutbag, is going to drop a nuclear weapon, and the whole world is going to go, "What the fuck did you do?" And it's going to slam on the brakes, or they're going to respond in kind, and then that's the end of us. It's either or.
It's going to depend on whether ICBMs are flying or not. Like if it's a localized detonation. Probably not, but like if there are ICBMs flying, like MAD will absolutely ensure.
Yeah,
agreed. But absolutely. Like, did some religious lunatic like stick nuclear bomb in the back of a 7.5 ton transit van and drive it across a border, or is this like exactly as you say, an ICBM flying? Like the response is they're totally different. I grant you. But a nuclear bomb is a nuclear bomb, and I still wouldn't want to be stood next to one.
And I've always thought that, like, similar to how, like, when they were developing the Manhattan Project, they were afraid of a potential atmospheric ignition.
Mm-hmm.
Like there could be some sort of
you're talking about the potential cascade reaction. Right?
Yeah. There could be like some sort of new technology that we accidentally stumble upon that, like, creates a self-sustaining black hole that just like ends up like swallowing the entire planet like within the blink of an eye. Like that could also be an answer to Fermi's paradox. Eventually an intelligent species will like reach this technological point and not understand enough before they develop the technology that like completely destroys them.
A big oopsie daisy.
Right? Jenna liked about the thing that I liked about with respect to, like, I'm a nationalist, so I don't have particular problems with different nations like advocating for their national interest. I'd stop short of them lobbing like grenades at one another, but I don't have a problem with different groups advocating for their own personal interest. But the bit that I liked about this, because it's a historic fact. Like, you know, when the question was asked, if it does turn out that we are going to set off like a cascade principle with our nuclear test, what do we do? And the response was, you fucking tell the Germans. Don't let them do it either. Like, you tell them. Like, they have a self-preservation in mind. Like, they have a goal in mind, and that goal includes their self-preservation. Like, what do? You tell the Germans, because they are ultimately rational and reasonable individuals that have a difference in ideology, but we can both agree that it's probably not a good idea to set fire to the fucking planet. And that would have brought everybody back to the table. Actually, if that was a real physical probability or possibility, I would like to think that, with respect to scientists at least, that they'd have at least gone, okay, this is nuts. Like, we're just the notion that all we're doing here, like the most cutting edge physics that exists in the universe as far as we know, and we're using it to try to kill each other. Like,
yeah,
that to me is
because
absolutely
we're human.
But that's not my first motivation. That's not my first principle. You know, that's.
But I'm not talking about one individual.
True.
A person is smart. A person is measured. A person is can rationalize things. People, fuck that. They're panicky, fucking, fearful monsters. You know, it's like
how do you
Men in Black quote? Yeah.
Yeah, how do you work out the intelligence of a mob? You find its lowest IQ member and subdivide that by the number of people in the mob. I'll tell you, end up with single figure IQs.
God, I love Men in Black. The first two are so good. Number 3,
yeah,
like it's emotional, but like it doesn't really do much for the franchise.
Number 3 came like 10 years too late.
It really did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also because it was a bolt-on. Like, you know, it tried to encapsulate the whole storyline. Like, it would have just been better if they'd always left Will Smith's character as like the just a the trying to explain why he was so invested in Will Smith's character, I think, was a mistake.
Yeah,
it doesn't. You don't need that. I understand the narrative, but it was a mistake, definitely.
It needed to stay a mystery in order for it to stay interesting.
Yeah, so many franchises like don't like really respect the power of a mystery. Like with Yoda, like being, you know, like implied to be like this crazy badass, but then they like completely do away with that when he fights Dooku in episode 2.
We know how you feel about that one, RP. We get it.
I bring this up all the time.
I completely agree with you, but
I have to talk about it like once a week.
I'm sorry, RP. Can you lay out in excruciating detail exactly what Interaction agrees?
No, he can't.
I suppose today is technically a different week.
Lay it out, I will not.
Mm-hmm. It seems like a question that I was. Fuck it, never mind. I can't even do the voice.
But it sounds like most people have returned to the panel. Should we jump back into the video?
Yeah, let's do it.
That Bill had stepped down as an elder with no reason given. Nobody talked to BCB about her abuse, and she was still expected to attend study meetings at the Neal's house. She asked not to go there, but was told she had to. Mrs. Neal ignored her. Finally, in 1994, she moved from the area to another congregation. In 2012, she gave a written statement to 2 elders, including one Joe Bello, summarizing her experience in an effort to support the case of anyone else Neal might have abused. 18 months later, Bello visited on an unrelated matter, and BCB told him she was considering reporting her abuse to the Royal Commission. She said Bello later spoke to her husband and said, "You should ask BCB if she really wants to drag Jehovah's name through the mud." BCB was dismayed to find that the burden of Neal's shameful actions had been put on her shoulders. Although she eventually reported her experiences to the Royal Commission, She suffered extreme misplaced guilt about betraying the organization, guilt that manifested in physical symptoms such as chest tightness, heart palpitations, and difficulty breathing. She reported that her abuse destroyed her confidence and self-esteem and instilled in her a sense of victimhood and a constant paranoia that people were judging her. She went on to experience suicidal thoughts and a nervous breakdown. She said Neil's position as an elder gave him power over her and suggested that if she'd been allowed to speak to other children outside the congregation, they might have reported her abuse to the appropriate authorities. She suggested a number of changes in the way the organization dealt with child sexual abuse. She said it should take allegations more seriously and report them to the police, give proper support and protection for children, and not require female targets of male abuse to speak in front of a room full of men, including their alleged abuser. She also noted that no compensation.
These suggestions here, any non-religiously motivated person would look at these and go, yeah, these are actually reasonable. Take allegations seriously, get the police involved because this is a crime. And then here's kind of the thing that we haven't really talked about yet with the way the witnesses handle this. When the review is internal and they internally, quote unquote, handle the issue, in many cases, the abuser can go on to abuse others. They can find other targets because all they have to do is move to a different congregation where what they've done is not really all that well known. They can gain the trust of the elders, get their status and position back, and then go on to abuse again because there were no real consequences for what they did. And they have not really changed at their core, even if they're capable of changing. But because of how soft they are on this and the fact that the police are not involved, there is no real record of what's going on here. They can go on to abuse others. And that's why in Australia, we see 1,600 victims with 1,000 perpetrators. That means that it's 1.6 victims per perpetrator. And with this type of system, it just allows us to proliferate. Like it's a pedo's paradise within the organization.
How do they treat non-abuse crimes within the church?
About the same.
It depends. Yeah. I think Pete, did you mention it earlier that if it's like physical abuse, like there's actual like danger involved, like life.
Yeah, if it's like a domestic abuse type situation,
yeah,
it's mostly up to the congregation elders. Hold on.
I would imagine that if there was a
mostly up to congregation elders, but by and large, if it's like a domestic abuse type situation, most of those elders are going to be empathetic enough, like, Jesus Christ, we need to get cops here because those bruises are showing.
Yeah, that or if a life is actually in danger, the police are going to get involved once a murder occurs, usually. So, yeah, I think it depends on the severity of it. But, with this type of situation here, the life is probably not in direct danger of the abuser. That's not universally true, but it's probably generally the case in stuff like this. And then the lighter stuff is just simply not reported to the police at all.
Was offered. The commission sought to address all of these issues. Max Hawley was the next to testify and sworn in on a biblical oath. Not long into Hawley's testimony, Assistant Counsel Stewart noted that he seemed hesitant in his recollections and asked if this was because of the passage of time, which Hawley affirmed. Judge McClellan asked Hawley if he'd taken notes. He said he might have at the time, but they would have been destroyed. When asked why, he said the elders didn't want their wives knowing what sort of things they were dealing with, and that it was also to protect the person involved and the rest of the congregation, so they didn't have to know about these things. It was not only a deeply patronizing rationale, but a dangerous one, leaving congregations unsuspecting about the molesters in their midst, which is exactly what molesters want. Hawley confirmed that destroying notes remained the current practice. When asked if he was aware of his obligations to tell authorities about serious allegations of sexual assault...
Can we just be perfectly clear here? Destroying notes is a euphemism for destroying evidence.
Yeah.
It might just be saying that differently. Like, it might not even be, like, subverting it quite like that. But yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And it might be kind of true, too, in some cases. Like, I don't know if that's actually just lies.
Well, what it is taking, like, destruction of evidence and giving it the air of legality is what it's doing.
But
Right.
I was being quite explicit. Like, I do think, with respect to criminality, this is just destroying evidence. It's fucking disgusting.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, effectively,
Right,
it
the
is,
police would think so, but since it's not in
Yeah.
an actual court, then
I just
they
think
can
like
just say,
So, some of these guys
protected
probably do burn it. Some of these guys might not.
Yeah.
I think it's just kind of up to them. Go ahead.
And tail on BZ in the comments made the comment that this stand looks like a chess piece, and actually that is a watchtower because the witnesses have the Watchtower magazine and they use that as a logo. So I think it's used here because that is the stand for when a witness is testifying. But yeah, it does look like a chess piece. It looks like a rook.
Yeah, rook. Exactly. I was about to say, please don't call it a castle.
It's a castle and a
My
horsey
castle moves
and a
this
pointy
way
guy.
and this way.
Very technical chess terms here.
Damn
We're
it,
professionals.
Eric,
We're professionals here.
Eric anticipated my Sicilian defense there.
Yes. Well, you should appreciate my favorite opening is London System, so you should appreciate that.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Pawn first, obviously.
Wouldn't catch me playing D4.
All right. I'm going to resume the clip, but then quickly run upstairs to flip my food in the oven. And I'll check in as soon as I get back.
Right.
It should only take about 60 seconds.
I noticed Bacon's back in the chat here. I don't know, Bacon, if you want to join us or not. We
he has to work tonight.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Yep. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hawley showed no awareness and said he would contact his branch for advice on how to proceed. Unthinking deference to the branch would become a familiar stock response from the elders called to testify to the commission. Hawley expressed confusion about what constituted criminal assault and later admitted giving no consideration to reporting it to the police. This was an individual invested with the safety and protection of an unquestioningly trusting congregation, a shepherd charged with guarding the flock. But in the shepherd metaphor, Hawley was more like a sheepdog, cluelessly obeying the whistles of an unseen shepherd who could just as easily direct him to harm the sheep as to protect them. The biblical passage Matthew 18, verse 15, has been cited by the organization as a basis for requiring abused individuals to confront their abusers with their allegations. McClellan asked Hawley if he realized how inappropriate this process of confrontation was. Hawley said he could understand it now, but hadn't reflected on it at the time because he was just following procedure. He agreed it could be very difficult for people who'd suffered abuse to share everything done to them in front of their abuser. He said the organization wanted to keep Neil's abuse as quiet as possible, not to try to cover it up, just to stop the conversation. But almost immediately, he contradicted himself, saying they would have tried to keep the matter under wraps. In other words, cover it up.
Yeah.
Stewart made the case to Hawley that by directing BCB not to speak to anyone in the congregation, he left her with no one to talk to. Hawley suggested that because BCB was still working in the community, she could have spoken to people outside the organization. But Stewart pointed out that members are advised not to have close friendships or associations with non-members. Hawley affirmed that was true, but said that whether members took that advice or not was entirely up to them. Many of us who've experienced abusive environments will be familiar with this responsibility-dodging maneuver, in which individuals are given clear instructions on what to do or what not to do. Then, when they suffer as a direct consequence of following those instructions, they're told they didn't have to follow them after all.
Recall
And
the scripture
they're
I
blamed
was
for their
taught when
own
I was a kid.
The fact is, Jehovah's Witnesses are warned.
All right, I'm back. Any
Yeah.
important comments or context needs to be added?
You actually just came back at a perfect time
Let's
because Hawley here. First of all, it's shocking to think that he had not considered these things that were being brought up during the hearing back then. It's shocking, but I don't think it's necessarily unexpected because many elders are, I'll be direct, unthinking buffoons in positions of power. So he had not thought about the consequences of these policies. He was just following orders. And then secondly, when he was basically saying that, like, well, CBC could have gone to somebody outside the congregation to talk about these things and get the support they need. It was brought up that, but these things are not permitted or heavily discouraged under doctrine, 1 Corinthians 15:33, as well as, the consequences you get of associating closely with people outside the organization. So he's in this pickle here of saying that, like, well, she could have found support outside the organization, but then that's in direct violation of the guidance she's given, in which case she would be sanctioned. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for CDC.
But also with respect to a moral system, when people claim that they were just following orders, it doesn't, like, retrospectively, it doesn't really matter what the system mandated.
Mm-hmm.
You are responsible for your own actions. You are, is it the case that the SS officer guarding the tower at Auschwitz, was he a product of his environment? Yes. But is he responsible for his own personal actions? Absolutely. And I can't if I was responsible for the fate of, like, an innocent child, like a person who was even more ignorant of the world than I was, and I was responsible for their safety, for their well-being, and I just, like, willingly and willfully marched them into the gas chamber, or did some kind of reprehensible thing. Like, there's no way to there's no practical way to deal with this other than to assume that you are personally responsible, right? It is just the best way to deal with said problem. Even if, like, you think of the world as deterministic, practically speaking, that's just the best response, right? And I don't like when people say, like, I was just following orders, I was just doing what my peers said that I should do. Like, if we understand at a later stage that this
Except
was
for
wrong,
what part of any of this sounds practical to you?
well, no, there's no part of the Jehovah's Witnesses that sounds practical, but I'm more talking about, like, the system by which we judge them. That's the practical part, if that makes sense. Like, everybody makes it's like the distinction between a person being evil, like malicious, or a person who's just doing what their peers did, thinking that it was the right thing to do. But the realistically speaking, like, when we figure out what is the most optimal thing to do, like, we don't care if they're evil, we don't care if they were just going with the crowd, like, we still treat them the same, right? And that's kind of the bit that I was thinking about there. Like, how?
Well, I was describing what
Size
he was
is an
doing.
ex parte thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
of course.
describing what he was doing in that moment of responding to this, when he was just following orders. That's why I was coupling that with unthinking buffoon.
Fair enough.
He thinks he's doing the right thing by doing what he was directed to do. And what he's directed to do is in the Elders Manual. He called the district office or the branch office to get guidance. And he was following the directions given to him without thinking about it. And that doesn't absolve him of responsibility, but it shows what his mindset was at the time.
So there was no introspection at the time either. He just, like,
No.
completely externalized his decision making process.
The fact that he was coming to these realizations during this hearing and not when it was happening shows how he was not thinking.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That was the thrust of my comments there.
No, fair enough. Obviously, I missed that. I do apologize.
Yeah.
In the strongest terms against what are called bad associations with non-members, which they're told will result in disaster. For Hawley to suggest that BCB was somehow supposed to view this merely as a piece of advice she was free to take or leave was disingenuous in the extreme. Stewart put it to Hawley that he was saying two different things. On one hand, saying BCB couldn't speak to people, then on the other, that she could. Hawley claimed he didn't mean to cut BCB off from any support, but admitted he couldn't recall arranging anyone to assist her through the period. Stewart produced a letter from Hawley and the circuit overseer Doug Jackson to their branch office. The letter said, "It appears that a number of brothers know about the matter. And unfortunately, there may be worldly people who also know. Worldly is the derogatory term Jehovah's Witnesses use for non-members. Stuart asked why it mattered if worldly people knew.
This is
Well,
code
he said
for
the
our
organization-
reputation. Our reputation's taking a hit here. That's what that means there, and that's the priority, is to maintain the reputation of the organization, not for protection of the victim.
I think part of it that sucks too is like, even though worldly is kind of like the derogatory term, it's not necessarily meant disrespectfully. Sometimes it's just meant as a distinction.
Yeah.
It's like somebody who's part of the community and somebody who's not. Like it depends how.
Like they might be a
context,
nice
like,
person, but they're worldly. They don't follow the same religion.
Yeah. I've been told, I was told many times, don't hang out with that person because they're worldly. Like, don't hang out with that person because of this bad attribute. And obviously, like the term worldly in a colloquial sense, in a normal sense, is just well-traveled, experienced, knowledgeable. Not anything bad about that. But the witnesses have several terms they use internally that are kind of twisted out of their common usage.
Kind of like
And
using worldly as a like counterpart to like the Amish using the word English, right?
Yeah, I would very much say that it is a derogatory term within the organization, because you do not want to be called worldly. You don't want to exhibit worldly traits. You don't want to be exhibited. worldly
it's
behaviors.
a mark against you for sure. It's a bad thing to be.
Internally, the interpretation of the word worldly is like tainted, and externally, the interpretation of the word worldly should be like interpreted as not ignorant.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I guess I just meant to like. Yeah.
Similar
Like
to
that-
how most
go on.
Christians use secular.
Exactly. Yeah. Like sometimes witnesses will use it sentimentally, meaning it to mean something similar, like you just said. But in reality, that's not really how that's used.
Yeah.
Similarly, apostate is a bad word too.
Yeah, apostate's a very bad word in the witnesses, but outside it's just escape slave or whatever other terms that you use.
Escape slave. I've never heard.
Well,
that
I mean,
one.
apostate in the Muslim world is also a bad thing, but it's brief at least.
Yeah.
Like some people will just run from you if you say apostate.
Yeah.
There is a bit of irony though in the double definition of worldly between the witnesses, the way the witnesses use it and the way the non-witnesses use it. There's a bit of irony there, because witnesses are like, we're the knowledgeable ones, the world is the world, and they're worldly, but really worldly means experienced and knowledgeable, and like we're all worldly here with respect to this because we see what's going on here, we're knowledgeable on this. So yeah, a bit of a irony there.
But it is mad. Like, how bent out of shape does your ideology have to be when the worldly, i.e., like maximal experience of the world, becomes a negative thing?
Yeah.
It's
there's a lot of and that's part of a cult think too, is that words
Well,
take on
he
special
did cover the
special meaning.
unqualified aspect of all of these idiots.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. But there's a lot of double terminology or commandeered words within the organization as well as the cults, where the word takes on additional meaning. Like internally, witnesses call the religion the truth, like capital T, the truth. So like, and I even catch myself sometimes saying that when I'm like talking about or thinking about what how I would use to talk about and
It's
describe the
reflexive
organization.
because
It's
internally
reflexive,
they're
yeah.
interchangeable.
Exactly.
Well, and all this makes so much more sense when like you take the internal view. Like they don't believe that the world is their forever home. They believe that heaven is
Kind of
their actual
kind
home.
of.
Well, I'm talking about Christianity as a whole. I'm not sure about the JW doctrine, but like being raised in the Church of Christ, we had a specific hymn that went like, "This world was not my home, I'm just a passing through. My treasures are laid out somewhere beyond the blue." And they're just talking about how like Earth isn't like your home, and like you should be focusing on heaven because that's actually going to be your home.
Yeah. Witnesses have a similar mentality, although their destination is not heaven. It's a paradise Earth, but essentially everything else is the same though. It's like,
Okay. Let's dive right
Too
back
cheap
in.
to afford your own planets, huh? Okay.
Hey, yeah.
Fucking Mormons.
Those Mormons.
And didn't want anything to detract from their clean reputation. In fact, the organization is heavily invested in its reputation among outsiders. It seems perverse that it should be so concerned about what worldly people think, considering it despises us as debauched and degenerate, characterizes us as the instigators of broken homes, illegitimate births, and sexually transmitted diseases, and countless other emotional and physical woes, and compares us to what it calls death-dealing polluted air. But of course, projecting a clean image is what the organization relies on to attract new members.
So this is from a that's from a 1987 Watchtower. Witness literature is really funny because the further back you go, the spicier it gets. Yeah.
But, so just to tell you, like, how did you date that to the year? Like, is that like a famous?
It's right there in the quote. 15 September 1987.
I thought you just heard that and went, "Oh yeah, that was from this issue."
I am cursed. I am cursed with an encyclopedic knowledge of Watchtower literature. Oh my god!
If you guys ever get the chance, look up some of Judge Rutherford's original writings for the Watchtowers.
He was a firebrand. Yeah, Rutherford was a firebrand. He had no qualms with like hostile takeovers. And just really ugly stuff.
Well, the black man should really enjoy their work, just as the slaves did back in the Bible times. Yeah. It's something akin to that with something. It's fun.
Yeah, the further back you go, the crazier it gets.
Just with respect to my question to Eric there, I can't believe I just made that mistake. Like, the information is on the fucking screen. I'm such an idiot. I was accusing you of having encyclopedic knowledge.
Oh man,
like I just played along.
I should have been like, yeah. That's a really well-known quote.
I am such a fucking moron. Yeah. I'm so sorry, guys.
I mean, man, can you imagine? Can you imagine having a eidetic memory and having grown up in this? Like, oh my god, get this shit out of my head.
Imagine if this was the only thing you had that kind of memory for, though.
Yeah.
What a curse.
Good grief.
Really bad.
For the uninitiated, eidetic memory is like what Hollywood likes to call photographic memory. Yeah. It's the actual clinical term for the condition.
Yeah, but I only have an eidetic memory for things that I remember. So
I remember what I remember. Love it.
Whatsoever.
Put on lock on that steel cage
to try and maintain a patently false image. It even has a formal policy called theocratic warfare that gives members explicit permission to deceive worldly people on the grounds they're not entitled to the truth. I explored the perversity of this policy in my Concealing Abuse video. What that video doesn't mention is a particular exception to the policy, one of special relevance to the Royal Commission. Witnesses are told that when they take an oath to tell the truth, or are placed on a witness stand, they're obligated to speak the truth, if they speak at all. In these circumstances, the only option they have, other than to speak the truth, is to remain silent. It'll become clear that even this rule was flouted by Jehovah's Witnesses during the Commission hearing. It'll also become increasingly clear just how far down in their list of priorities came the welfare of the children they were supposed to protect. Hawley and Jackson's letter about Bill Neal to the branch office stated, "We recommended to him that he step down as an elder, and that he agreed to this." Stewart put it to Hawley that it seemed that they'd offered Neal a chance to step down voluntarily, rather than be forcibly removed. Hawley denied this, claiming it was just an unfortunate choice of words. But those unfortunate words were consistent with BCB's previous testimony that Neal had merely stepped down. In the same letter, Hawley and Jackson added that they felt no further action or restrictions need apply. This meant Neal was free to participate in all the same church and Bible study meetings as before, including meetings at his home, which BCB was expected to attend. The letter went on to make the bizarrely premature recommendation that once the matter had died down, Neal should be recommended as an elder again, so he could help the congregation as he'd done in the past. Stewart asked Hawley if, by the phrase dying down, he meant once the controversy had abated. Hawley claimed that the term dying down was another case of unfortunate wording. When Stewart then suggested that Hawley's prime concern was about Neal's reputation, he initially rejected the idea, but Stewart continued along this line, suggesting that Hawley's concern was about the functioning of his organization and not about the protection of children in his congregation. Hawley agreed. When Stewart put it to him, his concern wasn't about the support he could offer BCB. Hawley admitted that while that had some bearing for him, it was more about Neil's qualifications to teach. It was a stunning confession. Towards the end of his period in the witness stand, Hawley was given a detailed account of BCB's abuse. He hadn't known about any of it and said it came as a shock to him. He was asked if he thought the fact that it was only coming to light now had something to do with the process he engaged in when BCB made the initial complaint, a process in which she had to make her allegations to her abuser and an elder who she knew was friends with her abuser. He said he could see the point being made. When it was suggested BCB needed a more nurturing, supportive environment to make a full disclosure, he agreed. But when asked if he had any thoughts on what the organisation should do about it, he reverted to compliant form, saying he had no comments. He just followed the procedures.
So right there, had he answered that question, like had he thought about it and like, you know what, I do know some things that could happen. Like the really easy stuff, like we could call the police. We could not force the abuser and the accused, or I'm sorry, the abuser and the abused to be in the same room, like really sane, like common sense stuff. He may have had those in his head, but he knew that if he were to recommend that, he's now directly defined, or not directly defined, I take that back. He is now going against the grain. He's going against the system that he is there to protect and defend. And he would be reprimanded and he would face consequences for going against godly direction or organizational direction.
Well, basically, did you advocate in the legal forum something that's counter to doctrine? Straight to hell with you, yeah.
Not even necessarily counter, but did you say something that wasn't already doctrine? You shouldn't have done that. You don't represent it. We make that decision to represent Jehovah, and you follow that.
Yeah, exactly. So that would have been a very, very risky thing for him to answer. It would have been the right thing to do, but he wouldn't do that because that would put him in jeopardy. Or rather, his position in jeopardy. His position, not him.
What came across from many elders called to testify at the commission was that they were so immersed in procedure, they failed to consider the accuser's experience. Doug Jackson's responses clearly illustrated this lack of empathy. When it was put to Jackson that BCB was unaware of the purpose of the meeting she was attending, initially he flat out rejected the idea. But Stewart took some time to remind him that as an elder, he had knowledge not given to the congregation. Knowledge of judicial procedures, standards of evidence, punitive measures. Stewart then asked Jackson if he'd accept BCB.
Also, just quickly, they failed to consider the accuser's experience. What about the fucking victim's experience? I mean, Jesus.
It's pretty disgusting, you know, because like this victim has full trust in these elders who are supposed to be guiding their, you know, their spiritual lives or whatever, and keeping all that, and you know, and if they were to ever go against them in any sort of capacity, then that could mean them being disfellowshipped in the, you know, worst case scenario. Then what's that mean? Well, your everlasting life is at stake and all of these things.
Yeah.
And then that family too could say, if they're in the organization, then they're going to go on against them as well. They're going to just, pretty much shun them, but disassociate from them in a way. And it's just so sick.
Yeah. And the ultimate consequence within the theology, the ultimate consequence, as you brought out, Dylan, is that, okay, you're going to forfeit everlasting life if you're disassociated or disfellowship from the organization, and then it becomes too late at Armageddon. The immediate consequences, though, kind of going back to the bad association spoils useful habits and being separate from the world, and the world is the enemy, is that when you're born and raised in this situation like I was, and probably you guys as well, you grow up and your only social circle is within the witnesses. It's your family and those in the congregation. That's your only social circle. It's your only support system. So by getting disfellowshipped, all that is being ripped away from you, and you are just cast adrift. And they think internally, from the theology standpoint, the witnesses reason that, okay, this is such a shocking experience that it will shock the disfellowshipped person into coming back and realizing how valuable the organization is and how loving Jehovah is. But it really ultimately is just emotional abuse and manipulation. because you basically do not prepare
Shows
this
how
person.
fake some of the relationships really are in
Yeah,
a way. Because
that's that's a whole nother dynamic there that that we could talk about for like an hour. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
But it's also, whilst I have some philosophical and logical disagreements with the likes of like Aaron Ra and Matt Dillahunty and people like that, their stated goal in a lot of circumstances is when people do finally the veil is removed from their eyes and they realize this is bullshit, and they're about to lose their family, they're about to lose their friends, they're about to lose their their entire community. We need to give these enlightened individuals, we need to give them somewhere to land, and that is absolutely the case. Like there needs to be an alternate community that they can grab onto, because none of us were designed to go through this world alone. You know? That's not how we're built. I know I used the word designed obviously very loosely. But you get what I mean.
No, that is true, and that's why I think like things like online communities and such things are very comforting and helpful, because it softens that landing. I had to go through the same exact thing when I decided when I realized I didn't believe anymore and I decided to leave. I had to evaluate my course very carefully, because I didn't want to get disfellowshipped. I didn't want to lose my family. I've always been kind of an introvert, so I didn't have many friends in the organization, but I wanted to preserve those relationships as much as possible. This is me 15 years ago. I value those friendships a lot less now. But I had to like carefully navigate the waters ahead of me in order to not, have it all ripped from me.
My interpretation of you, Eric, is that whilst you're very personable and you probably get on with the vast majority of people that you meet, you have a small group of very, very close friends, but your small group of close friends are very close. They know you very well, and you know
that's absolutely true. I can probably count all my really close friends on maybe
one hand,
a hand, maybe a hand and a half. But anyway, I was lucky in that I'm kind of wired that way, and leaving was fairly easy for me. There are people who are like, I can't imagine, and my family was very small, by the way, too. Like, so I didn't, even if I got my family taken away from me, I'm only have a few members that I'm going to be missing out on. I know people that were in the organization, they have massive families and like multi-generational, and like witnesses are in the culture of the family. And you basically have to walk away from all that and sever all those ties, or at least they'll be severed for you, rather, if you're not careful. And it's just like, and that's a powerful tool that the witnesses use, the organization uses to keep you in, is that fear of losing that. It's really sad, and it's abusive and manipulative, and it's just like horrific, and it's highly effective.
Do you know what I find odd? Like, when I was a kid growing up, I had a really, really big family. Like when we did Christmas dinners with like we had a dining table that you could get 14 people around, and we had to do our Christmas dinners in 2 sittings with like all the aunts and the uncles and everything. Like it was a madhouse. It was absolute lunacy. But the vast majority of my friends, I'd say, "Oh, who are you spending Christmas with?" And they go, "Oh, it's just me, my mum, and my dad." There's like 4 of them at best.
Yeah.
And I was like, that sounds boring as fucking sin. But the old trope of like, don't talk about like religion or politics at the dinner table.
Yeah.
My family was the opposite of that. Like that's what they wanted. It was just a fucking knockdown drag out every time. But at the end of the evening, we'd all like give big hugs, and and that's just it. I'm so fortunate that I had the upbringing that I had, because but I always found it bizarre that other people didn't have that. Like I think there's missing out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the circumstances you're born into. It's like,
of course,
yeah. John, I'm glad you brought up the concept of a landing pad. Because that's kind of my hope for this channel, is to like give a spot for people to come together and like, I guess for lack of a better term, commiserate, just like share each other's company, and how like this idea how theology and religion had an impact on them.
We're all fucked, but at least we're all fucked together.
Right.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna mobilize them and release my fucking army.
All hail the necessary Gretchen.
Yep, absolutely.
But yeah, with that being said, I'm glad that everyone's here, everyone's having a good time on the panel, and everyone's in chat. Like we're super glad to have you around, and we hope that we continue to provide a safe space for us to to discuss these very important issues in a safe but effective manner.
That's so sweet, RP. You're gonna make
Hear,
me
hear.
cry. You're gonna make me cry. Slash ejaculate. Like.
John over here coping and crying and coming.
Wow.
Well, let's put a damper on that chub and jump back into the video.
He wouldn't know about these things. Jackson changed his no to a maybe. Stewart asked if Jackson could see how this lack of transparency would have left BCB in a position of vulnerability and confusion. Jackson said he did now. Stewart repeated to Jackson the portion of BCB's statement in which she was asked in one of the judicial meetings whether she had anything more to tell, and she falsely responded no, because of various inhibiting factors. These included talking in front of a room full of men, talking in front of her abuser, and being afraid of the consequences of telling the truth. Jackson accepted that talking about her abuse in front of a room full of men would have been very hard for BCB, as would talking in front of her abuser. But when it was put to him that BCB didn't feel it was a safe environment, he said he didn't know why she would have felt that, because they tried to comfort her. He seemed unable to comprehend that his supposed efforts to comfort BCB weren't enough to magically overcome all the intimidating factors she identified. Instead of admitting that he had failed to comfort her, his instinct was instead to insinuate that the failure was hers. She had failed to receive the comfort he offered. This kind of mindset is common in high-control groups that deny individuality. Members are slotted into fixed procedures and expected to give fixed reactions. When they don't, the fault is with them, not the procedure. McClellan put it to Jackson that the organization's investigative process inflicted further trauma on BCB. Jackson said he understood that now, but hadn't appreciated it at the time. It's instructive to reflect on the reflex dismissiveness of the elders who testified at the commission whenever it was suggested that the abused individuals in their care felt unsafe or unsupported. Judge McClellan and Assistant Counsel Stewart were two highly skilled communicators. They also wielded the power of the legal system, but even they had to repeatedly spend exhausting swathes of time walking the elders through their own procedures, trying to get them to empathize with the experiences of those abused individuals. If, with their considerable skill and power, they had to work this hard to break through the elders' dismissiveness, what chance did an unskilled, powerless member of a Jehovah's Witness congregation have of making themselves heard?
And the power dynamic here is completely different than from the Judicial Committee. Because imagine like a rank and file member of the witnesses trying to bring these questions to the elders to like get them to admit that, hey, you're causing damage here. If a rank and file,
it'd be like a blacksmith bringing a charge against like a prince.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very apt analogy. It's the power dynamic is reversed here, where now the elders are on the back foot. They're the ones at the mercy of somebody else, and only then do they kind of like on some level realize, okay, yeah, we got some problems here. But then like I think with the first guy, Cooley, he will admit to these things, but then he will backtrack immediately and say, oh, there's nothing we can do about it, or I can't think of any way to improve this. It's like they're on the back foot here. They're the law. They're directly engaging with the government and the law here, and it forces them to come to some of these realizations. But they themselves can't take that to the organization and say we need to do this. Only the law can do that.
Elder concerned with reputation was Joe Bellow, one of the elders BCB wrote to years after the abuse, in an effort to protect other children from Bill Neal. Asked about whether he would ever report a matter to the police, Bellow fell back on the mantra-like evasion given by the other elders. He'd contact the branch. Bellow confirmed BCB's account that when her husband had mentioned they were thinking of talking to the Royal Commission, Bellow had asked what that would accomplish, other than dragging Jehovah's name through the mud.
For anybody who doesn't know that response, I'll contact the branch. Witnesses have branch offices throughout the world, and each of the branch offices handles a certain region or district of congregations. So when he says, I would contact the branch, he's basically saying, I will contact our corporate office, essentially, to get guidance from them. That's what that response means.
Would be understood as a discouragement against going to the commission. He said that wasn't how it was meant. He was just thinking aloud. Although Bello initially seemed to regret his words and reflected that he shouldn't have said them, he then revealed that he stood by the underlying sentiment. Stuart asked him if, within his faith, Jehovah was considered a loving God. When Bello confirmed this, Stuart asked if Jehovah would not also then be more concerned about the victim than his own name. Defiantly, Bello replied, Jehovah would be concerned about the victim, but Jehovah is concerned about his own name too. Judge McClellan asked Bello
that
if
is
he'd been
not
following
that is
the
not a response to the answer that was presented to him.
Yeah.
That was the appearance of a response, but it wasn't an answer.
work at the Royal Commission. Bello hadn't, despite knowing a couple of months previously that he would have to give evidence. He said he might have scanned the headlines of the Saturday paper, but he didn't watch the news or listen to the radio. His complete lack of interest in the Commission's work was abundantly clear and consistent with the apathy exhibited by most of the witnesses testifying for the organization. Dr. Monica Applewhite was paid by the organization to be an expert witness in its defense. Applewhite presented herself as an independent consultant in child sexual abuse, visiting institutes to make risk assessments and develop educational programs and policies. This included assessing how they prevented abuse, how they responded to warning signs, how they responded to disclosures of abuse, and how they remedied the situation. Applewhite was an unexpected choice of champion for the Jehovah's Witnesses because she was an active member of the Catholic Church, which the organization has repeatedly dismissed as a false religion, characterized as an enemy of true worship, criticized for its political meddling, and slated for its handling of child sexual abuse. Leaving aside the strangeness of this alliance, Applewhite's testimony was a mess. Stewart and McClellan noted that many opinions offered in her report had no source references. Applewhite said she was already fully scheduled when she started working on the report, so she hadn't been conscientious about her citations. In fact, what emerged from Applewhite's report and testimony,
especially in the religious, there's so many uneducated, unearned, undeserved people in positions of power, and there's so many smart people.
Yeah.
But when somebody says they weren't being conscientious, that is like, I wasn't paying attention, but here's my conclusion. What the fuck is wrong? It's insane.
I wasn't being
It's worse than
when I
that.
ran over that child at a crosswalk.
Yeah.
It's borderline. Your question doesn't quite matter. Here's what you're actually looking for.
Yeah. She was paid. I can only assume she was hired and paid by the organization to investigate, and she just didn't put much time into it. She probably just grabbed the paycheck, and she probably didn't realize that her report was eventually going to come to this. Is my guess.
Just
because how else do you defend yourself to this? It's like, okay, I wasn't being attentive when I did this. Okay, that's not a crime. It makes you look pretty embarrassed.
Yeah.
But that's how you get out of legal trouble though in this situation.
But when the requirement is, okay, we need you to pay attention to this, and then you hand a legal conclusion and you go, but by the way, I wasn't paying attention.
Right.
Yeah.
It's nuts, right?
Yeah.
All right, I gotta pull my food out of the oven. So same.
I'm gonna be AFK for a hot minute.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll be back in like 60 seconds. But I'll let it play. Be right back.
testimony was that her so-called expert evidence consisted of browsing online material from the organization's own website and speaking to staff from its legal branch. She said she hadn't reviewed any specific cases and couldn't offer any opinion on whether the implementation of the organization's policies had resulted in law-abiding responses, good practice of child protection, or compassionate care. As Stuart noted, all she'd basically done was a documentary review. Applewhite showed a distinct lack of awareness of the power relationship between elders and congregation members, erroneously stating that elders were merely viewed as fellow workers by the congregation. As Stuart pointed out, elders were very clearly characterized by the organization as shepherds over the flock. Their privilege and authority was reinforced by the belief that elders were directly appointed by the Holy Spirit, another fact of which she was unaware. Applewhite stated there was no requirement for elders or ministerial servants to be alone with children, but Stuart produced a branch document directed to all elders, stating that elders and ministerial servants are put in a position of trust that explicitly included being more liberal about leaving children in their care. Applewhite was also unaware of the fact that abused children were cautioned not to reveal facts about the congregation in group therapy. The only stipulation she had heard in regards to therapy was that the organization recommended choosing someone who respected their religious beliefs. As the facts about the actual experience of abused individuals emerged, Applewhite began to withdraw some of her poorly considered support for the organization. She announced that if it turned out that people had to confront their abusers and had to sit in a room with no support, that would not meet the standards of care. She conceded she hadn't understood that that was the process. Applewhite stated that when somebody abuses, and their internal mechanisms of control had allowed them to cross that line once, she didn't have confidence in those internal mechanisms of control for the future. As such, she suggested that the risk of reoffense was great, and agreed that positive steps needed to be taken to ensure that such a person didn't have access or the opportunity to abuse again. She said there should be strong and cooperative relationships with child protection authorities, but had no awareness of the difficult relationship the Jehovah's Witness organization had with secular authorities. The Commission didn't consider that Applewhite's report had assisted their inquiry, and rejected her opinions on numerous grounds, including lack of evidence or citations, but most damningly, because she had failed to investigate the experiences of a single survivor of child sexual abuse whose complaint was dealt with by the Jehovah's Witness organization. By the end of this first case, the Royal Commission had already gathered confirmation of unthinkable negligence, deeply inappropriate and traumatizing procedures, and a cover-up mentality that elevated reputation far above the protection of children and led to the use of shaming tactics on abused individuals to try and silence them. From this atrocious start, things would only get worse, as I'll be showing in part 2.
All right, back. Any comments?
Yep. No, I think it wrapped it up pretty well there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
oh,
it was.
Cool. Yeah, we're at the end. Looks like.
Yeah,
good.
Witnesses hired a yes man, and they got that, and then the Royal Commission dismantled it. I was actually I was watching these proceedings live when it was happening. It was really fascinating stuff. It gets really bonkers because later on, I'm not sure if part 2 goes into it, but later on, one of the governing body members, Jeffrey Jackson, Jeffrey Jackson might have been mentioned in this video, but one of the governing body members, the head honchos of the Jehovah's Witness religion, happened to be in Australia at the time because I think his father was sick and dying. And the Royal Commission got wind of that, and they subpoenaed him. And they basically said, you have to testify, you're in the country. And there was some back and forth on whether it was actually going to happen or not, but he did actually testify. And I thought that was bonkers that a governing body member was called before a hearing like this and actually had to testify, and it was like live. It's pretty neat stuff.
And then, like, this is more of a general question, but it is a question with respect to religion. What do you like? It does seem to be like a universal with respect to like religions just completely fucking ignoring the autonomy and the rights of children. Like how?
How do you sleep at night knowing that's what you did? You did.
Yeah,
guys, it's in Jehovah's hands. Trust Jehovah will handle it in his own time.
Well, we know it's in his hands, and that's the fucking problem.
Yeah.
I mean, but I just don't get it. Like, and I hit these things sometimes. I'm like, but it doesn't make sense to me. Like, because I'm a father, I have a son and I have a daughter, and like their well-being is more of a concern to me than my own well-being. Like if somebody said like your kids can have good health or you can have good health, and there's only one outcome here. Like my kids are getting the good health, and because that's the way I'm wired. Like but like all of these religious advocates, their fathers, their mothers too. Like, and it doesn't make sense. I can't.
Well, it's the religious brainwashing. You're in this organization and others. You're taught to devalue yourself. You are sinful. You are imperfect. Satan can get his hooks in you at any moment. You need to stay in line and listen to the organization and its doctrines, and that will protect you. And yeah, it is a overarching holistic dehumanization process brought against you. You don't even realize it. And if you're born and
Mhm.
raised into this as well, like you're that much more vulnerable.
When
Like,
I was oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
When I was deconstructing, the hardest thing for me to get over was not just the fear of death, but the fear of punishment.
Yeah.
And it took me, even after I was calling myself an atheist, I knew there was no God. It was still something I struggled with.
Yeah. It's like
for a long
ingrained.
time.
It's just ingrained into you, and it takes a long time to get it out.
Yeah.
So it's kind
And
of like
honestly, sometimes it doesn't even take growing up in it to just get consumed by it. You know, like, I had a friend who got put in one of those WASP schools in Mexico when she was
sorry,
like,
what's a WASP school?
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Oh, right.
no, this was like Worldwide Association for Schools and Programs. It was it was a program that it was started by a Mormon from Utah, and they opened up schools.
Okay,
They opened up schools all over the place where
I'm
they
not sure if I'm
basically
being mugged
tortured
off
these
here.
teenage kids.
Can
Huh?
somebody actually give me the definition of a WASP school? Because I feel like I'm being mugged off.
She did.
now,
She did. I was. Don't
She
listen
did.
to me.
Right, you were the one
fucking hear
fucking
me?
with me. No. It's it's like
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Gretchen did. Don't listen to me. I was being a dumbass.
Gretchen did. Okay, so you were the one that was messing around. Gretchen.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
fine. Sorry. No,
Yeah,
it's all
WASP is what we call white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, but this was like, Worldwide Association of Schools. Anyway, it was a program for troubled teens, and like, but what it really was they were handcuffing kids to beds to
Whoa.
sleep
Oof.
and kicking the shit out of them if they rolled off their mats in the middle of the night, and yeah, it was insanity.
Yeah.
And
bonkers.
And then later on they closed down all the schools. They made a documentary series about it on Netflix a few years ago.
It
called The Program.
It kind of sounds like what they did in like Catholic schools in Ireland, where there was like Catholic schools for troubled kids, and it was basically nuns that were beating the ever loving shit out of kids to try and get them to comply.
There's Catholic schools in Canada that have mass graves because of the indigenous children that they killed. Yeah, it's twisted. But
Yeah, there wasn't really a heavy religious foundation for these schools, but even now there are people that worked there that just don't want to talk about the shit they fucking did, know, just for a fucking paycheck.
Yeah.
And
I don't that kind
they
of
just say we were told we were helping.
Who? What do you think is the psychology that's at play when somebody is like stood over a 7-year-old kid who's bawling his eyes out, and
The
like
Stanford prison experiment.
and the response is just go stop crying, and then you fucking hit them again. Like, I mean, how
What's wrong with you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Look at the Stanford prison experiment.
Yeah, Zimbardo immediately came to mind on that. Yeah, there's a psychology behind it. Even in a simulated environment, these behaviors take over.
Yep.
So anyway, I'm sorry, folks. You now have a intimate understanding of the fucked up internal procedures of the Watchtower and Bible and Tract Society organization, otherwise known as Jehovah's Witnesses. I apologize.
No, that was good to know. I had so little experience with it.
Like I said, before we started all this, there's a entire second part, and so hopefully, like sometime later this week or next week or in a couple of weeks, we can return to that.
Yeah, I'm more than happy. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday. I might be able to be back tomorrow.
Just quickly, Eric. Now that you've explained this video to me and that we've watched this, and now when the Jehovah's Witnesses knock on my door, I actually have a justification to shut the door and tell them to fuck off, as opposed to inviting them in. So thanks very much.
Right?
Yeah, you could, or here's the thing too. So you actually kind of touched on
Make them
something.
pay for it. Make them stand there for 2 fucking hours. That's what I do.
So witnesses as part of the us versus the world mentality. They are taught to ignore negative press about the organization. They're even told that if you are to read or engage with negative press about the organization, that's Satan's way of pulling you out. It's kind of like the way I describe it is, you ever read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah.
No, never.
Okay. As a joke in the book, there's something called a SEP field, a SEP field, somebody else's problem field. And it's this like mysterious field that goes over things that people are too embarrassed to look at or inconvenienced to address. And it's like kind of like a cloaking field. In the book, it's a joke, but it's actually kind of rooted in something real, where if something is really inconvenient or uncomfortable to the witnesses, bad press, they have a way of ignoring it. It's just not there. And so if a witness comes to your door and you were to bring up the Australia Royal Commission, odds 9 to 10 that they are not even going to know about it. In fact, they might even believe you if you say that, oh, I watched a video yesterday about the Australia Royal Commission and how Jehovah's Witnesses are case 29. They will probably just deny it, that it happened.
Well, they'll just go, no, you didn't.
Yeah. They'll either say, no, you're making this up, or you'll say that it's false news. It's a false witness. Yeah. They will make those judgments without even reviewing what you're talking about first.
The reason I say no, you didn't, as opposed to you're lying. You're lying means that you have some kind of malicious intent.
Yeah.
But there's a distinction between interpreting malicious intent on the behalf of a third party, as opposed to just going, no, you didn't. Which is just an outright denial of reality.
Yeah.
They are different things.
Yeah, and like I said, from their point of view, you're worldly, and Satan might be trying to use you to get them out, and that's like kind of always the mindset that they're in. So if you do want to engage with them, bringing up the Australia Royal Commission might be an okay way to do it if one of them wants to genuinely look into it. But I guess it depends on how you broach it. If you broach it as like, oh, I know all about you, I heard about you in the news, and you had this like case against you about child sex abuse, they will immediately shields up and shut down. So you have to like gently broach the subject, ask innocent leading questions, like basically do street epistemology, do what was being done in the hearing here. Ask simple yes or no questions and get them to come to these conclusions. Otherwise, they're going to just shut down on you. Or you can simply say, I'm an apostate, I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness apostate, and then they'll leave you alone forever. That's also an option.
Yeah.
What if you tell them that you've invited Satan to your heart and that he is currently controlling your vessel?
Oh, yeah. They would love that. Yeah.
It would be so much easier just to say, I would like to be placed on the do not call list.
You can do that too, yeah. You can do that too. But Satan is in my heart, and then like kind of like do like guttural spits and like froth at the mouth. They'll probably leave. Yeah.
Have you heard of a Jehovah's Witness content creator? I think he's Australian. His name is Truth Hurts.
Truth Hurts. Let me look it up.
It's really good. He hasn't posted in a while, but I hope he's okay. I miss him actually, but the dude is solid. I learned a lot about Jehovah's Witness from that guy.
Okay.
I actually like Gretchen's approach to this, which is like make them pay for it. Like, don't shut the door and tell them to fuck off. Like absorb as much of their time as possible. Yeah. But it's kind of similar to my cousin's approach to when he gets like salespeople who call him on the phone. He pretends that he's really, really, really interested and goes, oh, I'm just going to go and get a pen and paper, and then just puts the phone down but doesn't hang up and fucks off and does something like goes fishing or something.
Now, the way I look at it, if you come to my door, your punishment is you get to stay here and talk to me for as long as I want you to.
Whoops.
No, you're not leaving till we're done.
My gal over here is Macho Man Randy Savage from Spider-Man.
I'm gonna post it.
You ain't going nowhere.
I got you for 3 minutes.
3 minutes of playtime.
Of course, please come in and tell me about my Lord and Savior. Click. You're like, fuck.
I had some Mormons come to the door once and said, why did your neighbor across the street tell us to skip your house? I'm like, you're about to find out.
Oh no!
I've actually told some of my neighbors. A couple of my neighbors know I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and I have we have like a little cottage on the end of our property, and I have some friends who rent it. I've actually gone around to everybody who knows I'm an XJW, and I've told them, if Jehovah's Witnesses come by, do not tell them I'm an XJW because I want to talk to them. Because if they know I'm an XJW or like worse yet, I'm an apostate, or even worse yet, I'm like an online activist against them, they will not even knock on my door. So
I got something to show you guys.
Yeah,
I found that Jehovah's Witness guy I was just telling you about. He did a really good Matrix style YouTube short. I'm putting it in the private chat for RP. You'll love it. It's only like a minute long, but it was really good.
Yeah,
and
actually,
I'll give you a taste of the guy.
Turns out I am subscribed to this guy on YouTube, but yeah, he hasn't posted anything in 2 years, which I shouldn't talk. I haven't posted anything on my channel in 3 years, so
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's probably fine.
Is that how long you've been inactive, Eric? 3 years.
Did you get that link, RP?
I've been online active
Yeah, I'll get it in
for
a
3.
second.
Okay. I've been online active for 3, but I've been out of the witnesses for 15.
Right. Okay.
And I put minimal. Yeah, thank you. I put minimal effort into YouTubing because it's a lot of work, and I'm very lazy. I'm also very busy. I live a very busy life, so I don't have energy for it.
If you don't mind me asking.
I'm a software developer.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm a software developer, and own my own home. I'm here with my wife. I have my elderly dad living in an ADU attached to the house.
What area of the country do you live?
Washington.
Nice.
But yeah, I have a lot of responsibilities, and I just don't have the energy.
Sure.
I'm
What's good,
currently.
fellas? What's good?
Something money.
They don't want you.
I'm
Here we go.
currently struggling with motivation myself. Like my business tends to run itself at the moment, and like I'm so like jaded with respect to like productivity. Like that's why I spend so much time here.
I have the same issue too. Like I go through periods, like when I say periods, like weeks long periods of very low motivation, borderline depression. But then like it'll rebound, and I'll go through a few weeks of like super high motivation, super high productivity. And
usually accompanied with like a fixation on a particular project, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I would love to have just some consistency.
Couldn't be me.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I am active in that I'm a host on the line, and I participate in stuff like this because this is kind of more low. This is more low effort, where I'm just in a conversation rather than like preparing content. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ready to see this?
It's a grind, though. Can get that way quick.
Is that Jack Nicholson?
His name is, I don't know his actual name. I forget.
It kind of looks like a young Jack Nicholson, huh?
Yeah, maybe. You ready to jump in?
It is not. But
all right, RP.
They don't want you to know the truth about the truth.
What truth?
That you are a Watchtower slave, Neo. Each brother and sister are plugged in to what's it called? The
Matrix.
The Jehovah's Witness Matrix. The Jehovah's Witness Matrix is everything the leaders of this organization have ever said, as if speaking for God himself. It is Armageddon coming in 1914. It is this generation. It is the last of the last days.
Oh no.
It's also every tactic that they've ever used to control your mind.
Can I just double check? Because like the religious nutbaggery that comes out of these institutions is so out of pocket. Was that ironic or was that sincere? I just... I don't actually know. I can't tell.
Well, the quotes at the end are real things that the witnesses say.
Wow. The full video is really good too.
Yeah, and the Matrix thing is actually fairly apt. Because like, especially if you're born and raised in it, you're denied association with people outside the religion. You are told to basically just graduate high school and get into the ministry. Don't worry about higher education. Don't study philosophy. Don't go to psychiatrists.
God isn't going to need engineers and scientists. He's going to need plumbers, carpenters, floor layers. We are there to bring in and usher the new paradise Earth.
Yes. Pete is a genuine XJW. He is talking the language there. Like that is it.
Just genuinely in its entirety anti-enlightenment, right?
Essentially,
I
remember when I was younger, I used to kind of respect the fact that JWs like would just basically close themselves off from other people.
Yeah.
Like
And this-
whereas Mormon,
The way
and
they
it's
were in
more
my
at least the church, the Mormon church I went to, they basically taught us to fucking lie and be shapeshifters. Like, just don't tell them you're Mormon. Say Christian. Just say Christian.
Yeah,
you know, and it's like,
yeah,
all right. Sure.
I'm definitely like I definitely like your approach, Gretchen. Like I get the impression that like Jehovah's Witnesses are walking up to your front door and go, "Why are there molten candles and flaming pumpkins everywhere?"
So it
It's
sounds like we're in
February."
agreement.
You know,
Everything too is like programmed too. Like if you ever like study Bible stuff with the like a witness elder or whatever, whoever's helping you. If you're a sister, it's usually a sister, but it's like questions, answers, and if you get the answers wrong, well, now we got to go over that and make sure you get the right answer. And you just go and you do that over and over, and then you're just a programmed husk. That
I don't know what the process is to become baptized now, but I remember the one I went through. It was basically that. It was just multiple sessions of, we have questions and answers. We're going to ask you the question. You give us the answer. If you answer wrong, we'll correct you, and then you try again. And you have to like get through this gauntlet of just learning about doctrine, and then at a certain point they go, "Okay, you're ready for baptism."
It might vary. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, my question was with respect to the number of Jehovah's Witnesses that exist. Like, how do they count? Like, obviously, the Catholic Church. Like, once you're baptized, that's it. You're a member of the Catholic. You can't.
Yeah.
Like, so, like, how do the Jehovah's like count their? Like, you don't need to have a continue. It's just you're born into it, and that's it, right?
Well, no, I mean, many witnesses are born into it, but the way that they're counted internally to the organization, there's two metrics basically. There's witnesses call themselves publishers, but they're basically just preachers.
They're publishing the works of God. How dare you?
Yeah. So there's two types of publishers. There's a baptized publisher and an unbaptized publisher. So baptized,
because God could never get his publishing rights together.
Yeah.
That's why his book is so fucked up.
Yeah. I think
His
the term
editors
publisher
weren't great, but they pulled through.
Yeah, I think the term publisher mainly comes from the fact that the Watchtower Bible Tract Society was a printing organization first and foremost.
Yeah, that's what it started as.
Yeah, that's what it started as.
The dude who started it owned a printing press and magazines that he wanted to sell.
Yep, exactly. But anyway, so the two metrics are baptized publisher and unbaptized publisher. So, like my journey, the way that I developed in the organization was, born into it. When I was about 6 or 7, I became an unbaptized publisher, which is basically just like I expressed interest in being a publisher or doing the preaching work. You do the preaching work as young as they can get you, but at some point you're pressured into you really need to become an unbaptized publisher so you can like advance. So you do that, you take that step, and now you have that title. You're not like are unbaptized publishers counted as witnesses? No, they aren't. They are counted
internally, yes.
Yes, internally, yes, but they don't publish that as like one of the actual numbers.
It's not a statistic, though. It's only a statistic internally.
Yeah, exactly.
So just to clarify, there is a degree of inconsistency here.
A bit,
it depends on which viewpoint you're looking through.
Yeah, but I became an unbaptized publisher around 6 or 7. And then I expressed interest
in a good band name.
Yeah, unbaptized publisher. And then about 13, 14, I expressed interest in being baptized, and that's when I went through the gauntlet of questions. And when I say express interest, my family pressured me, like they quote unquote encouraged me, but it's basically just social pressure, like you have to do this. So anyway, went through the process, and I became baptized at 15-ish. And at that point, you're a Jehovah's Witness. So, and I think the numbers they publish, or at least used to publish, I think they stopped publishing their numbers because they started getting really embarrassing. 8 million or so members, and those are all baptized publishers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like there's much more gradation to it. But the reason I asked is because things like, for example, I use this term loosely, but like more accepted religions, like for example the Catholic Church,
Yeah.
they're very much of a yes, no, just
yeah,
Christian / baptized or not.
Check this box.
Yeah, exactly.
Check this box and you're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you get big enough, you just don't care like anymore. It's like,
Yeah,
oh, we got
exactly.
a billion plus people. Like we just don't care. You know.
Yeah.
Like, you're the biggest dog on the street.
I guess my question was how many like of the millions of Jehovah's Witnesses that the institution claims exist, how many of them are actually practicing? I guess would have been a better question.
Easy 70%. Easy 70. Especially in third world countries, 90. It is very, very popular as a gospel for Jehovah's Witnesses to be practicing it.
Yeah, it's like a week-long thing. You're always going to a meeting. You're always going to an event held at someone's house, or you go to a Bible study, or out in service. They call it. It's
for the longest time. An active JW, an active baptized publisher, is one that's actually like preaching month to month and like reporting their time. The witnesses have
usually like 16 hours a month, usually too. To be counted as it.
Yeah, I think they've recently moved away from this, but for the longest time and for a majority of my life, every month you report how many hours you spent in the ministry, how many publications you placed, how many return visits and Bible studies you conduct, and you report that every month, and they record it all, and you're an active JW, you're a member, that's the status you want. And yeah, for the longest time it was like 16 hours was a recommended quota, then it was 14, and I think if I remember correctly, recently
is the 16 hours with respect to like self-reflection, or is that actually proselytizing?
That's actually proselytizing.
It's like each Saturday you would go to somebody's house, and then you'd get put into groups after going through like what's called the day's text, which is like a scripture that is supposed to inspire you for the ministry for that morning or afternoon, whatever one you're doing.
I remember
and
that.
Then from there you end up put into groups, you do your neighborhood territory area, you preach for a few hours, and then those hours that you spent knocking or waiting for somebody in the car while they were inside talking, those are the hours that you counted. And that's it.
There's like a small, like conscientious thing between witnesses.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, are you going to use a stopwatch, or are you just going to go like kind of generalize?
Just kind of eyeball it. Yeah.
Do you count it when you're talking to an inactive one and encouraging them? Do you not?
The fact that this metric even exists explains exactly why a Jehovah's Witness has that like down the nose look when somebody says, "Oh, I'm a cultural Christian."
To them, you might as well have said like, "Yeah, I like kind of follow Jesus."
All right, I'm gonna drop out. I'm falling asleep here, but thanks for telling me all about all that stuff, Eric. It was really interesting.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Right,
thanks for listening.
Have a good night, man.
Good night.
Take care.
They recently stopped the requirement of monthly reporting. The same way that they stopped publishing their yearly metrics in their yearbooks, and they stopped the self-reporting because the numbers, especially when COVID started, like the numbers started getting really embarrassing, experiencing negative growth. The hours were plummeting because for pretty much their entire existence, they're like, this is evidence that God is with us. Like, look how many people were baptized. Look how many hours we're preaching. Look how many books we're placing. This is evidence that God is with us. And then, negative growth, all the stuff that happened during COVID, it's like now the evidence is against them, and they just simply say, okay, we're going to stop looking at the evidence. And that's where we're at.
It's like any religious group who goes, well, we must be right because look at like our growth year on year. The second that they get negative growth, well, this means it's untrue, right? And they're like, no, like you're not interpreting it the right way.
Yeah, no. The love of the greater number is cooling off, which is like a Bible quote.
Oh,
it's Yeah, it's one of those things like, okay, we're experiencing growth. God is with us. Oh, we're seeing growth slow down or go in reverse. Oh, the love of the greater number is cooling off. This is fulfillment of Bible prophecy.
Coming close.
Like
Yeah.
either way, no matter what happens, it's confirmation of the narrative. And
this metric is either salient.
question.
This metric is either salient or it's not. Fucking pick one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Gretchen.
Did you guys notice any sort of fallout from like the documentary series that like Leah Remini did with Scientology? Was there any sort of blowback on like the JWs with that?
Not any in my area.
Because I mean, a lot of their tactics are a lot the same, you know.
Yeah, to witnesses, it's a day and night difference.
Yeah.
To witnesses, it's like, well, obviously Jesus isn't even involved in that one. Yeah, we're way different.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat here. I think we are seeing fallout of this kind of stuff happening. In the last
it
10
is
or so,
more now.
Yeah, in the last 10 or so years,
And like, I mean,
some,
like, you know, stuff like, you know, the Scientology series, the thing like the documentary series about the schools that I talked about, and then there was, you know, like the Nexium cult. You know,
or something too?
I just mean like it's just something. It's a way to open your eyes to, oh shit, I might be in a cult. And there's got to be some sort of fallout from that, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be a quick question with respect to sort of like it seems like some religions like equal opportunity offenders with respect to how can I put it, economic mobility, but it does seem like Scientology does target those who like it seems to, it's what I would call like a Hollywood religion, like all of these precious little darlings are the ones that are fall into the Scientology trap.
I still have my worksheet from when I was like 17. We were in Hollywood for a friend of mine to get a new bong or something, and we walked past the Scientology Center, and they asked us if we wanted a personality test. So we're like, "Fuck yeah, sure, let's do it." You know, and I kept my score sheet. I still have it.
Did they say you scored high or something, and you had to read up on a book and all that?
I don't even remember what I scored.
But the reason I asked the question is because we don't have Scientologists in the UK. It doesn't really exist here. So I'm kind of curious. Like, is my perception of it with respect to it being sort of like an opulent religion?
It doesn't super exist here either, outside of Hollywood and Clearwater,
exactly,
Florida.
Yeah. Right. So my perception is exactly right then. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
For like how widespread witnesses are, or I forgot the root of your question.
No, it was more my perception of Scientology is that it's like an elitist type institution. It's
gotcha.
As opposed to like there are other religions that target like the poor and the desolate. Right. Like they focus on desperation, whereas like Scientology seems to focus on the boredom of the elites. You know, that's kind of the opposite end of the spectrum.
Well, no, they want the money. It's about the money.
There's regular people in Scientology too. It's not just the rich people like that. Like you got your regular old common folk, and they just into it. Like they believe it. Like they believe that the stuff works. Yeah. They use something called auditing. Like they audit.
Yeah, the shit doesn't work.
You know that's what they believe in. That's what they think works. I'm telling you, like I see it. I pass by a church of Scientology, and I always look. I always want to go troll them, and I'm like, I'm working, so I only pass by when I'm at work. But yeah, so it be regular people there. It's no celebrities, like you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like it's not all just.
Well, the one in Hollywood, there's plenty of celebrities there.
Well, I mean,
they even have their own. They even have a celebrity center here.
It's grown so much that it's like maybe it be some celebrities in there, like a lot of them actually. But it's a whole lot of common folk.
Yeah, there's a whole estate in Hollywood that used to belong to Mary Pickford, and do you think it now belongs to the Church of Scientology, and it's reserved just for the famous people.
But assuming humanity makes it another 150 or 200 years, do you think there's going to be like Scientology churches in the same way as there's like Gurdwaras and mosques and churches and stuff?
I think if we make it past World War III, I think religion is going to turn into more of a fringe type ideology.
or just religion as a whole? You think?
Yeah, in general. I think if we make it past World War III, I think so.
I mean, I fucking hope so, Pete. I mean, you know.
I just can't imagine the accelerationists end up coming out like past it. You know what I mean? Like, they don't necessarily seem like exactly the self-preservation type of people.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
People gonna grow closer to their faith, in my opinion. Like, people gonna just be like, they're gonna stand on it more because they convinced about the afterlife. That's what happens when you convince a person about their afterlife. They'll give you this.
But that's post World War III. Like,
I don't think we're gonna make it past World War III. So.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a big asterisk with mine, but if we make it,
why would we not make it past World War III?
The planet might. You and I might not.
Well,
yeah, the planet might.
It
We're
depends.
fucked.
It depends what you mean with. It depends what you mean with respect to who makes it past World War III. Does a civilization make it past World War III? Probably not. Does humanity? Maybe. But you know, the like our societies are going to be. So
how bad do you think it's going to get that World War III is like, okay, they have their wars, a big world war. World goes back to normal. Like, shit resolves. People don't like conflict.
Nuclear war.
In World War II, the rebuilding that they had to do over on the other side where they got hit took like 20 years.
I don't know, dude. I don't know that the world will just go back to fucking normal. I mean,
I don't think it will. I think society will change as a whole.
It's not going to go back to how we know it.
Your ability to equate things to movies. Think about the Hunger Games, dude.
But it's
that's
also,
like the best we can fucking hope for.
Like with respect to,
I think that's what's going to lead us to Mad Max. Go ahead.
The First World War and the First World War and the Second World War were absolutely, like, I mean, these were industrialized nations that were having at one another to the best of their ability. They weren't holding back. You know, they destroyed as much as they possibly could. There was no
absolutely.
Like, I'm going to blow the shit out of this, but only a little bit.
So much so they used 2 nukes to make sure that they knew they didn't have to send a third.
So if the same attitude applied with the nuclear arsenals or the technology that we currently have, then yeah, the world is coming to an end and kind of like fucking immediately. It will blink humanity out like in almost instantly.
The most powerful country in the fucking world has already displayed our ability to elect a moron like Trump, who's just he would love to use the nuke. Are you fucking kidding me?
But the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom with its like nuclear weapons could annihilate a significant portion of the planet, and we have 4 submarines and tridents. I think we only have about 200 nuclear warheads. That's enough. Like, Russia and the United States have fucking thousands of the damn things.
Thousands.
You know,
yeah.
It's. You know,
Well, does your dick even get bigger if you don't keep on building missiles? Think about it, John. It's just basic maths.
No, what I'm saying is they all know that there's an end game and nobody wants their people to die. Think about it, like they don't. They
I think they'll get up.
You really think Trump cares if his people die?
I think Trump and them think they're going to be on the planet.
Trump don't care about anyone but himself.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. His people. You understand what I'm saying?
He doesn't care about his people.
They're going to take Bezos' blue cock all the way up into Mars. Wait out the fucking nuclear radiation.
Don Jr.'s wedding. You really think he gives a shit about his family and his statesmen? No fucking way.
Listen, his buddies, people like that, like he got certain connections. You understand what I'm saying? He was already involved in certain things before this presidential shit.
You give Trump a terminal diagnosis, and I guarantee you he won't give a fuck about any of his buddies anymore, ever.
No, I get what you're saying, but
he will stop faking it.
I don't think he would remember that he has a terminal diagnosis is the problem.
That's
well, no,
that's
I mean, there's. I mean, I'm not a particular. Whilst I'm conservative, I'm not a Trump fan, but I do think he cares like about his own.
Trump is not a conservative. He never was.
Trump cares about his legacy and his name being glorified. Yeah. That's as far as he cares about his kids.
So you saying he don't care about his kids? Like, that's crazy. Like, come on.
I'm saying that's as far as he cares about his kids.
Did he go to Don Jr.'s wedding?
Nope.
I mean, he probably.
No, he didn't.
Nope.
He didn't go
The
to his
answer
own
was
fucking
nope.
son's wedding.
And
He
maybe
was
he
on
wasn't
the fucking golf course that day.
Maybe he
He
wasn't.
didn't have anything else to do. He
What do
just
you
didn't
mean,
want to
maybe?
fucking go.
What are you doing apologetics for this bloke for? Are
I'm
you
not
fucking kidding me,
apologizing.
Jay? What are you both siding this for?
Listen to what I'm
You
saying. I'm not
absolute doorknob.
Look, listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm not apologizing for him because I don't even really know his stuff. What I'm doing is not commenting on something I don't know about, right? I don't know about why he wasn't there. If that was revealed, like if he came out and said, "Oh, I didn't go to the prick," then I'll be like, "Oh yeah, he's a fucking asshole. Yeah, he probably don't give a fuck about it." You know, I don't know that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, hold up a second, because Gretchen had mentioned what he was doing.
Yeah.
He said, I didn't go because I couldn't get away. Yet there was video of him on the golf course all fucking afternoon.
Oh, nah, yeah, you see, that's crazy. that's crazy. But
exactly.
Again, you know what I'm saying? If I go to a golf, I'm not apologizing for him now, but I've been in a situation where I've gone to a place where it doesn't look like we're gonna go work, but it's to discuss some work shit. Like
who hasn't missed somebody's once in a lifetime type of events? Everyone's got a couple under their belts.
No, listen, that's a fact. I get it. I think that the fact that
it's only one of my kids.
No,
Is there going to be cake after?
The fact that we talking about this dude, you understand what I'm saying? Like I've seen situations.
No, I don't fucking understand what you're saying, Jay. It sounds insane.
I've seen people miss their kids' graduations because of stuff like that they couldn't get the day off or something like that.
Great. Do you think those parents care about those kids a whole lot?
Yes, they do because how they
that is wild.
They have to make that golfing tournament.
They lose their job.
We're not talking about someone who couldn't get the fucking day off work.
That's what I'm saying. Like it could be a situation. That's what I was saying.
There was a pizza party at the office. You don't understand, Timmy.
That's what it is. You looking at the person, you think automatically shit on them. I'm looking at the situation. And
no, Jay, I'm looking at the equivalencies. It'd be like if Timmy's dad had a pizza party at the office, and that's why he couldn't go to graduation. He didn't want to be there. That's why he didn't want to go there.
Yeah,
I hear you, but I'm telling you, I know people that wanted to be there and couldn't be there. You look on the outside.
Yeah, that's great for those people. I'm saying that's not Trump.
But no, here's what I'm telling you. There was people in those places that was like, oh, how the fuck is this not person? Is this person not there? People speculating that same thing, like throwing the accusation, not realizing this person had to be at work. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm hearing them.
But if my grandma had if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a fucking bicycle. If this, that, and the other was different, it would be a different thing. But the fact of the matter is, he had the day available, told him he was busy, and spent the day fucking golfing. It doesn't really seem like he cares about them farther than he can toss them.
This has nothing to do with the argument, but I want to just take a moment to appreciate the fact that an American quoted Gino DeCampo there. Quickly.
Oh hell yeah, buddy! I ain't no uncultured swine.
All right. So hey, I gotta duck out. It's 2:30, and I gotta go to bed for work. So it was fun hanging out.
Right.
And
Night, Eric.
Sleep easy.
Yeah, I'll coordinate with you guys on when we can do part 2. Maybe here in a few days.
Yeah.
All right. Later.
The sooner the better, so we can be done with this, please.
Yeah. Later.
Like it's odd though. Like it is absolutely like when I say that I have when somebody makes a claim like even a narcissist like Trump doesn't care about his children, and then you evidence the fact that he didn't go to one of his children's weddings. Is that suspicious? Absolutely. Like the notion that I wouldn't go to one of my children's wedding like is nuts to me. Like I would move heaven and earth in order to be there because it's such an important event. But
I think if you saw the way he talked about his family,
I said something about it to my dad, and my dad was like, "Why would he go? It's his second wedding. Who cares?" I'm like, "What, Dad?"
Some people are just brute like that.
I'm like, that's super coat, man.
Mind you, back when his daughter was like 16, 17 in an interview, he commented on the fucking, if it wasn't my kid, I'd be dating her. Like there's a lot of shitty behavior that he has. It's wild to me that people are like, yeah, there's no shot he doesn't care about anything but his name and money. And his kids have his name.
But contextually, if you like, for example, I was born in I'm nearly 42. I was born in 1984, and when my kids were born, I've got a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old, and
You're
the notion
41.
Yeah.
Fucking sorry about
And-
the hairline, man.
it happens, this excess testosterone.
Freaking absolute savagery. Just uncalled for.
I mean, but the bit that I find most offensive is that Gretchen thought that she was revealing information. Like, I have a fucking mirror. It's like
No,
I
we've
don't
talked
know.
about this before.
It's like telling your wife or girlfriend,
I'm not revealing
did
anything.
you see that pimple growing in? Or
You've been on camera. You showed us
Yeah, of
all.
course.
This
But
isn't new information.
But the bit that it's more like the context with how things are valued. So you would never in a million years have kept me out of the room when my children were being born. I was in the room holding my wife's hand. However, when I was born, the nurses said, "Oh, Mr. Foley, we've got a chair for you in the waiting room." It was kind of a different attitude. And my granddad was in the fucking pub when I was born. He was anywhere near the fucking hospital. Whereas
Hey,
my
Gretchen,
dad,
can
was
you pull up
in
the
the wing.
photo of what happened when somebody had fallen in the Oval Office during one of the press reviews? There should be a lot of chaos going on with Trump standing behind the desk. I'll try to find it too, but I thought it'd be kind of easy to find.
Think about it like this. Imagine. I know he's a fictional character, but it was based on reality, though. Imagine where Frank Gallagher was when Fiona was born, right? He probably was out fucking off somewhere. But you're not gonna say Frank Gallagher don't love Fiona. You know what I'm saying? For all my shameless heads.
The guy from Eli Lilly.
I just look at that comment. Like the comments in the chat is, "Shut the fuck up, Gretchen. Minoxidil works." And also it doesn't. But still, moving on.
Yeah, pasted the link to the photo, Gretchen, in Backchat.
I've already got it.
Oh, okay, sweet. But I feel like this really encapsulates how he
Hold on,
feels
that's
about
the-
other people.
That's the video. Oh. Shut up.
I'm gonna head out too, guys, but I appreciate you having me up here tonight.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Hey.
Thank you.
Make sure you're around for
problem,
some of the other
Dylan.
days too, because
Oh,
I might not be able to actually be like online talking, but I might be able to be in chat over the next few days.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Anytime, Dylan. Thanks for coming up. Catch you next time. Nope, that was the wrong button. Share screen. There it is.
It depends on the scalp, John. Well, mine is fucking stubborn. So
There we go.
Yeah, that's like one of the
Upload
times that this type
Spanish.
of thing has happened. It's like a completely candid photo of like a dude falling in the middle of Trump talking or somebody talking.
Supposedly his
And-
friend, a farmer
Yeah.
rep from Eli Lilly, and
Mhm.
supposedly his buddy, and he just fucking stood there.
That's how much he cares. He cares so much that he doesn't even want to like make other people panic. He needs to be the strong rock in the relationship.
Oh, I don't even think that was it. I've seen the video.
No, I don't think it was either. I think he just didn't know what was going on.
Fucking clueless, yeah.
So, but is the context of the picture is like there's somebody in the room whilst he was.
This
giving
is
the
a still
speech.
shot of a video.
They've just
Yeah,
gone
it
over
was-
like a tree, and
It was
he's
during
like,
a press conference, and one of the guys he was there to talk about
One of-
just fucking keeled over.
But my
And-
question is my sorry, just to clarify, my question is, did he just not even notice that the person fell over, or did he turn around and go, "Oh shit, that guy's just died," and then just turn?
This
around
is
and
how
carry
he
on
looked
with
the whole time.
That's
right. Okay.
no,
At
he
best,
did.
he looked
did,
annoyed.
I think, if I remember correctly, he did like look over his shoulder once, going, "What the? Okay."
Oh, great! Now somebody else has attention.
And he didn't just stand there talking. He stood there fucking silent like that.
Yeah, that was the most surreal part.
Yeah.
Like shit like that is why I don't feel like he actually
if he
cares
had
about his
like
kids or
looked over
anything.
his
He cares about his
shoulder
name.
and then said, "Well, see, sometimes this stuff happens, but people are tending to him and everything's fine." But he
Everybody's human,
didn't.
right, guys?
He looked over and then he looked back at the cameras and just stood there at like that. And it's like a statue. Like he was doing his best Mitch McConnell. That's all you can say.
Be fair, he fucking nailed it.
Yeah, he did. He nailed Mitch McConnell in that moment. So
I wish there was a way to like.
And I would 100% want fucking proof that
hear
Mitch
his
is still
true
alive.
thoughts. You know, like if you could hear his true thoughts in any moment, that would be so good. Like they should scientists should have been a machine like that can extract real thoughts out of a person.
Did you see even Ron Johnson threw fucking McConnell under the bus about that statement and the picture? Even Ron Johnson from Wisconsin was like,
I missed that.
"Yeah, I've heard from other sources that was an older picture and they shouldn't have used that." Like, oh motherfucker, knew it. Like when your own senators can't fucking get your back and lie for you, you're so fucked. So Ron Johnson is like the senior senator from Wisconsin, I think.
Different than Ron Jeremy.
Yes.
You
Much
don't
different.
say.
Well, just in case, we might have some in the younger audience.
They're two different types of fucked, right?
Yeah.
Well, one is classical.
Yeah, it was nuts. He was on like Real America's Voice and doing an interview, and even he was like, "Yeah, I don't think that was necessarily the right picture to use because it was older." I'm like, "Ooh, was it now? Tell me more." I mean, just the fact that they put out a statement the day after Lindsey Graham died, and he didn't mention Lindsey Graham's name. That, I mean, wasn't there anyone in his office that would have figured that one out? Like anyone?
Are they actually like reading anything, or
Huh?
like is his office actually like reading anything though? To like, or they just? I feel like they just kind of like send it out. There's no shot they actually like read everything.
They have to. They're the fucking Senate staff, man. They have to know what's going on.
Maybe
All right.
They probably don't.
I feel like they got a Cliff Notes, that kind of thing. I don't have the utmost faith that they're actually one-lining that sucker.
I've been a staff member for a House rep, and yeah, you have to know what's going on because people are going to call.
I'm thrilled to know that is.
Someone's got to have some
case.
answers.
I'm thrilled to know that that's the case. I just didn't have the confidence it was.
Well,
they've got to know what's going on. They definitely know
because
that
it seems
Lindsey
like
Graham
everyone on the
died.
floor doesn't.
Well, but with respect to politics in the UK, like all of the staff members are kind of expected to have a rudimentary knowledge because potentially any one of them could be stopped by the press and asked a question, and they have to at least be able to like give a salient answer. So
You don't answer questions as a staffer here at all. Period. No matter what.
But you don't like. I think the attitude with politics and the press is like, so for example, because we have PMQs in the Prime Minister's Question Time in the UK, where none of the questions are pre-scripted. There's like anybody can ask a question, and there is a requirement to give an answer. But also, it's kind of considered bad form to go like if a politician or even a staff member is asked a question, you don't really like if you. Like you won't really find many clips of people going like no comment or they'll dance, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of considered like a shitty thing to do. If the press asks you a question, you're sort of required to give an answer. You don't just get to ignore them or not answer.
Not here. If you're a staffer for a Congress, a House rep, or a senator, you can only lose by answering a question. Because one, if you say the wrong thing, you're horrible for saying the wrong thing. If you say something good, then you're horrible because you didn't give your rep a chance to say it instead of you.
Yeah.
You get
No,
it?
that no, I definitely get it. Like,
Yeah. Like if you have a good answer to a question, you better make sure the boss has that fucking answer because
it's kind
you
of
know.
there's kind of a different attitude here. Like with like if one of your staffers, if a member of your staff, your team gives a good answer to a question, then what tends to happen is the leader of the team, the head of the team goes, "See, we employ good, competent people. That's who I employ. Fuck you. Don't ask me trick
Yeah,
questions."
but we
Okay.
work differently. So most of the people up the top they're all fucking narcissists and egomaniacs. They don't want to share.
Wow.
They also have a lot more people that like it's just shy of 1 million people for every House rep, you know? And then the
Did you say a
senators
million? A million people? A million?
well, yeah, my district is 825,000 people.
Yeah, but like not like directly employed, right? Like
No, but
volunteers,
that's how many
fine, but
constituents my House rep has is
constituents, right?
about
Okay, fine.
825,000 constituents.
Sorry,
So
I thought we were talking about
so
like
when
so
these
when
people have to run every 2 years, they're having to try to get the votes of 825,000 people each every 2 years.
And that's why
So
it makes sense to cap how many people we can have as reps.
yeah, and it's insanity. But these people, you can't get elected without lying to people or having the best answers or just looking right or not having any bullshit in your past. You know, here it's running for office is big fucking business, really.
like I mean, who doesn't have some kind of like something in their past that like we're all human. We all have the capacity to make mistakes. This notion that like politicians have to be, excuse the phrase, whiter than white, they've got to be somehow this you know manifest perfection. I've always found disconcerting, but it depends. It depends what the transgression is. Like if somebody's been a sex pest, okay, probably not. I'm not a candidate for public office. But if somebody's like had a speeding ticket or something, then obviously these are different things.
Yeah, we just had a guy taken out who was almost guaranteed to be the next governor of California, and 2 weeks, and that's all it took, and he was backing out of the race, and because some woman accused him of something a while back. So
Well, that's a dangerous game as well. There's just because somebody accuses you of something doesn't mean that it's true. And if you can remove a political opponent just by an accusation,
yeah, he tried that. He tried that attack at first. He tried that counter. Like just because she accused me doesn't mean it's true. And then it was like, okay, well maybe it was true, but my wife knew about it, and we've come to terms, and we've gotten past it. And then it was like,
It
fuck
wasn't
it,
true, and if
now,
it was true, it wasn't
yeah.
that bad. And
Right.
if
Yeah,
even,
and then by the end of 2
it was
weeks, it
Darvo.
was like, no, it was sexual fucking assault, you moron. And I don't care if your wife said it was okay. Rape is not okay.
That's
And
exactly where I was going to
and
go.
he
It's
was like,
Technically,
yeah,
that's the narcissist prayer.
But
yeah,
the
he was
salient,
just like, yeah, I'm done, I'm out.
but
You just
the
stepped the
salient,
fuck down.
but who like I mean, there's three discrete entities in this. There's the husband, i.e., person A, and then there's person B, who's the wife, and then there's person C, who had the unwarranted, involuntary sexual act performed against them. Who gives a
Did
single
you even
shit?
think about the fetus?
But who gives a single shit if person B goes, "Oh yeah, I knew about it. It's all good." Like person C is the one that gets to give consent or not. Like
Yeah,
what,
but
how would that even be valid?
it was the politician that everybody was judging. So I mean, even people
No,
in
it was
California, nobody even cared about the victim or her story. It was just the fact that they, like, dude, we're Democrats. You're supposed to be representing us. You're not supposed to be like a fucking Republican just out there cheating on your wife and beating up girls. You're not supposed to do it. So
Yeah,
you know
but in
what?
this
You're
scenario,
out.
guess what?
You're
Like,
no longer perfect.
like,
You're out. It was
but there can
that
be
was all.
victims. But there can be both. There can be victims on both sides of these kinds of equations. Like,
No fucking shit. But I'm talking about in the political sense how it took 2 weeks for him to go from a fucking lock on the election to I'm not only bailing out of the election, he resigned from his fucking House seat that he currently holds.
I'm going to take this
And now
time
he's
and spend it with my family.
And now he's completely out of public life altogether. It took 2 weeks.
I'm going to
That's
enter into
it.
a period of personal reflection and
And
self-meditation.
during that 2 weeks, nobody stopped
Nailed
and
it.
asked the fucking victim what, anything. Everybody was too busy just fucking going straight after they had knives out for him from jump. And it only took 2 weeks to wrap up his whole fucking life.
I guess the bit that it is the distinction between something that's evidenced and something that's just an accusation. If just the accusation is sufficient to dehorse somebody politically, then that's a problem. There does need to be some kind of evidential standard behind it. If
Well, it
just
is on the left. On the right, not so much. Look at Trump. He has 34 fucking felony convictions, and that didn't stop them from
The
supporting
right
him.
knows how to rally behind. These are our core
Mhm.
values, and we agree on them. Let's wrap this sucker up.
Exactly.
but it
yeah,
is
because the left has no foundation. They can't
With
change their
America.
foundation.
but it's also it's also kind of more simplistic, like, and I don't want to derail the conversation and go down like a rabbit hole, but with respect to things like for abortion, for example, the right wing in the States, the right wing / religious position seems to be, no, it's conceived, therefore it's a life and it has value, etc. Whereas the conversation that the left tends to have, and the bit that I actually have a lot more sympathy for, is the distinction between, like, we have to have conversations about quality of life. How does it impact the mother? What burden is she expected to bear? Are there economics that we need to have a discussion about? And it's a much more nuanced, much more complicated conversation. But
You're not
and
outsourcing your thinking enough, and I think it shows.
Well, I think there's more history to it as well when you look into like the population bomb in the 80s and all like that, and the pro-natalist movement and stuff like that. So it's not just about the mother and all like that either. You know what I mean? From the left progressive side of things.
Is it Kieran?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kieran.
Oh.
Hey. Where's Sean? Sean, are you out there? Sorry.
Also, I am an odd bod in the right in the UK.
I want to see an Irish fight.
Because the Irish fight. Right.
Gretchen, I fought too much in my life now. I don't need to be fighting anymore. I'm too old for that.
You definitely don't.
We had another Irishman up on the panel last night. His name is Sean, and
that's cool.
He's definitely more lefty.
You do not want to see two Fenians throwing haymakers at one another. That is not going to end well.
Kieran will probably win. The other guy is like pushing veganism and shit. Like he's that crunchy granola type, What? I don't know. I thought it would be fun, but whatever.
I thought it was funny.
Not.
I thought it was. I had myself muted, but I thought it was funny.
Yeah, so I muted myself because I thought I was getting a phone call for a second, but I wasn't. It's fine.
I guess
Yeah,
Sean's
you
not out
were
there
breaking
tonight.
up really bad for me there. It was like a rope.
I was saying good things about you, Kieran.
I know, Gretchen. You're always saying good things about me, girl. Like.
I know, right? I'm super cool.
She
I'm
won't stop
necessary.
voicing your accent.
Some fucking hero, by a big hero.
I'm necessary. I'm necessary Gretchen now.
That's true. I think I read that in a book once.
A necessary evil, but
I'm the necessary being. I'm the universal wave function. And a monad.
Exactly, Gretchen. There you go.
Borderline the walrus, like the rest of us.
Uh-huh. So.
Maybe even possibly another brick.
Yeah.
See, if we wasn't made by the same stuff that the universe itself was made of, then I wouldn't give it two thoughts. It would make sense that we're not more because we are what we are. We are finite objects that are not
Are
part
we
of
back
the
to talking
universe
about abortion
itself.
again?
Jay, how could we not be made of the same stuff that the universe is made of? Like, what possible reality?
Well, we could
It
synthesize.
makes more sense if you just don't think about it.
No, listen, we could synthesize new things, right? We could at a certain point in time, let's say, like theoretically, like walk with me on this. Let's say,
Or hypothetically, or propositionally, or
Oh, fine. We'll walk with you, but clarify something real quick. Are we still talking about abortion?
No, I know. I wasn't. What? When was we ever talking about that?
What are we talking about? Like
I was
fucking 2 minutes ago, dude.
Going off a different. I was just making the point. Like, y'all want to talk about something else? That's cool.
No. What is the baseline of the point you're
okay.
making? We didn't know if it was a response or something.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
That was what I'm saying. I was just, freestyling. But
yeah,
I just wanted to make sure I'm
keep going with your thought.
following you in the right direction there.
Nobody's criticizing you for changing the topic, but you just need to make it clear that you were changing the topic. That was all.
Okay, no, all right, no, to be clear, but so like, because all these things that are in the universe come from a smaller state, then a smaller state, then a smaller state, right? Like, and then eventually you get to what they call the Planck scale, and like scales lower than that that we can't touch,
so
right?
Jay, you don't eventually get to the Planck scale. The Planck scale is where you start. The Planck scale is the smallest thing that could possibly exist.
I know,
So
but you can't get to that. Like, I'm talking about when I mean get to the Planck scale is
What Jay's saying is you don't start there. Yeah, you have to start bigger, third body problem, and then smaller,
and then work back down. Then the furthest back down we could work down to is the Planck scale. You can't go lower than that. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's
fair enough.
That's what I meant. So what I'm saying is, if we theoretically were able to go beneath that, now we could start manipulating things and create our own stuff.
But what if there's like a layer beneath that one?
That's what I'm saying. That farther back you go, and you keep going back. Now you manipulate your reality. Now you kind of like
able
But
to
Jay,
universe.
do you know what the big problem is with this? You're still
Then it's not
manipulating what's
fucking
already
real?
been created. No, you're still manipulating what's already here.
It's real. What I'm trying to explain to you is that I'm saying that it's possible something did that already at a point.
I feel like the big disconnect is that you'll say it is this, and then the follow-up is it's possible that.
No.
Because
Jay
if it's possible
always
that, it
goes
wasn't
with his-
necessarily is this.
I didn't even
Jay
say
will never say it is. Jay will never
Jay
say
just
that.
did.
No.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I misheard.
No, he says
Sorry, go ahead.
he just always goes with possibly.
Because that's all we could go by. Nobody got
Right.
true facts.
Well, science can't make absolute claims either. Like, they can't make absolute claims.
Talking to Jay is like trying to nail Jello to the wall. Trust me.
I'm saying you gotta freeze it sometimes. You gotta get clever, Gretchen.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them. You gotta know when to count your chips.
You gotta know when to shove them in the freezer and stick nails in them. Got it.
Yeah. There's always the way to get the kill. You feel me?
But the Planck scale, with respect to our current understanding of physics, it's the smallest unit of time in which a reaction can happen. It's also the smallest unit of energy or matter in which, like, there's an energy gradient with which a reaction can take place. So it's not just a unit of time, it's also a unit of
CJR
energy
knows
as
what's
well.
up.
And I'm sorry, when you say that there is something underneath the Planck scale, like that, like just vocalizing it that way, it means that you don't understand what the Planck scale is. It's the smallest.
Hey John, do you
unit
feel like
of
it'd be akin to like presupposing that unicorns already existing and then being confused why we can't find unicorns?
Well, yeah, exactly. Kind of, yeah.
First of all, I'm not presupposing anything. You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm giving Jay. I'm giving an analogy to see if it's accurate because I know my analogy is easy to follow. So, John, is my analogy kind of accurate or in the vein or sentiment of what you were meaning?
Yeah, it's like
not accurate with me.
You know, it'd be like just keeping an eye out for minotaurs and centaurs and unicorns whilst you're driving home from work just because the word exists. You know, it doesn't mean that it's an actual thing in reality. And
it ain't because the word exists. It's not because the word. It depends again how you defining God. Unicorns.
No. Jay, he's saying that
define them.
scale that you're wanting to get even less on. Go ahead, John.
I'm not saying that I want to get even less on. Did you hear me? I said theoretically.
Well, I thought I did.
But
this
just
is what I'm saying.
But the point is that it's a placeholder. It's a word that like can you give me like it's like saying it's like when somebody asks you for an example of nothing. Like what you're asking for here is it's the smallest possible scale upon which time, energy, and matter could possibly exist. And you're asking for something smaller than that. You're asking for like
it's already a dynamic variable.
Yeah,
you can't make a dynamic variable smaller because it can already go smaller. Jay, the problem. But the problem is that next something is going to be renamed that smallest thing again.
That smallest thing, yeah, exactly.
Okay, this is what I'm telling you, and what I'm telling you is that when you keep doing that, eventually you will uncover things that will perplex you. That's what I'm trying to say.
Fine. That's fine, Jay. But it would be like if I was in an elevator and I could go down a level. I just kept.
You could find God that way. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Because God is what's responsible.
Jay, what is the point of all this? Where are you going with it?
The time scale is more to be like to find predictability, like in systems. That's really what it is.
I think Sam Harris conceptualized this best when I can't remember the debate that he was having, but he was in a debate with the person, and he said, "You've just hit intellectual bedrock with the shovel of a stupid question."
I mean, listen, that's the only stupid question, in my opinion, is the one you don't ask. You know what I'm saying? That's the only stupid one. You know what I'm saying? The one you
right, but you're not actually asking a question. You're just giving us stoner thoughts.
The question you're asking sets it up for failure.
I can't get past a thought without being interjected and then people assuming that they already know where I'm going. You know what I'm saying? I ain't get that.
Right, because we're trying to have actual discussions here up here, and you're
that's cool.
You're giving us the musings of a fucking stoner. That's all.
Goodness gracious, that's cool.
I will join Jay. Look, Jay,
I can take digs at you too, but I don't do that. I'm not gonna blame your drinking because of things you say. You know what I'm saying? Ain't got nothing to do with that. It's your thought. That's it.
You're gonna blame my drinking for the things I say? I don't. I drink like once a fucking year.
That's not the point. You don't get it.
You've never seen me fucking drunk, so go ahead and blame alcohol for the shit I say. I don't care because it's not right.
I've heard you one time drunk before, but I'm not gonna use that and be like, "Oh, it's just drunk thoughts you're speaking." You speaking thoughts that got nothing to do with the shit you do on your personal time. You see what I'm saying? It's just irrelevant.
But with the conversation that we've been having with respect to physics, Jay, when if somebody says to you, like, as the current best understanding of our physics is this is the smallest possible unit of energy that could exist, and then your immediate response is to go, "Oh yeah, but what if there's something smaller?" It's like, no. This is the smallest possible thing that could, in principle, exist. Like the smallest unit of energy.
But like you have to ask, what is it used for? It's used for predictability in systems. That's what it used to Planck scale.
Exactly.
Right. So
Jay, we're saying
the problem that comes up with this argument, the problem that comes up with the three-body problem and stuff like that, is it always leads to infinite is the problem. Because they can't solve for the predictability issue, because there's lots of things we see in the universe that we add predictive models to, and it doesn't do what we thought it was going to do. It doesn't come out mathematically the way we thought it was going to come out. That's the big issue.
You might get to a point and realize, oh shit, look, humanity thought we had it figured out. We thought this was the smallest it could be. Oh, stupid us. Look, this whole fucking universe was vastly deeper than we thought it was. You understand that now science.
But Jay, you're framing it as if scientists aren't looking further, and that's incorrect.
But I did not say that. Goodness,
I didn't say you didn't say it. I said you're framing it.
Anybody listening would feel like I'm actually presenting
Hey
that.
John,
or
do you feel like
framing
my
that,
statement
and I'm
was
not. That's you
incorrect
putting
or
that on me.
inaccurate?
That's you putting that on me. I never said nothing about what scientists is or not doing. Goodness gracious, bro. Like, why people do that? Why don't they respond
Jay,
to what I'm saying?
One's in chat if you understand what Jay's saying.
Listen, I'm
I
talking
feel
about
like I understood
possibilities.
him.
I'm talking about possibilities, and you automatically say, "Oh, well, this is not possible. That's not possible." It is possible.
Jay, if that's what you got out of I said, Jay, if that's what you got out of what I said, that means you weren't listening to what I said.
You didn't listen to me, is what I'm telling you, bro. Like, you
Jay,
keep
that's
saying
wild.
That I'm
That's
something.
a wild
You said
claim
that
to
I'm
make
impossible.
when I
Look,
explicitly
I'll bring
just
it back.
showed you
I'm gonna mute up and
that
I'm gonna bring it back because
Sure.
I heard you
Chat,
clearly.
chat doesn't get it either, Jay. That's all I'm
I
saying.
made a point. I was making a point about Kieran got it. Kieran understood. You understand? That's why he said what he said. Because new possibilities become unlocked once you got the resources to do it. We don't got the tools right now to get the understanding we need from that level. Once we're able to
That's
do that,
wild because that was you and me that were agreeing with
Once
each
we're
other on
able
that
to do
one.
that, then what? Follow through. Once we're able to do that, then
I'm
what?
literally letting the man finish. He just said a thing, or that was you and me agreeing. That's wild. He just said that, so I'm not trying to.
But you
I
weren't
don't
letting
give a
me.
fuck. This is my
Jay,
channel.
the problem
Finish
is
your
you
fucking
weren't
thought.
letting me expand on it.
What I'm saying, Pete, let me. I'm responding to Gretchen. She said to finish. I'm letting her know that I wasn't trying to just overtalk you. I was trying to quiet down and give you a minute to finish.
He can hear me too.
I can hear both of you fine.
Jay, what you're kind of doing here with, and like I understand the principle, like I understand, like, you know, there's potentially there's things that we don't know, but what's happening here is like a person who, like me specifically, has some rudimentary training within physics, is saying this is a thing that is not subdivisible, and you're just going, well, with the correct application of resources we can just divide it anyway, and it that's not a reasonable thing to do.
No, Dad. What he's talking about, Dad, what he's talking about is the 5% of unpredictability, which
There
is
you go.
constant. That's what he's talking about.
I feel like it's best visualized if you're in an elevator and you have the power just to go down a level no matter what. If you just kept on hitting go down a level, every floor that you looked above you would say level 1. Because you got the farthest you thought, and that was like level 1. But now all the way down is also level 1.
In our model, the deeper you go, it goes to 13, it goes to 10, it goes to 8.
It's always labeled number 1 because it's the lowest one. That's our base knowledge. That's our lowest amount. But every single one above it was also called 1.
Oh my
Jay, I'm just saying it's a long fucking walk just to say turtles all the way down. I mean, let's be honest.
Jay,
That's what you're
fine,
getting
Jay,
at,
you're
Jay,
right.
is turtles
It's
all the way down.
1.1, level 1.2, level 1.3, all the way to infinity. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jay. I'm saying that scientists are already doing that. They're making level 1.n to the infinitieth.
Why are you saying that like you telling me something new? Like,
Because it feels like you're asking it as if they aren't asking it.
You're making the same mistake that a lot of people do when they talk about entropy. Like, people think that entropy is the absence of energy, but it's not the absence of energy. It's an equilibrium of energy.
It's like the reuse I know that.
No,
I'm not making that mistake.
But you kind of are, because you're asking.
No, I'm not. That's you implying it onto me with your
You're right.
misconception.
You should overtalk him and not let him explain what he was trying to explain.
Kieran already had to correct you. You see what I'm saying? On something I was saying, because you infused your assumption into it. You didn't just respond to me. You infused your assumption onto it.
Definitely have a better understanding of history.
And Kieran had to break that down to you. That's why Kieran.
So anyway, I think abortion's great, and I think we should keep it.
You're saying that we should have anti-choice people around?
I didn't say anti-choice. Just
no. Those are pro-lifers. There's pro-choice and anti-choice.
No, they're not pro-life.
I don't know what to tell you.
Forced birth. They're forced
it's
birth.
Anti-choice.
What they're for.
Yeah. No
they're
choice
for
allowed.
Forced birth.
Well, can I?
There's no choice allowed.
Can I be?
I prefer to call them forced birthers because it's meaner.
I'm fine with either.
You know,
can I be a bit
meaner?
What's up, Daddy?
Controversial here. Like I'm pro-choice, but I don't, generally speaking, think that an abortion is a good thing. Like,
Yeah,
if
I think
somebody,
that's. I think
if
you would
somebody,
find about 8 people out of 10 would feel about the
Yeah.
exact same way.
yeah, like if you find yourself in the if you find yourself where you're in a position where you either want or require an abortion, it's in a significant proportion of circumstances, it's because some other piece of technology or institution has failed and or let you down, which means that it's necessary. It's necessary as a medical procedure, but I don't think it should be celebrated, if that makes sense.
Yeah, basically what you're saying is
I'm not celebrating it, but I want to keep it
I haven't met.
safe
I
and
run in some
legal for
pretty.
everybody.
I run in some pretty
No,
far
but
left
basically
circles in the
what
U.S.
Dad is saying,
and
Dad is
it's
saying,
never
we're
a celebrated thing in
technically,
those circles.
but no, but
Yeah.
we're technically
And I
the
don't
rest of
care
the
about
society,
anybody's
though.
fucking theology or anybody's fucking opinions. When a 17-year-old girl gets pregnant, it's 100% up to her what she wants to do
Yeah.
about it. You know,
Well, it should be an informed decision though. It should be like up to her and her doctor. You know, like her doc's like, hey, yo, these are the
You know
actual options you
even if
got.
her doctor has nothing to do about it, maybe the fucking girl just doesn't want to sacrifice her whole fucking future
Yeah, I
because she
agree.
fucked it once.
I
You know,
agree. The
and
ultimate
I think
decision
that's
should be
enough of a reason
hers.
to
Yeah.
get it done.
But that,
I mean,
yeah, but Gretchen, that's bullshit. There's so many, like, there's so many of the flip side that happen as well, where there's 17-year-old girls who had children and they wanted them, and it was great.
Yeah, that's fine. But
Like,
I want the doctor.
so-
I want it to be like the doctor has to talk.
Yeah,
to
Bully
me
for
and be like,
them. I'm
hey,
glad
this
it
is the
worked out for
reality.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're throwing out as if it's an absolute. Like, you're saying, if this happens, your life is destroyed. Like, that's
No,
not true.
everyone is fucking
No.
different.
Gretchen's saying whoever's pregnant should get to choose.
Yeah.
That's it. It should always be. That's it.
No, I
And
agree
you
with
don't
that,
get
but I
to you
also-
don't get to put any limitations on whether she does it or not.
Yeah,
Period.
I know,
like
but if you're gonna
she
do-
gets like
but
the
if you're
final
gonna-
check.
Hey, but if you're going to do this argument, then it's gendered, right? If it's a gendered argument that men or something or the opposite sex can't have a say on a woman's.
Well, it's
They
weird
don't get
because
a
it's just
say.
a
You don't
it's
have
just
to
a
carry
pregnant
the
thing.
fucking thing.
Yeah, but you listen to me, Gretchen, and stop.
You don't get to say.
Here's the
Will you
equal
stop?
argument.
Will you
Hey,
stop?
listen,
Will you
listen,
stop?
listen,
I don't
listen.
care.
Stop,
Kieran,
No,
here's
you don't
the
get a
equal
say.
argument. Kieran, here's the equal
Men should not
argument.
have a say.
Men,
You don't
no,
get a say.
Kieran,
You don't
calm
get a
down.
say on
Kieran,
man's
calm
issues.
down.
You don't get a
Kieran,
say on
calm
man's
down.
issues
Kieran,
then,
calm
okay?
down. Kieran,
Yeah,
calm
the
down.
men don't have
Here's
to
the
sacrifice
equal
the rest of their
argument.
fucking lives and their bodies and everything.
Men get to decide
Yeah.
if they want to remain pregnant at any time. You have the decision to be able to remain pregnant or not. The fact is, though, you will never be pregnant. Okay?
Yep.
So it's not your
I never
body.
had that
You don't
decision.
get to have, like, a woman doesn't get to go to you and say, you have to be pregnant, because you will never be pregnant. So it's not your choice. It's her body.
I've never had, I don't know if you know about this, Darby, but I've never had control over any woman's body. Ever.
But Kieran, there.
You're
we're not talking about you
You're not getting
specifically.
the argument. You're just not tracking.
The U.S. government wants they want it so the government's so small that it's pocket sized. You know, it can fit anywhere in your luggage or in your pocket for the bathroom, anywhere that you can fit it. That's where they want the decision making to be.
You're also, Kieran, this like interpersonal decision, like when my wife and I were trying for kids, like if my wife had got pregnant and it wasn't planned, and you know we've always been pretty privileged with respect to our financial economic position, like where we live in the world, we're pretty lucky all told. If my wife had got pregnant and it wasn't planned, would I have expected us as two people that value one another's opinions to actually listen to one another and have some kind of interpersonal conversation? And would I have expected my wife to have actually listened to my opinion and what I had to say? Absolutely. But
That's
is
all it
she
is.
the
That
one?
happens all
Is
the
she
time.
is she the one that gets to be the arbiter of whether she remains to be pregnant? Fucking, it's her body. Absolutely, she's the arbiter of that decision.
I know that. I know
Yeah.
that. But like, I agree on all those fundamentals. Of course, it is. It's her bodily autonomy and stuff like that. I've always agreed on those fundamentals. But the argument I dislike is like we can't really have this argument, because at the end of the day, it's always going to be my choice. Do you know what I mean? So what's the point of even having the arguments about these things?
She shouldn't even talk to you about it, John.
Exactly.
She shouldn't even talk to you about it, John. And then that's the problem, though, because in my eyes, look, right. I get it, right? Abortion, that's necessary. You gotta have it, whatever. I get it, all that, right?
Well, access, but yeah.
Sometimes a person might get violated. Sometimes
Like-
a person might get hurt. Sometimes a person, you know,
statistic-wise.
Who gives a fuck? What if it's just a 16-year-old girl that just fucking gave into her fucking hormones and oops,
mistakes happen.
They should
pregnant.
never make the
We gotta
choice.
understand. We gotta understand that though we treat it
It
like it's
shouldn't
a
matter
recreational
whether she
activity, we treat it
was
like it's a
assaulted or not.
recreational activity, but sex is not a recreational activity. We treat it that way. You understand? We need it and we do it, and we are sexual beings, but it's not. That's what people do to reproduce. Now we use it and do it for just leisure and pleasure. You get what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean that that's what it's for. You get what I'm saying? That has an.
I agree. No more drinking either.
It's
got no use for us. It's
we
only
need
for
to take away,
entertainment.
we're take away weed. We need to take away
when you do that-
alcohol.
No,
we,
listen.
Yep,
I
none of
didn't
that
say
shit
that.
should be
No
recreational
utility,
whatsoever.
no use.
No, listen. I'm not saying that. I'm not-
Jay, I actually in part agree with you. The advent of
Yeah, I
modern
actually
birth control
somewhat.
has meant that like interpersonally, socially, like sex has now become a recreational activity in a way that it
It's
wasn't
become
before
fucking-
because we didn't have the technology to mitigate the repercussions of it. And abortion is part of how we mitigate the repercussions of sex. Is it fun? Yes. Is it jolly? Does it make us feel good? Yeah, absolutely. But we have separated the repercussions. But so the fuck what? We do that with everything. It's
Also,
I hear you, but
statistically, the better access to healthcare and the more protections that it had for abortion and abortion care and prenatal care and all that shit, there was an overall decrease in abortions during those years. And there was an increase when it was banned and had tighter restrictions. So, if you want less abortions overall, you should get better access to that kind of health care.
And stop teaching abstinence.
Well, I
It
think
doesn't
well, I
fucking
think
work.
well, it is working, Gretchen, because like I just looked
It's
at
not
statistics
working.
because- No, listen.
If
Are
you
you
look
saying
at the US
abstinence works?
statistics,
Stop. Let me get my point across.
Sure, bud.
Gen Z and Gen X are there's studies that were shown recently that they're having less sex than we were. Kids now coming out are having less sex than we were back in like the early 2000s. So what's going on there?
We fucked up the economy.
Well, also,
Okay,
like, there's
that
a
does not do with sex,
huge, like,
We
4B
turned an
movement
entire
going on.
generation into fucking incels, and then we fucking cried about it. What is wrong with you, Kiran?
I don't see
Gretchen,
that.
do you not think
We
insults,
did that to them.
do you not think insults always existed, Gretchen? No.
how
What?
I'm
Look,
genuinely
we
curious.
spent 30 years destroying the fucking economy, and now what? They don't want to have kids? Big shock. They can't even find houses to live in. What the hell are you talking about?
But
I'm talking about sex, not kids. I'm talking about
You
sex.
think it's just abstinence training that made the millennials stop fucking?
Oh my God!
Are
You're
you
not listening to me.
insane?
I'm talking about
And
just
Gen
having
Z,
sex.
they grew up
Having
with fucking
sex,
controllers
kids
in their
having
hands, and
sex.
they're just.
Kids having
What
Hey,
the
sex.
fuck is wrong with
They're
you?
They're watching
hey,
more
Gretchen,
porn. They're not having
I'm gonna
sex.
send you a link in the back chat for some abortion statistics. I just think it's really interesting that for all the years that in the US that it was being tracked for how many abortions there was a year, there is a
You know that you
consistent
can just share your
decrease
screen
year
and
to
I can put it up,
Ah,
right?
God damn it. Well, I didn't know I had those privileges.
Yeah, click on the share
also
screen and
I just-
I
oh,
can see it,
yeah.
and then I can put it up on the screen.
Oh,
so,
gotcha.
so we don't have
Okay.
to do the middleman thing every time.
Sorry. I didn't. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
But also, Gretchen,
But I think
don't-
RP's got you anyway if you look at the screen.
Yeah, he probably. Yeah. Go ahead.
RP's fucking Johnny on the spot with the stats. I love it.
Obviously, holistically, I don't agree with Kieran's position, but I don't think he was making like when you're trying to draw a straight line between the like the economic situation and how many people are having kids. Like, yeah, fine.
You
that's
can't draw
okay.
a hard
You
black
can't-
line in a
Well-
gray subject.
Well, he was
you-
drawing a
I-
straight line between abstinence training and and them not having kids.
Well, like if
better statistics for abortions.
But it seems like actually neither of you were talking about the thing that you were talking about. Like there's no like economics doesn't.
No, he
dictate
says
how-
why aren't the young people having kids anymore? They're not even having sex
two separate
anymore.
topics.
And honestly,
The second one is why isn't
the real reason is that the boomers and Gen X and even part of the millennials made it fucking impossible.
But believe it or not, I didn't consult.
Gen Z has given up.
When I was a
we started acting our wage.
When I was a horny 15-year-old
Right.
teenager, I didn't consult an economist before I stuck my girlfriend. You know, I didn't say. I don't think there's a.
I know, but you know what? When you were a horny teenager, you didn't have access to data like they do today.
But
Also weren't being like surveillanced as hard as we are.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, we didn't grow up anywhere near the same world that they are.
Like, yeah,
You know?
even my
I mean,
friends that weren't in. Go ahead.
I'm showing my kids how to bust fucking internet predators when they're like 11. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, one of my young
is
cousins
nuts.
catfishes dudes on Roblox. It's fantastic.
We don't all live in the same world. I learned we don't all live in the same world.
We don't live in the same world, but we sure as shit live in the same reality, and that's the sucky part.
We don't. That's the thing. We don't live in the same reality.
We do live in the same reality. These things that we're talking about are happening.
That is happening, but you're not experiencing it. That's what reality. That's what makes things real. That's what.
No, what makes things real is whether or not they exist.
Yeah, whether they exist, but you have to see it to know it, right? You see
knowing it and it existing is not the same thing.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Knowing it and existing it is not the same thing.
Know about. No, listen. There are places that are that are real, that have people that are feeling real reality that you will never know about.
Okay. That's fine if I don't know about it. Does that mean that reality no longer exists?
And their reality is different than your reality is all I'm saying. It's a different reality altogether.
Yeah. Okay.
Reality for you ain't the same as reality for them.
That's a strange way of putting that, dude, but I know exactly what you mean.
In a incorrect manner. Their situation is different. Reality is reality. Reality is objective. There is no subjective component to reality.
Their perception of reality is different than our perception.
If you perceive it, RP, it has to be subjective.
Reality is not just objective because a person could die and become no longer part of reality.
Reality is the sum total of the state of affairs.
Yeah, reality is reality.
Is not.
They're experiencing a different part of it than you are. That's all. No one person can experience all of reality.
So his
it's not
reality
possible.
is not the same as yours. This is what I'm saying. You
you're using reality incorrectly.
Jay, your
part of reality is different.
Hold on. Gretchen is saying there's a giant ball. And these people are touching different parts of this ball. And Jay, what you're saying is this ball. No, Jay, but how you're saying it, the words you're using, Jay, I understand that's your sentiment. Let me get this through to you so you can become a better communicator and be able to connect with people better. How you're structuring that phrases it where it's this person is experiencing this ball, and that's reality. And this person over here is experiencing this other ball over here, and that's reality.
That's how
I understand that.
Go ahead.
It's just one ball. Everybody's just touching a different part of it.
Jay, I'm the one saying that. There's two different sides of the same ball. Reality, right? But his reality ain't the same as your reality.
No.
Tell me you weren't
listening.
It's the same ball. You're just on different parts of the ball.
It's the same reality.
You guys are all saying the same thing.
When I wake
all
up
of your
every day, I'm seeing the same reality you seeing. No, I'm not.
Jay,
I'm dealing with a different reality than yours.
Yes, you are. You're just saying a little part of it.
Jay, everyone is in agreement with you. You're the only one that doesn't understand. We agree with you.
So then why
hey, we had a half-an-hour discussion on the word contacted tribes one night. So like, we can go on like
breaks us down for you if you just ask.
Well, you agree with me, but you still arguing with me. You just said we agree with you.
Jay, I was giving you constructive criticism so that way you could analyze it. Jay, for fuck's sake, I was giving you. Oh my God! If you, I
He's
swear to
trying to
God,
help you be more
if you
clear,
keep
Jay.
on,
That's all.
Jay, if you keep on interrupting me, and if you keep on interrupting me while I'm explaining something to you, and then you give somebody else shit for them interrupting you, I'm gonna flip my shit so hard I'll pay Gretchen to kick you.
You can't do that because I
But
agree.
this is
But
this.
it doesn't
You don't
matter.
think I can bribe her with my funny ass? Yeah, bet. I'll keep it up tonight.
I don't give a shit what you can do. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying to give you constructive criticism. Don't lose track of it.
That's what I'm doing.
Kiss,
And you
RP.
know I hear
Chef's
you.
kiss.
That's it.
That was
That's
beautiful.
all I did.
Jay,
Like, yo, I hear you.
I know you heard me. I know you didn't listen to me though.
Continue, man.
Okay. The whole point of why I brought up the two-ball situation is to point out that the words you were saying was different than the sentiment that you meant. So when you mean that kind of sentiment and people are having disagreements with you, but it feels like you agree with them, just think in your head for a little bit, what's a little bit of a different way to phrase this? There might be just a little bit of a language disconnect. It might not be an ideological one, it might just be a word one. That was the biggest issue with this entire thing.
Yeah.
Exactly, it was just a word one.
It's a semantic issue, yeah.
So you know what I do when I'm in a situation like that? I don't just stay on what I'm saying and be like, hey, you're wrong. I'll be like, what did you mean by that? Get my clarification, and then
You are absolutely fucking wrong because if you watch this back, that is exactly what you did.
No. I was saying.
Watch this back.
No, listen.
Clip it and ship it.
So break it down for me. What am I looking back for? What am I watching back for? Because you said watch it back.
That criticism that you just levied against everybody else, rewatch that, and then rewind 10 minutes and just watch that.
What was the criticism?
Whatever criticism you just levied. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jay. You've been complaining about that all night. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You got it. Clip it and ship it.
Like, this don't even make sense now. Because now
I don't even. What do you mean? You were just laying out a criticism.
I'm trying to follow.
I didn't know you were complimenting us. Well, if you were complimenting us, go ahead. Or if it was a criticism, go ahead.
I don't know what you're talking about now. Anyway, listen. Long story short, right? If I'm saying something and you agree with me, then there's no point in arguing. We could talk.
I agree, Jay. That's the criticism. That's the fucking criticism. Now go back and watch that. Because the whole thing was a language barrier. It wasn't an ideology barrier.
And I took the criticism, is what I'm trying to explain.
No, you didn't, Jay. You didn't take the criticism. Because I had to explain it twice over.
No,
you heard me, but you didn't fucking listen.
Explain it over. When I told you I'm hearing you, I heard you. You was like, yeah, but you gotta
tell me you don't know the difference between hearing and listening.
When I'm telling you, I'm like, I heard you, yeah, but you gotta listen, and then you just kept going that way. I'm like, yo, I'm hearing you.
Jay, do you understand what I mean by listen when I differentiate that from hear? Do you understand what I mean by that?
Taking the words, understand what you're saying. I heard what you're saying.
So do you hear how disheartening it is when I keep on hearing you replay back that I'm just hearing you constantly. I hear you, but I understand that when you say listen, you actually mean something different. So I want to make sure that you know that I never want to listen to this. I only want to hear what you say, and then I want to say what I say. That's exactly what it sounds like you're saying to me.
No, that's again, you can ask for clarification if it's confusing to you.
Jay, I'm saying the words you're saying is portraying that sentiment. Whether you like it or not, those words you said had that sentiment.
If I say my life is not the same as your life.
Yeah, and if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a fucking bicycle. We went through this earlier. The words you said had the sentiment I expressed. It was just more articulate.
You're not doing what you want me to do. You're not listening. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm telling
you.
Well,
RP, I guarantee you'll get some good YouTube shorts out of this one.
I mean, listen, you can do what you want.
We do need to start doing shorts.
That's sucker shit.
I'm telling you, man. You also need to start doing some emojis in chat that people can purchase. So that way when they start using those,
we can't. We're not monetized yet.
Gotcha.
We're on the road to that.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep whining.
That's crazy. You said what?
Yeah. What do you mean what?
You said
keep whining. Keep whining.
Go fuck yourself.
Well, I'm already doing a pretty good job of that.
Let's calm down.
I feel great.
Yeah, I know. I see. You got that bozo ass energy, fucking asshole.
It's wild that you can't even take a laugh out of all of this, Jay. We
I'm
were
not-
all in
I'm not
agreement.
taking a laugh. I don't know you, dude. I don't know you.
He's not an
One of my people.
asshole.
If it was RP, it'd be cool. If it was Kevin,
Pete's
I'd be laughing. If it was
great.
John,
I
I'd be
love
like, cool, John. I don't
Jay,
know you, bro.
Jay, you might not know me, but I know you.
I don't
Jay,
give a
when you cool off in a day or two, I honestly want you to watch this back.
Jay, you do know Pete. I promise you, you do.
No, I don't. Don't tell me who
Yeah,
I know.
you do.
Tell me
who I
that you've
know.
never seen Plurbius without
Tell me
telling
who
me.
I know. I don't
Tell
know
me
this
you've
guy.
never seen Plurbius without telling me.
Whatever, dude.
Or Borbo on Discord. The one that watched Project Hail Mary with us.
Well, and Plurbius.
Listen, you invited somebody that day, and that person was quiet the whole time. We never shared a word. So I don't
Dude,
know
you've talked to him in Taco's Discord. I've been there when you did it.
Well, and
That was
post movie
probably a
too
couple
to have
times. That was a
commentary
while
afterward
ago,
about it.
Gretchen. I don't live on this shit like that, man. I don't know this guy. You understand what I'm saying? We had a couple conversations. Does that mean I
Yeah.
know him?
How can you
I don't
remember
know him.
conversations with people,
What are you talking
Gretchen?
about?
Come on.
I don't know.
You're telling me
Oh,
multiple sessions of conversations? Get real.
Maybe if I see it, I'll remember. Off the top, it's not
4 or
coming
5
to me.
conversations?
Maybe if you could refresh
keep
my
track?
memory, that's cool. That was months ago. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't communicate with him. I don't know this guy. Like, the fuck? Maybe I do.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
you
know
should
Jay,
refresh my
but
memory.
you don't need
Maybe
to.
if you refresh my memory, I'll be like, oh yeah, that was you.
Well,
Okay, I remember now.
Okay,
Then
great,
clearly,
Jay.
I stand corrected. You live in a completely different reality than the rest of us. Then.
It is what it is. I mean,
we all live in our own version of reality, Gretchen. That's mine.
it is what it is. Obviously, because I got people that know me and I don't even know them. You understand what I'm saying? So I must.
Are you necessary too?
Obviously, to some people.
Only Gretchen is
What'd you say,
necessary.
Kieran?
I just said, like we all
hail
have our own
necessary
reality.
Gretchen.
We all live in our own minds. We all have our own reality. Like
This is what I'm saying. Like they don't
No.
That's just
No,
using the term
that's not
reality
true.
incorrectly.
Jay, the way
Reality is the sum
you're
total
using
of the
reality
state of
there.
affairs. There is only one
It's
reality.
subjective if humans perceive it. It's subjective if humans perceive it.
You're describing
You're
consciousness,
telling
not
me-
reality.
I think they're describing
Kieran,
perception.
Reality is true
Kieran,
consciousness.
Kieran, you're
I-
describing consciousness and awareness, not reality. That's
he's just
perception
expressing
you're talking
Gretchen,
about.
perception.
Reality happens out. No.
Reality is just the state of affairs at the time.
Reality is all of us together. Everything.
Yeah, it's just
Everything
like
that
a-
exists. Everything is reality.
So if we don't exist, reality exists. That's true.
There is one reality.
That's
In,
not true.
like, is it the case?
We
that
have to
there
be
are-
here to perceive reality, lads. We have to.
You don't ever get. Nobody ever gets to see all of reality
It's one
because we're
it's like
stuck in these fucking flesh prisons. We don't
it's like one
get to
statue that we're
experience
all
all of reality.
sides of.
So you just said it
Exactly,
right there,
Gretchen.
Gretchen. Then you agree with us. So then what are you arguing
No,
about?
I don't.
Jay, they
make
agree
our
with your
flesh
sentiment,
out.
not your sentences.
How the word reality is being used.
Reality is the state of things as they actually exist, rather than as they are imagined, wished, or theorized to be.
Hey,
Or
can you also
perceived.
pull up perception?
There is one reality. It is the sum total of the state of affairs. Whether you perceive reality in some way does not actually
So,
make
We
reality
can make
that
that
way.
claim. We can make that claim. without
No,
knowing
no,
all
this
of it.
is
We
this
can
is
make that claim.
foundational.
Wait,
This is foundational. There is no claim to
You cannot make
this.
that claim without knowing everything. You have to know everything first to make that absolute.
That's a fallacy.
No, it's not.
That's a perfect
not a
knowledge
fallacy. What are you
fallacy.
on about?
Listen, reality
No, it's
for me
not.
ain't the same as reality for you, man. It ain't the same.
Do you know the thought experiment about the 10 blind men all trying to identify what they're touching? Everybody's touching a different part of an elephant, and they're all describing something different.
That's reality to them. In the moment.
No.
That's what
Yeah, but
reality
it's
is.
still one fucking elephant.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Reality.
But
Go
Jay, this
Do you know that? Do you know that one at all? Have you heard it
Cook,
before?
But Jay,
Go ahead, John, cook. Yeah,
But it's still running off sense perception, Gretchen. It's running off their sense perception. They can only
So,
feel reality through
is
what they
that
sense.
10 different realities happening right there? 10 blind men with their hand on an elephant?
Well, listen.
Yeah.
At the end of the
10
day,
individuals, Gretchen. 10 individuals feeling an individual
It's
thing.
not 10. It's one fucking reality. It's 10 blind dudes
It is
fucking
listen.
putting their
This
hands
is
on
what
an
I'm
elephant's
saying.
ass.
Reality.
And
No.
what if they all have different conclusions at the end of it, Gretchen? What happens if they all have different conclusions at the end?
Reality ain't the
Who's
same
right?
for a blind
Wait,
person.
wait, Jay. Who's right at the end of the argument when all the 10 men finish feeling the elephant and they all come to different conclusions? Who's right?
The one who
The elephant.
At the
They
end
could
of
all
this,
be wrong.
at the end of it, they put everything together and figure out that it was an elephant.
The real reality was the friendship we made along the way.
How did they know? How could they self-identify it to be an elephant if they didn't perceive it as an elephant?
Well, they're fucking blind, not stupid, Kieran. Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
All right, so there are people that wait. There are people
Elephants
that
aren't
went-
aliens. Even blind people know what fucking elephants are.
Kieran, the point is that like the 10 individual
You're out of your goddamn mind.
The 10 individual people had their own unique experience, their own perception of what the elephant was, and the most comprehensive picture that they had of the elephant is when they all compared notes. And that's exactly what we're doing. Like, there's an ontological fact of the matter with respect to quote unquote reality. There is a thing that actually exists with respect to the universe, and obviously we all observe it from our own personal position, our own perspective.
Exactly.
But we at least agree that there is a fact of the matter there. So when you use the word reality and you claim, or you seem to make the claim that it is 100% driven by your perspective, that's not the case. It can't be the case.
My case is that we have to perceive it through our sense data and consciousness.
Of course,
because that's a foundational subjective metric in humans, our minds processing things. That's where the reality problem comes squirrely. Because all these laws of self-identification could be vastly different, and they have been vastly different throughout time. We have all these different things.
But isn't that's why we don't just rely on our own perception of
Also,
things.
hi, Mick Time and Jack.
Is our perception the most important and salient thing to us in that moment? Yeah, for the most circumstance. Like I'd like when somebody, like, I don't generally tend to rely on somebody else's perception of the world when I'm about to cross the street. You know, I rely on my sense data. So yeah,
We
of
rely on
course,
experiences and all that.
Exactly. But when
the car
when we're
coming down the
talking-
road is part of one reality.
But just because I've not perceived something doesn't mean that there isn't an ontological fact of the matter to be found that I'm not perceiving right now. Like there's a more, and this is the issue that you're having. Like this seems to be talking past one another in that regard.
Right. So I can
I think just going off what you're saying there, I'm just saying, like these kind of like algorithms.
I'm gonna mute every motherfucker right in here if they don't shut up and let nobody talk.
Well, okay, so I just wanted to interject really quickly. There seemed to be some kind of contention with calling all the things that are real reality. Is that like that's something that someone has a problem with?
No.
Yeah, I have a problem with it. That motherfucker right there is not real.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Reality, I get it. There's a overall reality beyond us, but the term reality itself is a word that humans had to make. We had to create that. We wouldn't even come up with that.
Right. We're just saying
but
we don't
to me,
each. We're not
I
each
just feel
entitled
like
to our
pictures
own
help
reality.
It's not
because
I just feel like pictures help solve this.
Goodness gracious. It's one reality, obviously. It's one universe. So how could it be, there might be multiple realities. Scientists are still
That's what I mean. Like, it's arguing those absolute claims.
multiple realities.
Okay.
But that's dependent, right?
Those are two
Well,
separate things.
hold on. So when we say there's one
Can you hear me?
reality,
Hello?
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hold
Why
on,
did we all
McTime.
stop talking?
Nobody's cooking.
Everybody just started talking. That's why I just.
Well,
I think I'm having
Everyone chill
problems.
out.
I can't
Midtime,
hear
chill
anybody.
out. Everyone
okay.
chill. Let nobody
It's
cook.
okay. It's okay. I don't know. Maybe he's coming back. So when
I
we say
kicked him.
there's
He'll come back and try again.
when we say there's one reality like that, and then we say, oh well, there could be one universe or multiple universes or multiple realities. Like we're talking about like 4 different things all of a sudden. And
yep.
Hold on, my
Jay, are you able to see the visual?
So when we say that there's one oh my god, this stupid fucking software for my headset. When we say that there's one reality, that could include infinite universes. That doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, reality is just all the things that are actual and like all the things that like have some type of like ontic status. And this, and then prior to that, there was something said that like I think it was you, Jay. You said like, well, we made up the word reality, and like, yeah, that's the case. But when we say that we made up the word reality, that doesn't mean that like we said this word quantifies over all things that have some type of status that we deem real.
I mean, that's a totally moot point anyway, because we made up all the words.
Well, right, and so the point, or what I was going to say,
that's the whole point of what he was explaining about
That's
that.
the whole point, and you enforced my point. Thank you, Gretchen.
Hey Jay, are you able to see the visual aid?
Okay,
Yeah,
what I was going to say about that is that yes, just because we have this subjective or I guess intersubjective like linguistic access to the ideas that we paint in our minds and in our languages, that doesn't mean that there isn't something that would qualify to meet the definition of reality. And so if it means all real things, then it means all real things. And it doesn't matter that we call it reality or schmeality or cats. It doesn't matter what we call it. It's just the things that all have ontic status. That's reality. That could include multiple universes. And so I wanted to come up and say there's all these language slides happening, and it seems like really difficult to pin down
what's happening within this conversation is that half of us are saying the left side picture. The other half of us is saying the right side picture. But like the left side picture people are saying like this entire panel can exist all at the same time, but this specific sentence and how you're saying it is talking about this specific aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. The squares on the right confuse me, but I think I get the general idea.
They meant to be circles, but I got lazy.
That's fine. Is each color
a square circle?
Each color is like a person's perception. Like I can 3D box these, so it's a little bit more analogous. Oh fuck! I'm a fucking idiot. I was trying to do it on the stream.
We already agreed on this, and you telling me that you made a diagram about it now? We already agreed on
Jay,
it?
I explained this verbally to you, and you didn't track it enough to remember it.
No,
so I made a visual.
Can I ask you a question? Can humans know? Can a human get to the point where they know all absolute truth?
No.
Maybe.
I already brought this up. That's a perfect knowledge fallacy.
I
Yeah,
feel
just
like it's a
ma- just maybe.
paradox.
It's
It's got to be a
possible.
paradox, right?
We don't need to have all information in order to make like specific determinations about specific subjects.
Well,
Sure,
I
metaphysically,
think
it's
it
probably
should, depending on
it
what you're
might be
talking about.
possible,
It depends on what you're talking about, though, right?
No,
Well, so
they-
I'm pretty sure coming to certain things, you want the most, or at least all the information possible.
Well, now I'm
depending on
concerned
what
because
specific thing.
now I want to talk about whether or not you mean one person can hold all knowledge that could possibly be known about the universe. And I don't think so, but like our computer systems, maybe someday. I don't know.
RP, for squaring that
But
circle.
even
I don't even know if our computer systems can do it.
No, well, because I don't think a perfect model of any system is possible because of the observer effect. First, like you can't.
And the 5% randomness.
Sure.
You can't.
But I'm just saying
you-
it's like
yeah.
possible in some sense. There's some way that maybe enough hardware could do something that's
No, because if you with respect
Don't know
to
our information.
but with respect to building a perfect model, if the model is perfect, then it would consume all of the information or all of the energy of the system that you're trying to model. So entropy would come into play. So either the observer effect and or entropy fucks you. There's no way to have perfect knowledge. It doesn't seem to be possible.
Maybe.
All
Yeah,
we can do,
that seems plausible too. Yeah, I don't know.
all we can do is build like models with respect to utility. They either have utility because they're accurate enough, but the notion that you're aiming for perfection is a pipe dream. It's not going to fucking happen.
And Daddy, that's where the model of reality comes into play for these models, right? That's really where it comes into play.
So
What we
disturbing
can
hearing
do
you call
and
him daddy.
Yeah,
I started that.
Disturbing hearing
That
him
it?
call him daddy.
Not gonna lie, I quite like it.
You're welcome.
So, this
you get what I'm saying? Like, can we actually like? Sorry.
And I'm sorry, we already got you making a diagram for what? Like, this is
for
crazy.
you, Jay, for you to
You don't
understand
need
what's
to make
happening.
a diagram for me, because that's not what I was saying. Like, you just going in on something that's not a point. Like, why are you harping so hard when you're not making a point? That's not what I was saying. Look, even in the shit you wrote, everyone shares one reality. Everyone just sees a different perception. Different perception. So basically, you just want me to use the word perception.
Hey,
you could have just shut this down by being like, you know what? A better word is perception.
It's
like
wild that you
we
could say
tried
I
that,
could just
Jay.
shut this down when you
Listen,
interrupted me the entire fucking
that wasn't what he
time.
said. He went on some whole ha-ha gotcha moment and went on this.
No,
That's
he
what did.
didn't.
Hey,
That's
Jay
what-
Money,
Bro,
Jay
I'll
Money,
play
read that
back,
sentence.
bro. You
Read
guys
that
are
sentence that starts with
fucking
everyone
crazy, bro.
shares.
Well,
Y'all not
Read that
listening.
sentence that says everyone shares.
I thought that I came up because someone, and I don't even know who it was, but I thought someone said that there could be like multiple realities, and then that's where I was like, okay, I'm like, I feel like this.
Yeah, that-
wait,
I'm
That was
saying
Jay and
everyone's
Karen.
reality is different.
Yeah.
What I said, everyone's reality, and what I meant by that clearly was perception. Obviously, but
right,
you know,
like
that's
your,
that. He wanted
like
me to.
your, like your
Yeah,
perspectival access to what is real.
Exactly.
Is going to vary differently, or it's going to vary from observer to observer. But what is factually the
Boom.
case is the same
Ship
in all.
clip it and ship it.
We all in the same playing field. I'm not denying that. I'm saying that the playing field is different for everybody based on their
Harvey, we're
reality.
saving that to the
Reality
filter
for me,
folder.
how I wake up
Yeah.
and experience my reality is different from how you wake up and experience your reality. How we go about the reality is different. So it creates a difference. Our perspective, our unique conscious minds creates a different reality outcome for each of us. You understand
It
what I'm
is
saying?
so baffling.
You're
that you keep
flipping.
on
You're
going on a
flipping. You're
tirade
flipping the
of
term
what-
again.
I
You're
get what
flipping the
but I
term
get what you're
again.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm
That's
running
the
with
problem.
goodness gracious.
Jay,
I'm running with the misconception on purpose because I'm gonna clear it up if I can land my fucking plane. What I'm saying
Jay-
is I'm running with the misconception for a reason. I'm making a point here. I'm halfway there. I'm not 75% there. Listen, I get it. That was my mistake. I was reiterating my mistake to point out to you that I get what you're saying. Where I'm saying realities differ, I was supposed to put perspective there. That's a better word to try to explain what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, I understand that. I'm letting you know with that I understand that. Are we clear there? That I understand that, so we can move forward. And now I have to repeat this shit again?
seemed like you
Yeah.
kept on purposely
now,
using.
For the 10th time, I understand. For the 10th time, I understand.
Great, then I'll give you context for why this is still a problem, Jay.
The fucking diagram. I told
Then
you
I'll.
I will go.
If you'll give me a fucking chance, I'll explain why this is still a problem then, Jay.
The reason it's still a problem is that whenever you keep on bringing it up, you keep on phrasing it the exact same way the first time around.
Yeah.
So when you say I understand what you mean and then don't use that new phrasing to make it more clear, it makes it seem like you're digging your feet in the sand of a different point of view.
Jay, basically, we've heard you claim that you understand, and what we're waiting to hear you do next is to modify your fucking arguments.
Well, if you listen for a fucking second, when I did that, you didn't hear when I did that. I literally said
You didn't. You still use the word reality in place of perception.
Oh my gosh, y'all gonna make
You
me
used reality in two separate contexts in the same fucking sentence.
Y'all want me to lose my train of thought on purpose? This is a shit that's done on purpose. I see. I'm telling you.
We're not doing it on purpose, Jay.
Rewatch what you need to rewatch, but you can't be throwing shade around.
I clearly said I'm running with the misperception on purpose. So that
all right, let's start blank slate.
I got the clarification.
Let's start blank slate.
Why?
I just said.
No, not complete. Not complete.
Goodness
gracious,
can I finish a statement before you interject?
Yeah, I was setting you up. Start at your 75% point. Just go back a couple sentences. Start at your 75% point.
Goodness gracious. What I was saying was I ran with the misconception for a reason, to show you that I understand the disconnect. That's why I kept repeating it. That's why I repeated it this very last time. And then that's why I made the 75% there comment, because that's what the point was. I'm letting you know that I understand that that's where your gripe is the terminology. That's it. So I get that. And I understood that an hour ago when this first started, before you made the diagram, and I made that clear, but it's not translating to you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not reiterating it. I'm letting you know that's where we went wrong. So all I got to do is change perspective, reality into perspective, and it fits, and you don't have a problem. Everything else fits the same. It's a copy and paste of a word, and you going on this semantic terrain like you winning or something, like, and I'm losing like I'm some sort of fucking dumbass and you're some sort of fucking genius.
Jay, I don't give a fuck about winning or losing, but for the last 40 seconds that I let you go, you repeated the exact same fucking sentences and words that we had the last time around. If you want another fucking 40 seconds to talk, you should use your reiterated argument and use that time for something useful rather than rehashing you something that you already said. It doesn't make good for anything.
You the one making charts for some shit that we agreed on an hour ago.
Jesus fucking Christ, I can't. It's like we really are living in a different fucking reality.
Okay, what?
Are you not the one doing that? Making a chart for me when I agreed with you already?
Hold on. What is the point you're trying to make?
It's just a fucking chart. Close your fucking eyes and don't look at it.
Yeah,
My God.
Let's just drop the chart. Let's drop the chart.
Can I? Oh.
Let's drop the chart. What is the point?
Can I just ask a question on the topic, right? Like, can I just say, like, is reality reliant on human consciousness?
No.
No, but perception is.
Isn't that the whole concept of the observer effect?
No,
that's a separate
Why
thing.
can't a fucking dog be the observer, or a fox, or a snake? What the fuck are you getting at?
Any of this shit. We can't do any of this shit, have these conversations, have these talks, have these discussions, have these arguments about these things, if none of us were existed or here to perceive it.
True.
Yeah, sure, but if like
these concepts.
if bacteria was around, could bacteria experience it? Yes.
It could interact with the waveform.
Well, it could actually.
Ancient Greeks.
What if cats had evolved into hominids?
Not talk about what I just said.
Okay.
There could be a whole race of like hominid super cats that are
no matter
thinking
what,
up all this shit.
No matter what, to talk about these things, we need agents to talk about it. Yes.
Yeah, Thundercats, if you will.
The observer effect has nothing to do with consciousness. It's when the quantum system is interacted with, it has to collapse.
It's a description or a part of another portion of the other.
So
consciousness has nothing to do with the observer effect.
You're only saying that happens on the micro and not the macro, no?
No. That's not a distinction. So hold on. You said a thing. You said
I would say they're related, but not the same.
You said that because that we have to like rely on the fact that we do have perspectives and we are agents and we talk about it and reflect on stuff or whatever. Are you saying that has some type of like implication on what reality really is?
It's the implication.
No, I'm saying we create the reality around us through perception.
Wait, okay.
It's the three laws of logic.
You said create?
The three laws of logic?
Okay. Those are, well, what do you, okay, hold on.
Creations of
Did you say that we create? Did you say we create reality?
Our perception,
we are
us identifying reality around us.
No, we only get to create the language to describe reality. We don't get to create the reality itself.
Well,
can I just ask for clarification? How do the three laws of logic lead you to the conclusion that we create reality around us?
Through our perception.
Because God is transcendental.
Okay, wait. We gotta slow down. So, are you saying that we create our perspective?
The opposite.
Are you saying that we create our perspective because we can only see from our perspective, and that is emergent from our physical body or something?
Of course.
Okay, that's fine. We don't create reality though, right? And then so we talked, or you brought up the laws of logic. What are they doing in your view, I guess?
They're just the Greeks called it the phenomenon, the noumena, right? How the things within themselves and the invisible concepts that we cannot perceive. That's how you get to like laws of science.
Well, wait, you said invisible?
Well, the things we cannot perceive.
Well, the noumena is what exists. Our phenomenon or phenomenal experiences are us perceiving the noumena, or however you pronounce that word. So, like those things exist. They're out
the
there.
observable objects in the events. No, the phenomenon.
No. The phenomenon. The phenomenon is our. No, the phenomenon is our observation of the noumena.
The noumena is the underlying things in themselves.
Yes, yes, I agree.
We right here on the panel. Tom, we can talk.
Okay, I am in the middle of something though. So I take the phenomenon.
Dude, nobody's talking right now except nobody.
I have the understanding that the phenomenal experience is us perceiving the noumena, or however you pronounce that word. Like I said, I'm probably butchering it. But so if it sounds like you agree that the noumena or whatever is what we are perceiving and it's what is real. And so I agree that the phenomenal experience is separate from that. But is there something that I'm saying wrong that you disagree with?
No. Like I think it's just like the way I look at it is just like there's no other way of testing any of this because we can only go off our conscious perceptions.
Yes,
that's it.
That's
like
fine.
really,
I agree.
That's kind of the main crux of the argument. Is like there's no alternative ways of testing these. Like if all humans didn't exist, could you have a scientific way to test whether reality is still real or is reality kind of like a mass hallucination of humans as they exist through their experience? Like
I think that
the Matrix and all, the Matrix concept and all this stuff, like it all breaks down to we perceive it.
Okay, I think that something rational or like something agential is required to run tests to perceive and test the or the perceptual apparatus being accurate, right?
100%.
That's fine. But is the argument something like that should inform us on what is really real and ontic and noumenal?
I guess the real argument is like we don't understand much about consciousness yet. Like maybe over time as we learn more about how consciousness works in general.
Okay, but that's a totally different thing. That's a totally different thing. But now we're not talking about our limited access.
Is our consciousness relating to our reality from your perspective?
I'm going to be honest. This has been the most painfully slow exploration of solipsism I've ever encountered in my fucking life.
Right?
Like it just.
It's actually more closer to Hermetic philosophy. Actually,
we haven't even really gotten there because
it's straight up solipsism.
We keep sliding from topic to topic, though. It was like, well, how can we really know what's really the case? Because we have this limitation of our subjective perceptual experience. And then it was like, I thought that what I was getting from that was that there's some type of implication on what is actually real that we can derive from the fact that we only have our subjective experience. And then for some reason, the laws of logic. And then after that, it was like... I actually forgot the last one, but it was like 4 completely separate. Oh, we don't know enough about we don't know enough about consciousness. That was the last one. And these are all wildly different conversations. And so like when we don't tie
wildly different.
Well, okay, but when we don't tie one point up and say we're done with that, and like we don't have a conclusion that we agree on, ceteris paribus, or like all things equal with all the things that could be entailed around it or implied around it. If we don't do that and we just keep sliding and sliding, then we're just going to keep doing this like communal gish gallop, and no one's ever going to figure out what we're talking about.
But like, are you just saying that like you have to have an absolute rule or something to have like structuring claims? Is that it?
I don't know what absolute rule means.
Like some sort of, not absolute, but you know what I mean? Like I'm just using short form. Like
No, that's why he asked you what you mean,
Well, that's
because
fine.
he
That's
doesn't know
fine.
what you mean.
That's why I'm trying to think of a different example. Like I'm saying, like the scientific method as an example would be your foundation for knowing knowledge, right?
Not necessarily. There's a priori knowledge, like prior to experience. Like
Well,
we know that
science would
all
be based on
bachelors are
experience.
we know that all bachelors are unmarried, right? Like we don't have to. We just know that's analytically true because we built the words. We don't need to test them.
Have you examined bachelors on Pluto though?
Right.
Well, exactly. It's tautological. You know, it's not perfectly circular, but the words mean what they mean, and you can't describe the meaning of a word without referencing the meaning of the word. So, like how we use language, how we convey meanings is tautological, and that's fine. It doesn't make it like wrong.
Is okay, but then that language would that language be real?
Yeah. Well, okay.
Well, yeah, of
that's
course.
good. Okay, that's a good question because, like, I could tell you what bachelor means, and I could mean strawberries, and then when I clarify that what I mean by bachelor is strawberries, we can still identify whether or not strawberries are red or possibly purple or something like that. I'm telling you what there's no true definitions, right? But there are the ones that are the case in our language right now or the language 200 years from now. And we're going to be able to deduce certain true facts about said strawberry bachelors or human bachelors. It doesn't matter what it is. We're going to be able to like come to some type of like inferential justification that bachelors are unmarried and bachelors have
I don't know, man. If you're saying language is ever changing, then the modalities and socials are ever changing too.
Well,
yes, everything is scope.
But
it goes against your argument of truth. Then it's hard to like. Could you imagine making policy around those things?
Truth exists independent of language.
But like it's as long as you accept the premise that language is designed to either convey meaning, it has utility with respect to something that it describes, and that language is an imperfect way of describing the universe, then you must accept that there is a distinction between the ontological facts of the matter and how we describe said thing. We are humans, we're imperfect observers, and that means that we convey imperfect observations and usages and meanings. But like just because I use this set of syllables to describe like a strawberry or a whatever berry, you know, it doesn't mean that there isn't a thing there that I'm trying to describe. And this is where the confusion it seems to be coming from. Like if I say to nobody, hey, here's a strawberry, but he doesn't use the word strawberry to describe the strawberry, he uses a different set of syllables. It doesn't mean that I'm not handing him said thing, right?
Yeah.
And Git said something important in the comments too. Depending on a modal scope, it may not be alethic. It may not be. You may not derive truth from it. Like an epistemic modality is non-alethic. You do not. There's no true epistemic. I'm not exactly sure how to word that exactly, but when a modality isn't.
Yeah.
When a modality isn't alethic, it's just we're not talking about deriving truth. We're talking about maybe like evaluating some type of formal system, but not necessarily entailing truth from the, I don't know, propositions or conjunctions of propositions.
It's a difficult. We're talking about there. Nobody is a difficult concept to convey because it's kind of like asking somebody like how truthy is truth. You know,
that's a whole other thing. Is like, what's our theory of truth that we're working with, and
exactly,
you know, everyone's probably going. Well, and everyone's probably going to say something. Everyone's probably going to say something that's like deflationary. Usually, like to say that snow is white is true doesn't add any new information. Snow is just white if and only, or the snow is white is true if and only if snow is white. And it's like, we don't even need to talk about truth after that, right? But then there's like other ideas of truth that kind of open up things that are common in our language. And I've talked to Arpi about this before, where it's like this like non-deceptive idea of truth. And so you can say stuff again like true north. and like it's a true chair because when I sit on it, it's not going to capsize and break and injure me or whatever. It's like, so we like, there are ways to open up truth to be used in different ways, but typically truth is just like that which is the case, or that like it's a state, or it's a property that propositions can hold. Like a proposition is true if it comports with reality.
Even say, I think you could almost even say reliability.
That's I think there's a reliabilistic theory of truth. I think, I'm not sure. Oh, but that might be knowledge actually.
Whenever we're done with this, I have a question for nobody.
Yeah, you're good. I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
We've gone so off piste. It's fucking
Right. All right.
remarkable.
Go for it. Ask your question,
Just
Jack.
ask the question.
So yesterday we were talking to Jada, and she said that you knew a lot about her. Oh, we're not
talking about that. No.
Okay, my
No,
bad.
we're not.
Well, the whole stream has been nuked for that reason. Like, that's
My bad.
Mhm.
I was
That's
not
fine.
aware of that.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to talk about it, but I do know her pretty well. But yeah.
Okay. I was just gonna ask a question because she brought it up yesterday, but yeah, I won't bring it up.
It's all
My
good.
bad.
He
Yeah,
knows. If he wanted to talk about it, he would.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
just like I don't know, like I think for just to finish my wrap up on all this is just like there's more we need to know. I'd say that would be my main argument. Is like there's a lot
Yes.
more we need to know about a lot of these things. Like
Mhm.
I just physics is an interesting field. Like it's an interesting field of study. Like, but a lot of the stuff in it is just theoretical through observation. Not like what they would say foundations are for reality. I'm talking about observable models and all this stuff. You know what I mean, Daddy?
Yeah, but the problem here is that you're using the word theoretical in the colloquial sense, like in the scientific field.
Yeah.
A theory is a
theory, man.
Like, no, but theory.
Call it.
When somebody says, "Hey, we have this theory," you're using theory in the way that a scientist would use hypothesis. Like a theory is something that has been demonstrated to be true, usually cross-confirmed across multiple different fields, or at least related fields. A hypothesis,
or until it's proven untrue later down the line, right?
yes. So what? Like, can humans be
I'm
wrong?
just saying,
Right. I mean, but you're
I
not.
get that, and I understand. Like, I completely agree. Like, I'm not trying to disparage. I'm just pointing out what it is. Like, even great scientists say we're actually in the pursuit of being wrong or proven wrong.
It's not usually like the problem here is when people say, "Oh yeah, but all scientists are wrong eventually." Whilst technically that might be the case, we're usually closing in on some kind of ontological fact of the matter. And is it the case that our perception of events becomes more accurate? And does that mean that the previous perception of events that we had was less accurate? Yeah, that's kind of true. But does that mean that it was wrong? It depends how you use it. It depends. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, all I was gonna say is that instantly what screams out to me is like, what do we mean by wrong? Because if we're approaching like the truest truth, then was it wrong to take that step? That sounds crazy to me. I don't.
Well, it's like I said earlier. It's like how true is true.
Yeah, and I'm not even badgering that. I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at science for what it is. I'm not saying that isn't the right thing to do. I think that is the right thing to do. But like, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say it depends. If you look at the scope of human knowledge through the lens of sufficiency, is this sufficiently accurate information for us to navigate the world in which we exist? Then fine, it's true. It's accurate. You know. And the more precise we get with respect to human endeavor, the more intricately that we interrogate the universe in which we exist, then we have to be more precise. We have to be more accurate. But sufficiency, the rule of sufficiency still applies. Like I don't need like to be able when I'm a passenger in the plane flying through the air going on holiday to Gran Canaria or something, I don't need to be able. I don't need an intimate knowledge of like fluid dynamics and the Bernoulli principle, or the
You
first
need
and
to
second
say
laws
not
of
to
motion.
crash.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the sufficiency
Yeah.
part that I'm aiming for.
Yeah, reliability. That's what.
Yeah.
Earlier on.
Well, and another thing to, I guess, that is kind of actually like correlative or orthogonal to this, I guess, is like when we talk about something being like, nomologically true, we're saying it's like true with the laws of physics and it doesn't violate them or whatever. Or like if it's impossible with the laws of physics, then it's nomologically impossible. And then even tighter than the nomological or physical modality is like, something like practical modality. And I would say that like there was a time when Newton mapping the stars due to whatever he did with his theory of gravity and everything, or whoever mapped them due to his theory of gravity, that sufficed in this practical modality like very well, and it worked fine.
Yeah.
We got great results. And then as we figure out that this becomes less and less practical as we do something, then the scope, like I guess that scope just modulates and gets wider. And then eventually we're going to approach to like knowing what is truly 100% impossible and 100% necessary inside the nomological scope. And then hopefully we would have some type of way to look at like different pockets into metaphysical necessity, where we're saying like, oh, this has to be the case for a successful world at all, something like that. And it's going to be a continuous process.
Yeah, that absolutely. Like no lies detected. That seems perfectly reasonable.
Like the only
Time for me to go to work, everybody. It was good talking to you. Have a good
See you,
day.
Jack.
Might see you
Enjoy
during
your
my
work,
lunch.
Jack.
Good seeing you,
Later,
Jack.
Jack. Hey.
Have a good one, sweet cheeks.
And that
Well, he
also
probably heard
means
it.
it is RP Junior time for me, so I gotta hop off.
Yep.
Man, I want to talk.
Good seeing you,
Can you
RP.
guys hear me?
Yep. Take
Peace
care,
out.
everyone. I'll catch
Yep.
you in the next one.
Have a good one,
Hey.
everyone.
Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm seeing like I'm having bad. I can barely hear you. I got my phone in the cup right now, so I can barely hear you. But I can hear you guys. I just was calling in to see if
What you doing drinking your phone for?
No, it's the only way I can hear. I can't. My phone is so real low. That's why I was calling. I went on that theater show. Got on the panel today, and they told me a new one. They damn restream they was using. It seemed like it missed my phone though, because now my sound is low. It kept kicking me off, and I couldn't say hardly anything. I don't know if that they did it on purpose or not, but the cause of my technical difficulties right now is unknown, so I'm not gonna say they did. But it felt like they stacked the deck against me, and the guy was supposed to call in. Did anybody call in? A Christian call in tonight?
Don't think so. I don't know.
Gretchen. She must be gone. Well, there was supposed to be a Christian supposed to call in named Lionel the Lion of God. Supposed to call in. He made
My
a
mic
deal with
died.
me.
No, nobody called in tonight. And I have not seen Lion in chat. So
I swear to Christ, did you say the lying lion of God? Like, what was his name?
Lion of God.
Oh, Lionel. Fucking hell.
Lionel the Lion of God. He stole a lion, I tell you that. Because and then after I went up there, I told him, I said, "Look, man, the person who I know does this show, she normally comes on late at night. So I realized that you may have to go to work or something, and it may not be on your time frame. So just let me know now, and I won't expect you." He said, "No, I'm coming. I said, "All right, you telling me this now? I'm going to expect you, because I mean, we made the deal, and I did my part already." And then when I got off, I just told, because I know that. Matter of fact, Richard, what time do you normally start? I was telling people like 10 to 10. What Central Time?
We start about 9:30 Pacific time.
So that'd be 11:30 for me.
Hey, time.
All right.
Do you have a settings wheel at the bottom of the screen?
Exactly what you did with this.
Just because if it's like that quiet on your phone, I'm concerned that you're coming through on your earpiece instead of your speakerphone. I just wanted to say that could be possible.
I don't have an earpiece or anything. I had some
No, I mean like
Whatever
the speaker at the top of the phone where you hold it to make a call.
Oh, yeah.
Like it might be that speaker instead of the ones at the bottom or whatever.
I got you. It seemed like it's coming from the bottom because I got the cup, the phone in the cup. I tried to from the top to leave the speaker up top, and I couldn't hear, so I put it down to the bottom where it reflects the sound straight into my ear.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought that might be the. I thought I could help. Sorry.
Have you not managed to like secure a headset or like headphones with a mic on it, or?
I had one. It was one with a wire and it broke. So I don't have it. I don't have one right now. I'll get one in a few. I mean, but normally it works fine. It's just ever since I went up there on the King Christian King. Huh?
Get on Discord. Send me your fucking address. Give me 24 hours. I'll have you a fucking headset.
Just gonna mail him headphones.
I'll get on there in a few.
I'm gonna have Amazon do it, but yeah.
Make sure but before you send it, make sure you preset the gain on his mic because I'm fed up of having aneurysms.
Like sound, I have earbuds by Soundcore. They're called like Space A40s or something. They're like $50 and they're pretty nice and they have a mic.
What are the possibilities that they put that I went on that show and I got on their panel and going through all that process, I got some kind of malware or something? Because this thing, they program is nothing like what the one Gretchen uses. This thing like took over my whole phone. The screen kept slowing down. I press a button. It'll take like 30 seconds before it even was registered. I press the button. And then
you talking about Restream?
Yeah.
Yeah, Restream is garbage. It'll overheat. It overheats my phone and my phone shuts off. So
yeah, that's one reason I don't want to fucking use it.
It works fine on PC, but it's rough.
So
that's
behavior. Go ahead.
Well,
John.
No, I was just gonna say it happened the other day where I was using Restream like on my phone, but it was also plugged into the charger in the van, which was like it was an induction charger. So the combination of the heat from the induction charger, yeah, exactly, and the sunshine blasting through the windscreen, and my phone basically committed Harry Carey. I thought it was gonna fucking explode. I was like,
dude, you know what else happens? You know what else happens that you need to watch out for? I guess this is for everyone in chat as well. I have a mobile battery that I plug into my phone all the time. If your mobile battery dies and you have a Google Pixel, it will start to charge the battery while it's running.
It goes in reverse.
Yeah, and so even without all those extra heat things going on, just charging that battery and being in a case, my phone will die, and I'll be like, "What? What is going on? I just charged it," and then I'll be like, "Oh my god, I was charging my battery. This is bullshit."
That's like because obviously there's energy loss from one state to the other. So, but you're basically just burning energy for no reason.
I mean, going around that. Because we know, scientific speaking, there's no way around energy loss. But hey, I want you to imagine my experience up there, though. I was up there on the panel with like 6 or 7 Christians. They all putting words in my mouth. And the fucking mic kept cutting out on me. I don't know if they heard anything I said. So I'm pretty sure the audience looking at me like, oh, they gave it to him good. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just like some kind of dumbass. I can barely get 2 or 3 words in, and then the mic go out, my screen go blank. Something else happened. I could barely hear what they were saying. They asking me questions. And, I think they felt like they had made a big win off of me.
It doesn't really count as a win if it's just Restream being trash.
Yeah, I know, but you know how they gonna do it. Even if I was able to defend myself like I wanted to, they was still gonna call itself a win.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I alter my message now. That when I go up there, I don't do any atheist complaints anymore. I don't say anything about their Bible or anything about their practice. The only thing I say over and over. Let me just say, the only thing I tell them over and over again is if this shit don't make sense to you, you don't have to believe. It's okay to be atheist. I just say that over and over again. So
I didn't even know you had an argument with Andrew Wilson. I mean, doesn't he just declare himself the winner of every discussion that he's ever had? Like,
yeah, he does.
You know,
and he hates licking sniz.
I mean, but see, you got to keep in mind the Christians are the ones that they got major beliefs. So even when they lose, they could just believe they self won. It's like I lost, but I believe that I won. That's how they believe
Well, yeah,
everything.
God is the necessary precondition for winning, dude.
They believe with it. They feel. Sometimes it don't even look like they trying to win. They do exact opposite of that. You know, to help their goals. They just hurt all their goals, and then they come out. Yeah, I won because of God. I believe in God. My beliefs make me win. I don't understand it, but yeah, it seems like they are a bunch of liars.
The argument, almost all of the arguments around necessary preconditions, I've always found bizarre when the necessary precondition is an agent. Like an agent requires multiple things in order to exist, right? It requires multiple different like chemical, physical processes. Like a necessary precondition should be like the simplest thing, like the law of parsimony, right? I've never.
It's not necessary though, that because if what they describe truly exists, then that could be the necessary precondition. But I don't think it can exist. So I'm on your side, John. But I'm just letting you know there is a small possibility that something like what they describe exists, and if that is, then that would have to be the necessary precondition. And it's all powerful, all knowing. So it is simply just is. But I don't agree with that. I don't think that exists, and I think they just full of shit.
Well, and like Kurt's gonna say something like, I can't remember exactly how he words it, but it's like, if something were to actually know all things that are true, then there'd be some type of like heat problem, and like the fact that thing existed would like burn everything up. Or I'm not doing it justice. Please don't quote me. But then the other thing that's even more obvious is the inductions we can make about our minds, they stop at our minds. Like to try and say that we can infer what a divine mind would prefer, like order, structure.
Does to even say it is a mind.
Hang on a minute.
I deserve this.
Gretchen got you look at the thing that Gretchen put below us.
Yeah, I deserve that. I do.
But let's hold hands and skip down this particular conversation together. Nobody. Let's
through play time.
Yeah.
We're going balls deep in the nerd territory. So put on your goggles, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
The last point was basically, look, what we know about human minds and like minds that have biology attached to them and stuff like that. We know that's true about all those minds. But then as soon as you as soon as you slide the meaning of the word mind to something that doesn't have biology, doesn't have neurons, doesn't have the same type of knowledge that's retained or justified in the same way. Like a lot of theists will say that God doesn't have justification for his knowledge. And then now we've equivocated on knowledge and we don't know what knowledge means anymore. And so it's like, because we see knowledge function in this way, because we see minds function in this way, therefore that means that we should expect schmallage and schmind to function in the same way. And that's just not the case. That's a broken inference.
That comes in when you start applying rationality to things.
See, I gave y'all my definition.
Yes.
I don't like my definition.
Wait, so that's fine. That's fine. Maybe there is an ideal rational observation or observation like type, but without clarifying why there would be this expected similarity between these two different types of grounding that leads to the same rationality or whatever, without being able to do that, without an argument for that sidestep into this, you're now equivocating. And so
and like even the use of the word, like how do you ground that? Honestly, if somebody could write the word grounded on a rock, and then
the question, is that rock actually grounded?
Well, and then there's like a whole nother question. Like when I think of grounding, I think of like there's H2O molecules and then there's wetness when there's enough of them together, right?
Yeah.
I think that wetness is grounded in, you know, what it means to be a liquid or a fluid of, you know, any type. I don't really care about the molecules. So that I think that's a grounding relation.
But this is a problem. It is a grounding of a type, but also with respect to perception, there's no sense that we have that is able to detect wetness. The senses that we have actually they detect temperature differentials, right?
Right. Sure.
So even wetness isn't an actual perception that we have. It's a perception of a perception.
Well, see, and I would say that, like, if we want to say wetness exists, then we want to say not something like wetness is the same as particles ontologically. What we want to say for me instead is like there is states of affairs where things are wet or something like that. And so if that's what we're saying,
when it comes to humans, they kind of say it's an experience with a qualia. So there's a subjective sense.
Humans don't
right.
do
See,
say that.
Well, this
is where I was. This is where I was going though. So, and then when we say that we're going to acknowledge that wetness exists as an emergent property, and we're just going to say, well, that it just means when we say exist, we're saying it just means that there are states of affairs where
the feeling exists.
Well, maybe not even the feeling, but just there are states of affairs where water adheres to things, right? So that's wetness, sure, and we're going to call that an emergent property, and we're going to say that exists, right? Now, when we look at the mind, or like say the physical aspects of the mind, like the brain or whatever, and we're going to say the mind, the physical aspects of the brain, and we're going to like say you're a type A physicalist, and you just think that you're saying when the mind exists, you're just saying that there are states of the brain that are doing different things, and the mind is evolving in that way. And so oh my god, okay. So, or we could say that like inside or because of the physical things like this substrate, now we're allowed to say the mind exists, but it's different, and like it escapes physical laws, like to an extent. It doesn't have to entirely escape, but it's not entirely determined by the physical states, right? And then there's like I'm sure there's other stuff like we have access to like a universal mind, like something crazy like idealism. But what I'm trying to point out, and what I'm trying to point out is that so we may admit that wetness exists, quote unquote, but we might not be so ready to say I exist as nobody. I might just be a process that we're like describing.
I obviously I realized that you're being self-referential, but the fact that your name is nobody made that difficult.
I almost said my name. But
yeah, I
like,
guess
like the wetness. All I'm saying.
Whilst I say to you that the wetness ideology is uniquely linked to humans, and without the humans, you don't really have that abstract concept.
You're granting that to both then, and so it doesn't even matter because we only have access to our minds through our minds. But
that's what I'm just. Do you get what I'm saying though? It's kind of like because we have that concept of idea of that feeling and quality, we put identification to that qualification of wetness. So then when cardboard gets wet, cardboard is wet because we
But what if no one's there? What if no one's there to touch it or observe it?
That's what I mean. Then does the concepts don't exist? The concepts, well, those concepts don't actually exist.
But now we've slid again. Now we're not talking about.
I know. Because it's back to like the people have to be there to describe the thing. If the people ain't there to describe the thing, is the thing there?
But the point with respect to wetness,
I know, yeah, but I can't prove that absolutely. I get what you're saying. I agree logically. Logically, that follows. No, I get you. Logically, I know. I get you. Logically, that follows. That's kind of the way I see it as well. But I also can't prove it in the opposite because I can't do an experiment to see.
Yes, because there's no mind.
Exactly.
When cardboard is saturated with water, it's like whilst we would describe it as wet.
I get you.
It's not experiencing anything. It's just a description of like the atoms that exist in the world. But the experience of wetness is the bit, and that it's this phenomenological sense
Actually-
what wetness feels like. You know?
Actually, how about this? Okay, so like you identify wetness as this thing that's also associated with qualia, right? Or like an experiential like phenomenon, like we touch it or we at least see it or something like that. What if we just say, instead of wet, the cardboard is wet with no observers? What if we just say water is adhered to the cardboard with no observers? Is that fine?
Well, I think on a technical ground, well, just to be anal about it, I guess the technical grounds there's like water.
Yes,
isn't
I'm being
technically-
anal. Yes.
No,
I
no,
am
not
being
you. No, not
pedantic.
you. Not you. Me. I am. I'm
No,
just saying.
I am.
Like, but on the technical grounds, water isn't wet. That's
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. That's good. I like that too. Hold on. So I would say that because water has a surface tension and it adheres to itself in the right conditions, I think it is possible for water to quote unquote be wet in a sense. But for me to say those words, yes, it feels intuitively stupid, and I gain nothing from it, right?
Well, in the
I could
infinitesimal
say
second
it.
that water is raining on the ocean, yes.
Well, it just needs like the right amount of molecules to form a droplet or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I get what you're
Yeah,
saying. But
it's the minimum requirement for surface tension to become prevalent.
Yeah, just like whenever that happens, like I'm gonna say, sure, we could call it wet. I don't really care though. What I'm saying is that when we're not around, water would still adhere to stuff, right?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know.
No.
I won't be able to observe it.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
You think that's you being anal?
Yeah,
it's not you being anal.
It's
Like you
not.
dodge. Like I'm sorry,
It's
but
you being
that's you
obtuse as
dodging.
fuck on purpose.
Like so,
No, I'm saying
I wouldn't say obtuse.
lads.
I
You're
wouldn't say
getting me wrong.
obtuse, but I would say dodge.
I'm saying I'm being anal about it, not you guys.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is no, you're not. You're being the
That's
opposite
fine.
of that.
It's even fine to be both. I don't. We can affirm contradictions too. I don't care. So if you say that, are you willing to say that it is possibly the case that if rain fell on cardboard with no observers, the water would not adhere to it? Are you saying that's possibly the case?
Well, I would say I don't know because I won't be able to observe it.
Yes,
knowledge.
that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a cat sitting there watching it. It's being observed.
There's
Yeah,
a cat.
Let's
Yeah,
try
there's
the
a cat just chilling.
That's actually a pretty good question. What is your answer to that question?
Let's try the classic version of this argument. You put a cat in a box with a radioactive isotope.
Schrodinger's invisible.
Okay,
Schrodinger's wet cardboard.
So say it's an animal that's not. So say that it's an animal that's not reflective like us. It's not whatever that is.
That's what I mean. Like that's hard because I don't even know how animals perceive the world or their consciousness. Like I know nothing about it.
But cats can see that something's wet and choose to not step on it, right?
Yeah, and then they get wet all the time, and they completely ignore it in the rain, and it doesn't seem to bother them at all.
Come on, Kieran.
That depends
Cats
on the
hate
cat.
getting wet. What are you talking
That
about?
depends on the cat. Like a lot of cats hate showers,
I'm
but
just
I see these
going off-
Instagram reels that are cats in the
I know
shower.
but that's domesticated cats. Like most of the cats I have are.
Oh my god, what are we doing now?
Kieran.
Now it's domesticated or not? You're killing me.
Well, I don't know. It's subjective. I think you're making an absolute claim as well. That cats avoid being wet and all this stuff. So I can't say that that's 100% true.
I think this is where inductive reasoning comes in, right? Because you already have experiences of where you can experience something and then not being there, right? You experience like typing on the keyboard or something like that in the past, and then not being there, and then other people typing on the keyboard, and you know that they're typing on the keyboard, etc., etc. Right?
But I have to be there. I have to be there to perceive that, and that's what I'm saying. We're perceiving
We've not even got to a state of like reasoning yet. We're just trying to.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like if someone's tapping on a keyboard in China, I don't know that they're tapping on a keyboard in China.
But the
Need
question.
to know if they're tapping on a keyboard in China?
But
I'd like to know. I'd like to know, Gretchen. They should tell me.
Why?
What?
But Kieran, the fundamentally the question that's being asked is, do you believe that there's an ontological standard that it like supersedes or exists independent of your perception of the world? And we can't even get there. Like the question, like if like, would the cardboard absorb the water if you weren't there to observe the water like soaking into the fucking cardboard? Like, it's a rehashing of the if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound question?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I know, but
yes,
but
and
you
it
get
makes
what I
sense.
said earlier, though.
Yeah.
But you get what I said. I said earlier when I said we cannot test the opposite without us observing it.
That's okay. That's fine.
Right. So this is all hypothetical, right?
Well,
it has to be.
Yes.
I mean, of
Everything
course.
we're talking about is hypothetical.
Of course, this is
But that's what I'm saying. But you kind of coming at the 100% absolutism that you take humans out of the equation, reality still exists.
Yep. Well,
I don't know if that's true.
But
Of course.
every single thing we do, physics, like just inductively, deductively, every single thing that humanity do with respect to our understanding of the universe assumes and presupposes that the physical laws are consistent whether we're there to observe them or not. When you say I don't know, that the universe doesn't magically disappear when I'm not looking, is basically the Descartesian demon. You know?
No, but you can't tell me what happens to a human after death.
No one's talking about that, though.
But that's not what I was asking.
But that's
We
that's
can't
the
make
thing.
any claims at all because we don't know what happens after death.
When did I say that? When did I say that?
Well, okay.
You can't make any claim.
Okay. The reason she said
That's
that was
the
that
inference I made.
the reason she said that was that we were talking about whether or not there are states of affairs without minds, and then seemingly to defend this idea that we don't know what's the case without minds, you brought up what we don't know about after death. So that's why she said that.
Well, yeah, I know, but I meant as in like, because my conversation is uniquely linked to the theory of, like, say Thanos blipped all humans off the earth and we're all gone.
Yeah.
Right?
So I misspoke earlier, but I was talking about the Cartesian demon. So the trope is like you could have been created yesterday, even with the holes in your socks. You know, the notion that your socks are worn out, like, and you remember wearing them, but like there's no, it's a non-disprovable hypothesis. It's not even worthy of consideration, right?
There's like five Cartesian
creative
ideas that are just like completely, you can't even like properly think about them or test them, and so it's just
you can also physicalist accounts for conscious experiences as well. That also serves as an explanation when it comes to our experience about the world, right? Just as much as an idealist can, which is one of the problems.
Yes, and this is why I'm prone or I'm sympathetic, or I don't know, I prefer some type of like neutral monism, where we're going to say that it could be physical, it could be something that we deem physical later, but the things that we don't have access to yet, we don't need to call them physical, material, mental. We just don't need to do that yet. We just know that seems to be like this causal and grounding and emergent relationship between like different things that exist in the world, and to assume they're all physical, to assume there's like some type of dualism, all these things they're loaded, and they hurt the simplicity of your theory. And so like a neutral monist, like Bertrand Russell is saying something like, yeah, these things could these things could eventually be revealed to be what we deem physical, but for right now, we don't really know the intrinsic properties of like the electromagnetic field. Like, we don't know if we want to call it material, or we don't want to call it material. Sorry, we don't know if we want to call it physical. We don't know if there's like some type of mental properties hidden inside of it. We don't know the intrinsic nature of it or something like that. All these things lead like the neutral monist to say, well, there doesn't really need to be like a mind-body problem. There doesn't really need to, like, everything seems to emerge from something prior and more primary, and then all the way to the fundamental. And if the fundamental is neutral and allows, or even has a disposition towards embodying both the material and the mental, then if that thing that they're both reliant on is not identical to the mental or the material, then, you know, that's their argument. They would call it neutral. And then you know, like someone like Russell would probably also say like maybe the neutral, like we're going to deem physical at some point. Unsure.
Just real quick, what's the difference between that and like a quietist take then? Like with monist neutral.
I guess the only difference would be like whether or not you're willing to say that thing exists, I guess.
Yeah, because like that's kind of like quietist take is kind of like what I'm attracted to is like I think like both worlds of idealism and physicalism, which kind of like dominates that conversation with the philosophy of mind, is like
I think idealism is insane, but
I don't think it's insane, but I can kind of understand. But I just like the approach of like people saying like, hey, I think both parties are having some kind of conceptual analysis that I reject. So idealists are saying,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like consciousness is something that's there.
Well, there's like a number of answers to that too, though.
Very conceptual error as well. Like I'm more because I'm more agnostic when it comes to the philosophy of mind. So that's why I'm more attracted to like notions of quietism, if that makes sense, or like neutral modalism.
So the reason I like neutral stuff is like because there's a bunch of
it's 12:30 UK time, so.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
is it truly neutral? Is it truly neutral, or are they both reliant on each other?
Wow, bro is off by like 2.5 hours, dude.
Well, so how can you be off by like a half hour? The time zones are divided up into whole hours. I mean, look at you in fucking.
I'm just kidding, Issa. So like I think like it could also be the case that I'm just attracted to neutral because of the way it's phrased, even. Because I think that like people bite way too many bullets in general. And so like I think the physicalists are wrong. Like when someone tells me that like love is chemicals, like I think you sound completely insane. When someone tells me that like the mind is identical to the brain, I think that you're biting a bullet that I wouldn't bite. And that's because like I can imagine a fit.
Well, so no, my question was going to be like, I mean, I'm not like a substance dualist or anything like that, but I do like it does seem to be the case that is the brain chemical reactions, is it an electrochemical response to the environment? Yes, but our perception of it does seem to have that there is something more like numinous there. There's something there that seems.
Yeah, well, the uniqueness of the individual is in the infinite when it
yeah,
comes to the brain.
and like
every brain is different. Every brain gets affected differently.
Well,
you know,
the bit that I've always wondered with respect to
it's actually fascinating.
Yeah, but so the reason I ask is because when it comes to things like fMRIs, like we have a high degree of predictability with respect to reported emotions and what the brain state is doing. But because our experience is first person to us, when you say you're experiencing like an emotion, be it anger or love, whilst we might be able to predict your response, it doesn't mean that you're experiencing the same thing as the other person is experiencing. And there's always this there's always this block with respect to experience, because the experience is first person to you. You're the only person that experiences it, and we can. I've always there does seem to be and obviously there are gaps in all of our knowledge, all of our experiences, but with respect to brain imaging, you know, because we know that the brain is so closely linked at a minimum to who and what we are, like this gap in knowledge, it's always made me a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, in like to kind of paint the picture, like they're like or I guess I have to like tie it back to something I said earlier about like non-deceptive theories of truth or whatever, and maybe it's not non-deceptive, but it's something like along those lines. And so then when we define truth in that way, what it allows us to do is still say stuff like true north, like it's actually north, or whatever whatever's happening with that theory of truth, right? And then if we just look at like love in the same way, like I think it's crazy to say that love is something that's like purely chemicals in the brain, because then when we talk about the action that you chose to do because of love, and so it's a loving act, but these loving acts can vary wildly. and
but if you think about it,
it seems to escape the physical.
Yeah, like, but if you think, even if you think about it on the opposite side of things, like, if like that was to be like, that means if it was just to be chemical, right? It means you could manufacture love.
Sure.
I think,
but then, hold on. So now you would have people like Patrick Bateman, and he would just simply be immune to it. And so then, now that we've identified what the proper chemical layout is for love, and then his brain simply can't even successfully attain it, well, then that means that shows me that love is not this chemical process. It might be influenced heavily, but
this Bateman guy could just be a psychopath also.
All I'm saying is it can't reduce to it. That just seems like too much.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Like, it's impossible to quantify.
What about this though? No, like, what if the reason why it can't reduce to that is going to be due to some kind of like linguistic problem, right? So when we have an expression of love or whatever, like say if I love my mother, or if I express the fact that I love my mother, or all the actions that I have expressed since my mother, same way I love my partner, whatever, those chemical processes are going to be the same through those two expressions, even though that we're linguistically saying that they're different.
Right, but okay, but now that we've talked about how the brains could possibly react differently to different, or I'm sorry, they could react differently to the same chemical stimuli, then wouldn't that mean that different brains would require different chemical stimuli for the same reaction? Or the same action?
Yeah, and it's also the case, like time and place also applies, like with respect to like we can produce synthetic oxytocin, and you can introduce it to a person's brain, and it gives them the sensation of love. But you're not like when humans, like with respect to their children, for example, are motivated to acts of self-sacrifice, they're not necessarily feeling that feeling at the time at which that they choose to self-sacrifice. It's the memory of said feeling, but the memory of said feeling still produces a reaction. Like
like this is all great, because I feel like this is why I think that when we try to like jump into this like staunch physicalism, like there's this weird like assumption or assumptive nature to that type of outlook. And as we keep talking about these like different cases and different things that like you did this thing because you love someone, you did this thing because you hated someone, and like these, like, again, this all could bottom out at physical. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to be the case yet. Maybe it will be due to science or neurology or whatever. But as how things stand for the last 100 years, like since, you know, Russell was talking about what I'm calling neutral monism, it seems like it's just the same. Like it could be that the whole world is physical and I don't exist, right? I don't actually exist. I don't actually have like a strict causal relation to my body, right? That is fine. But then even if I don't want to say that I exist, my mind exists or whatever, I could still see it being the case that whatever I'm calling myself and whatever I'm referring to when I say my mind, it does escape physical causation. And therefore, I might be like a perspectival dualist and not a substantive dualist. But I'm just saying that it's possible. There's no definitive physical self.
All you're doing there, nobody, is trying to segue or sidestep the special pleading of compatibilism with respect to like determinism.
No, I'm a compatibilist.
Broadly speaking, I am too. But like, you know, determinism doesn't apply in the human brain and only in the human brain. It does reek of special pleading to me. But I struggle to get past it. You know.
No, it's not. It's not so much special pleading as it's like. It's like we can't see.
Well, it's point. Well, it's point out. I think what you're pointing out is that we're a bunch of irrational mad bastards living in a physical realm.
Okay, well, hold on. I like to think I'm not totally irrational.
No, but you know what I mean.
I don't mean like that.
I just mean we're creatures that want to survive, and with that comes all the variables and craziness that comes with us. And then we're creatures that perceive in the abstract and in the metaphysical. And because we do that,
Okay, except that's not what he said.
Yeah, but I don't know what that has
And
to,
he
like,
was talking, and you jumped in and said, "Oh, so you're saying this?" And he basically said, "Nuh-uh," and you kept going.
well, what I'm saying is that
all
like
right,
the things
Gretchen,
that we
calm down. I
conceive,
thought we were having a conversation. Like
that you know, it's fine. The things that we conceive, like, because you brought up like conceptual ideas or whatever.
Yeah.
The things that we conceive, I'm saying that's what escapes physical causation. Like, I don't think it's like solely derived from that, and that's why
that's
I
what you were
look at this
talking about.
neutral
Just
monism seriously.
yeah, that's what you were talking about with love, right?
Right, that seems to escape physical causation
That's
to me.
I was kind of going on that. That's what I meant with my whole thing there. That's the abstract part of us, all these emotions, these qualities, these feelings.
Right,
Do you know
but
what I mean?
there's a difference between like how we
Cool. Next time you
like,
should use those
say,
words
like
instead.
let's
Crazy
assume
mad bastards.
let's assume
I was
we
just
had a,
yeah, I was just trying to be funny.
let's
I'm
assume we
just
had a
trying to help.
perfect
No,
idea of what
I have to be honest, Kieran. Kieran, like when he said the crazy mad bastard, like I was completely on board. I get you weren't you were just trying to continue the magnanimous conversation rolling down the hill, and it was like he wasn't actually calling you bastards, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to derail it, right?
One quick thought. One quick thought. Look at Gretchen. Look at yes from Brittany last comment. This is to all us American speakers. I guess we need to learn to speak slower. So I just want y'all to go carry on, people. Get back to your thoughts. I just want to point out yes from well-being post right there.
An Englishman, an Irishman, and an American betting our lives.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, three
y'all
different
fucked
ways
up
to
my
pronounce
English.
all the words. Yeah,
But that's
Yeah.
funny because that's actually a skill I had to learn because I lived in Australia and they were like they couldn't understand me when I moved over there years ago. They were like,
But like it's like if we met in the street, like, and we hadn't really, like, if we were just like casual acquaintances and I walked up to you, hey, you mad cunt, how you doing, and shook your hand. That's just like going, all right, mate.
Hey,
right?
Britt,
If you
who's
did
the
that to an
hardest one to
American, he'd fucking
understand?
shoot you.
too right, getting it. Spot tea in it.
top of the morning to you.
Too right.
Oi, oi.
Yeah.
But yeah. Australia, they're crazy in Australia.
Yeah, so I guess okay. To try and like rein in whatever we're talking about, like it seems like we're all like pretty able to agree with each other like all the time, like this whole time. But so is there a reason that like you thought about these things about like our perspectival is that a word, access to the world, or like our epistemic access to knowledge, or like how we define knowledge, how we define what's true, which is different from
Brit,
epistemology?
that's not actually a hood accent. That's fucking Texas country accent. That's what that shit
So
is.
if it's like you seem to have this like acquaintance with these ideas, and you say that like maybe we don't know what's really the case around us or something, like is there like a
Yeah,
is there can you give me like can you give me like a belief that you hold because of that? Like I'm not trying to say like, do you want to talk about God, do you want to talk about epistemic nihilism, like anything? I don't really
I think it's all kind of, you know, Plato's The Cave.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. I just
never heard of it.
I just apply that to reality.
Because you've never been in it,
you know. And like the way I look at that analogy, like one of the interesting things I find about when you go to the end of the story is not the person that sees the truth. It's when the person gets brought back to the cave and tries to tell everyone the truth, and they all think he's crazy.
Yeah.
So you see how that you see how now there's
any ideology or any kind of perspective. That's the beauty about Plato's Cave.
But
right,
obviously there's two things at play there. There's limited perception, and there's consensus, right?
Well, there's definitely
ideology. There's another one, and it's your ability to adequately paint the picture for them. There's like so many layers added now when you're trying to describe the cave.
Yeah, but how? Like what I think what I was trying to get at is it's like you're also dissolving these people's worlds. Like you're
Who
coming
is-
in the individual who got to see the truth, who got took away from the cave and seen the shadows on the wall. When he came back, like, and they strap him back to the wall, and he's looking at the figures again. He's telling everyone left and right who have never left. Like they've been there their whole lives. This is their religion, their truth, their reality.
But
Right?
like these paradigm shifts in how we perceive the world, like we have, like they exist within living memory for all of us, right? So like why are we shocked when they happen? Like why do we fight against them so hard?
There's a fascinating. It's like living in ignorance, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Which is mad, like.
Like, but with respect to our understanding of we like our like we kind of live in a unique time in a unique place. Like we had thousands and thousands of years where like the peak of technological development was a fucking bow and arrow if you were lucky. And in the last couple of 100 years, our technology, our understanding of the world and how it works has just like rocketed ahead. Like we've had more paradigm shifts in our understanding of how everything works in the last 100 years than I would suspect in the last 10,000 combined.
I think that belt-fed machine guns were within the last 100 years.
I don't know,
like,
pal.
that's one of the biggest things I've ever seen when it comes to guns. Like,
so isn't that like entire? Well, I don't want to say saying, but notion that human brains, like we're still like in our, you can say quote unquote ape brains or whatever, hasn't caught up to the technological progress.
Kind of, yeah. Like you know, like in 1904, the Wright brothers managed to get from one end of a field to another without touching the ground, and then by 1969, we'd put men on the moon. Like there is no example of technological explosion that has ever existed with respect to our species. Like, it is not reasonable to expect we should psychologically be in a position to be able to deal with it. But at the same time, like, because like there is nobody that exists now, there is nobody that lives right now that hasn't lived in this world. Like none of us are actually Iron Age goat herders. We're not expected to live in that world. All of us live in like a technological paradise, relatively speaking.
If you believe in the Bible,
I'll qualify that with a paradise for some and a hell for some.
True.
Oh, okay.
You know,
so like the point, I think something to keep in mind though is that because of our technical advancements and or technological advancements and the protection it enables on our current evolutionary standpoint, like this, they could stagnate evolution, or at some point we could wind up, you know, modifying ourselves, like a la cyberpunk or whatever. And like that'd be great. I think that's ideal. I think that like modifying the body, get off the planet, like get off the planet, modify the body.
Black Mirror, some of that stuff.
But even I used to have this position too. But even though like it would have been the case that the externalities of what we evolve around would have been things that we had no control over. It doesn't mean that we don't evolve. It's not like I always thought, like, you know, because we have eliminated like the harshness of the world in which that we lived, that we've stopped evolving. Like humanity is now stagnated. This is the best that we're going to get. But there's always some kind of external pressure, right?
John,
every time we have sex, evolution occurs to some degree. But as long as we can maintain the environment or actually control our sexual reproduction and environment, then to some degree we don't evolve. At least that much, right?
Let's look at it this way. With respect to history, the North and the South Koreans, like the North Koreans and the South Koreans are genetically identical. The North Koreans think that they are somehow superior to the South Koreans but because of basic nutrition, the South Koreans are on average 6 inches taller. It's
Nice.
lunacy.
That's
right?
funny.
So,
I wanted to also have John. Have you played Mass Effect?
yeah, of course.
Okay, and you're aware of like what the Reapers are? Or
Yeah.
So like I can envision, like, even if we were to tilt evolution in a way, like due to our technology, it could be the wrong way, and then that could be selected against, like due to something.
I
like
assume
that.
I assume we're bypassing the nuance of the distinction between evolution, controlled and uncontrolled external factors, and
Yeah, whatever. I don't even.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be random at that point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Quick, but yeah, exactly.
Just like whatever we deem to be the case, or say we didn't modify our evolution, and that track was wrong, and then like our solar
Space
system
Marines.
gets wiped out or whatever. I actually don't know where I was going with this. Like, I feel like I had a point, and I fucking
Sorry, I derailed you. I do apologize.
No, I think it's me. It's me for sure.
I think the thing that I was always made me uncomfortable with the eugenicists, labels notwithstanding, Gretchen, before you weighed in on this one. The thing that's always made me uncomfortable about the eugenics argument is that because it utilizes or tries to make use of evolutionary principles, like I don't think that it. I think the bit that makes us uncomfortable en masse is that it actually has some kind of efficiency or like it would work, but we've kind of looked at it and gone, you know what? No, this is too much power for humanity.
Yeah, well, like, because like the principles in evolution are not on ethics based, and it would be us putting in our ethical grounds of what is good, what is bad.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. And like I think like when it comes to things like because also like the arguments that are made, like I have my son is autistic. I have cousins. Oh, one sec.
It all comes down to who gets to make the decisions.
Yeah, I had a point I was gonna make, and I lost it again. Like, I'm really fucking.
Yeah,
sorry.
I wanted to ask John.
Jesus, nobody on fire. Fucking learn something for once, won't you?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask John.
You're actually right.
I heard,
No, I'm not.
I don't know who I heard.
Is that a
from.
joke? Sorry, what?
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I don't know who I heard this from. That like all human beings. I think I heard it from.
Oh my god, I remember.
All human beings are super homogenous, right? So we're more closely related. We're all closely related, more so than other apes like chimpanzees or something like that. It was Dawkins that said that, I think. Now I don't know how true that is, right? So I wanted to ask John that.
Well, I mean, it would depend on how.
Like I don't know how homogeneity is being employed there because I'm not a biologist. So.
Well, I think it would depend on how many common ancestors the current population has. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, I lost it. I'm an idiot. You guys go ahead.
So I was mid sentence and my wife came into the room. I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah, I lost my shit twice, dude. So.
Oh no, John, I was just I was
Put
just
the
asking.
pipe down.
No, I was asking if it's true that all human beings have this kind of like genetic homogeneity that isn't like similar to other apes like chimpanzees or gorillas or whatever. Like they have much more genetic diversity.
Well, I mean, I'm not a geneticist, but cladistics, they're nested hierarchies. So we all come from. So in the same case, like for example, like all trees are eukaryotic and we're eukaryotic. And you either have to accept the fact that this thing like came into existence once, or there are multiple examples of this thing coming into existence. So like a eukaryotic cell, for example, it seems like it's more parsimonious that it only ever really evolved once, and then we delineated from that one evolution of that biological thing. So is it technically possible? Yes, but that like multiple eukaryotic organisms like evolved and or came into existence and they are distinct clades. Is it possible? Yes, of course it is. But is that the thing that we think is likely? Absolutely not.
Yeah, because they would just be eaten up by other. They would just be right.
Yeah, but this what also it kind of depends how you're using the word homogeneous or homogeneity.
Oh, genetically. Oh no, I'm sorry. Like I'm I'm not trying to use words I don't understand in a very biological context. That's just
I don't know shit about fucking evolution or biology. So
yeah. No, me neither. Me neither. I just genetically closer. I guess that's what I'm trying to articulate.
Genetic, well, like so like it always bugged me where like you hear these things that are said like oh yeah, a mouse is 96% similar genetically to a human, and you're like, well yeah, because it's a fucking mammal, and the liver, whilst it might like it's a different size and shape, but the cells function in the same fucking way, right? It's still a liver, and the same with the kidneys and like the heart, etc. Like, but that doesn't mean that like we tend to view things with respect to the aesthetic, but that's not how DNA works. Yeah,
I guess I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to speak out of terms. Again, I'm not a biologist. I know almost nothing about it. I just mean I'm just kind of recapitulating with other, I guess, biologists were saying when it comes like Dawkins. He said this when it comes to like human beings being very close genetically as opposed to compared to other.
Do you mean Richard Dawkins, not like Darth Dawkins or anything like that?
Richard Dawkins, not Darth Dawkins. Oh God, no! What the hell? No, Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, well, but Richard Dawkins is he is an actual scientist that operates in scientific field.
Oh, y'all are in trouble now.
What's ultimate, unvariant,
Keep
eternal,
making these claims about brains
and fundamental in your worldview
give you
that
good of
grounds all that
empathy.
could have been and could never be? Go ahead.
Oh,
That's a Dawkins thing. Sorry.
Hey,
that was a joke.
I would like to point out that I remember John. This previous. I don't know what topic got on now, but John was talking about we are lucky to be here at this time. But if you look at the arc of human history, this is the time we have the most people ever right now. So this is probably you know what I'm saying. This is probably you have a high probability of being living in during this time than you do any other time in human history.
Yeah, but that like the probability of existing here doesn't mean whether it's a nice place to live. So
Yeah,
have you read Steven Pinker's book, The Better Angels of Our Nature?
Come on, John. You know I haven't read that book, man. Come on. No, John, I haven't read it.
But that's where I'm coming from with respect to like people they perpetually complain about the right here and the right now with respect to our circumstances. But if you but exactly, but if you look back in history, like if you could pick where you were born, where you existed. Like I curse my biology because my eyesight is fucking terrible. But guess what? I get things like glasses and contact lenses and things like that, which if I was born 100 years ago, I wouldn't fucking had.
Statistically speaking, it's hard. It's harder to be born in the past. If you were just born by statistics, most people be born now. If they're gonna be even more people in the future, then it's more likely. If you statistically speaking, you would be born in the future because we got billions of people now. I think we got right now more people on the planet alive than ever lived before. If I'm not mistaken.
No. There are absolutely more people that are like deceased.
There's been more people who've definitely walked the earth and died over
like
than the
Are
actual.
you sure about that? Now they got estimates of 10 billion people, and if you go back in point in time, might have had millions of people, maybe even
yeah,
1
but
billion.
you're not talking about the total number of people that have ever existed. You're talking about the current population of the planet.
No, I'm talking about the current population, and which I'm not saying that I know the answer. I'm just saying if you look at how big the current population is, and then you look at everybody that done lived up until now, this number is if it's not greater, the total population not greater, it's about the same or not that far from it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Actually, I'm gonna check it. Like let me Google this.
The number would be massively different. Like, sure, how many we at 8 or 9 billion at the moment?
Yeah, that's the last estimates I heard. I heard on low balling 8 billion, the high ball 10 billion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just saying, and if we got trillions of people in the future, then if you could throw dice.
You gotta factor in like how many people die.
I mean, it's a Google AI result. The number of people total that has ever existed is estimated to be between 100 and 120 billion, and the current population of the planet is
10 billion. You got I was wrong. And we trust Google AI anyway.
Yeah, I did front load that with it is an AI overview. So
yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's what the best we got. That's the furthest I'm prepared to look on that. It ain't like there's some pertinent knowledge I need to know.
But do you know what, McTime? It's closer than I thought it was going to be. I wouldn't have expected. Like I knew it was going to be the number of extant people was going to be lower than the total number of people that ever existed. But it's closer than I thought.
Yeah, that's what, and so it stands to reason if you just threw dice, if you was like the floating soul in outer space picking your time to live, and you say, well, I'm gonna do it by the throw of the dice, it's more likely you're gonna live either now or in the future. If we continue to have babies like how we doing, than you would live in any other time in human history. Just off the numbers and statistics.
See, the problem there is that it doesn't matter when you're born. Your personality, the who you are is formed as much from your experiences as it is from your genetics. So you being born now formulated who you are now. If you were born in the future, that future would make you a different person then.
Yeah,
so it doesn't really matter when you're born. You're a product of your time.
Yeah, just think like a Star Trek. Like if you were born on a space shuttle going to Alpha Centauri or something like that, like you'd be different to some extent.
Well, to a huge extent. But Beard, like obviously, the nature nurture argument is an age old psychological, like it's an age.
Well, hold on there. That argument was actually settled in the psychology community when we realized that it's nature and nurture. It's not a competition; it's both.
But that's exactly where I was about to go. It is absolutely a composition of the two. So, for example, when and I think I can't remember if I said this.
Did you say competition or combination? Repeat yourself.
No, the thing is, within any single individual, you're never going to be able to put a number on nature and nurture.
Yeah, so
that's what psychology figured out.
I think you might have misheard me, McTime. I didn't say competition. I said composition.
Competition. Okay. Well,
it's or a combination of the two. Yeah. And how much it's prevalent. Like you get the people that make the argument whether they're blank slatists or tabula rasa, where they claim that it's 100% sociological or cultural, and frankly, that's just not the case, because we are born, or we do seem to be born, with like fairly significant biological drivers, things with respect to like our sex attraction. But the bit where the culture comes into play is like, what do we find attractive? Like, what do girls wear blue hats because there's some like genetic predisposition to? Do the boys wear blue hats because there's some genetic predisposition to wearing blue hats, or is that a cultural artifact? Well, clearly it's a cultural artifact, right?
Well, just think of McTime. Have you watched Dragon Ball? Have you watched Dragon Ball Z? So you know, like not the time chamber, but the gravity manipulation they can do, and they're like training in 10 times gravity or whatever.
Yeah, I remember.
If you were to do that to every child, if you were to do that for every child past a certain point, like they'd be able to jump higher, they'd be able to survive higher falls. But you'd have to tune it just right. Yeah. You'd have to tune it just right. right? And that's ignoring like they can go Super Saiyan, they can like do spiritual stuff or whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna omit all that shit. Just straight normal people.
But like if like 2 times the gravity is like this sweet spot where they can survive on more planets, like that's a real effect that would, it would be real.
But see, what you're talking about is exactly what Beard was talking about too. When he was just talking about time is also place, because when you look at evolution, natural selection, you are a product of your time and your environment, so that way you can live in that environment and have children. That way your children, because we evolved to fit the environments that we're in, and it's not really no different objective other than survival. And so, and then you also got to remember that if you raise children in 2G gravity, that's gonna be like 1G to them. As long as they stay in the 2G, they're gonna be like how we are. Now, when they come to our 1G gravity, they're gonna be jumping high and do all that stuff then. But when on 2G planet, they're gonna just be normal. Like kind of like Superman when we're in, he's another guy on Krypton, but over here he's Superman.
What's that film with the
Beard,
guy?
we got a lot of background noise. I'm gonna mute you. Just unmute yourself to talk. Those birds are fucking annoying. Sorry.
What's that film where the guy ends up like on Mars, and like they've got these like light ships that fly around on. What the fuck is it? But regardless, the point is that he is like relatively speaking, he can jump unbelievably high, and he's ridiculously strong because he has.
But it's not gonna last forever though, John. Eventually he will.
John Carter.
John Carter. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's the film exactly. I can't believe I couldn't remember that. Given that my name is John and I couldn't remember the name of the film.
But John, take this out though, John. He's not gonna keep that strength forever. It's eventually he will like climatize to Martian environment, and his strength is gonna be good enough. It's gonna be
that's actually John Carter from Mars is actually a terrible example to use because he actually goes to a mythological version of Mars called Barsoom, and it's given a different body. Like it's an entirely different thing. Like his human body is actually still here on Earth, and he's It's a weird sci-fi story from the 1920s or 30s. It's really weird. It's not a great example of this.
I have to say, I actually enjoyed the film when I watched it, but with respect to physics, no.
Because you lose what you don't use. Like if all them guys in outer space on the space station, they're losing body mass, muscle mass because they don't need it in 0G.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean your offspring are gonna use what you didn't use.
I'm not saying that at all. Did y'all watch that video? Because about that Lamarckians, what that woman said about Lamarckians?
I missed the beginning of this conversation, but it sounds like you're going from a Lamarckism again, right?
No.
Yeah, it's called bad evolution. That's called wrong evolution.
Well, also,
set him straight, guys. I spent like 2 fucking hours trying to talk him out of Lamarckism last night, and it just didn't work.
It's even worse than that. It's actually not Lamarckism. It's like
we can also work. We can also work with Pokemon evolution. That could be a theory.
Don't knock Pokemon evolutions.
The Soviet Union was so disgusted with the concept of the survival of the fittest because it meant that people, like, it was built in that people were different. So there's Erwin Lysenko came up with the concept of Lysenkoism, and as a direct result, millions of people starved to death. So there's that.
Yeah, we talked about that last night too.
I did.
And then at one point, Kurt was like, "Everybody up there's a fucking idiot. I'm going to bed."
I'm giving all you guys 0.
Kurt,
but you didn't do your homework.
Well, just
Gretchen, you didn't do your homework, Gretchen.
I told you I wasn't gonna watch that stupid shit. I'm not gonna watch any fucking video.
Population level.
Lamarckism is fucking done. It's wrong. It's stupid. I'm not gonna fucking watch a video on it.
So is
because
Pokemon.
You got hoodwinked doesn't mean I have to spend my time watching it.
But
I had sleep to catch up on.
When we're talking about Pikachu, he does evolve into Raichu. That is the case.
Yeah, but if you breed that Raichu, you get a Pichu, not another Raichu.
I believe you. I've never had a Pichu because I only played like the first. Oh wait, maybe I did because I played the first 2.
And then the Pichu goes to be the Raichu, the same Raichu over and over again.
I just want to know how to get a Pokechew.
Was not
Nobody
wasn't
tell Maud or about earlier when I was saying horrible things about her.
Wasn't Pichu prior to Pikachu?
Yes.
Yeah, Pichu's the baby version, and that was kind of my point against Lamarckism. Like, if you cut a rat's tail off and then breed the rat, you're not going to get rats with no tails. You're going to get rats with tails. If Pikachu evolves into Raichu and you breed the Raichu, you're going to get a Pichu, not another Raichu. So whatever happens
from breeding.
to the,
I see.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And
like,
Chris, I like to point out
I completely agree with that, but like, don't you like? There's also like there's negative adaptation kind of apply as well. Like if an animal stops using a certain mechanism for survivability, does it
No,
go away?
no,
or
it
does
just it reduces their ability to survive, so they will die off.
Or
if they,
it creates vestigial
they don't
functions.
Sorry, go ahead.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead,
Yeah, Beard is right, because then possibly that becomes less of a priority to keep propagating in each generation, and then you get stuff like you get stuff like the
an
leg
appendix
bones in a whale or something like that.
Right.
Gretchen, I would like to point out that thing you said about nature and nurture is what my Lamarckian ideal is. So I'm not talking about whatever you heard about in the past. I'm talking about this idea what you're saying with nature and nurture.
You can't just take nature and nurture and put the name Lamarckism on it and say that's the same fucking thing.
Watch the video.
You don't get to do that, because that's not what Lamarckism is.
Proven false.
Watch the video. So I let the person explain to you better than me what she was talking about. I'm just expressing her ideas, and she sold me on it. I think.
Well, then how about don't? How about don't express them until you know what the hell you're talking about? How about that?
I mean, I know
Lamarckianism already.
That's a pretty good rule to live by. Don't try to start a debate on something unless you're prepared to fucking debate it. How about that?
It's very Wittgenstein, Gretchen.
Yeah, I know. You got me there. You got me there, but I'm telling you, to some certain extent, like the same like a cigarette smoker can pass that cigarette smoking down to their children.
No.
What they pass down to their children is a genetic predisposition. They don't actually pass the behavior
That's
on.
what I'm talking about.
If a person's parents are an addict, but they never use any of the substances that can become addicted to, they never become an addict.
That's what I'm talking about, Bill. I'm talking about that genetic.
That's not true.
I'm talking about that genetic.
What do you mean? Wait. How could that not
become addicts to things who weren't exposed? Didn't have a genetic predisposition.
No, but if they never use the substance, how could it not be true that if they didn't use the substance, they wouldn't become addicted?
Maybe I misheard him then. So there has to be prior use.
All I'm talking about is the genetic disposition that was passed. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about whether or not the child is going to become a smoker. I'm talking about you pass that in your genetics, whatever that is.
That's not Lamarckism, because the parent that had that acquired this addiction to tobacco did not get a genetic predisposition by acquiring it. Didn't get it by smoking. They got the genetic disposition from their parents, and because they engaged in the behavior of smoking, they became an addict themselves.
But so McTime, one thing to understand: the genetic predisposition that the person inherited isn't addiction. It's a predilection or an easier time if their brain creating addictive pathways. Not the addiction to a specific substance, but their brain is more likely to be able to develop addictive pathways. That's what's being passed down. But if you never engage in something that creates addictive pathways, you never become addicted to anything.
Exactly, Mr. Beard. I'm not saying that you pass addiction on. What I'm saying is just because you had this behavior in your life, and you could pass it along genetically, like through this, like you say, dispensation, like what that word you use, to your children. And
disposition.
You cannot pass acquired traits biologically.
Right, because the person who is that child, the one we're talking about, right, the child of addicts who has not become addicted, the child that they have is still going to have the genetic predisposition towards developing those things because that's what's in the genes. But that's not because anyone used a substance anywhere in the lineage.
You would have to undergo genetic modification to pass on acquired traits.
Even if it was the case that it had happened, like, and it was a genetic predisposition, that would have been hundreds, if not thousands, if not hundreds or tens of hundreds of thousands years prior. Like, this is not something that is just, oh, my mom drank a lot with her aunt. Like, it has to do with like
y'all heard something and y'all don't want to unhear that. Whatever y'all heard that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying whatever y'all heard. I'm saying that disposition is what that woman was calling the Lamarckians that she was talking about. She wasn't saying that you passing down outcomes. You are passing down like probabilities in your that you might catch this behavior. Maybe you can explain to me why Lamarckism keeps getting brought up, because I'm like really confused about like. Well, I seen a video
because McTime won't let it go.
I seen a video, what is and y'all keep saying everything that I'm not saying and saying that's what I'm saying, which I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you passing down outcomes and behaviors. I'm saying that you passing down like what Beard said, that disposition, that right there, that disposition in your genetics is something that wouldn't have been there if you hadn't did that behavior. So that's what I'm talking about. You pass that down now. If your children,
but that's what I was trying to clarify, is that like Lamarckism, like my understanding of it in its worst case scenario is that like if a bunch of zebras that are black coated bang by a stick that's painted in stripes, then like that's like the worst case scenario, right?
And that's not the Lamarckians I'm talking about or know about. I'm talking about. I put the video in the chat so people could watch it, so you can see the one I'm talking about. I don't know what y'all talking about.
The actual definition of Lamarckism is passing on acquired traits biologically to your offspring, and you cannot fucking do that. It's been proven wrong so many goddamn times.
Right, but so the other thing I wanted to say, which I think I said was. No, you go ahead, John.
No, I was just gonna say, how the fuck are we still arguing over this meme? Like, there's literally a meme of this.
He won't let it go.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So look,
there's some fucking idiot blonde girl who, like, some fucking idiot woman who goes, "Well, I had a nose job because I didn't want my kid to have to deal with my nose." And this is basically what we're arguing
exactly. So then, okay, so this is my question. This is my
that I found annoying, because I'm not saying none of that. I'm not saying none of that stuff with that definition you get brought up, Gretchen. I'm not saying none of that. I can't speak for the woman.
That was the definition I literally read last night. That's the definition of Lamarckism.
So if we're saying something different. Right, but if we're saying that that's stupid, right, and we all agree on that,
read it out of the fucking dictionary.
So, what type of features can be chosen in a person or a animal's lifetime that translate into their offspring? Like, what type of thing is the line where we draw? Because obviously, it's not nose jobs. We just agreed on that. So then, what is something that would be sufficiently in this window that you're talking about?
Just missing mods just telling me off. She is pointing out that she told me that in confidence, so I apologize.
I do that sometimes. I just read the dictionary for fun.
So we agree the nose job doesn't translate, and so if the nose job doesn't translate, what does translate? What's like the loosest idea that would, we can do it from generation to generation, or maybe there's 3 generations minimum, something like that.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what Lamarckianism is implying, right? That's what it's implying.
Well, and you got to keep in mind, if you actually watch this video, the one we're going to explain that there is like the way it's been taught. Because you got, she said that Darwin was a Lamarckism, and I realized that Darwin don't.
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
You know what? Put the fucking link in the fucking back chat again.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I got. Well, I'm gonna go back and find it. I don't think it's still in my clipboard. I gotta go find the link. I'll be right back.
Okay. But
I don't think that's true at all.
Jean Baptiste is her name. I looked this up last night, and he's right. I did not watch it, but
yeah. I mean, I guess this kind of makes sense that like the idea that like how you behave could influence your children would have been prior to Darwin putting this like genetic requirement on it like over time. Like it sounds normal to me that they would have said, if I behave a certain way, then my children will behave this way. Like that seems rational enough. And then Darwin's like, oh, I know, I think it's by, sexual.
But that's nurture. If
Well,
I
yeah,
behave this way, then
it's
my
like-
children will. That's
it's not even
nurture.
nurture.
That's not
Well, no,
nurture.
it's like self.
It is nurture. It is nurture. It literally
The
is.
idea was the idea used to be that my behavior before my child is born will influence how they are after they're born, before they're even conceived. Like that's where it was prior to Darwin. Like it was a huge stupidity thing.
Yeah,
But
that
that's
makes total
where it
sense
was.
that they would have thought that for sure.
Yeah,
And it makes sense that Darwin would have thought it.
yeah, and we now know they were wrong. So.
Are you talking about this 3-minute video?
No, I'm not. I just googled.
Not
Googled
you.
2 words.
Not you.
And I was like, yeah, these don't. This obviously would be the case.
There's this like 3-minute cartoon thing. So
like, just look like prior to.
I don't know. Make time like
Prior
fell in
to
love
Darwin.
with this girl, with this woman when Sean Carroll interviewed her. So now it's like he's looking into the shit she's into, and now we're
Well, I
having
mean,
to
I
hear about
love-
Lamarckism like every day for the last 4 days.
I love.
No,
Well, I
that
don't
was-
know.
that
Oh
was
God,
talking
Lamarckism.
yesterday. I was just talking
Well-
about it yesterday, and yeah, we was kind of touched on it again. I was actually going for something. I was just talking about when I got back. We were talking about the statistically speaking about where you are supposed to be born on the timeline. It seemed like to me, the more we have people that equates to the more people that ever live, then it's more likely you're gonna be born in now or in the future when you have trillions of people or something. But I didn't intend to get up off of this. But I got the
that's
the
fine.
link and it's in the back chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
All
putting
that's
it-
fine. I think. I'm unclear on all that stuff, but like prior to Darwin noticing the genetic implications that led to the current theory of evolution, there would be other ideas of it, and there would be other ways to like influence how your child would behave or have dispensed or
I'm not watching a 1 hour
disposition.
15-minute video. Sorry.
So
That's not
like
I
there
know,
would have
I know
been
it's wrong.
there would have been people saying stuff like, oh, this makes sense to me, like they were wrong, but it still was like it was a pretty good guess, I assume, and that's like why Lamarckism cost millions of lives. And
Yeah, that's actually a good point, nobody. This is way before, like when Darwin actually discovered evolution.
it's like 55 years or
It's
something.
like pre
crazy.
genetic information or access to genetic information about genes, which is extremely fucking complicated as far as I understand as a layman, right? And genetics is very fucking complicated.
You're right, Issa.
Predicting behavior given those genetic factors of like biophysics and stuff. That shit's super complicated. So
Well, and if we didn't know those things and we were just like shit out of luck and we had to theorize about how these things work, then
yeah,
Lamarckism, like kind of okay, whatever, like you're at least trying, but like you're constantly aware that like every person who's trying to theorize about a thing, they could be missing some crucial fact, and that's definitely the case here. So I don't know Like, I guess what I'm concerned about is that like Lamarckism was proven false by the Russians. Like people died because of it, and so I'm confused what bearing this has on anything, really.
Well, because I want y'all to try to imagine, because they haven't watched the video, but just imagine because the woman painted the picture. Lamarckism got fundamentally misunderstood way back when, and they lost the popularity contest because what he was saying was that man couldn't just influence the evolution of other things like the beginning of the eugenics and stuff like that. So they lost the popularity contest, and it's been taught wrong ever since. And all y'all doing is repeating the wrong shit that's been taught. The Russians did the wrong idea what they thought Lamarckism because
No.
misunderstood since almost the beginning.
No, this is important to like specify. Like there were, I don't know how many. The AI overview I'm reading is 7 million people died because of the misinterpretation of genetics, and that might have been due to, us and pigs or something like that, or that might have been due to the Lamarckian interpretation of like how to grow crops or something. Something went wrong, and it cost 7 million human lives. Lamarckism is wrong. It is wrong. So I don't know what we're talking about.
Because let me tell you what I'm talking about, man. I'm talking about a fundamental misunderstanding of this man's concept almost since day one. Since he went to the grave, it's been fundamentally misunderstood, and they painting the picture of this supposed to be like a Darwin versus Lamarckism thing, when it's like what Gretchen said earlier, is the nature and the nurture thing at the same time. That's why she explained in the video.
Look up how many lives it costs.
If it's been taught wrong, this is gonna be wrong, Gretchen. If it's been taught wrong since almost its conception, then it's gonna be wrong.
Why? Because one fucking white lady on the internet fucking said so?
Yeah,
because she was talking to Sean Carroll at the time, and you like him?
I love Sean Carroll.
You know what?
I love Sean.
I love Sean Carroll is great, but he's been fucking wrong before, and maybe he shouldn't have talked to this fucking quack bitch.
Look up how many. How many deaths?
I wish somebody would watch the video, man. Somebody please watch the video. So you
it's an hour and 16 minutes. Nobody wants to spend that kind of time on something that's been proven wrong for fucking decades, dude.
Look up how many deaths. It's gonna give you the same number. It's gonna be sub 8 million.
I mean, that's not when the interview first started. That's the first thing she said. It's been fundamentally misunderstood, and it's been taught. It's like
why? Because she says so.
I don't know. I don't know.
You just taking her at her word? Did you go look it up yourself and see if maybe it wasn't fundamentally misunderstood?
I mean, it seemed like it is because everything that's
why? Because one fucking white lady on the internet said so.
No, Gretchen, no. I mean, I just want to bring it up too for that, so I can get some clarity myself. And how
about you listen to me? You know me a lot better than you know this quack bitch.
I hear what you're saying about how the people died and all that stuff. I didn't know any of that stuff. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it seemed like it's what she said though. She said it was taught wrong. These people doing this stuff. What she said.
Really? What's her evidence for that? Did you ask? Did you look it up?
The nature and the nurture thing.
Right, you just took her at her fucking word. So you know what? Go watch the fucking flat Earth morons, and then come back and tell me how fucking flat the Earth is because someone said so.
I know more about the Earth than I know about psychology and evolution, so I ain't gonna get bamboozled there. But what I'm saying though, Gretchen, is use the same thing what you said about nature and nurture and what Beard said about that. That's what she was saying. That's all I'm saying. That's what she was saying. These people are
she's just putting the wrong fucking name on it.
Maybe so. Because what she's saying, they saying you can pass down outcomes. You can't pass down outcomes. Just because I do this don't mean you gonna do that. You can't pass, but you can pass down that disposition.
Make time. Consider the possibility that she's just dead fucking wrong. Okay.
What? I mean, how can she be wrong?
Now, shut up. I'm talking.
Oh, go ahead.
Consider the possibility she's dead fucking wrong. Now she has convinced you to bring this here to us, and you're just here being wrong on a nightly fucking basis, and you're gonna fucking die on this hill, and you never even looked it up to see if she knew what the fuck she was talking about.
But I'm here.
Are you okay with that state of affairs? Are you okay with that?
Gretchen, you were saying the exact same thing she said, and Bill did too. That genetic disposition, that nature, and that nurture. Those were the words
Right,
she used
except
too.
she called it
Lamarck's
Lamarckism.
not
We're
about that.
saying that's not it.
That's
All
not
right.
Lamarckianism.
Well, I'm gonna get out of it because I don't have the words and the lingo to say something for that you don't that I don't want to. I mean, if you I can't speak for the woman, so I'll just get out of that right
Also,
there.
Well, then don't.
also
Next
just
time,
to
come
put this
loaded
out
for
there,
bear, man. Do your fucking homework before you bring this shit up again.
just to put this out there, we don't actually follow Darwin either. Like, we've gone
Yeah,
so far
we don't.
beyond Darwin that we can't even say that Darwin's theories are synonymous with what we know today about evolution. Lamarck is absolutely out on that side of things.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
Darwin
like,
was
why
actually
we're
wrong
arguing
about
about which is right,
shit.
Darwin or Lamarck, is meaningless.
Please, somebody smarter than me, check out that link and come and give me some
Darwin
backup on this.
was wrong about Agrippa shit. You know that,
yeah.
right?
Every great scientist, every person who came up with a theory was wrong. I mean, that's the whole thing the science is about, is proving yourself wrong. I'm not totally with it.
Yeah, and we're probably wrong today about some shit, but you know what? In 100 fucking years, there's going to be some physicist that says, "Oh, hey, look, this Dr. Blitz guy fucking had this part right. I'm going to see what I can do with it."
Yeah.
And that's the way fucking science works. But you don't just get to switch names on shit.
Maybe that's all the problem you guys have is the name she used. That's if you look on the video, that's the name that they put on the video. That's the name she used. That's the language.
We don't care about what she said. That's what you're saying to us. Nobody gives a fuck what she says. You're the only one that cares what she said. And what you are conveying to us is that we all have Lamarckism wrong.
I'm saying that it was taught. I'm saying what she's like, but I'm just repeating what she said. She said it was taught. It's been taught as an either or type of thing when it's really not. It's more of how much like how you say with the nature and nurture thing.
It's not an either or thing. It would never. Lamarckism was never an either or thing. It's just fucking wrong.
All right, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Also, nature
it was never a
versus
choice between
nurture.
Lamarckism and evolution, because Lamarckism never put up any fucking evidence that it was real, so it fucking died. You know,
Also,
that's how evolution works.
nature versus nurture. Nature versus nurture isn't about evolution. It's about individual development.
Right.
Yeah, but
Lamarckism and Darwinism are both about evolution, which is about populations and change over time. They're not the same at all. They're not even related.
All I can say is, Bill, if you ever find the time, or anybody out there that ever find the time, it's an hour and something long, watch this video and
Nobody's
then,
gonna watch the stupid video, McTime.
come and back me up.
Unless they're already a Sean Carroll viewer. Nobody's gonna fucking watch it.
All right, I'm not out there. It is what
You know what?
man.
You go do your homework and then bring it back and then be clear.
I mean,
because right now you're telling all of us that Lamarckism is like a real thing, and we've been wrong our whole lives about what it is.
I'm not understand. I'm saying that Lamarckism
because you heard one quack bitch talk about it on a fucking YouTube channel. I mean, like that. No, that doesn't make any sense.
She wasn't. What you talking about don't make sense. But she wasn't talking about what you was talking about. But I can't make you listen hear it. So I gotta go and maybe I can listen to it again and go do some more research and pick up this language, so I can tell you the way how she was talking.
And bring sources.
I'm not talking the way she was talking. Huh?
I want to see sources.
Also,
ask why. When she says something, instead of just swallowing it, say, "Why is she saying that?" And then go look it up and see if she's right.
Was that one quack bitch or one crack bitch?
I called her a quack bitch.
Quack
it sounded like crack. Yeah, it sounded like crack to me, but
my bad. I was calling her a quack bitch.
Both.
But yeah, maybe she's a quack bitch that does crack.
Yeah, just checking. Don't mind me.
Look, as someone whose
that's actually kind of hard to say with
my
my slur, so that's funny.
I was saying, as someone whose profession is often referred to as quack.
Oh god.
Huh?
I'd say, as someone whose profession is often referred to as quack, not sure if I appreciate someone else being called a quack and negatively.
Oh, I'm not sure I give a
Yeah,
shit.
Gretchen, you bastard. What the hell
I'm
are you
not
doing?
sure I care.
Yeah,
I didn't say you had to.
It could potentially have been a slur, but I doubt Gretchen would give a single fuck whatsoever. So
No, she
comment.
wouldn't.
No comment.
I'm necessary, Gretchen. I get to make the calls.
Yeah, true.
All praise necessary, Gretchen.
Gretchen function.
Have you guys seen that? It's like a cartoon meme where there's a person who opens their wallet and a bunch of fucks fly out and they're on like wings. They just disappear off into the ether, and there's like 0 fucks left. I think it's basically Gretchen, to be honest.
Yeah.
I agree.
What is your area
Where's
study?
the-
If you don't mind me asking.
What's that? Are you talking to me?
No, Gretchen. I was asking Beard. What is their area of study is? Just curious. Not that I'm trying to like debate you.
I'm a licensed therapist. I have a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling and bachelor's degree in psychology, and certifications in narrative therapy, neuropsychotherapy, and existential therapy.
Okay. I was just curious.
And he has a YouTube channel called The Beard of Empathy, where he has a show called Damn Fools, DAMH, in which he talks to people about their journeys through deconstruction and mental health.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna really look you up today, Beard.
And Beard of Empathy also has his own very own channel in the Async Discord, which I will put in chat, by the way. And if you want to talk to him about being on his show, please hit him up in the Discord or go see him on his YouTube channel at The Beard of Empathy.
Hey, Beard. I was just wondering, are you more in the Rogerian camp, or do you utilize like Gestalt and all that?
I love Carl Rogers. Carl Rogers is the basis for how I interact with clients, using unconditional positive regard, active listening skills, empathic reflection. Like those are all the basic tools for how to interact with people. But then I use some narrative, some CBT, some existential therapy, kind of like cobbled together into my own style of conceptualization and therapeutic work.
No, that's cool. No, that's deadly.
I do like some things from Gestalt, but Fritz Perls was an asshole. Like,
well, yeah,
holy
like
shit, that dude was an asshole.
I agree. Look, obviously, like, but that was his whole thing, wasn't it? His thing was the challenge. His thing was to kind of create an environment where they felt safe to actually come back to him and say, you know what, fuck you, man. He wanted them to do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he did.
So
he did.
I think there's a good middle ground there, obviously, and I think they blend so well, the Rogerian and the Gestalt, if utilized in kind of, that kind of being empathetic when you need to be empathetic, but also challenge when you need to challenge. There's goods to get out of both sides of it.
Yeah, there was a video we watched in grad school. I can't remember all the details right now, but it was I think it was Ruth was the name of the woman, and the video was
I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
Right, Ruthie. Yeah, it was Carl Rogers, Fritz Perls, and oh crap, I can't remember his name. Who created CBT? But it was the three of them, and basically showing different ways of interacting with the same client from different perspectives. And one of my favorite after the fact things was when they finished with Fritz Perls, and they're doing an interview after the fact. He's sitting there smoking a cigarette, and Ruth is sitting next to him, and he just turns to her and then holds his hand up like a cup and just looks at her until she holds her hand up the same way. And then he ashes in her hand and then just keeps talking. Like, that's how much of an asshole Fritz Perls was. Like,
I saw that, Brandon. Thank you. And
There
welcome
was the
back.
one as well. The one with Gloria was a good one. That was I think what was that again? I think that was a similar one to where they did kind of the cross examination between the two different principles, the Rogerian and the Gestalt, and he. I think like the whole thing with the Gloria girl. I think he wanted her to get angry because she always put up the facade of I'm that good person, I'm the good girl. You know what I mean? And she kept this elegant demeanor and stuff like that. But he was like, "There's some anger in you that she needed to get out," and he kind of just poked her the whole way through the session. And he's like, "Why you being a chicken?" And going, bark, 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 and all this stuff like. And then she kind of exploded on him, and then he goes, "There it is."
Yeah,
That's
sometimes
that's how you're feeling.
sometimes that's necessary.
You know? Yeah, and
That's
obviously, and I come at it from the perspective of obviously you would never start with something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you never
No.
start there. And once you get to know a client well enough, you can know where to apply pressure to boundaries that aren't going to break or make things worse.
Yeah, it comes
That's
with that
the
mutual
tough thing.
trust and respect built over
Yeah.
time. You know.
Bill, I want your advice, man. Bill, I was lied to yesterday by a bunch of Christians. I went on their stream and they told me, well, we'll come over here and we're gonna let you interview one of us if you let us interview you. So I went up there and got interviewed. They put words in my mouth, they lied on me, and had so much technical difficulties to where I couldn't really speak back. I had maybe 2 or 3 words before my mic got cut out. The mic cut out, phone froze. It just was a shit show for me. And now the guy didn't call in or didn't do anything he said. And I specifically asked him, I said, look, man, now that I did my part, you still have a way out, because I realized that the lady does her show late at night and it might be interfere with your schedule. So if you don't want to get up this late and do it, it's okay. Let me know now. He said, no, I will be there tonight. And it's been the whole night he haven't showed. What should I go back and put him on blast for that? What you think I should do?
I don't know. You started out the story with Christians lied to me, which is one of the most redundant statements ever. It's like water's wet. And then you let them do their interview first.
Sorry, super quick. We've covered this topic. Water isn't wet.
Water is wet. One single water molecule is not wet, but put one water molecule next to another water molecule, they're both wet.
One water molecule is another water molecule.
It was a terrible joke, Beard, but it was a joke.
Wet is an emergent property. It's a condition. It's no different than.
Okay, stop. We're not going down this fucking road again.
We don't have to.
I took down the fucking banner. Don't make me put it the fuck back up.
No, okay, so I'll change from water's wet to it's daytime and the sun is shining.
Help me get my clap back right to the Christianity. I want to tell them you pack of liars, you den of thieves. You lied to me. Like you said, I did everything you asked of me, and then you came and keep your word. I want to clap back on Christianity. Help me get this
clap back on them, because they set up this situation. Like, you should have gotten your interview first and then did theirs. But they still aren't upholding their end of the bargain, which is something that goes against what they should be doing according to their book.
How are you gonna clap back on them if you can't even get a connection stable?
Well, you're right, but I can go on chat. They made me remember my letters green.
You need to do something that's really gonna fuck with them. That's how you clap back, dude.
That seems like a subjective argument to me. What do you think, McTime? Gretchen?
Well, Gretchen is general. She's a spook. She know how to do stuff.
No, it's the Phil bro thing. I'm fucking with her. But on that note, I'm gonna have to get
that's what you do. What time does this? When does the stream happen? McTime, what time does the stream happen?
It seems like it's an all day and all night thing. I don't know really, but it seems like it's almost the time. It's that Orthodox Christianity debate stream.
What's the name of the channel?
Christian King.
Is this Andrew Wilson?
I'll catch you later.
Here's what you do. Here's what you do, McTime. Here's what you do. You do a video on your own, just ripping them apart to nothingness. So just ripping everything they talk about apart. You post that video. Then you go in their chat and you just talk them up like it's the best experience you've ever had with them. That they're so wonderful. You're almost there. That they did this interview and you posted it on your channel. That you love it so much, and then you send them over to the hit piece link.
Okay, that sound good. But can I do that here, Gretchen?
What?
Make a video tearing them up. I need to find that where we did that
Yes,
that
you can do
interview.
that here.
Yeah,
Christian King.
If I find that timestamp, y'all, would you want to play it and see? Just because I wouldn't know. Well, I was
Open
on for.
mic.
Huh?
Exposing Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, non-Trinitarian, Muslims, atheists, Christian live.
Like King Split, King something, King Split, say something, King Christian, something like that. Christian King.
Yeah, I got it. Christian King.
Yeah, yeah.
And you were up there talking to how many Christians at one time?
Like 6 or 7.
Oh, Godson's in there, motherfucker.
They got a lot of them in there. And,
no, like Godson from like Son of God, got a son.
Yeah.
He's got like 20,000 names. A son of Jesus. Yeah, he's in there.
It's a lot of them in there, and like I said, there's 6 or 7 of them, and I barely had time to speak. Every time I talk, I felt like I had to cram it all at one time because I didn't know how long the mic
He's
was
only
going to
got
stay
35 people watching. Hey, maybe if he's still alive, maybe we can get a couple of these people. TBS was on his fucking channel.
I don't know who these people are.
You know who Toronto Bible Study is? Fuck you. Yes, you do. You know who TBS is.
I heard no. But okay. I've been
From
trying to get
Taco's
the
channel?
Huh?
You insane? From Taco's channel? His name is Mike.
I barely hung in Taco's channel for that long. I you know, in and out, like hit and run type of deal, but I didn't really hang around there too much.
TBS is a fucking dipshit. He's a total, but you know, at least you know what? At least he argues the fucking Bible. He does do that, you know.
I think I'm gonna jump off here. I'm gonna go get some breakfast. I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
I was good talking with you, Beard.
Well, if you want to clap back on these Christians, you could. I mean, there's a couple ways you could go. You could make a video exposing them, I guess, for, I don't know, being Christian. I'm pretty sure they already know that, though. I mean, if you make a video, I will put it up on Async, absolutely. Maybe the more fun thing to do would see if maybe some of us or from the chat or something would like go up there with you.
McTon, you said you were going. You were arguing with Andrew Wilson, or a lot of his. I would categorize them as minions, or say Andrew Wilson, right?
No, that site, that website, Gretchen talking about Christian King, Orthodox.
His YouTube channel is the Christian King TV.
That's Andrew Wilson.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who run it. I'm not familiar with the names of all these people. I just seeing it as always on, so I go there, and then
Looks like he has about 30 people watching right now. He's got 5K subs, 5.44. So if you find that, you got the right one. And it looks like he did a video 2 months ago with TBS as the guest.
I was gonna say a lot of these people, like not Andrew Wilson himself, but a lot of his. I would categorize them as acolytes. They kind of come from Jim Bob, and Jim Bob is very philosophically illiterate. He talks about a lot of stuff that he doesn't understand. And I made a comment on his channel about one of his. Anyway, it doesn't even have. We don't even have to go there. But
Andrew Wilson just sucks.
I hate Andrew Wilson. It's not so much that he's like not a bad debater. He's just an asshole when he debates.
He is a bad debater. He's a fucking sneaky little fucking slimy ass bitch. Because he doesn't ever debate the topic that he actually signed up to fucking debate. He'll like show up, he'll grant the fucking thing in the first place, and then he'll go on and make you talk about something that you can't possibly cite sources for, because he changed the fucking topic and it has nothing to do with what you signed up to debate anymore. And he just does that shit all the fucking time. All he knows is dirty fucking tricks.
Yeah, no, I agree.
He does it in front of a friendly crowd, so then at the end he's the one that wins.
Have you seen
all? And he's just a fucking grifter. Like, were you on Tacos that night that I jumped his shit? And
I was there that night. No.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing? I said you were a shitty debater, and I'm like, I didn't say shit about you being a misogynist. Why are you fucking grilling me on that? That's not what I said. Don't fucking put words in my mouth.
Yeah, he does do that.
I straight up called you a shitty fucking debater. You've never won a debate without dirty fucking tricks. And that's all I said. I said, if you want to talk to me about that, let's fucking tangle. But other than that, because he kept trying to say, do you think I'm a misogynist? Do you think I'm a grifter? And I'm like, it doesn't matter what I fucking think, because that's not what I came up here to talk to you about.
And then what he'll do is like, see, she can't answer the question, so I can't take that person's. It's like he'll do shit like that. Like,
I'm like, you were fucking crying that I called you a shitty debater in a super chat. So here I am. Yeah. Let me fucking have it. Tell me how you're a fucking great debater. And he still kept saying, well, so and so called me a misogynist. I was like, I don't give a fuck what J.L. Warren called you. I didn't say that. And you're not gonna You're not gonna fucking hold me to it.
No, I get you.
And then he couldn't fucking. He couldn't get what he wanted out of me, so then he just says, you sound like you're drunk. You've been hitting the wine, huh? Because I can hear you slurring. And I'm like, yeah, that might be because of dental issues. I haven't had shit to drink in a while. So,
see, this is why I would not want to engage with people like Andrew and Jim Bob. Jim Bob is a little bit more, I guess you could say, quote unquote, philosophically inclined, I guess. But he does similar tactics as well.
I would engage with them if they happened to find my channel and wanted to fucking fight with me. All right, cool, let's fucking do it. But I'm not gonna search them out for the fucking privilege, That's no thanks.
Yeah, I should
no thanks.
Again, when I say going there, I mean a lot of the chats or whatever, and say, hey, you wanna come up to debate or whatever, come to this channel. The problem is that like there's like an element of tribalism, like no, come to our channel or whatever, like blah blah blah. Or I would want the same way that Jim Bob proposed that Erica and Forrest, right, come to some kind of mediator instead of coming to the line to debate empirical facts about evolution. Because he doesn't, I don't think Jim Bob accepts evolution, which is fucking stupid. And that's a problem there. It's just like, well, if they give you all of these allowance, if you stipulate all the circumstances of the debate or whatever to where people won't cut you off, then just come on here, right? If you're not given that same gratitude of the stipulations of the debate, then yeah, I don't know, Gretchen. It's just Jim Bob especially.
Did I pin the links tonight? I don't see them. Did I forget to pin the links?
Now you to call in. Nope, you didn't pin it. I did what you told me to do the first time.
Damn it! All right. My bad.
Yeah, Remus said he gonna go with me to the Christian site and stab me in the back. So thank you, Remus, but no thanks. I needed some soldiers. Who's witness soldiers? Who's gonna help me invade? We're gonna conduct Operation Invade Christian King, and we're gonna give him some atheist justice and fury. Who's with me?
In the chat?
Yeah, in the chat. Y'all can try to go up there. I wouldn't recommend it because I don't know if they was making it the technical difficulties on purpose or if it was just a messed up connection. But it's frustrating, man. You can't.
One thing I want to commend you on, McTime, is that you do. It seems like you do go into hostile when I say the opposition, I just mean like Christian chats and channels and stuff like that, and then try to debate them. I think that's very commendable. The only reason why I don't do that is that I get very frustrated and I get like I'll get very fucking mean quick, and I'll lose my attention quick. But
I would too.
A lot.
Hey, Stan, add that extra layer of complication with the technical difficulties. You get really mad really fast because you're trying to talk and you
this
can't.
is why it's hard for me to like watch. For instance, this is why it's hard for me to watch like Parker's Live, for instance, because he kind of like he deals with. I don't want to call people like idiots, right? But he deals with people. He's very patient, and I don't like the patience. If they're saying something stupid, just say, you know what, fuck you or fuck off. Or if they're being rude, sometimes they're like, even with the line with Jovan and stuff. Jovan is very patient. These people are patient. I'm not patient. If you say something that's wrong, if you're not catching on quickly, I'm just going to call you a dumbass. And then
I'm not patient either, but I manage.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
No, I
fine
can
line,
do that.
though, 'cause you can't-
I don't feel any responsibility to stay calm, cool, and collected. I think
Yeah.
you know what? If I get pissed off, I am well within my rights to
Like Gretchen.
call
Bliss is
someone a
probably the most
motherfucker.
patient
You know,
person
it's
I've ever
just the way it
seen.
works.
Yeah,
I
Dr.
just am who I am, and
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah.
Well, it's a
If I
fine
had
line
Dr.
though
Bliss
because
intelligence
you gotta
and knowledge, I would
let.
just be cutting people off left and right because it would just piss me off. I'm not gonna.
I mean,
don't
I
know.
crash out here like 30 times a night, so
True. Yeah.
you know,
But my bad. Go ahead.
it doesn't make me wrong just because I fucking said something
Oh,
at
not
top
at all.
volume.
No.
You know?
Is that I got a volunteer? Is that Fisticuff? Are you volunteering to help me perform Operation Invade Christian's King? Or we can need to probably make a better name for it.
Christian's King. This is the
Christian King, the Orthodox debate channel, Orthodox Christianity debate. I don't know what the hell it is.
Do they do a lot of like Philbro shit?
That's basically well, they tried to, but it's so crazy, Gretchen. Because like, all right, yesterday this guy was trying to do a syllogism, right? And
I mean,
he
it
kept
sounds
trying
like
to say,
crazy. Like, you know, you've seen other atheist streams. Do they hit the science hard? Do they hit the philosophy hard? Or do they hit the Bible hard? I mean, it's one of the two.
It's like a vague mix. It's a vague mix because they're not trying to do science, and then it's all done in bad faith. And then what makes it even worse, like I was trying to say, the guy was trying to do a syllogism yesterday, and they kept playing noise over here, so I couldn't hear what he was saying. They were like, oh, "This is the king," and boom, and then the crowd go wild and all kind. I'm like, what the fuck? I can't hear what the man said. Turn that shit off. And today it was more. Day before yesterday was when they played the noise. Yesterday it was you could actually hear them. They did it more in reserve, but they played noise over the fucking people talking. You can't hear what they saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like a football game.
In the chat because this sends me to Sean Carroll. Like I'll go in there.
Oh no, the link in the chat isn't the same one. Here, I'll send you a link to this guy's page.
Okay, my bad. Okay.
Well,
I want to engage because I want to kind of start debating. I think I'm not a good debater, but I want to start because the people just say shit so stupid that pisses me off, and I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of you. So
I don't know. I think you're okay.
I dropped my Discord link in the chat. Fisticuff or anybody want to hit me on anything really, but I'm interested in somebody help me invade the Christian King.
There you go. I put the link in chat. So.
Okay, let me go back here.
I mean, hey, you came out of nowhere and debated me on antinatalism one night.
Gretchen, I don't have a well thought out argument for it yet. So I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it.
I cleaned your clock a little bit, but, you know.
I don't have a fleshed out argument, so I can't. Okay, hold on.
It was you against me and nobody on fire. Your chances were very low to start with.
Yeah. No, all I told nobody. This is why I love. No, nobody knows what he's talking about. But
yes, he does.
I didn't have
Don't nobody know what nobody talking about.
Oh, that's kind of funny to say that. I did tell him though. I was like, I don't have like a flesh. I just told him I sympathize with it, but I don't have like an argument for it for sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you said that. You said that at the time. You were because
yeah,
Tacos wasn't getting any calls, and we were just up there shooting the shit and.
Yeah.
And Taco said, "Hey, debate something," and you said, "Hey, how about antinatalism?" I'm like, "Let's fucking go."
They get it.
I'm working on the argument.
I probably don't
I didn't
do it
know.
as much as
I didn't really know anything about it either, so it's like.
But I do
was
have their
doing
permission
it.
to promote your stream on their site. So I've been trying to promote it as much as I can on their site, but I haven't been able to get any crossover.
Oh, let me go to the actual thing so I can see the. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, let me see what he's doing here. I mean, if they're just doing Phil Road debates, yeah, I'm so not down. I was gonna say, if you really want to.
It's kind of hard to describe what they do because it's nothing like rooted in actual type of science or epistemological thinking. It's just all just the Bible say this, the Bible say that. You read the Bible wrong, I read the Bible right.
Shut up. Hang on.
Oh, I'll have to subscribe to this person. Okay.
I think it's like Pac-Man where the water just goes to the other side.
That's why there's no Mexicans there. No Mexicans in that place. The ice wall? No.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's
The Bible
them.
also says Earth is a sphere. That's what Orlando is saying. And I know.
No, it says it's a circle.
Okay.
It does say it's a circle, but I know where they get the flat parts from. I do.
They're not
understand.
paying the noise, man.
Yes, it hangs like a globe.
So
It
they say
talks
it's a
about
flat
that.
circle. So they say it's a flat circle.
No.
No,
They just reject the circular verses.
Can I just
Social Federalist went over there.
Are you using Discord? What is this platform that they're using?
Right. But a sphere is a sphere.
I don't know.
It's a sphere.
I wish I could find my find my timestamp. If I find my timestamp,
It's Restream. He's using Restream.
yeah. Yeah, I want if I find my timestamp, y'all, will y'all watch it and grade my performance on my debate with these guys?
Geometry.
Hey, Bald said. Do you see what Bald said? Flat circle.
I'll subscribe. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't care every time. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
But I put my Discord link in the chat again. You get it, we can coordinate.
Say stuff like that. It's so stupid. It's talking about directions.
But the Bible says it's a circle.
Burgundy said they make
literally does say it's a circle.
Burgundy said some people make a
That's funny. Well, you already got one to go over there. Social Federalist went over there.
Hey, we're gonna push back. We're gonna show them how dishonest they was. We don't take that lightly as atheists. We don't have a all-knowing, all-powerful, benevolent God, and we still can be honest.
It's funny. I was watching Son of Jesus because he's like, Godson's a total fucking troll. Because on one hand, he says that he, believes in God, but not the Bible. And he does believe in Jesus, but he only knows Jesus because of personal experience. I don't know. He's all over the place.
Dude, go ahead.
He's all over the place. He's out of his mind. But
they
I don't know. I like him though. I think he's fun to talk to.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Sarap?
Sarap?
Yeah, Sarap.
I mean, Seraph? Does it end with an H?
Okay.
I think it's Sarap. I think that's what I remember. I think it's Sarap. Like Sird and Rap.
Oh. No.
Well, anyways, he seemed to be their little debate or whatever. This guy is so dishonest, man. First, he asked me, he said, "What is wrong with loving people like you loving people like you love yourself?" So when I answered that question, then he said, "See, you telling me that something is wrong with loving people. I said, "No, that's not what you said. You said loving people like yourself. Now loving people, just loving people, that's different. That's a different question. Let me answer that question."
All you gotta do is if someone says, "What's wrong with loving people like you love yourself?" You just say, "Who the fuck says I love myself?"
Exactly. Well, I mean, but see, the thing is they will ask you one question.
You don't have to just answer their fucking questions.
True.
I mean, if you're there to debate, fucking throw them off balance a little from the beginning, and then do the debate.
I was throwing out my balance with the technical difficulties because I didn't ever know when I was being heard.
Like, why are you to them, not you, McTime? Like, why are you asking me a question? Morality has nothing to do here with the question about your God's existence. This is irrelevant. Like anybody who kind of knows what they're talking about will skip past all the bullshit, right?
Yeah, that's a super loaded question. It's like, what's wrong with loving other people like you love yourself? That there's so many fucking things wrong with that question.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, you could just say, first of all, I love myself. Second of all, that is not a fucking claim. Give me a claim.
Yeah. My intention was
throw your weight around a little bit. Don't let
maybe
push you around.
I want to put the wrong intention. My intention really was to go up there and just and talk with them and try. I want people out there in the audience to know that if it don't make sense, this Bible shit don't make sense to you. You don't have to believe it, because I know that's what.
Listen to Kelly. Listen to Kelly. Don't be on the defense with them. Turn it around and ask them questions.
But hey, Kelly, you got to keep in mind that I was fighting the phone too with the technical difficulties. And
nobody wants to hear your fucking bullshit excuses, McTime. You gonna do this or not?
You right. I'm just frustrated. Like, I don't know what they heard. That's why and then I think about it. Would you if I find that timestamp where I was debating, would y'all watch it over here and degrade me on how I did?
That's up to Gretchen.
Okay. Sure.
It's not that long. It's probably about an hour, but it's the only reason why it took so long because I kept getting kicked off and I had to go back in and re-sign in and I get kicked out again. I had maybe 2 or 3 minutes to speak before I got kicked out every time.
Do you have an actual computer?
No, not even. No, yeah, I don't. Yeah.
You got to get a PC anytime. But you got to get a PC.
All you had to do was say yes or no to that question. That was a yes or no question.
No, I don't have one.
Okay.
It's a laptop at least, because it's much easier to communicate, from my experience, than a phone. Especially if you're talking about debating people and stuff like that.
Yeah, everybody that has problems connecting through here, even through StreamYard, is always on a phone.
But this worked fine for me, and it seemed like everybody who used this, I have no problems with. But that place, my phone started, the screen started getting stuck and froze. The button
Yeah, because you said he uses Restream. Restream is hard on phones.
Yeah, it was eating me up.
Remember nobody on fire was telling you the story about how his phone used to heat up, and that's what Restream does to your phone.
I think it's part of the reason why I can't hardly hear you now, because I went on them people's shit, and the guy still didn't show up.
It's not because you went on there.
Well, the volume is so low right now, Gretchen. I got the phone all up to my ear. I don't know if you can hear me good because it's not normally how I hold it. I got the phone in my ear, basically. And it hadn't done this before until after I went on that show yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I'm in their chat right now.
You know what? You see the little up arrow next to your microphone button?
Hold on, let me get out of the chat.
Okay.
All right, what's it? Facing front, facing. Oh, that's for the. Oh, never mind. Hold on.
There's a little up arrow next to your microphone button. Click that.
I'll put it on speakerphone.
Then you're good, right?
Still sound the same. I put it on speakerphone. Yeah, I got.
What do you mean you put it on speakerphone? Did you click the arrow?
Yeah, click the arrow, and I got an option between default, speakerphone, and earpiece. So I put it on speakerphone.
Okay, that's right, because you don't have a fucking earpiece. So, and then what does the microphone part say? Just default?
Yeah, default. So I got 3 options: default, speakerphone, and headset earpiece. And it still sound the same.
Weird.
I can hear you. It's good. I'll just make do with what I got. And evidently y'all can hear me just fine the way I'm holding the phone. So it's I can make it work.
Get used to it. If Lamarckism is real, your next phone, you won't be able to hear out of that either.
I'm gonna use my Lamarck phone, people. I will be calling you from the middle of nowhere on my Lamarck phone. Cause this is gonna work everywhere.
Damn, people are saying a lot of shit. Okay, I'm gonna join next time. I do not feel like actually arguing with them right now. I will come up the next live they have because I've been up for fucking like 12 hours already. But I can see people already in the chat. It's just saying a bunch of dumb shit.
But what you talking about on that Christian King site?
Yes, yeah.
Hey, you got my Discord, man. Hit me up. Let me know when you go. We can coordinate. We'll all go at the same time.
They go through Discord? Yeah, I do have Discord.
Yeah, that way you can tell me what time you're going and I can meet you.
I don't think he does it through Discord. I think it's just Restream.
No, I'm talking about between me and Stan, so that way and Fisticuff, if he want to join in, I put my Discord. Let me put it back in the chat again. If y'all want to join me, we can coordinate our time when we're gonna go and talk shit on the Christian channel. Oh, wait a minute, that's the wrong damn thing. Hold on.
Just tell them to come find you in the async Discord. You're in there. They can find you.
You can find me in the async Discord. That got my ID too in the chat. You can do all of this. That way we can coordinate our time and we can all go together and speak in unison. I'm gonna get on Lionel the Lion. I'm gonna get on dead on his ass. He's a liar. I even get him an off ramp, Gretchen.
They're Christians. They're all fucking liars. That's their whole thing, yo. What the fuck? Why are you so shocked at a lying Christian? That's the baseline, dude.
I feel like this would be, based on the comments that I'm seeing, this will be easy work. Like a smart atheist, I'm scared of, right? People like Adelstein, I could not debate with, but these kind of responses are just, this is easy. This is just so fucking easy. Okay, time. So you were saying you're gonna put the link. Oh, you that. Okay.
The ID, my name with the numbers behind, that's my Discord ID. Or you can find me through Async Discord, and we all can coordinate our time.
You gotta get your skills up, and then you can join the async gang, and then we're gonna go after KG.
KG.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're a group of philosophy debaters on TikTok.
Oh, okay.
They got Joel Reads Bible to join their gang, and I want to get Mezzo to join ours, and then fucking.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of Mezzo.
Flash.
Good. Okay. Okay.
It's gonna be great. I already drafted Arpy and Nobody on Fire, so.
My channel for the Discord, and we could.
Which is fucking weird because Nobody on Fire is like, oh no, I'm not at the level. I can't handle that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, there are.
His humility fucking drives me up a fucking wall sometimes.
There are.
I haven't met anybody that hasn't been impressed by Nobody on Fire. Like I've never met anyone. And he's like, oh, I don't know anything. I really don't know. I'm just guessing here. And I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
No, Gretchen.
You sent me a book list of like 125 books. You're not just fucking guessing. You read all that shit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
There are some levels though. Like I sympathize with Nobody because there are some crazy like people who they're professionals, and there are also people who do kind of study it a lot. And
okay, but we're not talking about going up against Monkey Boy. We're talking about going up against some fucking 19-year-old kids on TikTok. Fuck that. He's good.
True.
Nobody on Fire is fucking good. Period.
I get you on that, yeah.
I hope you're still listening and eat shit.
I'll tell you one thing. I normally beat fifth graders like fifth graders. I normally beat them. I'm pretty good. Any fifth grader, they stand a chance against me. Beat fifth graders. Now the 19-year-old, maybe I might have.
See, East agrees with me.
Yeah, but it sometimes it does depend though, because not trying to glaze Monkey Boy, but when he started doing his channel, he was like what 18, I think. He was like he's very young. So some people are just very gifted. I think he's 20 now. He's like 20.
But KGs, they are not just Christians. I know they have some Christians in them, but aren't they like more of a secular type of group or something?
Mm-hmm. All I'm saying is that you have to be careful because some
is who a secular group? KG Knowledge Gap? No, they're mostly Christian. I think I think nobody said that Kylo, the leader, is an atheist, but the rest of them are all Christians.
But so are they? And what kind of ideas are they trying to push? More atheist type ideas, or they just right now
Well,
the Christian
okay, this is
banner?
the thing, time. So you can. The thing is like with some.
They're just Phil Bros. Who cares what they're pushing? They're fucking Phil Bros.
I mean, to me, because the Christian argument, I don't care. To me, it's all false. So they don't have a leg to stand on anyway. That's why I go anywhere and debate them anytime. If I can get a stable connection, I think I could defeat almost any Christian because they don't have no truth. I just tell them demonstrate it.
No, you're not prepared to go up against a real Phil Bro.
I'm not talking about Phil, but I'm talking about Christian.
Well, we're talking about actual fucking Phil Bros.
Yeah, like Phil Bros. Like he was like epistemic.
Yeah, these guys are just straight up debate bros. Period.
Yeah,
and they mainly go into philosophy mode.
And so I've been in some of the discords that Monkey Boy's been in, and it's like, and there are theists in there, right? And it's like I can't go and get those guys. They know what they're talking about, even though if they're theists, you know. But I think the channel that you just showed me right now, based on the chat, okay, well this will be kind of easy, kind of thing, you know. But there are levels of like just because you're a theist doesn't mean you're not like smart or whatever. Like I'm not gonna like try to fuck with Ryan Moore, for instance, right? Because he knows what he's talking about.
But the argument is not based on nothing. The only thing they can do is try to distract and manipulate the crowd with all kind of tactics and appeal. They can't demonstrate the truth of it. And all I gotta do is just point out every time they do a manipulation tactic. Like the other guy said, "Well, are you good at manipulating?" I asked him, I said, "Let's just take our masks off. Why are you omitting certain words from my speech? Whenever I talk, you say what I say, but you don't say everything I say."
That's just crying, McTime.
Well,
that's just meta crying. I'm sorry, but that's just meta crybaby bullshit. And you can't. No, I'm sorry. If you go up there to debate someone, fucking debate them. You don't stop. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing it? You sound like fucking Jill when you do that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not. What I'm trying to say, I'm saying, are you good? What I'm saying, are you good at manipulation? That's what I asked. Are you good at manipulation? Do you know what you're doing is lying? Do you know that if you try to say something that you may not know is true at the time, that's lying? I mean, I point out that the tactics they are using. I think I've been having success with it though.
Like the fact that people are just saying in the chat. I'm sorry,
really? Then why are you here on Async crying about what happened on the Christian site?
I'm not crying. I'm actually proud of what I did.
It sounds like crying. I love you, McTime, but it sounds like crying.
I'm mad because the guy didn't uphold his side of the bargain, Gretchen. That's what I'm talking about.
I
told you.
It still sounds like crying.
Cut you down from the live, or he just like said, you know what, like fuck you, and just cut you or muted you and stuff, or what?
No, we didn't get, and no, they don't. I don't know if they do cuss words. Or I don't say cuss words over there. We didn't get off any of that. And the whole time while I had time to talk, I was pushing my point. But I didn't know what was heard or what was heard because between getting kicked on and off of the site, my phone locking down and the mic going off and the speaker going off. I barely heard about a third of what they said, and I'm pretty sure it's about the same for me. They heard about a third of what I said.
Yeah, the fact that they're like bringing up evolution it's irrelevant. All of this is irrelevant. But okay, yeah, I'll go up there. I'm gonna go up there when I get time tomorrow, or I should.
But you gonna go on the panel?
Huh?
You gonna go on the panel, or you gonna just hang in the chat?
No, I was gonna actually go up on the panel.
Oh, okay. I'm definitely gonna be there.
Yeah, because I'm just basing it off of a lot of the shit that's being said in chat. That like all of this shit is irrelevant towards like theism and atheism. It's not relevant at all.
Yeah, let me know when you're gonna do that, because I might want to see that.
Oh yeah, when do they go back? I should have asked them. Well, I did subscribe to their channel, so
it seems like they own 24/7.
Oh, I'm not gonna sub. I'm not fucking up my no.
Yeah,
I'm doing that.
In order for me to chat with them, Gretchen, I had to fucking sub. I didn't want to.
Oh yeah, huh?
Or even talk.
Well, you can go up. You can go up on the panel without subbing, right?
No, yeah. Well, you got to get in. I could probably give him the link. I could have gave him the link because I'll go in. I don't think I stuck to it because look, that's what happened too. When I was talking to him, my connection went wonky and I got kicked off. and then I tried to go back, and instead I had to subscribe. Now keep in mind, I'm a member. They pay for my membership. I'm a member, but instead I had to subscribe.
Mm.
And when I went back, and
Yeah,
the first time,
that's a YouTube thing. That's to type in the chat. If they have it set to where you have to be a subscriber, you have to subscribe.
yeah, I know, but Greg, I never subscribed to it before. I was in the site. I even went up on the panel, was talking with him, and then I got kicked off. And when I tried to go back, then it said I had to subscribe. That's what I'm talking about. I did.
I don't feel like engaging with them right now, but I will engage. So I did.
Yeah, I don't either.
And I'll probably. You said that they're on here like 24/7.
It look like they go down maybe an hour or two, and then they back up. I don't know they specific time, but it seems like they're on all the time.
Okay, because I do kind of want to experience, you going into a different channel, and not only in the chat, but on live with everybody completely opposed to your idea. I think that's very commendable, and I think for me that'll be very hard to do, but I want to do it as well. So.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the story of my life, man. That's the story of my life, kid. I've been always the
I'm not gonna lie to you, McTon. I am very comfortable hanging out in circles with people who agree with me on most things. It is something to go into another environment where almost everybody disagrees with you. So
yeah, well, you need some of that, man. You don't need don't be nobody fool. Don't be naive. You always want to stay skeptical and find that balance between cynicism and naivete. But you need to go hear their opposing view because they not always. Sometimes they have valid points, and you don't want to get caught in that echo chamber.
I understand that. Yeah, I definitely get that. I don't know, because I have been in theistic circles, just not on panels, and I just have I guess, somewhat indirect understanding as to how theists think in general, and I'm not trying to be hubristic. Like, I literally think that's the case.
No, you don't. You've been in enough of these fucking atheist streams. You know exactly how they fucking think.
I'm just saying, like, because not all, but yeah. No, go ahead.
I mean, we could talk like this amongst ourselves, but I would shy away from saying like, I know what you think, I know what you believe, I know.
No, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, because like the thing, right? I don't need to appeal, because a lot of them in the chat, right? I'm just noticing a lot of them trying to appeal to the scientific or empirical facts about how old the Earth is and all that. I'm like, I don't care about any of that. None of this is necessary in order for us to talk about the existence of God at all. Like, I don't like, I could just say, yeah, the world is 6,000 years old. Yeah. I'll just give them that. Like, that's
why would you give them that?
Because I don't like philosophically, and from like a Bayesian, like nerdy phil shit, you can account for it. You can provide an explanation that can account for the 6,000 years. I know that the reason why I'm not going to fight him on the 6,000 years is because I'm not like Dr. Blitz. I don't know all the details, but I don't need the details about like radiometric dating and stuff like that. Does that make sense? Like, I don't even need that to rebut what you're talking about.
That doesn't mean you have to grant it.
No, I don't. If I was smarter, then I wouldn't grant them that, but I don't know the details about it. So
I don't know. Maybe that makes me a terrible debater. I won't ever grant anything that I
I understand what you're saying, Gretchen. Like, I understand what you're saying. There's like a different way you can approach it to like okay, yeah, just say
or you just wave it away. Say, I don't know shit about that. Next topic.
No. I can grant them that and still press them on an alternative explanation for why.
Yeah, but every time you grant them something, it feels like that's a fucking point for them. You know?
No,
and I don't like that. I don't like giving up fucking points, not on purpose.
No, I understand. I get it. I understand. I get it. Like, it's very natural to push back on the descriptive facts initially anyway, or not granting anything. Like, for instance, like saying that, I don't know, Jesus resurrected or something like that, right? And it's like, well, first of all, I don't accept that Jesus resurrected. I don't fucking accept that. Like, that's natural to just have that reaction. But logically, you could just say, okay, let's say Jesus resurrected. Why do you think Christianity predicts this outcome or something like that? When you have alternative facts, right? from aliens or any other kind of explanation or whatever. And then you start getting them to think about it, and then it's just a different strategy of the dialectic. Even though I still don't believe Jesus actually resurrected, but just for the sake of the dialectic, just to say that he resurrected. Does that make sense?
One more time? No, I wasn't. I'm sorry. I was reading chat.
Oh no, just for the sake of conversation, you can just accept their assertion that Jesus resurrected, even though you don't believe he resurrected. But let's just say I just accepted that Jesus resurrected. So I can provide alternative explanations as to why he resurrected, as opposed to him being a god or for Christianity, something like that, you know. So that's why I would just grant them that.
Oh, I never would.
Yeah,
especially the resurrection. I would beat the shit out of him on the resurrection, and then afterwards say, "All right, let's find out why you think he resurrected," and then do an internal critique without granting it.
Yeah, but you have the ability to do internal critique.
I mean, internal critiques are great for that. Where you don't have to grant shit, but you're playing on their field anyway. You know,
internal critiques are very effective. That's why I like Justin.
You can still get there without granting it. You know, is what I'm saying. So that's all. At least that's the way I would attack it.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
See, Gretchen agreed. There's no point in falsely agreeing with anyone for any reason. Exactly. Otherwise, there's going to be confusion. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Daniel.
Yeah. I'm just coming from that perspective because I don't have a lot of biblical knowledge. So that's why I'm kind of like using a different angle of attack, I suppose. Because I understand what you're saying, Gretchen, and it's true.
You got Justin's cheat sheet? Because you don't need biblical knowledge. I mean, I've used that. I've used the shit out of that cheat sheet on Discord. Oh my god! Oh, it's so cool.
No, have you seen his talk with Dark Matter?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god, it's like 3 hours long. They had I only finished like an hour. Very good discussion, man. And I think Dark Matter was asking a lot of good questions, and it was pretty good from what I heard thus far.
No, I haven't watched it. I heard a bunch of people complimenting him on it yesterday, though, on his stream.
Talking about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm more all about the lives. I don't really actually up here is the only when we do reactions and stuff is really the only time I watch the VODs that these streamers release or upload. The rest of the time I just stick to the lives.
It seemed like a little bit of you to impart it on Justin though, Gretchen, because like it seemed like since y'all did that show, a little bit like, well, put it like this: where you and Justin did the show when I did a couple days ago, it seemed like to me you was fighting on the overview on the top level concept, and Justin was getting down in the detail and beating him on the details, and I had that perfect dynamic for me. But since then, it seemed like Justin has been more resistant to go into the detail and just try to fight him over on the overview concept and the practicality of the ideas instead of just going down into the detail of the Bible. He still does it, but he seemed like he's doing it less, like he's trying to get away from digging all up to that Bible. And I love it, because I love it when you can defeat them before they must get to that Bible. And then you ain't got to go.
I don't really think I had anything to do with that. He's been going more toward the Philbro shit ever since he started doing unapologetic.
But what you do? Yeah, he has been.
He's expanding his toolkit, and I mean, let's face it, the Philbros are kind of like most of the fucking calls these days, you know, on all of the streams. So he had to adapt or die, so he adapted. And that had nothing to do with me being on his show. In fact, his audience still wishes he wouldn't even entertain the fucking Philbros, including me, because I fucking hate them.
But you're not doing Phil Bro one, and what I've been seeing of him, he does
No,
do.
you can't make me do Phil Bro. It's well, I don't know. It
Like
has happened, but
how you defeat that one guy.
You
He
already
was trying to get into the Bible. What were you trying to do? And you already beat him. Well, I'm the necessary being that way. We ain't got to go all into that bull. Let me go ahead and beat nip you to the bud because you about to do your what you said
he was already doing it. He just didn't know it.
Yeah, the what's that? The
Special pleading. He was doing special pleading. Yeah.
Yeah. And I love it when y'all can beat them to the corner and deny them access to the Bible, because I don't like going into it's just stupid. It's just a stupid book with a stupid story in it, and the answer's gonna be stupid. That's how I look at it.
Doesn't Dr. Blitz kind of do the same too, Gretchen? Like when he pulls out the notepad, and which I actually respect, the P1 and all that shit. Like, okay, P1, and then he starts writing out the notes with some.
I fucking hate syllogisms. I hate syllogisms. I don't even no.
I understand. No, don't get me wrong.
That is not.
Like,
that's why the first real Philbro caller he got, I was like, as soon as RP showed up, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get 78. I'll be back. Here and bring RP up. Let him fuck with this because I ain't gonna do it.
That. I think I was listening to you guys because I was at work. I was listening to you guys, and I was doing RP with Justin a few days ago, I think. Yeah. And you guys were like, and you were like, "Nah, I'm out of here, bro. Like, I'll come back after this." Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, you can try, but I am not gonna fucking do the Phildo shit. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
And Zeno, I'd seen him on other streams, and he's like a serious fucking Philbro. And you know, even he and RP got so deep into the philosophy that they even fucking lost Justin. You know? He's
no, Justin had to bring him
even
back.
Justin couldn't fucking follow it at a certain point, and it's like, and everyone in the chat was like, what the fuck is this? But you know, I'm sure RP and Zeno were just having the fucking time of their lives, you know. They were both really into it. So I've been trying to find Zeno ever since, like, to invite him here, because you know, I'm sure RP and Nobody on Fire would love to finish that conversation. You know, they could have gone on like that for fucking hours, and it's just not on Justin's show. It's not the place for it.
Yeah.
And so, but here, I mean, yeah, we got all night. Let's go. You know.
Yeah. I wanted to.
I mean, I can check out and go do something else while Nobody on Fire and RP get their fucking Phildo geek on. You know, all right. I make time for them to do that.
Now I want to ask Kelly Laughlin a question right quick. Kelly Laughlin,
they pretend to appreciate it.
Kelly Laughlin, from my perspective, it seems like you are the top. You are the ones that try to defeat the Christian atheist debater on the top level, and you don't dig much into the detail of the Bible. Do I have that correct? What is your tactics? You want to come up or put in the chat? I want to know how do you plan to prosecute Christianity when you do your shows? Yeah, go ahead.
Morning, Kurt. Nah, this is Zeno, the TikTok debater.
Hey, Kurt.
Yo, Kurt, what up, man?
Yeah, see, I mean, the thing is, like, Justin has his point of view, and that's, you know, being a seminarian and, you know, Bible fucking beater, and that's fine. That's just not where I come from. My POV is I care about what helps us now, here, boots on the ground, you know? Like, bring it down to where the rubber meets the road and tell me why the fucking origin of the universe fucking matters. Because it doesn't. It's not going to help us solve the problem, the fact that we have a fucking madman in the White House. That's not going to solve anything.
Yeah, I get that. But my perspective, Gretchen, is that a lot of these fucking, well, not evangelicals or evangelicists or whatever, but a lot of the people who do believe in God or believe in some kind of form of Christianity try to go back, or they don't notice it, but they're operating from the philosophical ground of like God existing and stuff like that, which is why I try to push back as much as I can because of that theistic notion or whatever, right? So
Yeah, but you can't argue philosophy with someone who doesn't know shit about philosophy. They won't know what you're talking about, and you will just sound like an elitist, fucking uptight asshole because you're using words they've never heard before.
Yeah, but I mean,
Even though you're explaining concepts that, yeah, they might be fucking up, but the way you're doing it isn't gonna get through to them.
I think you can use philosophy to a certain extent, but when they get off into that specialty talk and all that other bullshit, then you done lost me. But you know, on ground levels, basic philosophical concepts, I think most people can get.
Well, no, this is where you go to people like Jim Bob or whatever. They're familiar with the jargon to some degree, right? Because these are the people, right, that are the fucking cancer or the roots behind Christianity, in my humble opinion. And so you have to attack those.
Yeah, but most of them are
ideas.
just fucking automatons that are just regurgitating the shit they've been told their whole fucking lives. You know, they're not thinking about it on philosophical grounds. They're not.
Hey,
They don't know what fucking ontological means. They have no fucking clue.
But people like
and people like that, you can't. Huh?
I thought ontological was a bad word. Every time I heard that word, I always hear a Christian saying. I just thought it was a bad word. I go, oh shit! When I hear that word, I know some bullshit was coming.
And like my whole debate background is debating MAGA vets in veterans servers on Discord. You know, none of them fucking beat on philosophy because they're fucking stupid ass veterans. You know, just like me. So nobody cares about philosophy. It's all about fucking, you know, Trump's the fucking orange god king, and you know we love him and praise Jesus. That's like 99% of their fucking answers.
Hey, Gretchen, look at the side.
But Biden, I'm sorry, but Biden is also a fucking major thing.
Yeah, what about Biden? I just hate when these maggots types they invoke evangelicalism or whatever. So that's what gets me. Okay, I have to attack the root.
Usually they do that to defend why. No, of course, not all veterans. Hashtag, right? Not all veterans.
Hey, Gretchen, look at the side chat, the panel chat.
What?
The side chat for the panel. Look at that right quick when you can.
Okay. There's no panel link. Oh, that's right. I was going to put that up and then I fucking forgot. I mean, people have been getting up here all fucking night, so like, no one ever said that it wasn't up.
You have it in the description. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, but I didn't know if she did it on purpose.
I put it in earlier. I just didn't pin it, and then I got busy doing like other shit. And
but the cat's out the bag. The link is in the description.
Sorry, unless you want to come in and make sense of the inside of my fucking head, which good luck. Then otherwise, just you get what you get, man.
Kelly, the link is in the description if you want to come up.
No. Yeah, it has been in the description the whole fucking time. It's in both descriptions.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing because I didn't know if you did it on purpose. That's why I told you to look at the chat.
There, now it's pinned in chat. So, but either way, it has been in the description the whole time. It's always in the description. So,
yeah. But that's it. That's all I wanted to know. But on the real though, Kelly, I mean, Gretchen, you and y'all made a good team. Was that Friday or whenever y'all did that? Y'all made a very good team because you prevented him from wasting time on dumbass when you can throw like that necessary being argument or the other guys that you can get them out the way real quick on the top level. And then for the ones that can go get past you, they can go into the detail and get whooped with by Justin on the detail. Is that people like when I seen Matt Dillahunty, there's somebody excellent.
And I think I stopped Golden Arm from going up his own asshole like once, so that's about it. Because Golden Arm, it doesn't take him very long. He will always go straight up his own asshole. It's just it's unavoidable.
He talks too much about his personal business.
Huh?
Was he sober when he went up to Justin's live?
Yes, he was. He absolutely was.
Okay.
He seemed nervous, but not drunk. So.
Well, I told him to put his best foot forward. I'll be listening and just put out his best case. I don't necessarily think that the theorists are wrong. I just don't think
his best case is pretty bad anyway. I mean, he reads shit that isn't printed in that fucking book.
Well,
you know,
we all got our talent. Maybe he shouldn't be trying to convince people.
So.
My intention when I went on that Christian show wasn't really to debate anybody, because I didn't. It was a spur of the moment, and then guy asked me to go up there, and I said I'll go up there if you go on come on up over here, and he said okay. So I get up there, and I'm just waiting for people to ask me questions, and I answered them. He the guy kept telling me I don't love the Bible. I said, well, look, man, you know what I love the same way you know about your God. You pretend I don't want to talk to you no more. Next time let's talk to one of y'all, because he's a pretender. He think he know my thoughts through chat.
But see, you can't just do that. If you go up to debate someone, you can't just pull out a fucking thought stopper and just.
Well, I mean,
that's just sophistry, dude. You can't just do that. If you're going to debate, you need to fucking get up there and debate. You don't just say, "Oh, I don't believe anything. I'm not going to listen to anything you say because you're wrong about this." That's.
But don't that expose
kind of
wrong
bullshit,
thinking?
dude.
Got to be more affirmative or direct. Like, hey, I think you guys' belief is false, or why do you guys believe this? Do be a little more direct, and then they'll probably engage. Like when I go up there tomorrow and I say, hey, I think theism is false, or I don't think that God exists, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are gonna fucking attack me, right? Or they want to engage with my inquiry about the question, right?
Well, you'd be surprised, because you can on that page you can start a civil war with them motherfuckers. I did it before. I had them fighting the Pauls versus the Paulines versus the Christines.
Oh, were you just trolling in? Were you just like,
I fomented a civil war, huh?
Nation said this, and then another.
No, I started talking my shit, because the way I was raised when I was a Christian, we didn't follow Paul, and I still like hold a special place in my heart for that motherfucker. Even though I don't believe any of it anymore. It's still, I was raised to think this way, and so I went in there and I was talking about like I didn't really talk about, because I don't talk about my experience as Christian.
Well, whenever you go up there to debate, you make sure you have a claim that you can support.
I wasn't debating though.
Or make the claim that God isn't real. Make a negative claim, and then they're the ones that have to attack it.
And then when they force me to
but then that just makes you a burden shifting loser like Ty Wolf. So I mean, whatever.
Because they and in the course of that yesterday, they forced me to adopt a position, and my position was, I just want you to be more reasonable. Stop and stop. Oh yeah, be reasonable and stop worrying so much about this ancient ceremonies and practices.
The MB approach is like, no, I didn't come up here for you guys to ask me questions. Like, I came up here to get your fucking argument for.
Yeah, I just thought I wanted to.
I can answer your questions later, but I just want your argument for God or something like that. Like, I can provide my argument or provide my inductive case or whatever.
I just told them I wanted a good reason to believe it, but they made me adopt a position, and my position was, I think you should lay off some of this ancient ritual and ceremonies so you can learn something about modern technology.
That's not a position. That's an opinion.
Yeah, that's what he said too. I said, well, I'm coming in my humble opinion and asking you.
Well, then he wasn't wrong.
Yeah, well, I didn't say he was. I said, well, then I'm coming to asking you people in my humble opinion, could you please be more reasonable and so that way we can live more together peacefully. That's you know what I'm saying. But I don't know how much they heard, because like I said, you don't think that by demonstrating that if this guy is pretending about something stupid like knowing somebody's thoughts and beliefs and desires and wants, then he probably pretending about his God too.
I'm not sure that would be effective no matter what. Like, it kind of sounds like Oliver Twist going up saying, "Can I have some more, please?" You know, fuck you. No.
It seemed to me because
now you're gonna get your fucking ass handed to you because you fucking asked. You know what? Go up on a debate channel and say, "Can you guys be fucking nicer about being fucking stupid?" I mean, that's dumb.
Stop pretending you don't know.
No wonder they were mean to you. You went up there and fucking dunked on them. You didn't go up there to debate.
Don't let them bully you, man.
You basically went up there and gave them the finger and then left. That's like, if that's what you did, you know.
When today, I'm gonna find that time.
Hey, the world sucks, and you're the fucking reason. Now what? No wonder they kicked you.
Today, I'm gonna find the time.
I mean, come on.
When I was on, and when I come back tonight. When you come back tonight, would you play it and y'all can grade me? Man.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll hop over. Where are you, McTon? Are you PST?
No, he's in Texas. He's Central.
Okay, so that's only 1 hour. Okay. I'll come back at 5. Could you send me a 5 PST? So that's 6 for you, or is it okay? Because I'm off tomorrow.
That's 7 for him.
I'm an hour ahead of you. So whatever out. No, you're ahead of me. You're ahead of me. So you always gonna be earlier than me.
Yeah, an hour earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you send me a just a private message? And then
he's gonna find the clip of the last time he went up on there, and he wants us to dissect it for him.
Because you wanted to engage these guys. It doesn't matter. I can engage them alone.
So then be here at 11:30 tonight, McTime.
Okay, yeah, I'm coming here, Gretchen. I'm gonna go find the clip.
I know, but you're not usually here when we start up.
Yeah, well, I was trying to be because I did want to see if that guy Lionel was coming, but I fell asleep.
You wanted to engage them with you and I, right? That channel.
Well, I just want. I wanted to pull as many people that want to come up there with me. Like I said, we coordinate in Discord when we're gonna go, what we're gonna say, what we're gonna do, if anybody gonna go up on the panel or not, and then we can go and do it. The main thing is just trying to get everybody to go at the same time. Though that's really what I'm trying to do. That's why I give you out my
Discord link. If you really want to do this, because I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I have no problem engaging with these people.
Yeah, it's fine. And just remember, it's not really just a debate between atheists and theists over there. It's a debate between Christianity over there. They got the Orthodox view and I think the Catholic view or something like that. I'm not sure. So it's easy to foment a civil war between them. It's easy to start dissension. I did it plenty of times. Put the wedge in the middle. It's very easy. But then again, I think Christianity is easy to do that period.
I don't know why you don't just let them kill each other. I don't know why you want to get the atheists involved in this. To be honest.
Well, I mean,
I need to try to debate more. Wait, do you guys have a Discord channel? Just so I can get the time to start.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, hang on. I'll put it in chat again. Hang on. There you go.
Yeah, because then they got to talking. Hey, don't it stay in? That's why I want to ask Arthur. Don't it stay somewhere in the Bible that one of the little ceremonies they had to do was kill a bird and put the blood all over the place? Ain't that in Leviticus or something? I'm sure somebody in the chat know if I'm. I know they did the blood on the doorstep for the Passover, but they got and then that dirty water they made for the in Numbers for
the blood on the door for over the doors, not on the doorstep.
Yeah, all these damn ritual and stuff. And I was telling her because I was like, this y'all and the guy gonna say, well, there's still people today that practice these ceremonies and they know about them. And I said, I know that's a problem, man. You people that y'all don't trying to go back to the first century. We trying to go to the 22nd century, man. Come on. Y'all want to practice the ceremony and ritual. sprinkling blood on shit. You don't need to do that, man. It's gonna make you sick.
But see, that's not debating. That's just insults, though.
Well, that's what I mean. I didn't really go up there.
I mean, if that's all you're after is so you can go up there and insult them. I mean, that's.
Listen, look.
I mean,
when I went up there, I was quiet.
Is that what you want the Christians to come here to do? Because that's what they'll do.
I mean, they're gonna do that.
They'll come here and just fucking show up and be assholes to us. Like,
you got to see the video. You got to see the video on that. Because I think I did good, and I think it was very, very nice. Because I didn't speak until they spoke to me, and I tried to keep in the frame of what they was talking about. And because I know that I can't say cuss words, and I probably got other little button issues they don't want me to talk about. So I tried to stay within their lane, and I gave them absolute discretion.
Hold on. You can't say curse words?
If you can't say cuss words, I'm never going on that fucking channel.
I will try.
You won't get me over there.
I don't know. I said a few cuss words. I said a few cuss words. Nobody said anything. It slipped out. But then again, I don't know if they heard me when I cursed because I don't know what I said that got through all the technical difficulties.
Okay. I mean,
why are you doing all this in the first place?
Come right back on. Huh?
Why are you doing all this in the first place?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What I was doing, because I said, I remember I told you I done taped my message instead of me going in the chat and complaining,
You're taking your message. You're proselytizing atheism.
I take what I'm telling people. Maybe so. I wouldn't call it quite just that, but I'm telling people that it's okay not to believe this stuff. Some people don't know that, Gretchen. I didn't know this. I didn't know that you didn't have to believe in the Bible. I thought you had to believe in the Bible. I thought you had to, because like one of the things that they normally say around here is, so everybody got to believe something. You got to believe something. You know what I'm saying? And so I thought that you had to believe in a God and Jesus and read the Bible and stuff. And when I heard Kelly Laughlin, Matt Dillahunty, and people like that at the XP say, when a guy read a passage out of the Bible, say, I don't care what the Bible says. Why should I care? And they never could give them a reason. Why should you care? So I picked that up and I run with it too. And I still haven't got a reason why I should care about what the Bible says.
Okay.
And so my goal is to inform people that may not know that it's okay to be an atheist. You don't have to believe this shit. If it don't make sense to you, then you don't have to believe it. If the truth is not if this is not compelling to you, then it's not true. People are compelled by the truth. So let the truth compel.
Well, then why don't you work on fucking J Money?
Who? J Money?
J Money.
We're not doing that. Have your conversation.
I got J Money the other day to say that he will not do things before he have a good reason.
You ain't getting me to do nothing. That's not what you was telling me, Mrs. earlier.
J Money, let me rephrase. I take that back, J Money. Didn't you say the other day that you won't do things before until after you have a good reason?
I always felt that way.
Well, it took a long time for you to say that because it took about a week. But I'm glad you said it.
I speak when I speak. I speak when I speak. Only when I speak. You know what I'm saying? Like when I'm ready to say something. When I'm ready to make that point, that was never my sentiment. The thing that you were saying was never my sentiment.
I know. That's why I think you just never thought about it before. That's why you never talked like that. But now that you said it, I take that as a win because I like.
You can't take it as a win because I already felt that way before. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like this is just delusional.
He's telling you he did think about it. That's the thing.
I'm telling you that I already, before I ever came across you, I thought the way you think.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, like. Yeah.
All right.
He has thought of it. You said I don't think you ever thought about it before, and he's telling you, yes, I have thought about it before, and came to my own conclusions.
Thousands of times, like. Yeah, so it's
I know you. I know you can at least admit that I asked you that question for a past week, and it took
ask me a question. It doesn't matter. You still asking it from your perspective. You're not in my head. You understand what I'm saying? So, and at the end of the day, if I respond right and you don't accept something, like earlier today in the chat, you told this remittance person, you say, he accepts stuff without good reason. So obviously, you didn't get me to see it the way you get what I'm saying. Like you think you got me to see it a certain way, but you just reiterated earlier today in the chat that he believes in things without good reason.
I wanted to put more.
You
I wanted
remember
to put
earlier?
the caveat in there, but I didn't have enough room to fit all that in the text prompt, Jay.
Well, no, I hear you, but you did have enough room to make it seem like I still believe stuff without having a good reason. When I told you that I feel like I got a good reason, you know what I'm saying? Like
That's my bad.
I'm the type of person who would come to a conclusion. Yeah, go ahead. My fault.
I was trying. That's my bad. I was trying to let them know that trying to keep make like a coalition where everybody come together with on reasonable stuff and had do things for a reason. And I don't had enough space in the box to say what I said. I was trying to figure out a way. I said, well, how can I fit this with even though he has since said that he does this. I just couldn't figure out how to fit it in there.
I have done that. That's what I'm saying.
Type another box to him, huh?
I always have done that. I'm saying there's streams that before this ever existed, this platform that there's streams where I'm doing that.
You guys fight.
You know what I'm saying?
I need to go.
We ain't fighting.
We ain't fighting. That's my boy. We down like brothers,
It's a
man.
figure of fucking speech. I'm gonna step away for a couple of minutes. Jesus.
We just don't agree on shit, but that's my brother. We down like brothers.
You know, it happens. That's how it be, you know.
I'm big on that, Jay, and like when the first couple of times I started talking on here, like everybody, I asked them all the same questions, and we end up arguing about when is the time to do shit, but without having a reason. And I don't think, I know that you can't always think things through like you want to in the course of life and because it's shit happens and you got to move fast. But when you have time to think things through, you should take that time to think what you're doing and about the actions, your actions, and the consequences of your actions.
No, yeah, for sure. That's why I said, AKA what I always say, you got to know what you're ready to live for and what you're ready to die for and what you're ready to kill for. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, these are the things that I always, it's right in line with the way I see it. It's just worded a different way. It's just, prepared with different ingredients. That's all. It's the same overall message, though.
Like I took some classes on some things, and in the classes that didn't teach me nothing I didn't already know. But what it did was it formulated a whole nother way for me to think about how this thing go, like in some kind of official step-by-step manner instead of like a cloud of this and that. It was like a cloud before, but now it's step by step, in sequential order type of action that you should take, like a flow chart. If this happened, then do this. If that happened, do that. And it go down and it make it so easy to operate because now it's clear in my head instead of just a fuzzy cloud that I just thought of, out of intuition and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think J-Man was talking about, J-Man, you can correct me if I'm wrong, what you're talking about last week, I think, because I last time I was over on here was last week. And we were talking about notions of God or whatever, and kind of like a universal consciousness. I feel like I understood completely what you were getting at. And I'm not trying to invoke the same thing in the conversation, but I'm just trying to illustrate one of the examples of, some kind of perceived lack of clarity whenever you talk about topics like this, like God or any other spiritual or anything like that, if that makes sense. Like I think I understood what you were saying.
It's difficult. I appreciate that. It's difficult because it's like, how do you surmise God? Like, how do you even make it? Get what I'm saying? How do you make God make sense? You understand what I'm saying? It's the hardest thing in the world, bro.
And then the same thing with this notion of reality here. I think you guys, like you and Peter, I think that was his name, or Pete, you guys are just speaking past each other. Like when you were talking about reality, you weren't talking about some ontological status, or you weren't talking about like the entirety of everything. I think you were just talking about like social reality, the reality in you experience or whatever. Like I caught that immediately, right? Okay, cool. Like I think people should just give you more charitability because I understood what you were talking about almost immediately, but that's just
it's a linguistic thing. It gotta be like, because it's about getting a verbal win. You see, I got you. Like no matter how small the nuance is, it's about getting a win. That's what I'm not about. You understand? I don't care about winning, losing, none of that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Did I just hear you say I understood J Money immediately? Fucking that way lies madness, Git. What the fuck are you talking about?
I put it in the chat, Gretchen. I was like, this was earlier. Yeah, I put it in the chat.
What in the chat? I was in the other room. I haven't been looking at chat.
No, earlier when I
heard you say talking about a deeper level of consciousness, and I understood what you were talking about right away. And I'm like, then you're halfway to crazy then.
No. Gretchen. So during that time, this was last week when it comes to Jay's conception.
Yeah, when he was explaining his consciousness underneath our consciousness. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Because I remember that too, and I still think it's fucking crazy. We don't have a consciousness underneath our consciousness.
Yes, also.
Those were your exact words, J Money.
Listen, that's what that was my analogy. That was not exactly what I'm telling you is happening. I'm saying something like that of the sort could be happening. You could mesh together something, and I don't know, right? Because that's all we could do. This is just concepts.
You're describing a soul. You know that, right?
Conceptualizations. No, I'm not. What I'm doing is.
Real quick, Jay, can I tell Gretchen just real quick?
Yeah.
Just right now, I was saying that I think that Pete, right? I think he was up here and Jay were talking past each other when it came to some kind of like distinction between social reality and then reality or whatever. I'm putting my bunny quote unquotes up here, right? The difference is that Jamin was talking about social reality, your everyday experience of reality. That's it.
Right, but he was using the same word to identify both concepts. And you can't.
Gracious, you got it wrong. Just accept it.
What did I get wrong?
That's not what I was doing.
You were the one that said, "Yep, I got it wrong. I should have used the word perception there."
No, listen. I'm saying that was his complaint, so that's what he could have just said. What I was saying was the same. He had an issue with my verbiage. So all he had to do was just be like how Leo said in the past.
Yeah, because you were using reality in two different contexts within the same sentence.
My issue was he went on this tirade of like went on making charge, went on like basically like he won something. Like give this guy
not this again. Just shut up.
That's all I was saying.
Stop.
Yeah,
Stop.
that was the problem.
Stop.
Yeah, it's the only problem.
Stop. We're not going down this fucking rabbit trail again.
We're not doing that. I'm just telling you.
You admitted you were fucking wrong, J Money. And
listen to what I'm saying. I admitted that his verbiage, the verbiage
I know you did.
Wasn't what.
Why are we fucking going over this again?
I understood that, but that doesn't mean that the point I was making was wrong. You understand? The verbiage. I could have used better terminology. That doesn't mean I'm wrong in what I'm saying. You get the difference? Whatever, man. Forget it.
Yeah, I do. So why are we fucking talking about it again?
Because I'm just trying to tell you that you're wrong and what you're trying to assimilate. I never admitted any wrong. I'm telling you that I acknowledge what he was saying. That doesn't mean that I'm saying I was wrong. Whatever, Gretchen, just go on. Somebody's trying to tell you something.
My bad, Gretchen. I brought it up.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck you're trying to tell me. I'm assimilating what now?
I'm telling you, just forget about it. Like he's asking you something right now, literally in the middle of asking you something.
No, it's all.
I'm killing on you, Gretchen.
Yeah,
you being mean. Gretchen is being so mean. But hey, J Money, she got on me earlier. It felt good to hear somebody else get what I got.
I'm being fucking mean.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I don't mind. Listen, I'm cool.
What is that supposed to do? You think no one's ever fucking called me mean before? Me?
I don't mind it. You toughing me up. That way I can go and be an atheist soldier in the debate space of Phildo. I'm gonna bring my sword of disbelief and my shield of logic.
Why do you want to be a debate Phildo?
No, that's the debate space is the Phildo. It's called the Gladarenia or something. Where I got my logic as my shield and my sword of disbelief will kill that god.
Don't go for Phildo.
argument would kill like theism. Otherwise, it would have been done away with a long time ago, in my opinion. So, but I think that having a consistent application of argumentation or pushback against religious arguments or any kind of theistic
Hey, Jams.
is needed.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Jam.
Down.
Hello.
Down.
Jam Nick.
Yo, ain't no jelly here.
going
Jams
on?
in the house.
Ain't no jelly. We got jam tonight. No, yeah, she been mean to me, Jam. I like this lady that was an interview by Sean Carroll, and I'm not gonna get off into it. They're gonna cut me off. But she expressed some views about Lamarckism that ring true to my head. And I'm trying to talk about it, and that got my ass totally mouthed. I'm down to want to be quiet and try to let this moment ride over so they can forget about me and jump on J Money for a little while. Go get J Money. He right there. You're a thief. Get J Money, y'all. Don't look at me.
Not Lamarck. Man.
Hey, you're the one that wants to be the debate, bro. Why aren't you jumping on J Money? You said you want to bring your message of atheism to everybody. Fucking convert Jay.
Me and Jay finally agreed. It took us a week. We finally agreed on the reason thing, doing that thing that's a good reason. And he said, I got you, Jay Money. You said that you always felt that way, but keep it real though, man. You didn't.
This is meta fucking crying is what you're doing right now. This is meta bullshit. This is meta bullshit. I don't need you to repeat a conversation to me.
No, I'm just asking him. I just want to ask him that.
I'm just trying to show you where you're fucking wrong. That's all.
I'm telling you that you have a perception of what you think I think, and but despite this, I'm telling you, before I ever came across this, I was having these conversations already, showing that, like already.
Hey, Brandon, I'm about to bring you up. Do you want to be on camera on stage?
This is not about what we was talking about.
Okay.
Hello.
All right. Hello, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
Yesterday, I saw Slugger send me a link to this channel.
Right. Yeah, he's not here today, but welcome. What's
Slugger
up?
DM'd me on Discord about this channel that he was on.
Mm-hmm.
And I did remember subbing to you.
Okay.
And Slugger was on here, and I apparently do have a new YouTube channel. I was doing the Monday morning show when he was live.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just come up to plug your account?
And did you even look at my new channel?
Oh, yeah. You came up here to ask us to look at your channel?
Slugger told me to.
You should probably be around here a little bit longer before you start asking people to look at your channel.
Yes. I do have avatars of various Looney Tunes.
Okay.
That's very cool.
But do you know what this one is?
Looney Tunes, you know what I'm saying? Looney Tunes is a good cartoon, you know what I'm saying?
One of my avatars.
So you didn't have any disagreements or anything, like with the
current one of my avatar right now.
Okay, that's fair.
Suffer and fuckatash.
Yeah, that's correct.
You know that Tweety Bird was originally supposed to have no feathers whatsoever, and then corporate people complained that Tweety Bird was naked. So
We got this one.
Really?
Yeah, and they had to paint him yellow to make Tweety Bird look like it had feathers. But they never mentioned anything about Porky Pig not wearing pants.
Do you know how to get into the private chat in the back?
Channel link.
The private chat.
Okay.
Oh, he knows all about getting in the back door.
Why don't you leave a link to your YouTube channel in there, and then I'll put it in the chat, and then I'll drop you back into the chat, and you can talk to people there. And then I'll put a link to your YouTube channel in the chat. See if you can get some subscribers out of it. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. And then when you've been in chat for at least a couple of weeks or something, then we'll bring you back up and you can talk to people that actually know you better. All right? Because that'll help with getting you subscribers. Like actually meeting people and talking to them will help get you subscribers faster. So
yes. Oh yes.
And we can have the important debates like is Bugs Bunny
And do you know what this? How about this cat on my avatar?
Huh?
The cat on my avatar.
What, Wile E. Coyote?
Yes, sir.
He didn't age well.
Yes, sir, it is Wile E. Coyote.
Mm-hmm.
It's the original Tom from Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, many people think, and that's why I did my channel in the back chat.
Okay, man. Did you see my text in the big chat, public chat?
Yes.
Okay. I got it. I'll put it in the chat for you. But if you go down, I'm going to drop you back down into chat and you can answer if people have questions, then you can answer questions about your channel. And I'm sure these nice people will help you out with subscribers if that's what you're after. Okay?
Yep. Let's see what's in the chat. I don't really see it in the public chat.
I'm doing it right now. I haven't done it yet. Hold on.
Did you sub?
I saw it.
Did you sub?
Hold on a second. I haven't. I'm in StreamYard. I can't head there just yet. All right. I can only do one thing at a time. There you go. I put it in the chat.
Pop quiz. I'll only subscribe to Brandon's channel if you can tell me.
You put it in the back. You put it in the back chat.
You're right. You're right. I did. Like I said, I can only do one thing at a time, and sometimes it's the wrong thing.
I use OBS now.
I don't use OBS. I am not that good yet, so I don't know OBS well enough to use it. So.
Am I muted? Hello.
There it is.
You're not muted. I don't think you can hear anybody except me.
There it is.
People have problems sometimes.
Well, then I won't ask you my question.
Yeah, I hear you.
There it is.
Brandon, can you hear anybody else other than me?
Hey, Brandon.
Yes.
Oh, you can?
Why aren't you responding?
Someone's asking you a question.
Hey, Brandon. Hey, Brandon. Hello?
Hello.
Brandon, can you hear me? Hi,
yes.
I have a question. I will sub to your channel if you can tell me what the E in Wile E. Coyote stands for.
Equipment Acting Corporation.
Nope. The E stands for Ethelbert.
Ethelbert. He never catches the roadrunner.
Wile E. Ethelbert Coyote.
And my channel is in the public chat.
Mm-hmm.
Did you sub?
No, because you didn't know Ethelbert.
You know what? I'm going to drop you now. You're not going to hold. You know what? I let you put your channel. I put your channel in chat for you, but I'm not going to let you extort people and just hang out until you get as many subs as you're after. Okay.
Okay.
So you can go into chat and ask people if they want to sub, but you're not going to do it from the stage, all right?
Some more important questions. What's this about Gretchen being mean to McTimey?
Oh, yeah. I like this lady. She had some views that express something about Lamarckism, and
oh my God,
they don't like it. They don't like it. And they think I'm a dumbass for even much listening to her. So they've been pretty much cussing me out all night, talking about I'm weak.
It wasn't just Gretchen McTimey. It was
so
John.
I want to dangle Jay money in front of them, let them attack him for a little while. That's
the thing. Make time you go for that type of shit, man. Listen, ain't nothing dumb unless you don't ask it. You didn't ask it.
I know.
That's when I would have been like, that's dumb. You didn't ask
You know what? We spent hours on this last night.
Well,
the fact that you just brought it up again, it just started me out. I was already fucking out for what?
Calm down. We're not bringing it up, Gretchen. We're not bringing it up.
I'm calm. I'm perfectly calm.
I was just telling Jam what happened, and I was going to change the subject.
I know it sounds like I'm yelling, but I'm not.
Because I want to tell Jay Money that I have to. You right. You got to stick to your guns, but you got to also listen to the public too, because sometimes you may be seeing things that aren't there, or hearing things that aren't there, and you may have to verify it.
I'm all for listening to quote unquote the public, but I'm not all for a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, just abandoning his stance. You know what I'm saying?
Like, I'm not abandoning it. I'm not going to abandon it. What I'm going to do.
I'm telling you that's what I won't do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's what you're doing.
And that's what I like about you, man, that you're fighting your spunk. Like I told you before, if anybody was going to bring me to anywhere near theism or whatever God you worship, it'd probably be you, because you are the one day and night sticking in here and presenting your view. Even when you go through the slings and the arrows, you get your views burnt and dashed on it, and every night you hear with your persistence. And you stay calm, you don't be all frustrated and mad and arguing with people and stuff. So I mean, that's a plus in my book.
I mean, that's what I try to do, but everybody.
I just don't agree with the view though. I don't agree with the view, but I like your tactics.
That's fine. Listen, I get it. The world is big enough for both of our opinions, and this is why I say the only stupid question is the one you don't ask. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, except the difference is that the theist opinions are fucking us over. I don't see the atheist opinions screwing over the whole fucking world.
You know what's also fucking us over? High fructose corn syrup. You know what I'm saying? That's also fucking us over. High fructose corn syrup. Yeah.
There's just as much sugar in that, like comparatively speaking. In moderation, it's no worse than sugar.
I'm telling you that it's bad for us.
It's just cheaper. It's just cheaper.
Bad for us. It's bad for you. There's reasons.
No, it is not.
So, all right, so then why
comparatively, in moderation, it is no worse for you than sugar.
You're not getting it. There's a reason why listen, there's a reason why shit that has high fructose corn syrup has it, and it's like $1 and it's $1.50.
Yeah, because it's fucking cheaper, Jay. It's cheaper.
I know
it's cheaper. It doesn't mean that it's worse for you.
Yeah, it's bad. Syrup is bad for you. High fructose corn syrup is bad for you, man. Look it up.
Soda is bad for you, whether it has.
That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, so a lot of
HFCS or still sugar.
A lot of things will fuck you over. It's not just this.
Jay.
I didn't say anything about
you. Just as
you did
kind of compound or anything, Okay, the important thing is the dosage and how much you're taking it, how frequently over time. That's it. You can like water, H2O is literally bad for you, depending on how frequently you take it over amount of time. So when you say it's bad for you, like that's anything. That's like a trivial.
Are you saying that high fructose corn syrup is an atheist thing? Because you have completely fucking jumped the shark now.
No, I didn't say
I don't get it. I don't get why you even brought up this shit in the first place.
And didn't say that.
No. I'm saying all things are bad for you just based on the. They could be bad for you based on the dosage of it. It doesn't matter what the fuck the chemical thing. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
People have died from too much water.
Corn syrup is bad for you. It's kind of like that's a trivial thing to say.
Yeah, like we need salt to live, but too much will kill you. Same with water.
Listen to what I'm saying. The substance itself is bad. I get what you're saying, but there's things that, like for example, there's things that, like, how can I explain, like that are not so costly, but don't have high fructose corn syrup in it. You understand what I'm saying? Like for example, the Jarritos sodas, like them joints is like $2 a bottle, something like that. They're not $4 or nothing like that. But they don't got high fructose corn syrup. You see what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you don't have to just put that in a product. You don't have to do that. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's not a good thing.
I don't even know what you're talking about anymore.
Goodness,
J
you-
Money is your point.
Can I tell you how? Can I bring it all back and make it all make sense? You made a comment
Please.
saying how did.
Please
okay,
do.
I'm trying to do that. If you let me, you made a comment saying about how theists are like, you know, they do shit like basically like they shit fucks with people like it like yeah like
They
when I said the comment, when I
They
said
do
the
shit like Project 2025 and electing Trump. The
when I
atheists
said-
don't do shit like that.
when I made the comment right about what I said, you said, "Oh yeah, but their shit fucks with people though." You see what I'm saying? So
It does.
Then I said, "Okay,
Does
well,
Trump not fuck with people?
Exactly. So
Does
then,
Project
so
2025 not fuck with
so
people?
that's when I said, so there's things like high fructose corn syrup. That's one of the many little things that we don't see that also fuck with people. You get what I'm saying? In ways that we don't see.
The
You get what I'm
opposite.
saying? I'm just making
But
comparisons.
what is that in?
That's all
What
it
is high fructose corn syrup in the context of atheism versus theism?
No, because you were saying that. I was saying that no, the only dumb question is the one you don't ask. And you said not when it comes to theists, because theists fuck with people. So I said there's other things that
No,
fuck
that's not. That's not
That's
what I
what
said at all. That's not what you asked. You want me to roll
All
it
right,
back?
go ahead. Yeah, roll it back.
You said
please.
I have a right. I said
You roll
hey,
it back.
I can have my opinion. You can have your opinion. We can all just live
roll it
together
back,
with it. That's
You
what
can
you
roll it-
said. And then I said, except it's the theists
All right,
with the one that are putting their opinions together and fucking the rest of us up.
All right, so we can't roll
You
it
don't
back.
see the atheist doing that to the other side. You don't
I know
see that
what I just said.
happening.
I literally made the comment when I said, I literally made a comment, Gretchen. It was off my comment that you said what you said. Then that's when I replied with the high fructose corn syrup. I said a comment saying there's no such thing. The only stupid question, the only dumb question is the one you don't ask. That's what I said. And then to that
I
you
didn't hear
replied,
that part. All I heard
That's-
was I have my opinion. We should all have our own opinions and just live together and be happy.
Then you said something. Then to that you responded something about not the theists because their opinions fuck with other people.
I didn't say not the theists. I said except
said
for the
something
theists
about
are the ones that put their opinions together and fuck the rest of us over. That's what I said.
This is still fresh because we going over it is pointless. You know what I'm saying? We can just leave it alone. It's not that deep. Get what I'm saying? Like we already iterated it. You get what I'm saying? Like there's no more clarity to be had. There's no more clarity to be had. Like,
If I may,
Okay.
little clarity to be added. Corn subsidies are the largestly subsidized things in the U.S. Most heavily subsidized crop, approximately 3.2 billion annually, and that's a payoff for farmers to keep voting for Republicans. And it's an issue of capitalism fucking over people, capitalism getting involved in farming, capitalism causing high fructose corn syrup to be replacing sugar and more natural things and more foods, leading to the
Well, it's cheaper than
bad health
sugar,
that we've
so.
got. Yeah, and the bad health effects that we get in the United States because of that, and having a shitty healthcare system which costs more than any other country and has worse results. All of those things are results of right-leaning politicians making decisions, and those right-leaning politicians are usually elected by people who are theists, people of faith, people who are willing to believe things without sufficient evidence to believe them. Atheists, first and foremost, need to be skeptics and need to make sure that they believe things for sufficient reasons. So I get where you're coming from. Corn syrup,
So by
that can be
supporting products
that
with
can be
high
a bad
fructose
thing.
corn syrup, you're really supporting the theists. I get it.
Well, I need to
Well,
stop.
actually, with
love fake stuff.
RFK and his red and the yellow, you know.
So in addition to fucking the rest of us over, they're fucking us over with high fructose corn syrup.
I also like to point out that I think y'all spoke to it
Fuck
earlier.
theists
but
again. How about that?
just in case, I think it's fundamentally wrong to try to paint it as something that's bad for your health. You really got to look at it as everything is least good for you. Because, like, I mean, the only thing that we have a contract to eat with other things is
What does that
Come on,
do?
look,
Less good for you? That
well, I'm
come
kind
on.
of
That
I'm
means
trying-
bad.
let me. Yeah, I know, but it's like because like only thing we can eat that is designed for you to eat is fruit. That's the only thing. Everything else is just gonna try to run from you and try to survive. So everything is really not trying to help you survive. and it's things is less is there's things that's more healthy to eat and things that are less healthy to eat. But you can't just say things are bad for you because everything is really bad for you. To be honest with you, drink too much water, you can die.
I think there's no
talking
one
about?
go-to all-to when it comes to diet for human beings because human beings and their physiology is extremely complicated. I think there is like a general rule of thumb: have a mixed diet, exercise, and then your body will be happy. Put thumbs up or something like that, right? When it comes to the details of prescribing any particular diet to some human being, I think it is wrong, right? Because but there's a general prescription. That's it. I really don't think it's that difficult.
We had the veganism argument yesterday with Sean, and I really don't want to do it again.
I'm not talking about veganism.
I was trying to I was trying to start something about Project 2025 and Trump and the fucking maggots, but all right. Cool. We're talking about high fructose corn syrup and fucking mixed balanced meals.
Yeah, I think
I talked about it before, but what you guys think? Do you guys think that this Department of Fate we have would gain power? Because I can see this thing gaining power and being the major mover in government, further in the future.
Saying what gaining power?
The Department of Faith.
You talking about the Heritage Foundation?
No, I'm talking about the Department of Faith.
What are you talking about?
The Department of Faith. The one that Trump just made, the Department of Faith. I think it's Joel Osteen and who else is on the?
They can't be official, right?
Oh, his Faith Advisory Board. That's not a real government agency. You know that, right?
I thought it was. I was under the impression it was. I could be wrong, but I was under the impression it was, and I see it as
some white lady on Sean Carroll's show tell you it was.
No, I didn't. That was on the news.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
I understand.
That was on the news. Well, I'm gonna stop listening to our white ladies, including you, Gretchen. Damn it.
I never said you should listen to me. What the fuck?
I understand your concern, McTown.
In fact, you should just dismiss out of hand half the shit that I say.
I normally do. I still think about it.
Almost all your political takes are on point. Just saying, Gretchen. Just saying, bro.
What?
Almost all your political takes are on point. I think.
I agree with him.
Political takes, sure, but I don't know about the rest of it.
I think you're all wrong about everything. And on that note, good to see you, Git. I haven't seen you in I'm gonna be back in about 15 minutes. I got to go bang on trash cans. I'll see you in a bit.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Doug or something banging on the trash can, drumming on the speed light. Y'all know, y'all ever watched Doug?
I've seen people make hundreds banging on buckets and, given the right.
My brother and I used to do that, Jay, years ago, before he got big. Oh, my brother and I, banging on trash cans and stuff. I'm sorry, it just reminded me of that when you said that.
You was hustling? You was making some money?
No, we were interested in music and stuff like that. He's an actor now.
No comment. Nah, he said it has to make the money. No comment. Nah,
I'm sorry, it just reminded me of it. That's all, Jay. Yeah.
There's many forms of hustle.
I know.
Oh, for fun. My bad. For fun.
Because I know they had this one guy. He was on the road, side of the road, and asking for change. He had a sign that said, "I'm out here asking for change because my wife had a better lawyer." He said my ex-wife had a better lawyer. I had to stop and go give him some money, but that was funny. It made me laugh.
No shot.
And look at another one I went and gave. This one tripped me out too. I was in Austin.
Wow, you're pretty easy, McTime. Hey, I need some money because my ex-husband had a better lawyer. Pay me.
It was funny. I gave him $1 too. It was funny. Yeah, that made me laugh. And then I had one that they said, I need money for kung fu lessons because my parents was killed by ninjas. So I gave them a couple $, so that I thought it was funny.
That's
I mean, what they could do is make you
where
laugh.
were you? Were you in LA?
No, I was out. I think that was in like Dallas because we was hiding from the hurricane. I think Hurricane Rita, Katrina, one of them down. Not Katrina, but Rita or something. And we went to Dallas and that happened. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, some signs will be very creative here, and when I say here, I just mean LA or Southern California. Sometimes, actually, most times they're just blunt. I'm hungry, or I just want alcohol. Like that's it. They'll just hold up with the cardboard signs like I just want this. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what? If I get you're honest, I'll just give you $20. I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah, usually they just have signs that says "need to eat."
Yeah, them people like that, I go and buy them food. Matter of fact, that same time when I was in Dallas, they had a guy because we were living in the hotel room while we were waiting on the hurricane to do his business, and there was a guy standing in front of the hotel room. And I went down. He said he was hungry, so I went to McDonald's, going to get some food anyways. I went to McDonald's and bought him a whole bunch of burgers and stuff. Gave it to him. Then I came back down and said all that shit was laying on the ground covered in ants.
Oh, so, yeah, definitely different after a hurricane. Yeah, it's definitely.
I mean,
yeah,
but I'm the one. He was in his hometown. I'm the one running from the hurricane, spending money on his ass because he said he was hungry. And I don't. If people ask me for food and I got the money or I got the food, I'll just give them the food. I'll either go buy them food or I give them food. I very seldom give them money. I don't have that luxury to just give money away.
Giving them money, yeah, it's smarter to give them food.
Yeah, I mean, I even had a friend of mine. He had just first out the penitentiary. He got out for a little while, and then I let him try to come and get his legs. This fool started stealing food out of my refrigerator. I had to kick him out of my house, and then like a couple months later, he caught a murder charge with somebody. He gone now. He gone.
There be people like that. That's like the dude that killed Max Kellerman's brother, man, the boxer, James Butler. James Butler. That's a piece of shit. You can't help some people. Man. They don't want to be helped. They look to that as weakness. You help them and you're late. You're a victim.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what? I use that against him because they were trying to start a gang, Jake Money, like right down the street from me, a couple of houses down. They're trying to start. He was in his house and I went over there. I mean, he was a good friend of mine. We grew up together. I went there. He got all his boys there. Ain't none of them got jobs. They all lived in this house. I don't know how they got this house. And then the guy talking about they want to corrupt children. They want to be OGs and corrupt the children to do their crimes and stuff so they can take all the charges. And when I heard that shit, what I did, I pointed out how weak he was, and I purposely caused a division between all of them because if they think the leader weak, they're gonna want to fight the leader, and now everybody fighting, and they all left. And so I got that shit out of my neighborhood. And like I said, the friend of mine ended up catching a murder charge with the guy that was owning that house. So I don't know what the hell they had going on over there.
I mean, be like that, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. Like, motherfuckers don't be grateful. They steal your food, you give them a place to stay, they steal your shit. That's like the dude I just said. He gave him
my fucking ground beef in his pants, man. I know that shit was freezing his nuts. We had a slab of ground beef in his pants. I was like, man, what the fuck you got in this? And I been see what he was doing, because that's when I had my computers and shit, and I would be working on my computers. He come in and he like play like he doing something. And I'm not paying him no mind, and then he leave. And I kept noticing my food was getting smaller and smaller. So I'm like, man, let me get on this dude's ass. And then when I finally remembered, I caught his ass with a fucking slab of my goddamn ground beef, and he had some other meat in his fucking pants. I was like, man, look, you can have that. I don't want that shit out your pants. Just don't come back here no more. He wanted to fight me and everything, but we went downstairs. He didn't want. He left. We didn't fight. He probably would have kicked my ass.
You don't come back no more. You and your country ass. It's so funny the way you talk sometimes.
Get your ass, get now. Get out of here.
Grayson, you're familiar with Oh, what is that
Fucking
terrible
country ass.
in oh, Skid Row?
Huh?
You're familiar with Skid Row, right? In California?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like to tell people all the time that we actually on the 10 freeway we actually have a sign that says Skid Row next exit. People never fucking believe you, but
it's
you can pull up pictures of it. It's like it's so fucking funny. And there's even a whole fucking destination sign when you get there too. It's like Skid Row, like next 3 blocks or something. It's like what the fuck, man?
Scary there, and I'm not trying to like blame the people, but I've been there before at 3:00 in the morning with some of my friends. Don't ask me why. Okay, it was just crazy. Don't ask me fucking why. Basically, this guy tried to like stab me as I'm like walking out of the liquor store because he was asking me for fucking money or whatever, and I'm like, what is this? And he was following me with this makeshift knife. It wasn't like a knife; it was like a glass bottle chiseled down. It's kind of fucking weird. Yeah. And then me and my friend were like, we had to leave immediately. It was just us and like 2 other people.
It's a rough area. It's scary, but you know.
Not trying to blame anyone or anything else, but it's a scary area of LA. If you ever come to California, it's very scary.
I used to go down there once a month for like 3 years because we would go down and feed the vets and make sure that they were getting the appointments they needed, and you know, because like they wouldn't, because the VA hospital was in West LA, and they were all the way downtown, so it's like we'd go and pick them up and take them out, get them some food, and make sure they made their appointments, and so
I don't know the full history. It's just like a zoned off area for some reason.
It's not really zoned off. It's just it used to surround. There used to be a big mental hospital right there. It was LA County mental something. I don't know. It was a long time ago. And they all used to, not everybody could get into the hospital, but they were all there to get their meds and stuff. And then it just started growing like block by block, as more people, kind of moved in there. And, obviously the businesses around it didn't much like it, but I mean, most of them are already dumps too, And it grew kind of organically. They didn't start like zoning the shit off until they started all the gentrification of downtown LA.
Yeah.
And, like they were just trying to improve everything. And so they started moving them like back into the fashion district, and then, down toward the warehouses and all that shit. So
you're not saying this is simply zoning? It was like I don't know. I don't know too much about the history of it. It wasn't simply just zoning off the area. It was like I don't know, gradual.
Yeah, it's like they didn't just. I mean, originally the original draw was that state hospital that was there, and it just sort of became like home base for a lot of them, because they didn't have homes to go to, but they needed to get in and get, like, a lot of them were on meds that they would have to go in every day and get them, like especially like maybe the methadone people. And this is back in the 70s, it's like, so they would just fucking sleep on the sidewalk outside the fucking hospital, and then in the morning go in and get their methadone.
Oh, so I think I understand what you're saying now.
And then the ones that needed their antipsychotics would just go in the morning and get their antipsychotics, because they don't like just giving people drugs like that if, they don't have homes, because they could get rolled for everything they had or lose it. So like the state hospital was basically dispensing their meds on a daily basis, just so they were taken, so they could see that they're taking them, and it ended up saving us money. It ended up saving the state money for them to do it that way, and it eventually led to a bunch of homeless just sort of living right around the hospital, and then after that, it just sort of organically grew.
Okay, that makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, given the history.
And nowadays, even though it's still like organically growing, they're trying to keep it restricted to a certain space. You know, like they moved across town to like Echo Park, and then like 2 years ago they completely renovated Echo Park, and they got rid of all of them. And
damn, that sucks. That fucking sucks.
Yeah, and a lot of people hit Gavin Newsom for that, like, because he turned his back on the homeless. I'm like, yeah, but the renovation of Echo Park had been on the fucking books for like 10 years. So, like, they can't do it when they've got people living there, you know?
To, like, create
Yeah, there's that whole, like, pretend fake lake up there that they needed to totally gut and redo. So they had to get them out of there. And they did put them other places. It's not like they just arrested them all like they do in other states. And you know, Karen Bass took a hit for that too, actually.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I didn't know that history, but thank you for telling me that. I had no idea that in Skid Row was like a hospital there before, and these people were, and then as soon as the hospital was not being funded, you just have a bunch of people, and that makes complete sense.
Yeah, that happened in the 80s. It became a I think the hospital's still there, but I think it's obviously under private control now, because it's because Reagan basically closed all of the mental health services in this country. So yeah, it ended up going from like public to private, but by that time there were so many homeless already living around there that, you know, in fact, one of them was my great uncle. I think that's how I learned so much about this shit when I think I was like maybe 7 or 8. My dad went and got his uncle from Skid Row, and
oh damn,
brought me with him. Yeah, because the family had been looking for him for years, and he was like maybe 50, maybe, and he raised a whole family with 5 kids, and one day he just up and walked out of the house and never came back. And then they finally found him, so my dad went to go get him, and he brought me with him. We went and looked on Skid Row, found him. It was my great uncle Larry, and we brought him back to our house. He stayed with us for the weekend, and he ate and all that crap. And he just told us, I just didn't want to do it anymore, because, you know, everyone in the family wanted to know, why'd you leave? And he was like, I just didn't want to do it anymore.
Damn.
You know, we tried to get him to go home because he was from Salt Lake City. And, you know, we found him in LA in Skid Row. And my mom and my dad, they talked to him, tried to get him to go back home. And he was like, I just don't want to do that anymore. I'm done with that life.
Damn.
Yeah, he's like, no, just he's like, this was great, thank you, and it was good to see you, and you know, take me back. I want to go back.
I mean,
So,
sometimes,
and you know, my dad was like, oh, but what about church? He's like, I'm going to take you to the temple, and he goes, no, I'm not doing that anymore.
He
just kept saying, yeah, I mean, because he was, my dad's family are all very, very, very Mormon, and he was just like, I've decided not to do that anymore. I'm just not doing that anymore. You can't make me do that anymore. Hey, like he wouldn't even. They tried to get him to call his wife, his ex-wife at that point, but or like one of his 5 kids, and he wouldn't. He's like, no, I'm not doing that anymore.
Oh, I was going to ask you, does he have kids? Oh, he had 5. Damn.
Yeah, he did. He had, well, but at that point they were all adult kids. But
oh, okay, that's
you know, my dad was trying to stall him at staying, you know, at our house long enough for his cousins to come see him at our house, because I grew up in the valley, you know.
Yeah.
And and they didn't make it. Like we had to take him back because he was just like, if you don't want to take me back, I can just go. I'll take the bus back there. He said, but I'm just not doing that life anymore.
I mean, sometimes
He didn't want to talk to any of his kids, any of his family, nothing. He was happy to see my dad and us, but then right back to Skid Row, and then he died on Skid Row, like 5 years later. Yeah.
Would it like maybe?
And that's the way he wanted it.
Chose that.
He was not an addict. I think he was he did have some mental health issues, but yeah.
I mean, why should everybody
some
want to
people
live in
just,
a house?
huh?
Why should everybody want to live in a house? Because like I seen this guy they got a little area in my
I don't
city
know.
where-
I've been living in a house my whole fucking life. I'm
too.
kind of used to it. I like it.
I know one thing when I was out there in California.
I don't know why anyone should want to, but I know that I do want to.
With 2 things, they had this guy. They got this place area around me, a couple blocks, maybe about a half a mile down the road, where a bunch of homeless people gathered together. And they had this one time I passed by. They had this guy with this big ass tent. It was a big old tent, about the size of a small house, a small room or something, with a car parked out in front of it. I was like, shit, he ain't got no bills, no, he can just chilling. He got his car parked out in front of him. He said, "This is good enough. I damn near might want to do something like that."
In California, McTon, you met?
Huh?
In California, or you talking
No,
about?
this was out here in Beaumont, but then in California, I had stayed at when I was out there in Lamar County on NS Lamar Bay Air Base. We did I was taking some college courses, and I went and stayed the night at Yosemite Sound Park for my geology class. We spent the night, and that was my first time camping out in the wilderness, and I woke up feeling so good and revived. I mean, it seemed like to me that maybe some people just don't want to live in a house. We don't have to all have to have the same desires and whatnot.
I haven't met someone who's like very educated, who have been on the streets, but I've heard stories about it. Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, my relationship with homeless people is very distant in a sense, even though I grew up fucking poor as shit. But like when it comes to being around homeless people, it's just a different kind of thing. And I'm not trying to put homeless people down or anything like that.
No, that's a different level of fucking poor. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
And because there's so many reasons that they end up there, you know.
Correct.
And there's so many varied reasons. Like, look, my great uncle, he just wanted to be there. You know, he didn't have to be, and we tried like hell to save him, but nope.
But just imagine if too many people was like your great uncle, we wouldn't be able to have a city because nobody would want to go to work and do the roads or the power lines or none of that because everybody can just stay outside hunting trap.
Well, he worked, you know, until he was like 40 something, and then he just said, "Nope, not anymore."
I had this one girl. One girl, she said she would get out there with me. I told her, I was like, I'm gonna get my solar panels to live outside. She said, "Come on." I was like, "Shit, I got me somebody that's down. We're gonna just go live outside with our solar panels."
No, that when you're in LA, being homeless isn't fucking living outside with solar panels. It's shopping carts and tents on the street and cardboard boxes.
You have to move You have to move in like the back ways of Lancaster or something like that, or have some kind of like land toward the desert.
Land scatter.
Land scatter is a good way to put it, Gretchen.
That's what we call it. We call it land scatter. We call it that land scatter in Bombdale.
Yeah.
We call Palmdale Bombdale.
Bombdale is crazy. I really appreciate these kind of people who live in this area though, like in the back areas, who have like their own propane tanks and they're fucking, I don't know how many gallons of water that they have and stuff. I really kind of admire people who live.
Yeah, that's where I am. I'm up in that district with Palmdale and Lancaster.
Yeah.
They're part of my congressional
The
district.
only reason I'm familiar, Gretchen, because I work in that area, these areas, so I'm very familiar. Yeah.
When they go back to that argument, why should we?
Well, next time you go up to Palmdale or Lancaster, give me a call when you're on your way through. We'll go hang out.
Man. Yeah, definitely.
Go eat or something. Because I'm just here. I'm in Santa Clarita, so you'll have to go right through it to get to.
Yeah,
right?
it's on the way towards LA. As you're going,
You take the 5 up to the 4. You take the 5 and the 14.
The 5 and the 14. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm right off the 14.
Right by Palmdale. There's a Vincent substation there, but before you go to the Vincent substation, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I'm still in Canyon country, so I'm like just past St. Canyon. So, but yeah, we'll definitely go do that.
Area.
We should totally do that. So, and right before you get to Vasquez Rocks, basically.
Yeah, very hilly, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'll go ahead. I was just trying to bring up the argument I talked about earlier before. I don't know how many people's on my side, but I just like why should we work a 40-hour work week and do all this other stuff when we can live in the bush and work like 18 hours?
Because nobody wants to live in the fucking bushes.
Some people do. Evidently,
most people don't want to live in the fucking bushes. Like I wouldn't. I would fucking die out in the bushes. I'm an indoor cat. I'm a total indoor cat.
If I got everything, I'm good in the bushes. I'm good with that. If you gotta give me my bud and all the shrooms and psychedelics and my little boy good and I got food and my people good.
Yeah, your little boy won't be good. And you will have nowhere to plug your fucking shit into because you live in a bush.
Obviously, because I'm gonna make sure that I do I make sure I got a good situation. You know what I'm saying? Like I would make
if
sure
you make that work within capitalism, then I'm with you 100%, J Money.
You want to be a capitalistic bush fan? You want to be
capitalism is like 100% a good thing, but I think it's
that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. I'd be happy living in the bushes. Whatever. Then go do it. Put up or shut up. How about that?
If I have everything I need and I can navigate, why not? I'm outdoors. I'm out.
No, it wouldn't work because everything you need is in fucking side.
Well, not everything you need is out there. You can have everything you want. Just got to catch it and kill it.
Oh no, I like my grocery store.
I'm not talking about struggling.
Fuck that shit.
You're gonna have to build it, catch it, or kill it.
Everything
you want is out there.
And when everybody's out in the bush trying to kill and eat everything, then there'll be nothing left to kill and eat.
Well, we killing everything now.
Wrong idea.
Yeah, they would. We're Americans. We're too lazy to kill and eat our own fucking food. Come on.
Most Americans haven't even seen a factory farm, Gretchen or Jay.
True.
Caveman like. That's what I think.
They would fucking turn their heads if they seen an actually factory farm and how it works. Like that's the reason why I was like, oh shit, I should become vegan because that shit looked very terrible. Even though I'm buying sausages at Walmart at 3 a.m.
So Equinox,
I've actually been to a slaughterhouse and it didn't faze me at all.
Really?
But
at all?
Yeah, not at all. What? I
No,
mean, it's not like I didn't know what fucking happened there before we went.
Well, my uncle killed her.
Right?
He raised a pig and he killed that pig in front of me. And I didn't really feel good about it, but it tasted. I liked it in post chop.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I guess you weren't around in the 80s, so you didn't get like the onslaught of all the Faces of Death movies that we all fucking spent our teenage years watching.
Oh, my friend grew up on a farm. My friend's family grew up on a farm in Visalia, and like
I've been out there.
California, not northern, but Central California.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Farm. and he used to tell me about the stories of his grandfather butchering pigs and stuff like that. And then at first he was like, "Damn, I was shook," but then as he got used to it, he became more desensitized to it, and so it just became a thing. But yeah, I don't know. That's a whole other topic.
Who in chat? Who in chat wouldn't mind living in the bush? Let me see how many bushmasters we have in the chat. I know I had bought one of them flint rocks that you see like on Naked and Afraid to start a fire. I tried that shit and I said, no, I probably would die if I go out there. 'Cause I could not get that fire
I ain't
started.
living in any fucking bushes, that's for sure. especially in California, because that shit catches on fire like every year and a half just because. So fuck no.
I think
Can't live in the
you can be
bushes in
just as happy,
California. Your shit burned down.
I think you can be just as happy in the bush as you can in the city. I mean, you have to live with a different type of lifestyle, low tech and
In
all
the
that stuff.
theater? What are you talking about in the theater?
I said the bush. I said I think you can be just as happy in the bush as you can in the city.
Oh, in the city. Okay.
Yeah.
You fucking country ass. I thought you said theater. I thought you said theater, and I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Well, to quote the great philosopher Brett Michaels, the only time I want to be in the bushes is if I'm behind the bushes till she's begging for more and more and more.
Oh Lord.
Never mind.
Come on. Poison? No one?
God, I hate it. I fucking hated Poison. I absolutely fucking
Yeah.
hated them. I hated all the hair bands though. Like,
I love all the headbands. Richie Kotzen.
oh fuck them all. I hated them all so much.
Gretchen, the only gripe I have with
Could not get away from them, man. As soon as fucking Pour Some Sugar on Me came out, that was fucking it, man. Them and Aerosmith, they just ruined it for everybody. It's like everything became about fucking hair metal for like 3 years. I'm like, fuck all that, because I was already like, I mean, Nine Inch Nails was like it for me at that point, you know. And
So
I had my punk rock and my ska. I was
I
cool.
think the 90s released the best music of all decades, not the 80s. That's the only gripe I have with you.
And 91 was the year of punk rock.
No, I agree with you. 90s had much better music even than the 80s did. Yeah, I totally agree with that. In fact, most of my I think most of my favorite bands are from the 90s, like Alice in Chains.
Decade back, even though
Alice in Chains, Faith No More. Well, Faith No More was technically 80s, but still,
so good.
Alice in Chains, Faith No More.
Alice in Chains.
I sing epic karaoke.
Pennywise started in the 90s, and you know the big dogs, 311. Those are all 90s bands.
Yep, I remember hearing
Fuck
them
Nirvana.
on the
Why don't you
311 was
like
playing through the sound system in a record store. And I was like, "Ooh, who's this? I need it."
What band was that?
311.
Oh yeah.
And then another one.
I
back
saw
when you could go in
them.
record stores and they played music.
Yeah, I just happened to. I was in the Army in Texas, and we went. I just had my second kid, and I was like going fucking stir crazy, because I had been home for like, I don't know, like 2 weeks, and I was absolutely going crazy. So I'm like, that's it, we're going out. So we went to 6th Street in Austin, and there was just some guy was like, hey, there's no cover for women, dollar drinks till 10 o'clock. And I'm like, there's like for 5 bands playing. And I'm like, let's do that. I'm like, absolutely. And the third band was 311. First song in, I was like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but I need it. And I'm like, this is what I'm going to dedicate the rest of my fucking life to, I guess.
What year was this? Like 92, 93? Or
this was in 94, specifically August of 94. Yeah. And it's so funny because through like the whole atheist thing, there's a guy around called Colorado Biker, and I've talked to him, and he was working the door back then. And that was, and he's like, oh, I remember that one, and this band played, and this band played. I'm like, you know what? Yeah. And he's like, yeah, I was there that night. I'm like, that's fucking cool. So.
Why don't you like Nirvana or Kurt? Like in the.
Oh, they just never really grabbed me.
Pearl Jam grabbed me more than Nirvana.
And Pearl Jam grabbed me, at least, 10 grabbed me, and then after that it started getting successively more boring. But Pearl Jam grabbed me. Soundgarden did too. Nirvana, I don't know, never felt it. And I also don't like how they got credit for breaking grunge when Man in the Box was on the fucking radio like a year and a half before Smells Like Teen Spirit ever saw the light of fucking day.
Was that Stone Temple Pilots?
Hmm?
Go ahead.
Was that Stone Temple Pilots?
Man in the Box was Alice in Chains.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. That one actually came out before I went into the army, and Smells Like Teen Spirit didn't come out until I was like halfway through fucking Russian school. So like I'm positive there was a time gap there.
But I think Kurt had you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't listen to like rock or grunge rock until I turned 20. When it came to Kurt's voice in Lane
Staley. Yeah.
Yeah. I think their voices were particularly different. Even though I thought both of them could sing, like when I first heard
Lane Staley was far superior with vocals.
I would have to say that. Yeah, I had to think about it for a little bit, but that's true.
And plus, and also, I mean, not only was Lane Staley fucking amazing, he was like Chris Cornell amazing, and but he also had like Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains. Also, they sang a lot of harmonies together, and they're just next level when they sing harmonies. So, like, not only did Kurt fucking have to sing alone, but Lane Staley also had a much better voice, and then he had a harmony partner that was just insane. So they were super next level for me.
Yeah, I don't know. So wait, you didn't like anything about Nirvana, Gretchen, like at all?
Like I don't hate them, but I mean, it's like nothing they ever did grab me. That's all.
I like Tori Amos's cover of "Smells Like Teen Spirit," and it was used at the beginning of the Black Widow movie. There was like a mellow version. It wasn't Tori Amos, but it was "Smells Like Teen Spirit." Like when that song's played differently than grunge, and you can actually hear what they're saying. It's a pretty deep song.
I mean, I liked "Smells Like Teen Spirit." It's just,
heart-shaped box.
It wasn't like a head turner or anything. I just, that's good. That's
maybe
cool.
It's just because it was a different genre of music for me. Like when I turned 20, because I grew up on rap and hip hop and stuff, and so my brother showed me Nirvana when I turned 20. I was like, oh my god, this is the best shit I've ever heard. Because I wasn't really exposed to rock at all, or grunge rock at all, and so I was like,
I never really liked metal before that. It was, like it was always metal was always either fucking Metallica, Megadeth, or Anthrax and shit like that, or you had the hair metal lane, and then you had like Guns N' Roses, which was a mix of the two. And then I was just like, no. And then Metallica released the Black Album, which fucking took over everything, to be honest.
Yep.
I did like that. I did like that one. And it just fucking owned across the fucking board. And I mean, even people that listen to country were down with the Black Album, That was just...
This may be a dumb question, but when as a genre, when did metal come out as like a genre? Probably a dumb question, but like death metal.
Like when did they start?
Derivation from
okay, when I was a kid in the 80s, it was just called heavy metal. They didn't have subgenres yet.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
It was and then like mid to late 80s, all of a sudden now you've got speed metal, and that was the Metallica, Megadeth, shit like that, right? Slayer, all that, and then hair metal, and then it just kind of branched out from there.
Okay.
But it used to, when I was in elementary school, it was just called heavy metal. That was it.
Here I go again on my own. Going down the only road I've ever known.
I'll never know.
Like a drifter, I was born to walk
The other than Metallica's Black Album, and probably I don't know if you call Jane or Nine Inch Nails fucking metal. I guess you could kind of. It was industrial, but
yeah, that's more
yeah,
the
I
word
don't know.
use.
Yeah, but I guess the closest I ever got to actual metal was Jane's Addiction, probably before I heard Alice in Chains and.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know Jane's Addiction was considered metal.
I said the closest thing to. I don't know what you were. Yeah, I just said the closest thing to it. Unless you consider Nine Inch Nails closer than that. I don't know. I was a punk rock girl, So.
I think Alice in Chains, from what I heard, even though I've really only kind of digested 2 fucking songs, I'll be very honest, was Hell, I think, which is that shit made me more depressed, but I can relate to it at the time. And the popular one that I'm fucking forgetting for some reason, with Stanley's voice, or Lanley's voice, Stanley's voice, yeah. But yeah.
Which band?
Alice in Chains. They made a song. I forget which album it was, but it was something about hell. That's my fault for not remembering the song, but it resonated with me so deeply. I used to replay it all the time and become more depressed. Not because of the band, but because of how much I resonated with it.
I don't see an album called Hell, but
no, it's not. It's not the album. Here, you know what? Let me just shut up, and then I'll come back and tell you this actual song. That's my fault for forgetting the album and the song.
No, it's all good. They do also have an album. Where'd it go?
I'm sorry, I just came back and all of a sudden you're making Get Shut Up. What happened?
The Devil Put Dinosaurs Here. That's the name of an album.
1 second.
So speaking of 90s music, I stumbled across that song Here and Now by Letters to Cleo recently.
I love that song.
Did you realize it was an Atheist tune?
Huh? Yes.
Yeah, I had no idea what she was saying, and then I just read the lyrics. I put them in our backstage chat, but I could put it in the other chat.
That came out right around the time that I deconstructed. I absolutely knew that was an Atheist song.
Nice.
I
was 93,
morning,
so I was...
got my toast and tea, and I'm warming. I'm just gonna think
about. So good.
Love that. I used to do that one for karaoke on the NCO club. That was fun.
Try to get the never enough, not enough, and never ending.
Yep.
That's got some. Yeah, you got to spit some words out on that one.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, the chorus, and it might be the comfort of the knowledge of a rise above the sky, but could never parallel the challenge of an acquisition in the here and now.
Here and now, here and now. Oh God,
like,
I'm gonna have to listen to that now.
I put a link in chat if you want to throw the video up.
I will get copyright struck for that.
Oh, that's right. I forget all the rules. I'm not as savvy with this internet stuff as y'all.
Don't stop believing. Hold on to the feeling. Freedom.
But it is a very good song, so I'll do that.
Lately, my go-to for karaoke has been Where's My Husband by Ray. Because it's just so funky. Also has a whole bunch of lyrics too.
And 311 was good for the moist mix too. What does that mean?
The song is called Private Hell. Sorry. In Black and Blue. I just forgot the actual.
What is a moist mix? Hizzle. I imagine it has something to do with being a bridge to the girls, but I've never heard that before.
There's something
You
like
guys?
a soaking wet for sharing thing.
For hanging with her. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard that turn of phrase before.
Moist mix. Yeah, I haven't either. It's something new. I like it. I'll allow it.
Still Sunday morning, got my toast in the morning.
Well, I got one person that said they're gonna stay in the bush with me. So there you go, Gretchen. It's not a total loss.
Keep getting. Huh?
I said one person said they would stay in the bush with me. Hey, you said that too, J Money. You won't mind the bush either, right?
I mean, shit. What I'm saying is, if I got the luxury, I ain't gonna live like no caveman. But if I got like, good luxuries, why not?
I
Jam Nick, man, that's one of those songs that always fucking stays in my head too. Damn.
Earworm.
Yeah.
I don't intend to
It's
live
not
like
as bad as
caveman
my
either.
number one worst earworm though. Which
Should we
I'm
not
already
mention it?
fucking singing in my head. It's fucking
Well-
Ruby Soho by Rancid. I don't know why, but I don't even
I
have
gotta
to
look
hear
that
the
one up.
song. I just hear, you know what? I could hear someone call somebody Ruby, and I'm like, destination unknown, Ruby Soho, and it'll be stuck in there all day now.
Cool. I've got that now.
I
on
don't know
another
why.
tab
I never
created.
loved the song. I never hated the song, but it is catchy as a motherfucker, isn't it? And at least it is to my brain. So everybody has different earworms, but that one just kills me.
Usually you can end most earworms with going by Menon. But that's
Yeah,
not
that
really an
doesn't
ad
work.
anymore.
That doesn't work with
No.
me. Yeah.
You could maybe
I've heard people say, well, you just have
I'm
to.
loving it.
I've heard people say that you just have to listen to it like a bunch of times, and then some people say, oh no, what you have to do is you have to listen to you listen to it and then you listen to like 2 more songs after it, and then that'll stop it. But none of that shit ever works.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like tricks to get you to stop the hiccup.
Favorite tracks from Alice in Chains: I Stay Away, Them Bones, Before I Get Down in a Hole, Wood, Man in the Box, Heaven Beside You. Like Wood is definitely one of my favorite ones. And Sick Man is really good. Junkhead is probably one of my favorites too. I'm a big fan of Dirt, I guess. So
Yeah, good album.
yeah.
Yeah, Jay, man, I don't intend to live like a caveman, but like Professor Hills in the chat, I talk with him. You know Professor Hills, he's a pretty smart guy too. And we get together, I think we'll have the internet in the bush in about 6 weeks. Not the internet, the intranet, because we won't have nothing to hook it to. But we'll have something running. We have electricity. I'm pretty sure we have electricity and running water in a couple of months between me, Hills, and anybody else that's knowledgeable. Build that shit out of rocks if necessary. That's what I think.
Oh, that didn't. Letters to Cleo made it to the EU, but Here and Now didn't. Because that was their first ever song, actually.
I ain't trying to go live like no naked and afraid shit. Fuck that.
Hey, we go out there, it's gonna have to be like a day. The first week on Math, we're gonna have to start. I'm thinking like starting out from scratch. First week probably gonna be hectic. Once we get some systems and stuff going, the main thing is learn how to make a fire that's hot enough to where you can start melting shit, melting down shit and getting the ores and mixing metals, and you can start building your own fucking society from there.
Shit, let me know how that work out for you, because I ain't doing no naked and afraid shit now. If you tell me you got some nice.
I'll be thinking about it, man. I done thought many ways, but I like, man, I don't know. I don't know about too much.
I didn't like
I didn't like the other Nine Inch Nails stuff. I still think Pretty Hate Machine is like one of the best albums ever fucking made. Like,
Nine Inch Nails did the soundtrack for the most recent Tron movie, Tron Ares.
I saw that.
yeah, he's done a lot of them. But like Pretty Hate Machine was like the best thing he ever fucking did. Period. Like straight up, and it's not even fucking close.
89. Wow.
Yes, I've heard 311's cover of Jamaica, but it doesn't even hold a candle to 311's cover of The Clash, Who's Got the Herb, or Bad Brains, Who's Got the Herb.
Or their cover of Cure Love Song.
I hate that fucking song. That was in like their From Chaos, their Amber era, and Amber's like the worst fucking song ever. So
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
I'm not a fan of their love song cover.
I played it at my wedding, but replaced the lead guitar lick with a steel drum.
Oh, the guitar I don't so much mind. Mostly it's just the lyrics, because Amber, it's got the dumbest fucking lyrics.
I was talking about Love Song. Yeah, Amber's stupid.
Oh, okay, yeah. Amber's just fucking pathetic. I hate it. I mean, whenever they play that song, I go out for a cigarette, you know, unless I'm stuck inside, and then I'm, fuck. And
I was in
all my friends, we all still call each other when we go see 311. Like, we'll call someone who didn't go to, you know, like I'll call my friend Steve in Vegas, and he'll get ambered. Just if you're just stuck there, then fuck it, make a friend suffer with you, you know. Because they always play it. So
yeah. I was in a airport in Wisconsin and had some downtime, and there was a guy doing chair massages. So I'm getting a massage from him, and we start talking. And I was up there because I went to a music festival, and he's like, "Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I usually tour with 311." I'm like, "Wait, what?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm the physical therapist that goes on the road with them when they tour. So anytime they came through town, I got like tickets and got to go see my buddy who I met at an airport. And yeah, super nice guy too.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's funny. That is funny.
Small world.
Yeah. I know that the frontman Nick Hexum, his little brother was my kid's music teacher for several years when they were little.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, Zach. Damn, I mean, it'd be close, but I'd say Zach actually got more of the talent in that family. Which is saying a lot, because Nick's pretty talented too, but you know, Zach was just next level. He actually works for Nickelodeon now. He does like kids shows, music for kids shows.
Cool.
Yeah.
Zach does?
Yeah, Zach Hexum does. So.
All right. Speaking of moist playlists and Simply Wet for Sharon, have you seen the lyrics to Tears by Sabrina Carpenter?
No.
Okay, I'm just going to read one chorus.
I've never even heard a single Sabrina Carpenter song.
You probably have. She's got a couple.
I have not. I haven't.
It plays in malls and shopping centers, you know.
I don't go into malls and shopping centers.
Okay, then maybe you've never
And if
heard
I
it.
do, I've got my earbuds on, so it's like
Yeah.
I like if I go grocery shopping, I've got my earbuds on and I'm in a live stream somewhere. It's like I don't hear what's playing ever. And there's no such thing as like radio or MTV anymore. It's like so it just does the shit doesn't touch me. So
Did you see the Muppet reboot when they did one episode
no.
of a Muppet show? Okay, she
No,
was the
I
guest
didn't.
star on that.
Oh, no, I never did.
And she was flirting with Kermit, and Miss Piggy got all mad. Good times.
Yeah. Yeah. And she may have been on fucking Saturday Night Live, and I didn't see that because I only watched the cold open and Weekend Update, and then I fuck off the rest. And same with talk shows.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't ever have to see anything that I don't want to see. So I'm a big fan of what's happened in music. I like that I can control what gets in there. Sometimes it does get a little stale. Like I really wish I heard something new that I liked, but
That's
happens
kind
every
of,
once in a while.
yeah. With the gigs that
I
I
mean,
do, I have to learn new music every now and then.
yeah.
That's how I find out about certain artists that I was completely unaware of.
Yeah, you can get kind of locked into your own taste with the way we've, got streaming set up and all that. You can definitely stay in your lane, but I do want something new every now and again. So, and there's usually something out there, like, Lost Souls. For whatever reason, love that shit.
Lost Souls?
Mm-hmm.
I'll open that up. That'll give me a whole bunch of things I need to listen to now.
Actually, I wonder. I don't even know if they're like signed. They're the front man for that group was a YouTuber, and they made like a spoof song, and it got popular. So they just
Are all
got.
their videos cartoon?
From what I've seen so far, yes.
Okay, I think I found it then.
Yeah, the best one is called Childhood Died. It's about Star Wars. My childhood became a lie the day. It's like, oh, my childhood became a lie the day Luke Skywalker died from being tired. How the fuck do Jedi die from being tired?
Fuck that up.
It fucking owned me. The first time I ever heard that fucking song, I was like, oh, I don't know. This is awesome. The whole song is a fucking shit attack about The Last Jedi. It's like great.
Have you seen Paula Gia's video on Star Wars and religion?
Oh no, I need to see
No.
that. Is it good?
Yeah.
I need to see that.
Yes, I will drop that.
I didn't even know that existed. Nobody has told this whole time. I've told so many people about how I wrote a fucking Bible based on Star Wars for my kids to have a placeholder in their heads, so like my Christian family didn't try to fuck with them. I totally had
That's
my kids
a good
believing in
idea.
a fucking Jedi religion when they were toddlers, so they would just their fucking cousins and my parents, nobody would fuck with them. I was like, this is what we believe. And I showed them the holy documents, which was the original 3 movies, the original trilogy.
Yes.
Like
Everything else is blasphemy.
yeah, it's like we watched them. Well, I mean that was before episode 1, so
So you like
Well,
you like
that's the
Star Wars,
thing.
Gretchen?
huh?
Do you like Star Wars?
Yeah.
Oh, for real? Oh shit. I didn't know that. We got something to talk about then. What you, a light side or a dark sider?
I don't really take a side.
All right. Well, you want the ones that go down the middle. You know, the middle people, they normally the weakest ones.
It's not that I don't go down the middle, but I mean, it's like, you know,
in Star Wars,
they all go back and forth from light to dark anyway.
Not really, but a lot of them do though. I wouldn't.
Yeah, they do. Even fucking Luke fucking tried the evil shit on for a little bit, you know.
Luke was like the culmination. He was the only one that was able to get real power out of doing both the light and the dark. Because most of the people that try to that take that middle road, they're the weakest ones on Star Wars normally. The one with the purple lightsabers, they get their ass whooped. But Luke, Revan, and Mace, well, they kick
Samuel
your ass.
Jackson.
Oh yes,
Samuel Jackson was the only one with a purple lightsaber.
Well, not in the movies, yeah, but in the comic books and in the lore, they had Bane. He was a dark sider, but he used a purple lightsaber. They had Revan. He was going back and forth. Then they had like Samuel, and then they had his apprentice. What was her name? She had like a police thing, like lightsaber, like one of them nightsticks. She had one made like a police nightstick. Yeah, they had a few with some purple lightsabers. No, not that was Dark Tyrannus. That was his apprentice when he was a Jedi. She had that damn purple lightsaber thing. I mean that represents the you both the light and the dark side.
I don't know. My favorite character was always Boba Fett. So
I like Boba Fett too.
I mean, you know, it's like
my favorite.
He mostly just fucking stayed out of the way.
Nah, Boba Fett was a bad man. He shot Darth Vader in the head. Look, him and Darth Vader was fighting over his head in the box, right? And Boba
yeah,
Fett.
I didn't like that they used him to make all the fucking clones, though. Later
If you
on.
know the backstory, you would love it because you know why they used him. Because this motherfucker, his daddy Jango Fett, was such of a badass. He didn't have no power, and he killed because he was shooting at the Jedi. He killed like 4 of them with his bare hand. You see, he was shooting at them, and they kept blocking with bullets with his sword. So he threw the gun down, and went on and beat their ass. That's why they used him as a template to kill all the Jedi, because he killed Jedi with his bare fucking hands. He said, "Man, the gun ain't working." He threw it down and went over there and beat their ass like that.
Yeah,
that's why I like Boba Fett too.
Let them alone.
Boba Fett ain't had no power. He shot Darth Vader in his head, man. Boba Fett and Darth Vader was fighting over his head in the box, and Darth Vader did that little magic bullshit and pushed him off the ledge into some fire. But he had that jetpack, so he just hovering there over the edge, just hovering. When Darth Vader stuck his head over that thing, went and shot it right in his head. It was like, but the helmet stopped the bullet. So they were like, "Well, damn, you pretty good, man. If you had some power, I would make you my apprentice." But he don't have no magic. And he still kick ass.
Now,
That's
technically, Boba Fett is not the son of Jango Fett. Boba Fett is an exact clone of Jango Fett, and Omega is a female clone of Jango Fett.
I think he is. You kind of can say he's a clone, but I think they did change DNA up to be like his son, though, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong on this one.
No, they pretty much made him an exact clone that wasn't altered. Like the other clones had Order 66 programmed into them.
Yeah, that's probably the difference because he didn't have it.
Right.
Yeah, Boba was the only one that got away with
Boba and Omega from Bad Batch.
Yeah, I like her too. I like all the ones that didn't have no power and they still kicked ass. That's the ones I really like. They don't do no magic. They just go there and beat your ass. I cut for that.
My favorite character is actually from one of the books.
I think I've seen them play that live. I have never heard a recorded cover of Self-Esteem by 311, but I think I saw them play it live. I mean, I've been to a lot of their Halloween shows, and they always do a cover song on their Halloween shows. So I've seen them do like REM and lots of shit.
See, that's another way that Fish is better than 311.
And Kelly said, my brother just went and saw 311 a couple of days ago. I met them all several years ago, and they played at a nightclub when I was bar manager. Yeah, I've been seeing them a lot for 32 years now.
I'm eventually going to start a debate with you on 311 versus Fish. And that will be my first point. They don't just cover a song on Halloween, they cover an album.
I don't know that we could. I don't like Fish.
I know. That's why I would have a debate with you about them being the best band ever versus 311. I like 311, but they're not Fish. All right, I gotta go back to
problem
work
with
again.
Fish is that there's so much like Grateful Dead that I just don't fucking need to hear them ever.
Yeah, but they're
you
so
know?
much better than Grateful Dead. And I'll stand by that one too if anyone wants to debate it.
I mean,
all right.
I'll give
See
you
you in a
that.
little bit. Seriously, I gotta go bang on trash cans again.
All right, later, Jams.
Drumming on the street light. Remember that? One little voice is calling me. I don't remember that. Yeah, not Nickelodeon heads, man. Come on, man.
What is it?
Yeah, not old school, man. Like Doug, man. You don't remember that song, Doug? Man, forget it.
No, I don't remember Doug's theme song.
Doug.
You talking about the football head, Doug?
Yeah, remember Skeeter? Hey, Doug.
No, the football head was Hey Arnold.
Yeah,
yeah.
Doug was the one with Skeeter and Patty Mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roger Klotz.
Yeah, that used to come on to like around the rug rat.
Mr. Dick. Hey, Douglas. Remember?
you a couple years younger than me? You were like born in 85 or something, right, Jay?
Fisticuff, right on, man. That is like, I swear to God, that is one of my 2 favorite songs ever. Like,
yeah,
of all time. The DuckTales theme song, shit owns me, man.
I looked at Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
You ever see Brendan Urie from Panic at the Disco do his fucking cover of the DuckTales theme song? It is fucking priceless. It really is.
I solve a mystery or rewrite history.
Hey, what about Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers? Y'all remember that one?
Yeah, that one was okay, but it wasn't any DuckTales, because like you can actually like go on Spotify and find like 30,000 versions of the DuckTales theme song, and like half of them are punk rock or pop punk and shit.
I remember
the
that.
one I liked, you know what? Actually, this guy isn't signed. I know I could play this one, so I'll show you. I'll play you my favorite. This is my absolute favorite version. Okay. Oh, did I kill that? Yeah, I did. I have to share it again. Screen. Okay, is it playing?
I know that you paid money. I done threw my shoe at you.
All right. This guy does like metalcore covers of like just everything from fucking Run DMC to the DuckTales song to you name it. It's insane.
We all is.
Life is like a hurricane. Race car, lasers, aeroplanes. It's every day they're out there making lockdowns. Fans are tearing through bad and good lockdowns. It seems they're heading for final curtain. Good deduction never fails.
that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, this part is amazing. Wait, listen. Oh, it's coming.
Now you've had this song stuck in my head, Gretchen. It's all your fault. I like this little bucket. He's going out.
Watch me behind you. There's a stranger out to find you. What you do,
Come on, do something. They're out there making they're out there making. Life is like a hurricane. Life is like a hurricane.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his verse sound a little different, but it was still good. I love that bridge he did with the guitar.
Did he do Scooby Doo? Did he do Scooby Doo? That'd be good.
I mean, probably. I mean, you can look him up on. I don't think he has everything up on YouTube, but he does put everything out. And he's got like 15 fucking albums worth of songs on Spotify.
I would just be interested in Scooby Doo and
if you search for, I think his name is just Leo on Spotify.
Mm.
Yeah, it is. Let me see. Scooby.
But like, technically, couldn't you play anything as long
Yep.
as
Leo Metal Covers, Volume 15.
Yeah, I'm gonna see that. I'm gonna check it out. If he did Scooby.
Yep,
Yeah.
he's got Hakuna Matata on there, Despacito. I mean, he does fucking everything. He's like some Dutch guy that just he plays all the instruments himself and does his own mixing, and he's insane, and it's so much fun in lots of ways. I dig him. I don't know why, just do.
It brought back memories.
But technically, can't you like review anything and then just like pause it every few seconds and then make a comment and then let it play again and then make a comment like that? And like, wouldn't that be considered fair use on technically any video you use? Like, just I'm not saying do
No,
it, but like,
not anymore. Not anymore. If they belong to like a big record company, then no, absolutely not. No matter what you do, I would have to actually, and I would have to like, file for for clearance. I would have to go through the process to get everything cleared before I do it.
So like,
legal. That's kind of sleazy though, man.
That's what I'm saying. Because like, how do react? That's why I'm asking the question. Because I know certain channels are just reaction channels. That's all they do.
Well, I mean, it depends on like if you're just it's going to be harder for you if you're just starting a reaction channel.
Yeah.
That you're going to have to figure out how to do it. But like people like fucking Knox Hill,
You know, I mean, they want him to react to their shit, so they're gonna clear him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I hear that, but it gets tricky there because, like you said, the next people that come up, they're not going to be doing it forever. Those guys.
Mm-hmm. And as a
It's gonna be eventually. They're gonna be because they do take a lot of, they strike a lot of these people's stuff, and eventually the record companies are gonna figure out that this is fucking free advertising for them. You know, at least that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And yeah, it's like this shit's free advertising. Like that's kind of what impressed me so much about Ren is he look. I think he straight up used the reaction community, you know, and look where it got him. You know, he didn't just say, "Oh yeah, you can go ahead and react to my stuff." He straight up said, "Yeah, please do. Here you go. It's free. You can take it, all of it. And by the way, I'll come on your channel and do an interview with you. Absolutely. Hey, you come on my channel and come in. You know, Knox Hill. You come. How about you want it? You want to make a song with me, Knox Hill? You know, it's like he straight up took the whole fucking reaction community and just fucking mobilized it for himself. This fucking kid's a genius."
Yeah, Ren is good. Like my sis put me on to him.
Yeah.
She put me on to him. Like I'm not. I don't know about the style of rap. It's probably not something I'm gonna put in my Spotify list. But at the end of the day, I like his story. I like what he fought back from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I saw Ronnie Radke do the same thing with Falling in Reverse. He used the reaction community to get shitloads of views too. In fact, he started making his own reaction videos on Twitch to all the reactors on YouTube that were reacting to his songs. You know, and he was getting fans out of that too. So like, all right, well done. You know.
Heck yeah.
And I played some Falling in Reverse too on here, and it didn't get copyright claimed at all. And Ren's stuff was cleared too.
I wonder if Fastball would do that to me if I'd be like, man, fuck yeah. If it was
Yeah, because they were on a major label, so yes, absolutely they would.
I'd be like, yo, nobody else is talking about your bitch asses. Saying I'm the only one.
Yeah.
I'm the only one who knows you exist. I tell people about that band, and they be like, yo, who are you talking about? I have to like tell them about that one song they had, The Way. You know what I'm saying? They only had one hit really, like the other ones was like obscure, you know.
How many albums did they ever put out?
They put out a lot, but the only one that I give a fuck about is the first one. That's the only one that I care about.
And they're your favorite band?
Yeah,
you only like one of their albums, and that's your favorite?
Well, because I don't really like other bands, right? Like I don't know any other band's whole album. Like I don't know of another band that I know their whole album. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I mean by that.
That's his favorite
Well,
album. That's his favorite
band
band,
artist, you know what I mean. It doesn't have to be.
I might know a lot of their music where together, like I might know a single for this album, single for that album. You put that together.
So like who's your favorite rapper?
Tupac Shakur, 100%.
So you like Fastball more than you like Tupac?
On the East Coast?
No, that's different stuff.
Well, so that's when I ask you what your favorite band is, that's what I'm asking you is what's your favorite artist?
Oh, artist. I thought
if you like Tupac more than you like Fastball, then you say Tupac, damn it.
No, what I'm saying is Tupac is my favorite artist. Fastball is my favorite band, a group band, you know what I'm saying? Like more than one person involved, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so like that, but you know, Tupac is the best, you know, to me by
you
far.
like Tupac on the East Coast? I would think you'd
I
be
don't
a
know.
bigger fan.
I never.
He's from the East Coast. He was born and raised in the East Coast. My cousin's ex-wife, her grandmother used to babysit Tupac. She used to know Fanny, and she used to babysit, and they used to live on Morningside. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I got you, but the way the chips fell and when he died, he was a major factor in the East Coast West Coast thing, and most people know him from that. And that's why I just said surprising to hear that you being from the East Coast liking Tupac. But I mean, you especially if you know you got skin in the game, you know some of his people, you know, 6 degrees of separation type of deal.
There was never. How can I explain to you? There was never an East and West Coast war. That was all fabricated. There was never.
Did I tell you I met him once?
Yeah, you had his mother.
You said that, I believe.
Yeah, I met his mother mostly. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. He was there.
She fucking gave me some shit, man. She did not like that I was there. So.
Because he was white.
Huh?
Because he was white.
Well, we were at a protest, and I was with the sharp skinheads, which are the basically black and Mexicans, most of them. And I was dressed in my ska shit that day. So, and she was like, "What are you doing dressed like a rude girl? You don't, you gotta earn that." And I'm like, "Wait, what?"
What you think about it?
He kicked your ass.
She like, what are you doing, white girl? That's what she did to me. Like for a while. She was cool though in the end. So
she got to know y'all. She had to harden your balls. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She started asking me questions about fucking 60s ska from like straight from Jamaica, and I was like, and I was like,
you gotta know what it's about.
I got into it with the Scatolites with her, and she was like, "All right, you pass." Like, okay, thanks.
Fanny was one of the realest people, man. Fanny Shakur.
Now you went through all that to bust my balls because of my performance on Kristen King yesterday. And that bitch.
What was that?
No, I was talking Gretchen. Tupac mama was busting her balls for wearing that scarf or whatever that is, and now she busting my balls because I went over to on that Christian channel. And I guess unprepared, ill prepared.
You wasn't unprepared with what happens is these motherfuckers. What they do is they'll mute you and boot you once you start kicking something that they can't knock down, because it's all about winning. It's all about winning to them. I'm telling you, they did it to me plenty of times. That's why I don't go onto their panels, because like as it is, I don't agree with how theists move. I see how it is. Like they want to keep it to the thing, keep it to whatever it is they trying to run on you. Once you try to like stray away from that, it's like, oh, nah, we're gonna put you out because you're not listening. You gotta respect the blah 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 blah.
Frick Eminem. Really? I mean,
it felt like that.
Okay.
It's bullshit.
I would frick Eminem in like 5 minutes. But what?
It's bullshit, but it's just to deflect. They don't want to lose. They don't want to look crazy. Like I got into it with somebody who literally told me on the air. He was like, "Yo, science is not real. I don't believe in science. So what next? What else you got? I'm telling you, get your science out of here. I don't care about science. My science is this book. Talk to me only about this book. If you ain't talking to me about this book and through this book, I don't want to hear it. This is my only science." How do you respond to that? And then when I'm trying to explain to him how that's crazy, he boots me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can't. How you gonna get through to that? You don't control the panel. That's the point. So you're never gonna really do this tirade you talking about because they're gonna kick you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it happens, especially on the black Christian.
Eminem is a transphobe now? No, I don't think he is.
He used to be like anti-gay. I don't know if he's still like that, but he used to be like that though.
Like everyone in rap was back in the fucking early 2000s, though. Like all of them.
I mean, I was never
misogynist
my whole life. I'm glad
they were all fucking misogynists all the way from the fucking 80s. What are you talking about? All rappers did that. Like the whole thing. They were fucking
No, I'm saying me personally. I wasn't like that. Like I'm a wrestling fan. I used to be a fan of people like Goldust,
people still holding shit against Eminem for something he hasn't said in fucking 20 years, but then like, you know, I reach back like a pimp and smack the hoe is still okay for some reason.
I'm not
All
saying,
right.
I'm
That
not,
doesn't make any fucking sense at
I'm not,
all.
I'm just saying,
Really?
like,
What does he do now? What is
no,
he? I don't listen to rap, so
I agree with
but
you. I agree with what you're saying.
he said transphobia now.
I don't know.
Really?
I don't
Because
listen.
I don't know about now. That you see, that's news to me. Whatever you talk
really,
about.
because my youngest son's girlfriend, well, I guess now ex-girlfriend, he met one of Eminem's daughters who is full fucking trans anyway. So like what I mean, and apparently he's cool with it. So
Yeah. Why would you hate somebody for being themselves? I just don't understand that. At the end of the day,
one of his kids is a non-binary, like figuring shit out kind of.
like say you're a father, right?
I don't know if they're transforming or anything, but you know, I wasn't there when they met, but I just heard about it a
say
lot.
you're a pops, right,
A
or a
whole
mom.
lot.
You heard, say you're a pops or moms, right, and you got like a preference, like you want to make sure, like, or you want to like at least try to like put it in eventually into their minds, like to like the opposite, you know, of sex, but they feel like they don't, whatever, and then you as the parent, because you got a vested interest, 'cause you want whatever you see. Okay, from you maybe a little, right, a little bit, like maybe, you know, hey, you like this, you like that, encourage that maybe a little bit, right, but you know, don't push. Right? Don't push it on. Don't say this is how it gotta be, or I'm gonna disown you, or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, people do that to their kids. Like I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Like, okay, I get it. You had something you wanted, right? Like you probably had hopes. Maybe that's your only child or something like that, and you wanted your only child to probably have more kids, give you grandkids or something like that. You probably couldn't wait to babysit them. You get what I'm saying? And then it turns out that's the case, and you gotta accept it. You might not, you know. So you got a reason to feel like man, like to encourage it. But even then,
Okay, he said he's making transphobic comments now. Like what and when?
the world should never push that on people. Like in other words, it should never be no pressure on a trans person, like or any gay person or any person. Period. Like I just don't understand people like that. You know what I'm saying? Like why even take note of it? Like why even care about it? Like what's the
Too
point?
many people consider their children their property. They're a mini
20
version of
years
themselves,
ago,
an extension
though?
of them. But as far as Eminem, he's made fun of his ex-wife Kim and then done songs about how he loves her and always be there for her. I mean, he says both sides of a lot of issues because the controversy gets attention. So I haven't heard him say anything transphobic recently.
Not recently.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Wasn't Eminem the originator that's saying something is good? What is it? All attention is good attention, or something like that. Wasn't that Eminem that originated that saying?
That was before Eminem. All
No,
press is good
that
press.
yeah, that predates him
That goes way
by
back.
decades. Yeah.
Well, I know they were
Any
saying that
press
about
is
him
good
back because
press or bad
he was
press.
cutting all that shit. And then 50 Cent tried that route too by causing conflict, mayhem, and confusion, but it didn't
I
seem to work
love the
out as good for him.
Scatolites. I've still got ticket stubs of seeing the Scatolites going back from when I was 14. Love them.
My favorites are DMX, 50, and Tupac. Those are my three favorite rappers all the time.
So we have 9 minutes and 10 seconds till Mezzo goes live.
Oh, good.
It's Tuesday, huh?
Yeah. It's Tuesday. Oh, no. Today is Tuesday, suckers. That's it. Tits.
Oh.
I gave it.
Are you sure he's going at 9? Did he park? Did he?
8 minutes and 46 seconds, according to my countdown. Pastor Muppets is
Okay.
already over there in chat. Low tier Jezzo.
Oh, cool. Cool.
That sound like last call of alcohol, then, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I put that link in chat, the backstage
Sorry,
chat.
love you all, but I love Mezzo, so I gotta go.
Yeah,
peace, people.
Same here. And we'll next time we'll do the Paula Gia talks about Star Wars and religion as some kind of
Yeah,
react to it. It's like a 12-minute video.
definitely.
I want to be the Star Wars guy. Peace.
Peace. All right, y'all have a good one. I'll see you in Mezzo's chat if you're heading.
All right, I'm gonna play. I'm not gonna play 3 songs today. I'm just gonna play the async song and fuck off. So, because I think we've been at this for almost 12 hours now. So, all right.
Peace.
There we go. Is it up there? Yeah. All right, everybody. Peace. See you tomorrow.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. Oh, you wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy it. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah. sink, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and